days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You just when they out it, your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch with your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the faith, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding 'cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, and always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. 'Cause I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
Yes, yes. Peace, Titan family. Mic check. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me, Chaasad?
Yep, loud and clear, loud and clear.
Welcome back to the Coliseum of Arguments. This is the preliminary face-off tonight. We have a clash of worldviews about to go down. In one corner, we have Chaasad, the Hebrew scholar, scriptures loaded, history on deck, ready to defend the text. And in the other corner tonight, we've got Humble Mystic, the naturalist, science in the holster, reason in the chamber, coming to test every claim. This isn't personal. This is intellectual warfare. Two minds, two frameworks, one stage. And tonight we pick the topic and the date for the official debate. You two gentlemen have the floor. You know what to do.
What up? What up? What up? I'm pretty sure we already have a topic. Now I don't know if the brother Kazak gonna want to stay with the topic by the end of this conversation.
Your
But
mic is a
right
little
now,
muffled.
you said, "Why is that?"
That's better. Your mic was a little muffled for a
Oh,
second.
my bad. But I don't know if he gonna want to stay with the same topic by the end of this face off. But for right now, the topic is the Canaanite El the same God as the God in as the biblical God Yahweh? And I am standing on the stance that they are the same God. And hey, we got it. Like I said before, man, it's levels to this. Cause I'm gonna have to step up and show up.
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Your mic is good, loud and clear.
Yeah, I just want to say peace and blessings to everyone that's out there, man. I give all praise to the Most High. Um, this is gonna be easy, and as it always is, this the third time I'm gonna have this debate, and I see they don't learn. Like they don't learn. They come with the same arguments. They come with the same stuff that's already been defeated. So he think he can do something different than the last two opponents that got smacked down. So man, I see I gotta lay the five knuckle shuffle on my brother and teach him a couple things, man. I just hope he take the L very well, man, because he ain't take all the other L's well. You see, he came right over here and act like he ain't been losing. So we just I'm just let him know, man. You're not ready, brother. And they trying to tell you ain't ready, but I see you don't take heed to warnings. So you're gonna have to learn the hard way.
Woo! Coming with some heat. Coming with some heat. So you accept that title? That's what we sticking with?
Yeah, we're sticking with the original title.
Okay, what's the title again? Humble Mystic, run it down to me. I didn't think that was gonna be that fast.
The original title is the Canaanite God El, the biblical God Yahweh. Are they the same God? And so I don't want to just let's just not mask it up as if this is the same debate. Is this a similar debate than what he had from the previous two? Yeah. But there's some major differences in this debate that y'all have seen him go into. Like I said, look, he gonna have to step it up in this one. The first major difference between him and King J is they was debating L alone with Asa and Kai. They were debating who had the supreme rulership, right? We are debating if these two gods in the biblical text are the same God or are they different gods, right? Now, I've seen, and if y'all go back and watch, y'all will also see where the brother Chaasad take the same stance in both of those debates, where he was easily able to prove that those were the same gods. But now he seems to think that he's so good at this that he can say, you know what, I'm gonna go on the opposite side. And he even dared to say, well, I'm going opposite side, I'm gonna bring the same slides. And so, you know, listen, I want to see if he can do it. I want to see if he's gonna actually be able to come up here and show that El Elyon is not a personal name, right? That God didn't come to Abraham as El Shaddai. That God didn't tell Moses, right, that he came to Abraham as El Shaddai, and by Yahweh he was not known to them. But he only revealed that to Moses. So if you saying El Shaddai and Yahweh are two different gods, then why would your Bible, right, contradict you and say they're the same God? You know, so he gonna have a lot to answer. That definitely coming into this face off as we get into it, and definitely coming up for that debate. He gonna have a lot to answer for.
Yeah, the fact that you think in that debate that the fact that you think in that debate that I was proving that the Canaanite god El is the same God as Yahweh, it shows you don't pay attention. And two, King J was arguing the same thing as you. Yeah, also, see, look, I'm gonna tell you, look. King J is a flip flopper. 1 minute he'll say one thing, and the next minute he'll say the next. King J had like a merger argument between you two. King J had an argument that Yahweh was a son of El, but that he also was merged with El. Like it, and you also got the same stupid kind of argument. So the fact that you actually think that I was arguing that they are the same guy shows that you don't pay attention. But I see you don't listen to warning. So as the people know, I'm very famous for grabbing the audio. So Humble Mystic, I want you to listen to this because they already tried to tell you, and you really just don't listen. Listen, brother.
All right, what they say?
I mean, it's been stated already in the Hebrew Bible. There's a common noun that can function as a proper noun, El, and that common noun is not limited to a reference to the proper name, proper noun usage in the Canaanite text.
So he already tried to warn you that the research it's like you already setting yourself up for a knockout and you don't know it because you didn't fact check and research this stuff.
So the issue that you have, so here's the issue that brother Chaasad be having in these little topics that he be thinking he be winning it, right? Number one, he try to conflate the fact that every time you see the word El or El Shaddai in the Bible, he try to render it off as a title, knowing that's not what the scholastic consensus is. We know that's not even what the biblical consensus is. And so he tries to say that, oh, well, the El there just means a generic God. It don't come from nowhere else. Everybody was using God. But again, he got to hold up this lie. Let me cam up. He got to hold up this lie. And the reason he got to hold up this lie is because he got to stand on the fact that the Israelites was not Canaanites, which we know archaeologically they were. We know anthropologically they were. We know archaeologically they were. We know culturally they were. We know they were Canaanites. And so he got to hold up this lie that they was not Canaanites. But what I'm going to show that when we go back in history and we see when they were Canaanites, We saw them worshiping this God El. Hence, why they got the God El in their name. Their name is not Israel. Their name is Israel. What does that? What do Israel mean, Chaasad? Y'all see that? See, so we know that we can't play this title personal. We know even the name Israel encompasses the God El. They'll just say, well, that's a title of Yahweh. Well, we can say it's a title of Yahweh, but we know Yahweh is El. We know that. We know the Bible don't make no distinction between the two. And when we try to make a distinction between the two in the Bible, we know we got the brothers like Chaasad. We got the brothers like the Yaraz that goes out there and say, oh, no, Deuteronomy 32, he giving himself that portion. He giving himself that portion. So now my question is, if El is giving himself the portion of Deuteronomy 32, then how are you saying that El and Yahweh are not the same God when we see it right there in the text? See, this the problem this the issue he gonna have to face within that debate. He gonna have to wrestle with his faith. He gonna either have to concede to the debate, right, and stand on his Bible, or he gonna have to throw all that in the trash and go against his Bible. Because even in his Bible, it talks about El Shaddai. Abraham didn't know no Yahweh. Abraham knew El Shaddai. God told Moses, Abraham knew El Shaddai. He didn't say Abraham worshiped El Shaddai and El Shaddai was a different God than me, Yahweh. No, he said they knew me as El Shaddai, but I'm making myself known to you as Yahweh.
You done?
So now he gotta prove, the burden of proof is on him to prove that these gods that we're talking about in this Bible are not the same. And he also gotta prove, he also gotta prove that this El, when we're mentioning this El in this Bible, that don't come from the Canaanite God, which we know it do. Go ahead, I'll land my plane.
Thank you. Easy work. And can you share my screen real quick? I don't even know why I shouldn't even do this, but okay, easy work. So he asked me, what does Israel mean, right? It's very simple. He exalted, or he prevails with God. Very simple. That's literally what his name literally means, right? And for you that really, I know he don't read Hebrew. This is very simple. The Jod is acting as a prefix, meaning he. The shar part is exalted or prevails. The part that he keeps saying is pronounced as El in the Hebrew right here at the end is the word God. So the very simple question is, who is Abraham's God? I just won't. I don't even know why I do this with people, but I don't even know why. I want you to read this for me, Humble, if you can, really quickly. You know what? Let me do something so we can remove so we won't. I want you to read and break down this sentence right here for me, if you can.
You read it. Well, I gotta read it. You know what it is.
You know, you talked about Abraham and who's Abraham's God and so forth and so on. So can you read the sentence, please?
I mean, we clearly see El right here, and we also see we see Yah right here. We see El right there. So we clearly see. I know. I'm learned enough to know the letters.
Man, I ain't asked you what the
He
letters.
tried to play as if
Man,
I
read
know
it.
the symbols of the names. I wouldn't say that I'm skilled enough to read this whole thing. But I'm skilled enough to know what alignment look like. I'm skilled enough to know what a race look like. I'm skilled enough to know what a yod look like, right? I'm skilled enough sometimes. This diacritical mark make this aleph right here makes a sound. So right
I
here,
didn't
the
ask you
olive
none of
don't make
that.
a
I
sound.
asked
Right
you
here,
to
the olive
read
make
it.
a sound. I'm explaining to you my level of understanding the Hebrew language.
So you don't have a level of understanding.
So, no. Don't do that. No, you trying to.
These are,
No.
bro. This ain't even hard. These are simple words,
No,
bro.
so you know what I do? So now I would be disingenuous if I just screenshot it and just tell you, hey, yo, can you translate this and tell me what this means?
I can.
Go ahead. That's why I just asked
You'll
you to
get it
do
in
it.
the debate.
That's why I just asked you to do it.
You'll get it in the debate. I'm not gonna kill you before the debate, bro. Like that's messing up the debate. I just letting you know.
Now he shared his screen, and let me share my screen.
You're not ready. You're not.
Now let me share my screen.
You're not ready.
I knew he was going to come and try to screen shares, right? I knew
You're
he was
not
going to
ready.
do screen shares, right? Now, why was I asking Brother Chaasad about the term L, right? So, the term L, linguistic structure, the L plus epithet constructional functions as a proper divine name across the Ugarit, Phoenician, and let me highlight this so I can what that say? The Hebrew Bible. Oh my gosh. I need some bombs on that one right there. So everything he just pulled up was null and void because we know that the Hebrew Bible uses the word El for a proper divine name. Now, I'm not saying this. This is not the words of Humble Mystic. This is the words of Frank Moore Cross. Frank Moore Cross, right, in his book, Canaanite Myth and Hebrew Epic, that states that these personal designations of the high god El are not generic descriptors. So now here he come trying to make these generic descriptions when I'm talking about I am El Shaddai. When we get into Genesis 17:1, we know El Shaddai is a personal divine name. That's not a generic description, right? So let's get into the extra biblical parallels. El Elyon appears in the Phoenician and Aramaic inscriptions as El title El Am, and is attested in Northwest Semitic context as El the Everlasting. El Shaddai lacks direct epithet attesting, but it is widely analyzed by Mark S. Smith, the original of the Bible monotheism, and John Day Yahweh and the gods and goddesses of Canaan, as El is an epithet possibly connotating El as the mountain or El the Almighty, right? So now, Hebrew grammar and lexicon, right? Now, here's why I don't need to personally know Hebrew, because we got linguists out there that know Hebrew, right? So we can see, okay, well, what do they say about this, right? So they say classify these as proper divine names, not as appellatives. The grammar treats them as nominatives and self-identification formula. E.g., Anoki El Shaddai, Genesis 17:1, identical to the Ugarit. Hold on. So it's not only a personal name in the Bible, but it's how do we know it's a personal name in the Bible? Because it's also a personal name in the Ugarit, the same in the Ugarit, right? El Shaddai 17:1 in the Ugarit, divine speech patterns. Biblical uses as names. The Bible deploys. You know what's so crazy? I'm gonna stop right here, man, because and this not even what I got bringing to the debate. This is just something I came for just right now. He can't even deal with that, right? So why are you saying I'm gonna land my plane with this? So why are you trying to convince us that these are titles when all of the scholastic consensus understand that these were personal names in these verses?
You definitely need to stop. You said I would stop right there. You definitely need to stop because you're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself. Yeah. You need to rewind and take all that shit back. You know, Asaram Khan tried to do the same thing, right? You know, he tried to pull up the same thing, right? You know, you tried to pull up Exodus 6:3. They did not know me as Yahweh. You know, he tried that, right? This is why it's important to be able to read, understand Hebrew, to have a basic understanding. Oh my God. Yeah. So if I was to actually listen to this, look, hold on, because like I said, bro, I don't know why I do this. Hold on, let me go back a little bit. Let me pull up my slides real quick, man. I'm not gonna go into it, but let me just show y'all something real quick. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me go down because I got specific. You know, I told y'all I already fought these topics before, you know. So let me get into this.
Hey, you gotta bring that heat, man. You gotta bring that heat. We can't be stalling. Come on now, you gotta come prepared. What you doing?
You're not ready.
You gotta bring that heat.
Let me share my screen. So if you see my screen right there, bro, ain't nobody worry about him. He think him bringing up El Elyon and El Shaddai
it went away. It went away.
I know.
Bring it back.
Took it down.
Oh,
I took it down for a purpose.
Okay.
I took it down for a purpose. I just wanted to let the people know. You finna get smoked. Like, you not ready.
So let me ask you a question, Brody. All right, so if I'm about to get smoked,
go ahead. You went for a minute. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So he don't know. I already dealt with these topics. So you talking about some El Elyon and stuff, you must not got the memo, bro. You and this is why I asked you simply to read that text, because once you'd have read that text, you would have committed suicide, bro. You would have took your own head off. So let me start. Let me listen to yourself, because I don't even think you know what you're talking about. So let you hear yourself real quick, Ak.
They not the same God. All right, bet. I'll take the day out of same. I like that debate right there.
So you gonna pull up actually primaries, right?
Of course I am.
You gonna pull up primaries?
Of course I am.
How was the son of El?
Of course I am.
So I want y'all to pay attention. He said, "Of course I am." I asked him, "You gonna pull up a primary that says Yahweh is the son of El?" So he don't even know what he's talking about. So is he El or is he the son of El? Which one is it? Damn, is he the father? Is he the son? Which one?
None of that. So the title of the debate, see, he trying to move the goalpost again, Brody. You in a different league now. So the title of the debate is the Canaanite God El the same God as the biblical God Yahweh? We ain't talking about no sons. We ain't talking about no 70 sons. We ain't talking about no Kuntalita Druid. We ain't talking about none of that. We talking about if Elohim in Genesis 1:1 is the same God as the God in Exodus 3:6 or 6:3. That's what we talking about. So all of that, see, he got to stay on top. So I told y'all, and he doing this because he know the moment he say they not the same God, he going against his religious beliefs. So he got to concede that the God in Genesis 1:1 is the same God that's in Genesis 6, that's in Exodus 6:3. And if they are the same God, because we know the God in Genesis 1:1, who he traced back to? He traced back to that Canaanite God El. See, that's what he trying to run away from. And no, ain't no running over here, Chaasad. I'm holding your feet to the fire. You know how I get down. So now, are you, or do I have on record you saying that the God in Genesis 1:1, are they separate or the same? The God in Genesis 1:1 and God in Exodus 6:3. Are they the same God or are they different gods?
Hey, brother, the Baltimore little slide trick don't work on me. We all just see you duck that question. Because you know you just lost the debate. First you said he was a son of God. Thank you. First you said he was a son of El. Now he's El. You don't even know what you talking about. I told you which one. I asked you which one is he. Pick one. You contradicted yourself and you ain't even getting the ring yet. This
You gonna answer the
man,
question?
bro.
You gonna answer the question?
Anyway, so like I said, hey man, this brother gonna find out in the debate. He not ready. He not ready.
He
So,
gonna listen. He gonna try and hold his faith intact. He gonna dance all around these questions. I promise you.
listen.
He gonna dance all around these questions in this debate.
Hey, brother, you better take advice from the guys in the chat. Listen, King J told you don't do it. King J said don't do it. Listen, look, they said I caught that. You think you ready and you're not. You said he's the son of God. You said you're gonna show a primary in the debate. I want to see that. Then you turn around and say he's merging L. Which one is it?
I'm most definitely gonna show it. Listen, y'all see how he keep trying to dance around this debate. Hold on, let me cam up again. Y'all see, number one, y'all see how he avoided the question. He not gonna answer. Is the God in Genesis 1:1 the same as the God in Exodus 6:3? He not gonna answer that question. Also, y'all see how he keep trying to avoid what the actual debate is. He trying to jump to all this other stuff. The debate is the Canaanite God El the same God as the biblical God Yahweh? Now, the moment he answers the question I asked him, right, depending on if you're going to answer it genuinely or not, the moment he answers that is the moment we determine what we already determined he going to lose because he's a Hebrew. So by default, whatever he said out his mouth, he got to believe they the same God. So he already rocking with me. But, you know, just in case he tried to throw the flim, oh no, they not the same God, we already know that the God El in Genesis 1:1 is connected to that Canaanite El. And that's where he gonna have issues with fighting tonight. That's what you're gonna have to deal with. And that's where he's gonna run around all night and in the debate. He's gonna run around that topic. Is the Israelites or the proto, you know how they like to say the word proto, is the word proto, is the proto-Israelites Canaanites. He gonna, no, they not. We had our own stuff, But when we go on the archaeological records, we don't see that. Right? When we go inside of their text, we don't see they had their own gods. They didn't have Yahweh from the beginning. We know they didn't have Yahweh from the beginning. They had El. And so he's trying to dress it up as we always had Yahweh. No, y'all didn't. Because if y'all always had Yahweh, then the name El wouldn't even be associated with y'all. Your name will be Israel, not Israel. See, these are the facts that he's dancing around, y'all. These are the facts, and he ain't even bringing no sources. He want to jump off into, are we talking about the 70 sons? Or we ain't talking about none of that. We talking about right here, is these two gods the same? All that other flim-flam stuff, we ain't here with it. So now answer the question, Chaasad.
All right, you done? He don't even realize he going against his stance in the debate. His stance is that they is the same in the debate, but yet you say he's one of the sons. Which one is it, bro? You don't even get it. It's like anyway, he keep asking this dumb question. Listen. I've stated it multiple times to you. You know, and this is why I asked him to pull up the Hebrew, because I know he don't read Hebrew. So you know what? This is what I wanted to ask you, because you keep saying I'm dunking the Ugaritic thing. Give me the date for the Ugaritic text with the whole bio cycle. Give me the date. Since you really want to throw away the debate, talk about it. When's the date for the Ugaritic text? I'll wait. Why you Googling? I
don't gotta Google. I'm sitting here chilling, Brody. I didn't even know I was off me. I'm sitting here smoking. I don't gotta Google and whatnot. You said, what's the date of the Ugaritic text? The Ugaritic text, I would say, what? 13th, 14th century BCE?
You think so? You said 14?
Yeah, 14th, 13th century BCE.
So the Ugaritic text is towards the end of the late Bronze Age. It's around 1300 or around 11. It's towards the end of the late Bronze Age. It's when it's coming towards the Iron Age. So No, ain't no right. 1400 is not the end of the late Bronze Age.
I said 1300 BCE. Yes, that's the same century. See, you don't know. Here's the thing with these guys. Hold on, whoa, time out.
When you say 13,
because I had to
13 is
smash
like
my man.
Ramesses
Hold on one
III,
second.
1200
I had to
shit.
smash my man. I had to smash my man Capone on this same thing. Y'all don't
Yeah,
understand.
hey, you know I'll let you finish though, right? You know
go
I'll
ahead.
let
I'll
you
land my plane. I'll get you after. Go ahead. I'll get
you
you
know I'll
after.
let you finish, right? Thank you. So he keep talking about this Baal cycle. He know that's the late Bronze Age. That's a late towards the end of the late Bronze Age text. Towards the end, remind you that, right? So he gonna keep on trying to input the Ugaritic text, the Ugaritic El, into cultures that are contemporary and older than them. This the nonsense in the history that he want to keep making up. He don't understand that everyone else already tried this. Do you want me to start pulling? You know what? I see. Go ahead, talk real quick, man, because I see you don't learn.
So again, I had to smash my man Capone. Shout out to my man Capone, but I had to smash my man Capone on this too. The issue that this brother had, and again, he gotta hold this stance because the moment he conceded to the Israelites or the proto-Israelites being Canaanites, he done lost. Which we know the proto-Israelites are Canaanites. He's talking about something, they preceded the Canaanites. Ain't no goddamn body preceded. My bad for the profanity. How they precede the Canaanites?
You done?
No. But
I did want to.
He was talking. I'm gonna land my plane with this. I got you. When he was talking, now the reason I pointed out the timeline thing, is because he don't realize that we just said the same thing right now. When we are dating these Ugaritic texts, these Qumran inscriptions, there's gaps, right? So they talk about 1347 to 15. So the actual numbers, of course, we go bang. But when we're talking about the 13th century, 14th century, we're talking about the same time period. I don't know if he know that or not. So the fact that he comes off like, oh yeah, see, the late Bronze Age, duh. We know that's the late Bronze Age. Do we know what century that is though? Right? You're acting like the date and the century are different. So when we're talking about these things, man, the fact that he's going to have to go against his own faith to show that these are different gods. And also, man, listen, I'm laying my plane. I want you to get to that question, Chaasad, man. Why you keep ducking that question, bro? Is the God in Genesis and the God in Exodus the same God?
John, you done? Thank you. So once again, I see you don't listen. Listen, you want to keep talking about El in the Ugaritic text. The Baal cycle, the cycle that he keep talking about, right? That is dated to the end of the late Bronze Age, around from like when they say 1300, they talking about from 1299 going down to about 1100, right? This is talking about the towards the Ramesses period. That's when that text is produced. When he first said the 15th, 14th century,
ain't nobody say no 15, 14.
You didn't? Oh
no, I said 13th, 14th century.
Oh, okay, you didn't say. You might not. You said 15. Okay, 13, 14. When he talking about 14, that's 100 years. He all in the wrong time frame, right? So 100 years early. You've been 100 years early. It's not the wrong time frame. Thank you. Anyway, so I asked him specifically cultures that are contemporary with Ugarit. He didn't listen. He said Canaanites. It's cultures contemporary with Ugarit. But you know what? This is getting actually into the debate. Like you asking me and you want me to respond to debate questions that just giving you like we might as well not hold off the debate. We might as well debate right here if you're gonna ask me stuff like that. You want to just get into it, we can get into it. Like King J already said, I beat you up enough. Like you're not ready. You're not. It's I could tell that you're new to these arguments. I was finna play the audio, but you know what? No, I'm finna play the audio because I'm gonna let you learn from your predecessor. Hold on.
You are correct in saying the earliest account.
Listen to your predecessor, somebody that already stepped in the ring before you, bro. Listen to your predecessor.
You are correct in saying the earliest accounts in those pantheons don't show the deity El. They don't.
So I'm trying to tell you, go. Your name humble. You ever heard that? Y'all remember Kendrick Lamar? Y'all remember?
Listen.
Sit down. Be humble.
Listen.
Sit down.
Listen. Right.
Hey,
Let them know,
go
Troy.
sit
Let them
down.
know King J still hurt. It's okay, though. It's okay. King J still hurt. But again, I mean, listen, we can even step away from the question. Of course, we know he's going to step away from the question. He don't want to deal with that. But I mean, again, he's gonna filibuster all of this. Like you see, he's trying to do all of this not to deal with the topic at hand. Not to deal with he's and listen, he told me, he said, man, I even bring the same slides, or I even bring the same presentations I brought against them niggas against you. With Chaasad still is feel so here's the thing, right? His ego is in a way. He just want to debate now. What he still failed to realize is not only humble, not only accredited scholars, but the Bible itself say that these are the same gods. It does not distinguish El Shaddai from Yahweh. In the Bible, El Shaddai is Yahweh. Now he's trying. Well, you say now he's saying the 70 sons. Now he ain't trying to deal with none of that. Because what did I keep saying throughout this whole face-off? It ain't about none of that. It's the Canaanite God El. The same God is the biblical God Yahweh. That's what it's about. And so he can sit up here and filibuster and say we went through this and we did that, and he can play all the clips he wanted. Bro, none of that ain't helping him when it comes to this debate. None of it. Because he ain't got it. And again, this thing ain't got let's throw all the academia stuff out the window. Right? He don't even got his own Bible to stand on. Where he gonna go? Where he gonna go? He can't go. He can't do nothing but agree with me. Because if this was a strict biblical debate, he'd already lost. And see, that's the thing about these hyenas, right? These ego muffins, right? They think, oh, I'm gonna hop out there. Boy, you don't know it's a brick coming for you, boy. So you gotta watch the track. The track was set in the beginning. I already know what his favorite debates is. Oh, I'm gonna turn down with this Yahweh stuff. I'm gonna let them know that Yahweh been here and it wasn't no L in there. I already knew that.
Wait.
So
I got a question now. I got a question.
Go ahead, brother A1.
So, you already had this debate before? I'm about to spoil your fun, humble. You about to be mad. You already had this debate title before? Because let's do something fresh, man. If it's already been done, man.
Hey,
See what else you could come up with. This is the face-off. Nothing's been locked in yet. Ask each other some questions. See if there's some other points of contention anywhere else. Did you have any backup topics just in case?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, do y'all thing though. If that's what you want to take them down, though. But pause.
Go
ahead.
Not this exact word, but I didn't have debates that's very exact similar. Like he's trying to take their arguments and switch it a little bit. Like they bring the same stuff. Like how he brought the Kuntalita Drug. They already done brought that as evidence. Like I didn't already beat them up on that. Like it's like they're bringing the same arguments. You get what I'm saying? So, and he keep mentioning the biblical text. Like, bro, every time you mention the biblical text, you gonna get beat up. Like it don't make sense. So you keep mentioning the biblical text. Deal with this biblical text right here. I ain't gonna bring up the Hebrew because I know you can't deal with that. Just deal with the text itself. Here, let me share my screen, please. Yeah, so Exodus 23 and 22. I'm sorry, starting at verse 23. Exodus 23 and 23. It says, "For my angel shall go before thee and bring thee in unto the Amorites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works, but thou shalt utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images." You just mentioned the biblical text said that they're the same God. How?
Mm-hmm.
I would love for you to explain how the biblical text is literally telling them to destroy, break their images, and not to worship and serve them, that he's not that God, but yet you keep trying to say the biblical text is telling them that they are that God. I'll wait.
So here's the funny part about that. When we go into the Bible, right, we see him.
This was a great.
We see him say destroy Asherah. We see him say destroy Baal. We never see him say destroy El. We never see him say destroy El. In fact, we see El.
Clash of the Titans 1.0. The finals are here. It all comes down to this. Out of 16 debaters, only 2 remain standing. Some fell because they couldn't defend their arguments. Some crashed out because their antics outweighed their intellect. Others simply weren't built for the pressure of the arena. But now, the smoke is cleared. The finals face off. Pandemis the African atheist versus Suave Boss. Before the final war of words, they meet face to face to choose the topic that will define the championship debate. $500 on the line. One winner, one name etched in Clash of the Titans history. Who has the sharper mind? Who can survive the pressure? Who will rise when the lights are brightest? This is bigger than debate. This is legacy. And for everyone who lost along the way, your chance at redemption comes when Tournament 1.2 launches. But right now, this moment belongs to the finalists. Clash of the Titans 1.0, the face-off, Saturday, May 23rd, prime time. Be there to witness history. Are you not entertained?
Exactly, Lou. Who is Melchizedek? When Melchizedek came to Abraham, what did Melchizedek do? He blessed him in the name of who? El Elyon. A personal name. Who he trying to tell you, oh, that's a title. That's a title. Ain't no title. It's a personal name.
You done?
And so I'm gonna land my plane right here. And so again, when we go back into what the title of the debate is, he's going to try to have to slither his way out of saying that the proto-Israelites were Canaanites, which we know they were. And if they were Canaanites, then we know they worship the god El. But see, we don't even got to do all of that because it's in their name. I land my plane with that. Go ahead.
Thank you. You see, as clear example, this man did not answer my question. It said, do not worship their gods. He just keeps saying the Canaanite god El. I'm so confused. Like, dang, is he the Canaanite god El, or is he somebody else god El? Like, make it make sense. It said, don't worship their gods, destroy their images, destroy their altars. Like, but now you want to exclude El from out of the Canaanite gods, but yet he's the Canaanite god El. It's so dumb. And you keep mentioning El Elyon, but notice when I had the verse up that mentioned El Elyon and Melchizedek, he can't read it.
Hey, Kazaa, isn't there English? Hey, Kazaa, isn't there a King James version of the Bible?
Can you put up my screen real quick?
Is the King James version of the Bible different than the blue letter version that's in Hebrew?
Oh, hey, he keep on talking about Melchizedek and El Elyon.
Yeah.
So why won't he tell you who is that entity in the text? He can't read the text and tell you who the entity is.
The entity is El Elyon. That's who the entity is. God Most High. What are you talking about?
So read the text and tell me that. Read the text and tell me that's what it says.
What do you mean read the you want me to read the Hebrew and say that's what it is? Can you show me right here where it does not say El Elyon?
You said El Elyon is the entity. That's who it is.
Yes.
You
Can you show me in this text otherwise?
Show me that El
Can you show
Elyon
me
is
in
the
this text
actual
otherwise?
entity.
You're the Hebrew linguist. Show me in this text otherwise.
Hey,
So you
this,
saying
this
so
how,
matter of fact, stop
how
right there.
simple
Hold
it
on.
is.
I can show you right here.
This how
Hold
simple it is. No, you asked me a question on my term. This how simple it is, bro. This how I know you're not ready to step into the ring. The actual the entity right here. This is who it is. This is it.
This is a great.
Ain't no It's not your turn. You can't even read it. So why are you talking?
That's the tetragrammaton. Who don't know that's the tetragrammaton?
Hey, then I just asked you to read it and you didn't want to do it. So I'm gonna need you to go ahead and pipe down for us.
So who don't know that that's the tetragrammaton?
This man just said El Elyon is the actual.
Who don't know that that's the tetragrammaton?
I told him to read the text because if you read the text and you say that El Elyon is the actual.
I'm having a name for the Lord.
It shows that you don't know how to read. You don't understand what's being said.
So then you read. What does this say?
You'll find out in the debate.
No, now you like you'll find out. Now see, listen.
Crazy.
I already gave him in the beginning when he wanted me to read it. I already gave him my level of understanding the Hebrew language. I told him I understood the tetragrammaton. I told him I understood El Elyon. I told him I understood where I could see those things that in the text. You feel me? So now I'm like, all right, well, you see, you can at least see I can identify certain things. But since you say you can read all of this, then you read it. I could easily just say, all right, give me a second. Let me reconstruct this real quick. Because we do have AI now, I could just say, let me take a screenshot of this. Hey, can you reconstruct this? What this say? But what he won't do, what the reason he won't read it is because he knows who's in that text. And he know as well that it don't differentiate between those two. They're the same person in that text. He know that even when he was facing the Psalm Ka, even when he was facing King J, and this is why I don't even know why King J saying the things he's saying, because King J, when he was facing you, was he not saying he was the same deity? Are you going to sit up there and say that he was saying they were different? He clearly was saying they was the same. Now, see, I could go and pull up the videos to see, because I'll pull up the YouTube videos where he's saying they the same. But again, we're going to save that for the debate. But you know what, Brother A1, you touched on something, bro. I mean, if we do have any other contentions, because I could find a whole lot of contentions, right? I guarantee this. Watch this. What's the proper name of God, Chaasad? Is it Yahweh or Yahuwah?
I wouldn't use neither one of those pronunciations.
What pronunciation would you use?
Yahweh.
See, that's some made up stuff. Made up stuff. Here's another question for you, Kazad, that we might have contention on. Was the Exodus a historical event?
For a fact.
See that there go another debate, A1. Here go another one for you, Kazad. Was Isaac a historical person?
Yeah. Isaac? I ain't never heard nobody ask.
There you go, A1. Look, these are all debates that just like I'm going to smash him if he take this one, I smash him in all those debates as well. Because the stuff that is coming out of his mouth is he's a typical Hebrew Israelite. That's why if we even do stick with the same debate topic, he's going to lose because he can't go against all those answers. Those are Hebrew answers, right? And the fact that El Shaddai and Yahweh are one God, that's a Hebrew thinking. So he can't go against that.
No.
Go ahead.
Appreciate
but if you was to have another title, if we could get another title, what other title would you be willing to do, Kazad?
I don't know. I kind of want to smack you on this because you don't know what you're talking about.
You see, now you want to try and stay here. But he still don't realize.
Can I go?
I'm going to land my plane right here and you got it.
Go ahead.
He still don't realize he's on. For him, see, I'm not a believer, so it don't make me know. Never mind what side I stand on. But for him, he still don't realize he's on the wrong side of this debate. Go ahead. I land my plane with that. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. So, first things first. You mentioned you keep talking about the Bible and the Hebrew. So this is why, and you mentioned where your Hebrew understanding was, which is the exact point. You should not be talking about anything in the biblical text with your understanding of Hebrew. How do you not understand that? Your understanding of the biblical text in the Hebrew is so low that you should not open your mouth because you don't understand what you're reading. That's the point. Stop mentioning and talking about the biblical text when you don't understand what you're reading. Because that is a very simple sentence that I put up in front of you. That is nothing more than some simple words with some suffixes, prefixes, and stuff on it. It's nothing really major in there.
So why you ain't read it?
No. You can stop interrupting.
Why you ain't read it yet?
And if you, hey, humble. This is how I know you ain't watched my debates because I actually read that sentence before. So I know you don't watch my debates. Be quiet, please. Thank you. So I appreciate it. I didn't interrupt you during your long ramble of nothing.
Man, get it in, man. Get it in. Hey, I ain't heard about none of that stuff, man. Go ahead, rock out.
Yeah. So I'm just holding back because I'm just showing you when you get in the ring how outclassed you finna be. Like I'm just chilling. You don't understand. Ask King J when I get in the ring and I'm turned up. You not finna be. You gonna be looking real crazy. I'm actually holding back right now. I can just embarrass you in the prelim and there be no debate. I'm chilling on you right now. Hold on. I'm not done. I'm not done.
All right, let me know when you land your plane. My bad.
I'm not done. Then you try to talk to me about other debates and topics and stuff, bro. First of all, he supposed to be a Egypt guy or something. He don't even really know about Egypt. We just had my brother Omar Muhammad on here. He don't know nothing about them pyramid texts and stuff. I already played the audio, bro, of me murdering him on other platforms. He don't know nothing about this stuff. His scholarship is called denial. When you put something up in front of his face, he can't deal with it. So he just like, oh no, we know this. No, we don't know that. You making it up. That's what you making up. So listen, humble. I'm gonna stick to you right here because you talked to me about is the Exodus happen. Let me ask you a very simple question, and if you can't answer it, that's how I know you're not qualified. Talk to me on the Exodus debate. Prior to the Assyrian captivity, give me 2 anchor points of Egyptian chronology.
You said prior to Assyrian captivity?
I'm by Assyrian captivity, I mean before Assyria sacked Thebes. Before Assyria comes in
so you want me to give you two prior events that happened before Assyria come into Thebes.
Two anchor points in chronology by scholars. I'm not talking some shit that you make up and say, oh, well, we got this. No, I'm talking about two anchor points that scholars say these cannot be moved. These are facts in history. Go ahead.
Akhenaten starting the first monotheistic reign.
Incorrect.
And the Pyramid of Doja.
Incorrect.
And Imhotep built the first what was it, Doja or was it Khafre?
Incorrect.
I think it was Khafre. I think it was either Doja or Khafre. I think Doja had the step pyramid, so it wasn't Doja. It was probably Khafre. But listen, bro, I most definitely know about my Kemetic history. Well, we can go there too. We can most definitely go there too. Hold time out. You said incorrect. Me and Capone had a debate on this too. You said incorrect. We can go there too. That Akhenaten had the first monotheistic reform.
Bro, you ain't even just answer my question. Do you know what anchor point?
Hold on, time out.
Do you know what anchor point in chronology is?
This is
you know what anchor point in chronology is? Yes or no?
See, look, when I look at these debates, I look at these debates like boxing, right? And so when I was watching, you know, I was doing my film on Chaasad. I seen how he fared against Hassan Kai. I seen how he fared against King J, you know, and honestly, I seen when he fared against King J, the only issue that he had with King J is King J didn't bring that energy. But when he went up against the Sam Ka, Pitbull, my bad, Capone. But when he went against somebody that matched that energy, you see what I'm saying? Hey, look, he don't fare too well. And so, hey, I'm a younger version of that lion. So he really ain't gonna fare too well. Right? So again, he can come up here and flim and talk this and talk that, and oh yeah, well, he don't know this, and I had this in his face, and he ain't know that. He did all that, but ran from everything that I addressed and everything that I stated to him. You see, this is what these guys are good at doing, right? When you put their feet to the fire and you make them test their faith, right? They jump off that shit real quick. They try to hop to something else real quick. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what they do. They don't see, and again, this goes back to the psychological mastermind I am. See, he realized he in deep water now. He think he's gonna be able to talk his way out of it. See, after I kept repeating it a couple times, yo, you on the wrong side of this debate. He's like, okay, let me talk my way. No, you ain't talking your way out of this. Whether we stick with this debate, whether we go to the Akhenaten debate, whether listen, I'ma bar you in any of these debates, landslide. I promise you.
You done?
Let's get it.
Hey, I'm glad how he said I ain't fare too well against Asar Khan. Listen to this, y'all. Hey, listen to this.
He is plural because it refers to who? The 70 sons of Yah. You said you read the Ugaritic text. Bro, stop, bro. You niggas be.
So I want y'all. Hold on, listen.
Get up here lying so fast, bro. You niggas be get up here lying so fast. He literally just said you ain't never seen
that. Hey, the same dude that was up there talking about some Asar won the debate was like, man, I don't know what he talking about there, man. I don't know, dude. Listen very closely. If you the same thing as Asar, you should run. You should run very fast. Because dude can say and make up anything in a debate.
Dude was busting you over the head.
Hey, he was sitting here and convinced. He was sitting here and convince a tiger that it's a lion. No, you're not a tiger. You a lion because see when you roar.
You up on them head with the sources. But listen, my thing is.
Listen to this. Hold on, no, come on, bro. I didn't interrupt you, bro. I've been letting you go on these long ass rants about nothing. But listen, because this how he was busting me out. This anybody that say I lost, I want you to explain this, bro. Explain this contradiction that goes against his whole debate. Listen to this dumb stuff.
That was let's go to Marcus, who you said was front. Well, before we get to him, let's go to something else Yahweh said. I forgot about this. Since Yahweh and El were originally separate deities, the question is raised about where Yahweh originated. Yahweh himself does not appear to have been a Canaanite god in origin. Remember, I just had to show you. You like, where's he at in the El-Cab? Where's the Arcadian? No, duh. You wasn't in Israel. You was in Syria. Didn't nobody read them books? They didn't want them. Yahweh himself does not appear to have been a Canaanite god in origin. For example, he does not appear in the Ugaritic pantheon list.
So you just heard him say he doesn't appear in the Ugaritic pantheon list. This is the same exact debate. Listen.
Because it refers to who? The 70 sons of Yah. You said you read the Ugaritic text. The 70 sons of Yah. I'm expecting.
So this is why I keep telling you, you niggas love to say, oh yeah, sorry, God won. Listen, explain that contradiction right there. I'll wait. He just said that Yah is not in the Ugaritic text. Then he just turned around and said the 70 sons of Yah. You read the Ugaritic text.
So once again, hold up.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. This is what I mean by these dudes get up here and can say anything and run their mouth. These guys that say, oh yeah, they won. And then guess what? When you play the audio back, you know that was I say on there, yo homie. You know that was King J on there, yo homie. Ben Eaton that's in the chat. You'll know that was Ben Eaton up on the live stream there. When I played that audio of Saram Khan saying that dumb stuff, all of them was like, oh man, we don't agree with that. We ain't with that. Like, stop playing. You just saying he won because you anti-Bible.
All right, no. So here's the thing right here. Once again, y'all see how he went to the Psalm card thing. He ain't did. Y'all see he moving further away from these debate topics, bro. Don't let him get around. Y'all watching this. Y'all is waiting.
Let's get closer to the topics. Let's lock in the topic.
But
I'm
really fast. Hold on,
okay.
Y'all. Hold, really fast.
My bad.
But what I want to say is, right, this is why I kept repeating over as soon as I got up here. My man, I saw in the building. This is why I kept repeating when we started, right? We ain't dealing with no 70 sons of El. We ain't dealing with none of that. We dealing with, right, this L in the matter of fact, if we want to change it up, let's do that. Let's do this.
We
right?
ain't changing. We already on the spot. We already agreed.
Hold up 1 second. Hold up 1 second. Is the L in the Bible, right, a continuation of the Canaanite god El? Yes or no?
Yep.
You done?
Yes or no? Answer that question.
You running now?
No, you see, yo, listen. This is how we smash these guys, bro. This how we get them. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'm on mute. Go ahead. I'm on mute. Go ahead. I'm on mute.
He already asked me in the other live stream, is they the same God? If they're not the same God, how are they the continuation of another God? Make it make sense. You not finna change the topic. Stand on your square. You wanted to debate me on Yahweh and the Canaanite God El. I'm here. I already told you I'm not changing. We right here. That's what I want. That's what you agreed on. You finna get cooked.
Let's get
it. That's simple.
Let's get it. So now, all right. So now that's the topic. So now state your premise in that topic that we have.
Oh my God.
That's how this man about to run all around this.
You done?
Go ahead.
Hey, go back and look at the last live stream, me and Humblehead. He already know my point. He already know this. He's trying to play because he's scared right now. He can't read Hebrew. He doesn't know anything about the Hebrew text. Every time it's up in his face, I don't know. All we doing is stepping in the ring. It's that simple. You already know my position. You said you watched the footage, right?
Okay. So now, my time.
Go ahead.
My premise in this debate, y'all know the debate title is the Canaanite God El, the same God as the biblical God Yahweh. My premise in this debate is that the Canaanite God El, and when we see El in the Bible, we can for sure know that is linking back to the Canaanite god El. That's my premise. And because we see that in the Bible, we know that the Canaanite god El and Yahweh are the same God. That's my premise. And we setting it up. And I can't wait to see what he got against that. Because mind you, he keeps saying it. I'll bring what I brought about King J. I'll bring what I brought to Asad. Please bring that. I don't want you to bring it. But if you that arrogant to bring that foolery, bro, just come agree with me, bro. But see, I keep telling y'all, I'm going to hold his feet to the fire. Not just his feet, but his faith.
She's
right?
a runner,
So
she's a track
he
star.
just realized that he's on the wrong end of this debate. Because now he got to show in his own Bible where these are separate. He was just arguing Asad Khan down when Asad Khan said these were separate gods, that these were the same gods. No, El is just a title for Yahweh. Now, let's see if you bring that to this debate, that El is just a god as a title of Yahweh. Let's get it.
I never seen somebody so hyped to lose in their life. I've never seen somebody so hyped to be wrong in their life, bro. This is ridiculous. So all I need you to do is just tell me who El Elyon is in Genesis 14 and 22. Is that the name of the individual or what is it? Explain that, please.
El Elyon in Genesis 14 and 22, that's a personal name. We know that's a personal name because the name El is there. Elyon just means most high. It's referring to the deity El. If it was talking about Yahweh, it would have said Yahweh Elyon.
I agree with that.
What he don't understand about his own culture.
I agree with that point.
Dog. Also, hey. I hope you bring that to the debate. Oh my God.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Now,
So humble, to be clear, because we are kind of the same debate. You're arguing that Yahweh and El are the same deity?
Yeah.
Because I didn't argue that point. I actually argued separate. I argued that there was no Yahweh in the land of Canaan. El is a separate deity than Yahweh. That I don't believe they are the same deity. Although when in reference later we see assimilation and synchronism, we see pantheon reduction and all of that. But that's later.
So
right?
Hold on, King J. I ain't even realized you was over here talking. Let them finish their face off. Then we're gonna open the floor to everybody else.
Okay.
I want them to get their topic ironed out uninterrupted. My bad. You slick.
Real fast.
Good looking. I appreciate you though. We gonna let
it's
you.
It's gonna take 2 seconds for me to respond to that. I just pulled up your debate just because Chasad's debate. I know you was arguing they were separate. So was Assam Ka. But the whole time you were arguing they were separate, Chaasad was arguing they were the same. So now he's on the opposite side of that. Now he got to take your argument. He got to take that they're different.
So what's the topic, y'all? Y'all got it locked in?
Canaanite God El, the same as the God Yahweh in the Bible.
Put it in the chat for me.
God Yahweh.
Put it in the chat verbatim for me, so I can put it on the screen. Then we can go ahead and get the calendar up and pull up a date. And real quick, we'll go to a word from our sponsors. This will be a paid exhibition. Both of these gentlemen will be receiving $50 cash for their performance.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat. Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy.
And back to you, John.
Yeah, let me play something real quick. So
Primary for the Eloist and Yahwist. I need a primary. When
So hey, he keep on talking about I'm not answering his question. Hey, bro, I already made my stance clear through the multiple conversations we had. If you don't get it by now, you don't get it. Hey, I'm still waiting for you to answer questions from like 2 months ago, my guy. Where can I get a primary for the Eloists and the Yahwehs? Like, bro, stop acting like you don't duck every single thing I ask you and come over and act like you ain't been ducking. You sitting up here and asking me questions that's really the answer in the debate. Because like once I actually get into that, there is no debate. I told you. So I'm truly not answering all the questions for the sake of the debate. So there can be a debate. My guy, you have never answered a single question that I've ever asked you in the history of us talking.
Bro, this guy is crazy.
So once again, can you give me a primary for the Eloist and the Yahweh, sir? The same way I asked you 2 months ago.
With
Like,
that
stop playing with me, bro.
Ho. You see? Listen, bro. Yo, I told you it's levels to this, bro. You ain't dragging me down no path that we ain't dealing with that, bro. Stop coming here with your 70 sons of El, with your Eloist and Yahweh, all that past stuff. Bro, we dealing with are the Canaanites. There's the Canaanite God El, the same as the biblical God Yahweh. That's what we dealing with. So
I know what we dealing with, bro.
All right. So now, let's do something pertaining to that. Do you believe? Hold on 1 second. Do you have any primary evidence that El Shaddai in Genesis 17:1 is a title and not a personal name?
Language itself lets you know if it's a name or a title. Thank you.
Language itself, dude. I'm glad you said that because the language it specifically shows us that it's a personal name, not a title.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm glad.
You see how easy this is?
The guy that can't read Hebrew. The guy that can't read Hebrew.
Man, listen.
The guy that can't read Hebrew, when I had the Hebrew text that had El and Elyon in it, he couldn't read it and didn't say nothing about it. Like it's ridiculous, bro. It's really ridiculous. So once again, you ain't answered anything that I asked.
When you read the language, yeah, you're right. When you read the language let us know that if these people, right, if Yahweh would have came, I ain't about to make you, man, listen. Hey, listen, we know El Shaddai and Yahweh the same. And we know El Shaddai is the Canaanite El. How do we know this? We know this because if El Shaddai was a different deity than the Canaanite El, his name wouldn't have been El Shaddai. It would have been Yahweh Shaddai or something like that. See, where he's messing up is he's saying the whole thing is a title. No, just the Shaddai, the Kawam, right? These things are the titles. What's in the beginning is the name. So El Shaddai, El is the name. He's trying to say, oh, well, during this time, right, it was just a proper noun. Well, not back in Abraham's time, it wasn't. Because back in Abraham, because that's something else we could talk about. Back in Abraham's time, if this was just a generic name just for a regular God, then why is Abraham talking to him? Why isn't Abraham talking to Yahweh? Oh, we find out in Exodus. Hold on, I'm gonna land my plane here. We find out in Exodus that El Shaddai is Yahweh. Oh. So we find out who that El is later on. You see, man, this is too easy, bro. Too easy.
Yeah, he said we don't see Yahweh talking to Abraham. Oh my goodness, bro, this is ridiculous, man. I'm like I said, bro. I hope you bring that to the debate.
Get it?
Hey, humble. I was gonna ask you this one question, but you ain't answered nothing all year long, bro. It's like, man, what's the point of asking you something if I ain't gonna get an answer? So I want y'all to point some, man. This man can't answer a single question. He has never answered a question, and watch how he's gonna run in the debate. I want you to. No, I'm trying. You know what?
Can
I'm
you
not.
say the
I ain't
top
got nothing.
real fast, because
Hold on.
you mention a topic just one time for the people. You doing all this talking and all this you can't do. Can you mention a topic one time for the people?
Bro, what? Why you acting like people don't know what we debating? Like it's getting real. It's getting real weird right now, my guy. What you on? Why you acting like we don't know what we debating?
Yo, this guy is terrible.
So hey, I appreciate you. I'm gonna sit back and I know what I wanted to ask you because I want this audio. I want you to hear your sound clip in the debate. Are you saying El Shaddai and El Elyon refers to El in the Ugaritic text? Yes or no?
You said, am I saying El Elyon and El Shaddai is referring to El? Yes.
Okay. Nobody please in A1, nobody get him anything. Just let him step into this ring and die. I'm sick of talking to this guy. Let's get a date. What day you free, bro? What day you free to take this beat?
My guy. I'm always free.
Let's get a Saturday. I'm good on Saturdays. Let's do Saturday.
What's today?
Let's go for 2 weeks.
2 weeks, got it.
Yeah, that'll be
Hey, listen, I'm Batman with prep time.
What's the 16th? That's the first. First is a weekend of the 4th.
Yep.
The 4th or the 5th. The 5th is a Sunday. The 4th is a Saturday.
We can do the 4th.
Or the 3rd is a Friday.
I need it on a Saturday because I know for sure I'm gonna be off on that day.
Let's do Saturday the 4th.
But I'm trying to make sure April 4th because that's I should be good.
Or you want to do the week after that?
No, we should be good April 4th. Okay.
Most definitely.
Hold on, let me write y'all on the big boy calendar.
Hey, humble. I'm gonna just let you know what they say. What's that one movie? You know you didn't effed up.
Already in hot water, bro. Listen.
You know you didn't effed up, right? You know you didn't.
Already drowning.
You said El Shaddai and El Elyon refers to El in the Ugaritic text. You know you didn't.
That's not what you asked. Hey, yo,
you
see these guys is not genuine for nothing. Do you see
all
of the playback on my?
That ain't what I asked him. Don't nobody say nothing. Don't nobody say nothing.
I knew he was going to do that too. I knew he was going to do that, y'all. So the question this brother asked me was, "Hey, are you saying that when you see El Elyon and El Shaddai in the Bible that it refers to the El in the Ugaritic text?" I said yes. He said okay. Then he gonna come back and say, "Now y'all see how I asked him that when you see El Shaddai and El Elyon, is that the same L in the Ugaritic?" No. I didn't. Because he's trying to set up. What he's trying to do is, oh well, he said El Shaddai and El Elyon is in the Ugaritic text. No, but El Shaddai and El Elyon is referring to the same L that's in the Ugaritic text, like you asked me earlier. You see, that's how I told you, bro. You gotta rise your game, bro. You can't slide that stuff past me, bro. I'm stopping it at the door. You see how you try to be slick with that, bro? Listen, you gotta cut these snakes off at the head, y'all. They gonna keep slithering. Gotta cut them off at the head.
Real quick, so we can open up the panel. What are the rules of engagement? What are we gonna do here? You want to go with the? I mean, you can do any setup you want. Rounds. How y'all want to do it?
I mean, well, the last couple debates you've been doing it. Opening 3 minutes. First round 15 or first round 12. And
12,
then
12, 10-minute question and answer.
Yeah.
All right, let me pull up the rules of engagement for you, gentlemen. Somewhere in here. Here we go. Wait. And then we'll open the panel up after we lock this in. Okay, so we got the title, April 4th. I'm excited.
All right, warriors. Listen up. Clash of the Titans official debate format. Rule number 1, order of speaking. The affirmative, the side advocating for the resolution, always presents first. Rule number 2, opening statements. Each debater delivers a 3-minute opening address. Rule number 3, argument rounds. There are 2 rounds per participant. Round 1, presentation of their primary case. Round 2, rebuttal of the opponent's arguments and or further development of their own position. Each round lasts 12 minutes. Rule number 4, turn order. The debater who speaks first will also close second in the rebuttal rounds, Q&A period, and final summations. Rule number 5, cross-examination. Each participant has 10 minutes to interrogate their opponent. This time belongs to the questioner. Pauses or hesitations are counted against their allotted time. If progress stalls, the moderator may intervene only to keep the exchange moving, not to address the judges or the audience. Rule number 6, closing statements. Following Q&A, each debater is granted 3 minutes for a final summation of their case. May the odds be forever in your favor.
Yeah, something like that.
Hey, can you send me the clip of that, AY?
Yeah, it's if you actually go into the short section, it's in shorts on my page.
Gotcha.
I don't know why I didn't upload to the videos, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's in shorts. But yeah, I'll send that to you though. I'll email it to you. I actually want to take that white border off. That's bugging me. I gotta fix that. But yeah. Okay, so do we got anything like that? We got the date, we got the title. Y'all know the rules. I'm gonna play these same rules again. If y'all have any questions about it, y'all can hit me up. Oh, scorecard. Share screen. Image file. So that way you know how to prepare. I'm pretty sure you gentlemen know how to prepare for a debate, but we do have a scoring system over here. Here we go. You will be judged on performance, organization, evidence, argumentation, questioning, and conduct. We just adopted this from the Lincoln Douglas point system, so pretty standard. Something a lot of people are already familiar with. Yep. And if I'm gonna send a copy of this to both of you gentlemen, along with those rules, again, so everybody's on the same page. And the floor is open. Let's start with
real quick before they go. I want to play something real quick because
okay.
he just lied. Listen.
In a debate, are you saying El Shaddai and El Elyon refers to El in the Ugaritic text? Yes or no? You said, am I saying El Elyon and El Shaddai refer?
So we all heard the question that I asked him. Then we heard him answer yes. So he not finna act like he ain't just give me his answer. I told y'all he can't answer none. And when he do answer some, he gonna take it back and run. He can't. I told you it's a reason he don't.
Listen,
It's a reason he don't answer my
he
question.
don't even know. Y'all see, he just exposed himself, bro.
Hold on, humble. Hold on,
He's
humble.
terrible.
Hold on, humble. I know you scared. It's the reason he don't answer questions. It's the reason he don't.
Yo, he terrible. Hey, yo, listen, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on the panel outside of me and Kazad. Just sat and watched what Kazad tried to do. We heard him play the first question he had. I bet you won't play the second question he asked me. And I bet you the second question is going to say, are you saying that we can find El Shaddai and El Elyon in the Ugaritic? That's not what he just asked on that playback. That's not what he asked. On that playback, that's not what he asked. You see how I told you gotta chop him off at the head, man.
Listen, here go the whole audio.
We don't know what we debate.
He's terrible.
It's been real weird right now. What you want? Why you act like we don't know what we debate?
Hey yo.
So hey, I appreciate you. I'm gonna sit back here. I know what I want to ask you because I want this audio. I want you to hear a sound clip in a debate. Are you saying El Shaddai and El Elyon refers to El in the Ugaritic text? Yes or no? You said, am I saying El Elyon and El Shaddai referring to El? Yes. Okay. Nobody, please, in A1. Nobody get him anything. Just let him step into this ring and die. I'm sick of talking to this guy.
Now play when you ask me the second time. Play when you ask me the second time.
No. Stop interrupting. I'm playing the whole audio. I didn't ask you anything a second time. I didn't ask you anything a second time. Yes, that's not a clip. This is right from the live. All I did was rewind it.
All right, no. Go to the part when you asked me that question.
I was playing the whole audio. Let it finish playing. I'm letting it. We gonna hear and see if I ask you something again. If I asked you it again.
I'm always free. Let's get a Saturday. I'm good on Saturdays. Let's do Saturday.
Let's go for 2 weeks.
2 weeks, got it.
Yeah, that'll be
fast forward.
Hey, listen, I'm Batman with
or the 5th. The 5th is
on that day.
Let's do Saturday the 4th.
No, we should be good April 4th.
I'm fast forwarding to let you know. That's why I'm skipping a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just let you know what they say. What's that one movie? You know you're already in hot water. You already take.
Here, hold on.
Here. You know you're effed up, right? You know you're already drowning. You said El Shaddai and El Elyon refers to El in the Ugaritic text. You know you didn't. That's not what you asked.
So I didn't ask you anything. Actually, all I did was repeat your statement. So no, you lied, bro. You a known liar. You a known liar.
Go back.
That's the whole audio. We just listened to the whole audio. I asked you one question and then I repeated.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna replay. Listen, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it.
We just listened to the whole audio.
Okay.
I asked him a question. He answered it. He know he messed up in his
answer. Said yeah. Yes.
He messed up.
Yes.
I didn't ask him another question. I repeated what he said, and because he know he messed up, he tried to jump in like he always do. This is why Humble don't answer questions.
Listen, you heard me say yes. El Shaddai and El Elyon is referring to the Canaanite. You heard me say yes. What he does, right, is he tries to, where that's at in the Ugaritic? Where that's at in the Ugaritic? No, you ain't asking me, was it in the Ugaritic?
I didn't. Bro,
You
we all
said
just
was it
listened to the
referring to
audio.
the L in the Ugaritic?
We all just listened to the audio, so
Right.
we done. It's cool, bro. We can open
Let's
up the
get it.
panel. I'm chilling, bro. I'm gonna stay on the panel, but I'm chilling, man.
We here with
I'm
it.
chilling. I'm chilling. Y'all can I want brothers to throw their 2 cents in what they think gonna happen, but nobody spoil nothing from the debate, please, nobody. I'm finna massacre this brother. Like this, the Titan debate league. Y'all finna see some real Titan work go down. Y'all finna
Let's
see
get
like
it.
the old Coliseum.
Let's
He's
get it.
it's finna be full of humble blood and brains. They didn't fed they didn't threw a sacrifice to the lion, man. It's sad.
Let's get it. Listen, like I said before, I'm gonna show you, bro. It's levels to this, bro. You just ain't on that level yet. It's levels to listen. You just ain't on that level yet. Listen, it sound good until we listen. What they say in boxing, it look good until you get in the ring and get punched in the face. What's your plan B? All this chirping, he doing the dancing around and all this. It sound good until we get in that ring and I'm punching him in the face. What's his plan B?
My music.
No, you wasn't. But peace to the chat. We can hear you giggling a little bit anyway. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel.
Okay, peace to the chat. Let me come back because that was funny. All right, my bad. Real quick, another word from our sponsors. This Thursday, we have a face-off with Issa Queen at Gideon Israel, prime time. Make sure you're there. Shout out Issa Queen. She's on the panel. We're actually going to start with her, and then we'll pass it around. Any thoughts, questions, or comments on anything you've heard so far? Issa Queen, if you're there. Okay, we'll come back to her. She might be working. She's always getting it in. We had who came up first? I think it was King J, then Asar MK, and then Cut Him Up, or was Cut Him Up first? Cut Him Up. You was up here first. Come on.
King J was up earlier and then he fell out. So I
King
don't know.
J. Let's start with you, King J.
I appreciate that. I'll deal because me and the brother cut him up did have a conversation in the chat. So I'll just if I could deal with 30 seconds to deal with that while I have the brother Asar up here with me because he probably can shed a little bit more light than I can or a little bit in depth. When the brother was asking me about the Shashu of Yahweh, right? And so when I was referring to the Egyptian toponym list, right, and it's referred to as Shashu Yahweh. So this suggests to me that land, um, um, that deity was worshipped by those particular Shashu groups in that particular land, and that land became known as references as that deity. The fact that it starts off with Ta lets us know that it's a land, right? So if we look at the actual it's encircled in like a little ring, right? That lets us know that it's a proper noun and that it's actually belongs to an actual topographical list, right? And that those people are subdued or conquered, people. Um, so when we look at the other groups, right? The Shashu of Shir, the Shashu of Reuben, we know these are Edomite groups, Transjordan groups. In the Hajjaf, you said the Gav, but it would be the Hajjaf, right? Which is, in Midian. So I actually would, I'm sure you're familiar with the Kenite, right, hypothesis. So I would usher you towards that way in regards to possible, the land itself being a toponym for that particular Stashu groups who happen to worship that particular deity of Yahweh.
All the other groups of Shashu listed in the same list you're reading off of, are those also deity names? Reuben, is that a deity name?
No.
Okay, so it seems like you're special pleading for Yahoo, and I think you're intentionally misreading Yahoo in favor for Yahweh.
Well, I'm not showing any favor. I'm just it's listed in a topographical list. These are Egyptians, right? So this is their list. So I'm just going off. It has to be a land. So when we go off of the Egyptian grammar, when it says ta, what does that mean? It means land of.
And you're
It means
saying
land.
Ta is prior to all of these secondary terms relative to Shashu.
I'm saying that when we look at
So
the
it's Shashu Ta
well,
Yahoo.
hold on. I'm answering the question. When we look at the actual glyph and we see ta and we see in the ring, I'm telling you the absence of the actual determinative. I'm telling you that the ta acts as the determinative for the whole sentence, right? In that ring, that
Because
name ring, and
they're in
that name.
captive slaves. That's why they're
That
inside of the enclosed
that's
circle.
that's one of the reasons why they're inside of the circle. Another reason that they're inside of the circle is letting you know that it's actually a topographical list. Now we do have the brother Asar on here. He's a little bit more versed in Egyptian grammar than me, so maybe if he could chime in on that, we may take his word a little bit more valid than mine.
Okay, I'm just saying that you're special pleading as it relates to Yahoo.
I'm
And I
not.
think your intention you're not also saying Reuben is the name of a deity that's also the name of the landmass.
No, I'm not. I'm saying these are
So
all
it does seem as if you're special pleading because you're not applying the same standards for all of these Shashu groups. This is the
Well,
main reason why I asked you the simple question in the
no.
text.
It seems that the
Are the rest
Egyptians.
of the names of the beautiful, but are the rest of the names of these Shashu groups referencing their deity? Now I guess now you want to, just for Yahoo, you want to say, yeah, sure. But these others, you don't want to do that. I don't have a problem with it being a topographical list, but part of the problem with the topographical list is that their chieftain in all of these locations might be the primary individual mentioned in light of these in captive circles. So the chieftain, if it's Shashu Yahu, the name of the chieftain would have been Yahu or Jehu.
But that's not what the grammar is showing. It's so when it says ta, and we see the actual when you look at it, it has the actual hieroglyph of the N16 glyph, which is the land. So we know it's land. So I mean, maybe it's just not your familiarity with Egyptian grammar, because when I'm telling you that the determinative is for the whole is that name ring, and the starting off with the N16 as ta, meaning land of. They are letting you know that this particular Shashu group worship this deity, and
So that's where
it
why are you
became.
not doing that for all of these Shashu groups?
They didn't do it for all the Shashu group. You're asking
Okay,
me
so
why
you're
I'm not
saying
doing it.
Ta
You're asking me.
is the
You're asking
Ta
me. Really, the
evident in
question
all of them?
no, really, the question you're asking me is why the ancient Egyptians didn't do this.
Okay,
No,
I
I'm
want to
not.
pass it. I do want to pass it around though. We got Asar M. Kai up here and got Energy. Asar, you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, definitely. Go ahead, get back, man. I heard him talking bad about you, man.
Nah.
Go ahead.
Let me first shed light. So in this case, uh it does say Ta for the land, and then the throw stick, and then the Shasu Yahoo. In particular though, it is a special case for them. We know it's a special case because we can see the deity Yah, and we also have other people with that term Yah with their name attached. Like we have Paheka Amen, whose name Beni Yah, but chose to keep his Egyptian name. And when you die, you have the option to use your real name or the one that has been given to you since you've been in the land. He chose to keep his Egyptian name instead of going back to Beni Yah, which is son of Yah. We also have Yahuda, Yahudia, who is one of the Hikakasut, who, and we know he's a Hikakasut. We see Nebuchadnezzar, because they would worship Nebuchadnezzar and Set often, and also from his text, his textual scripts there, and where he was buried at, and a few other things. It's actually a Hikakasut burial site. So we know that from him. And all three of them are black, by the way, for those who always get asked the question, are ancient Hebrews black? And you never use those particular people, which is strange to me, which I got on Yara about. But anyway, let's get to the Chaasad situation, my brother Chaasad. You had to take the L, my brother. It is
Can
what
I
it is.
briefly respond to the comment you made though?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, the theophorics you alluded to are not self-evident by means of Yahoo. Um, if you're claiming these are equivalent, I would need to see more evidence of this by means of the spelling, because the spelling of Yahoo, Jahu, Yehu, however you prefer to pronounce it, if I'm not mistaken, is quite different compared to how these other terms are spelled. So there is a problem of spelling as it relates to if it's used in a theophoric in a name. And then that would also be very interesting because it's not being used as a theophoric as the location in the inscription that we're starting our conversation off.
Well, it would be, because when you say ta and you see the land determinative, that determines a location in the
I don't
Medu
have a
Neter
problem.
language.
I
And
have
that's
no
what I was
So
trying
problem.
to
if you,
I have
explain to
no
the
problem
brother.
hold
with.
up, brother, hold
I
up.
have no
If you don't
problem
have
with
a
it
problem,
being a
sit back. We
toponym.
didn't interrupt you, my brother. Sit back. You can respond again when I finish. So when it comes to ta, you would just simply be wrong, because in Medu Neter language, ta determines the land.
Is a
The
determinative.
throat,
My bad. I was just trying. That's what I was trying to
hold up,
explain. So,
One mic,
hold up.
gentlemen. One mic.
The throw stick determines that they're foreigners. So we know they're not from Egypt. We know they're from a different land. We also see the Kananu, which would refer to the Canaanites, and they track them from the purple garments, which we also see later in Israel that they're known for. They were called the purple people uh, in Greece because they made the royal purple garments. And they are the first to inhabit Israel. So we know that the Canaanites are there. We know the Shasuyahu aren't there yet. We know that not only from there, we know it from your Bible, because they say they come from Siram, Paran, and the other place they come, Sidon, whatever it is. So we know they're actually Assyrians, because we know Yah is not an Israelite God initially. Yah becomes a God in Israel after the war, which is also described in your Bible, which is also described in some historical artifacts outside of ancient Egypt. So we know that the Shasuyahu are Syrians initially, and we see the land of Shem on one of the ancient maps, not Hadrian's map. I want to say it's, I think it's Eusebius's map. Bible Hub has a map, and I believe it's Eusebius's map. So we can see exactly where they originate from, and we can see that the Shasu Yahu, and we can see that Yahuwah as a god and those who worship him, they don't even originate in Israel. It still says Canaanite land. They get to Israel later. And right now, the archaeologists are looking for the mountain that supposedly the high god is from in Arab lands, because they can't find it in Israel. Go ahead.
I want to
they
know
found
the
it in
name of these
the.
scholars you're talking about, because that's actually not something scholars are looking for. That would be
Oh,
a
it is.
very, very unproductive.
John Day
Uh,
would be
Hold,
one of them.
hold on, cut him up. We're gonna come back to that though. Put a pin in that. Remember who said it? It was Asar. I know you're not gonna forget.
I'm not going to
God
forget.
Energy. Did you have any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far tonight?
Peace, peace, y'all. Yeah, I like exactly where we're at actually. And speaking to the nature of the Shasu, being a Transjordan Syrian groups who are moving through that area, even from
Mm,
Mesopotamia, even into the Levant, they are associated with like Northern Arabia, the Transjordan area. The Habiru are also known to have a presence in Mesopotamia and the Levant. People like to link
mm,
the Habiru in with this origin. So you have Yahu, the Shasu, the Habiru, important to Hebrew Israelites when they try to historicize their peoples. And you see these peoples having a presence in Mesopotamia, the Transjordan, and the Levant. Interesting to Asar and Kaz point, there is evidence of Yah worship in Hittite lands and Hurrian lands as well. So with these people traveling from Mesopotamia through Hittite lands into the Levant, you do see a historical framework there for some of that evidence. I would be interested in what some of you brothers pull up with the Hittite connection with Yah as well, and how you might incorporate that. I'm gonna land my plane with I wonder what the debaters feel about their opinion on El
Hold up, don't
Olam,
land your
El
plane yet.
Shaddai.
Don't hold up, don't land your plane yet. Let me tag real quick and then keep going on it. The
Nah,
No
you
title
problem.
ain't
for
tag.
that particular guy.
Let God
Hold up,
energy
hold up, hold
finish.
up, hold up, hold
No,
up. It's
let
still
God
God
energy
energy
finish
time.
because cut him
Still
up
God
got to
energy
respond
time.
to you
Still
and
God
cut you
energy
off.
Yeah,
time.
I'm gonna
Relax,
land my
relax,
plane real
No,
quick, and
relax.
then you could just.
No, no,
go
no,
ahead,
no.
God
Don't
energy.
land your plane yet. Because what
No,
I'm
it's
going to
Farm
say,
Kyle.
I
You got
want
to
you to
pause
add
there.
to
Go
it.
God
He don't
energy.
want you to add to it. He in his feelings.
Go
But
ahead, God
El Kun
energy.
El
Farm
Kun
Kyle.
El
You're not finna tell me that this
Kunirsa
cut him up barbarian could
El
have responded to
Kunirsa.
you.
Look,
Let
you
God
said
energy
your piece.
land.
Decide now we here. El
No,
Kunirsa
you finna
is
let
the
God
god
energy
in the
land, or we
Hittite
finna let cut him up
land.
barbarian cut you
See,
up.
he heard my other video. He in his
So
feelings.
once
El
again,
Kunirsa
God
is
energy.
the
Go
god.
ahead, brother.
God energy. So here's the
Yeah,
part you
God
can throw
energy.
in there.
Go ahead,
El
brother. Unless your name is
Kunirsa
God energy, you should not be
is
talking
the
right now.
other
God
god
energy. Go ahead,
that the Hittites use,
God
and
energy.
he's
Go ahead,
also in the Ugaritic
I want to
text.
hear Asar MK.
Yeah, but it's not
Goodness.
his turn. It's not his
It,
turn.
no, but he
It's
let me
just
tag
because
in just
cut
like
him
I
up
let your
barbarian
brother
to cut
tag
him
in,
up
and
real
it's
quick.
not your turn. So
And
stop
challenge
trying
him
to
on the
dictate
topic.
what
Hold on,
God
let's get
energy
So
some
can do
order,
on
y'all.
his
Let's get
time.
some order,
yeah,
y'all.
but it's actually me and Humble
Come
want to
on,
Yeah,
build
man,
but
we
it's
on
not
supposed
the
to
you,
be
right?
brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we.
All right.
Yo. So
All right,
Q20.
so tag team and go
let
ahead.
me hop in real quick so I can let my brother go. So the lexical contributions can be handled in connection with the fresh English translation of the myth. The dramatist persona familiar with the Ugaritic text are the god El in this myth called El Kunirsa, his wife the goddess Ashra, the storm god, and that's what you call the Hittite god El Kunirsa, which is the original term. Go ahead, brother God Energy.
Yeah, thank you for that. Also, the Yah, right? I understand the El Kunirsa and the sharing and cultural diffusion with the term El, but I'm specifically talking about Yah and his presence up in the north, as opposed to Yah coming from the south, Edom, and the lands of Shasu. There is archaeology that also places Yah worship up in Hittite lands and in some Hurrian areas. So I just wanted you guys' opinion on that aspect, specifically talking about Yah and his presence in the north, as opposed to the south in Edom and in Shasu lands. Also, this is for the debaters, for them to ponder on the relationship between El Elyon, El Shaddai, and El Olam. Speaking to Asar Mka's point about the mountain deity as well, with El Shaddai being related to the mountain, but El Olam also meaning the old one. So I land my plane.
All right, let me say something real
Can I
quick.
respond to that, Chaasad, before you?
No, man,
Oh
no,
no, he
no.
asked
Because
the
cut him up
debaters. Can you
barbarian was
please
I
supposed to
said
yield?
the
respond to him.
debaters, the debaters,
Go ahead.
humble
God
and
energy.
Assad.
Nobody cares. We done debated this topic five years already, brother. This
Hold
is
on one
old.
second, King J. Hold on one second, Brody. Go ahead, Kazad. I'm after you. You can get right in after me, King
No,
J.
no, it's in reality, man. It's supposed to be cut him up barbarian term because King J tried to step to him and he couldn't completely articulate his point. He tried to tag in Asaram Ka and he still couldn't even get the job done. Let Cut 'em Up Barbarian challenge these dudes because these dudes just be making stuff up. And then God Energy try to hurry up and try to tag Asaram Khan on some tag team stuff. Like, nah, bro. God Energy is your floor. Let you finish so Cut 'em Up Barbarian could finish working these dudes for bringing that faulty scholarship. I'm
So hold on one
hold
second.
on, hold on, hold
Go ahead.
on, hold on. I'm not finna. I'm still talking. I'm still talking. Hold on. I'm still talking. So, and this is the problem. King J tries to get up here because he thinks because he didn't had a couple lessons with Smash Rockwell and the Saram Ka that he think he could speak the language and stuff. He couldn't even articulate his point and trying to go at cut him up that he had to keep on talking about maybe Saram Ka can tag in. This is wait, what? This is source up, shut up. This is the Coliseum where we step in, we defend our own arguments. What are you talking about? Secondly, this not I don't even want to come at Guy Energy like that because Guy Energy out of all the Bomb Squad brothers, you the one I respect the most intellectually. So I don't want
Much
to,
appreciated.
but and this is another headshot at Asam Ka. who, for one, he didn't respond to anything in the debate. Thought you was gonna go to another platform and do response videos. Thought like I couldn't see it or something. Listen, the whole Yah thing in these texts and stuff. These scholars have already went over and reviewed them in these other cultures. When they actually went into these texts, it doesn't mention Yah. It doesn't mention Yahweh. Same thing when they thought about the Ugaritic text. They usually say Yahweh's in the Ugaritic text. Then they actually examine the Ugaritic text and say, oh, he's not actually in there. He's not in those other pantheons and those other texts and stuff. So, and this is going into my debate. I already presented this information. So, and then Saram Kai get up here and run his mouth like everything he tried to put out didn't get disputed. Like it's ridiculous. Then you run a Frank M. Cross who published something in 1973 thinking I wasn't going to see it when my article is a direct refutation to Frank M. Cross and them claims. Like you don't know how scholarship and debating work. Like it's really sad. It's really sad. So I'm going to go ahead. I know, Humble, you want to speak, but it's really cut them up shy of the floor to cut these dudes up.
So yeah, I want to.
Let me go after cut them up, y'all.
Hold on.
I want to check on It's a Queen. It's a Queen. You back yet?
Peace. Yes, I'm here, but I could wait till after Humble goes.
Okay.
I just wanted to answer God Energy question because that is a great question that God Energy asks. There is record that the Shashu of Yahweh, was in Egypt, and they did come down, and all of that. We do have their migrational patterns. I would argue that those are not Israelites; those are not proto-Israelites. Did they settle in the land of Canaan? Yeah, right. But the people that we are calling Israelites were already there. The proto-Israelites that we're calling Israelites was already there. And in fact, they had a god. Their god name was El. It wasn't until they broke away, right? This is where, the Assam cause and Brother God Energy touched on, right? It wasn't until these people from the Transjordan or, from, where they were saying, come down to meet the people of El until they assimilate and they break off. And then what do they become? They become Israel, not even as a kingdom, but just as a people, right? And now when they become Israel as a people, they don't drop the El title, right? No, they keep the El, right? To show a continuation of they still worship that deity. They just encompass that deity now inside of what they call Yahweh. This is why I say these are the same gods. These are not different gods. At one point in time, we could say, they got different history, right? But when we dealing with this Bible and we see El Shaddai and Elohim and El Elyon and all of this stuff, these are talking about the same God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now, when we go to history, this is where we get into say, okay, well, these cultures assimilated and these cultures appropriated, things of that nature. This is why our debate is so important, right? Because biblical believers don't believe that their God is a continuation of a Canaanite deity. They don't understand that their very culture is a continuation of what we would call Canaanite settlement. They try to refute that. This is why they gotta run off with the Shashu or Yahweh's, and they gotta stretch their timelines all back. They don't want to be associated with Canaan, but they have no choice because all of the archaeological evidence and anthropological evidence point to these people coming from Canaan. They didn't come into Canaan; they emerged from Canaan. I land my plane with that. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Real briefly, I appreciate the brother's comments earlier regarding the Shashu being a type of nomadic, semi-city dwelling groups in Canaan, because that was actually the whole reason that got King Jay and I into the Shashu conversation tonight. So I appreciated you guys confirming what I was articulating to him earlier, that yes, these are a type, the Shashu are a type of Canaanite peoples. Even though it's not quite an ethnic group, they're a type of Canaanite peoples, Transjordan, Canaanite, Western Asiatics. And yes, the brother was quite on point when he said, yeah, the Egyptians describe them and depict them using Canaanite garb. They're producers of garments and particular things for the Canaanites. So I appreciated the brother making that comment because I had alluded to that earlier in some sense. So I'm just going to leave it right there. Again, I don't have a problem when we identify the Shashu of Yahoo as a toponym. I do have a problem when we say toponym because this was the name of the god that they worshipped. That's where there's an extra leap that's unevidenced. And even a good means of justification for this line of rationale is at least to go through the rest of these Shashu of whoever titles and names and groups of people. And by the way, yes, they're all in Seir, what the Egyptians identified as Seir, that red mountainous region right there. So that's where they're all coming from. I have no problem with that either. So we have a large general location by which these people groups are being removed out of their dwellings to be part of what Egypt had going on. And by the way, they were the primary groups, according to Egyptian records. The Shashu were the primary groups that the Egyptians went into the Levant and exiled into Egypt for their purposes. Like, I'm not saying they're the only, I'm saying they're like one of the primary groups from Amos up to Ramses III. So like it's pretty, and again, they're depicted and called Asiatics by the Egyptians. So I mean, that's generally Canaanite. That's generally in that territory. So yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I think that if we are going to argue, oh yeah, we know they worship this god, and then jump to other literature in order to try to make this name assimilation, that's where it becomes very problematic. And I don't think the Egyptian records are explicit as it relates to Yahweh being the God that those particular Shashu worshiped. If it was true that that was the case, then we should at least be able to find other deities, proposed deities, throughout these lists, in these toponym lists of these exiles, these slave and captive slaves that the Egyptians took. I'm gonna land it right there. Oh, real quick before I go, Humble, real quick, Humble. I sent you Facebook messages. I don't know if you've seen them. Check them out, please.
So
hold on, I would like to respond to that because brother said got a lot of stuff.
Wait, hold on. You can respond after I go.
No, because I'm responding to what he's actually talking about. You're gonna take the conversation somewhere else.
That's fine. And if I let y'all continue doing this, I would never get a chance to speak because y'all keep on jumping over each other.
I just want to keep the conversation flowing. I do want to respond to what the
that's fine that you want to keep it going, but I literally waited for 20 minutes.
Courtney actually cut the line. She was supposed to respond after Humble.
So sorry
but I was listening on my phone and stepped away to let my dog out. Sorry about that.
But yeah, just for the floor of the conversation sake, she's going to talk about something totally different.
You're not listening. She was supposed to go next. Like, you don't just do that. Like, let's do some decorum. Thank you. Appreciate that. So there was a question about like the evidence used to distinguish between the Yahwehs, the Elohists, and all of this other stuff that talks about the text and how they had different ideologies within the text, and you can actually read them in the text. So I think that is kind of convoluted that you keep on saying, well, what's the primary evidence? Well, besides the archaeological inscriptions and treaties and law codes, you also have like the actual text itself talking against itself. Like at one point, I forget which group it was, said that it was 7 animals of 7 pairs of each animal, and then in another text, Noah was bringing 2 pairs of each animal to the Noah's Ark. Like things like that, that contradiction in the story is where people are saying, oh, maybe there's different hands in the Bible on top of the many different hands in the Bible, because we know that there's plenty of different authors. So I just feel like that was a little not necessary dig. And I just want to, basically, wish both of y'all good luck real quick. I want to make my thing short because I know some y'all want to keep on going, but good luck, and humble curb stomp him, because like your debate leads into my debate. Thank you.
He said curb stomping.
King J, go ahead. You come off mute. It's on you, man.
I
Respond.
appreciate that. So I just want to make a couple quick distinctions with the brother cut him up kind of got wrong. When he's referring to the Shashu groups, right? That we do see as on a solar inscription as the primary, which give us the Transjordan area with Midian and Seir and Edom with Reuben and that, right? That's totally different than the Amu groups. Those groups that you're referring to in the land of Canaan in the Levant area are Amu. They are not the Shashu Transjordan groups. They two totally different groups, right? Those Amu groups not worshiping Yahweh, and definitely not during the time period that we're talking about, right? These are, if I give you a primary, I will give you the Beni Hassam mural. They say Amu. It doesn't say Shashu. Now, when you're referring to Habaru, if I read the definition, it says the term generally translates to nomads, fugitive, or outlaws. Right? It's a social class. So when the brother God Energy was using Habaru as an ethnicity, I was cringing. Like, why is he misusing the Habaru?
I didn't.
Now you don't tell me, brother, you did. You misuse it. So when you're referring to Habaru, it's only a social status. It's not an ethnicity of people. So could the Amu in the Levant area be Habaru? Yes. And we read the Armana letters, we see them referred to as that, right? Or so, but we don't see the Shashu referred to as that. So I would ask you to show, what source do you have that are showing Shashu groups being that are Transjordan being referred to as Habaru? I've never seen a source.
I didn't
Now,
say that the
if
Shashu were Habaru. I said,
okay,
like the
okay,
Habaru, the
okay, okay.
Shashu as a term is also a social class. And they
Okay.
did
Okay.
they
Okay.
did
Okay. Okay.
share in many of
Okay.
the
Well,
common
the brother.
general
I
regions.
was referring to God Energy when he refers to it the hopper root. So if you don't reply, you ain't got to cut me off, brother. So,
Yeah. So
but what
okay.
you said, was Courtney cut him up is in regards to the Shashu being in the Levant and Canaan. Totally false. These are Amu groups, and I'm giving you the Beni Hassan mural, showing you Abisha as their leader, 2000 BC, saying Amu. They're all up the coast of Levant, and they're not worshiping Yahweh. Just specifically with that Yahweh of Shashu of Yahweh, that's specifically the Egyptians are saying, hey, these particular Shashu groups are known for worshiping this deity, and this is the area that they're at. That geographical location was known as is Midian. So we know that's where they're from. So we don't see their migration or assimilation into the Levant area into late Iron Age, ninth century, Moabite Stela, Mesha Stela. Right, that time period is when we actually see the assimilation of these Transjordan groups migrating into the Levant area, coming from the highlands into the coastal areas into the lowland. We see that during the ninth century. Before then, the worship, and in my debate, I brought this out, and this was our debate, me and Chaasad. Before that time period, there was no Yahweh worship in the land of Canaan. It was strictly El. So was the first deity or God of the Israelites? Well, it says in the name Israel. That's the theophoric name right there.
Yeah.
So I'll end with that. But I'm just saying, like, come on now. We don't see Yahweh in Canaan or the Levant area until 9th century.
I feel like an appeal to Benny Hassan is one of anachronism. You're going 200 years before even Haribu or Shashu first appeared predominantly throughout the ancient Near East in multiple different people's texts. So that's an appeal to something prior to the situation that we're talking about. And you're trying to use that as a standard. And we have to go into the time periods when the Shashu first are actually talked about, likewise with the Haribu. And again, I agree with the brother. The Haribu were more, well, the Shashu were more or less southern and southeastern in as it relates to the Levant or eastern, while the Haribu were sort of central Levant and also going up all the way to Tyre, close to Byblos. So, and they were there for spread out for that very wide geographical territory for a long time, from at least the 1200 BCE, well, actually before then, you know, because they get mentioned in many other texts well before the Armana letters. So, but
really,
the Beni Hassan, yeah, the Haribu, Shashu are mentioned in those 10-year correspondences. So, yeah.
So in
It is quite
response,
interesting.
So in response, I see where you're trying to go with the Shasu, trying to locate them towards the east. The reference from the Shashu inscription from the Egyptian text, indicates that land area. So I see why you're trying to locate them there, but that's just where the Egyptians referred to them. They are a Transjordan people. They are present in Mesopotamia. I think it would be a little we would be generalizing by trying to call them Canaanites. When you were explaining that as well, I was, apprehensive. I wasn't going to call you out on it, but since the topic came up, I do want to just add that's a nuance. I'm not saying that you're wrong or beating you up or we know more than you. It's just a little bit of a nuance to where if you want to pin them down topographically, I think you would put yourself in hot water by doing that with Canaan. And you're going to probably get their same result that you just got. And to this thing with the Habiru or Apiru, as they're known in Mesopotamia, referring to something like dirty, dusty, dusky, or even warrior or vandal, which are the connotations to that word. I only use them in the context which they first appear on the Idrimi statue, right? Which has nothing to do with labeling them as an ethnic group, which is what you probably just assumed. But I just use them in the same context that they appear on the Idrimi statue, which is in line with what everyone is talking about. So I think the major contention here is this Shasu thing.
It is kind of. Sure. I'm being very nuanced in general when I'm saying, well, they're basically right there next to Canaan. They could be considered Canaanites in a very loose sense, only because, like the Haribu, they're outsiders. They're not necessarily big city dwellers. They had little tent cities, sure. They were semi-nomadic. Both of these groups, Haribu and Shashu, were tent dwellers, semi-nomadic people that were both affiliated with this whole mini conquest type attitude. They were often seen as people that would be abrasive to the larger powers that were just outside of them. So I'm only mentioning it in that context as it relates to them being Canaanites. I'm not saying that they are identified as Canaanites in Egyptian texts or anything like that. So I appreciate that nuance. And I personally didn't think that you were trying to say Haribu was an ethnicity, because I don't see that appeal in any of the ancient Near Eastern texts for the Haribu or the Nagas. I forget the other Sumerian or the other spelling
the
of
Arcadia text.
the Acadian, yeah. So
Saga.
Sagas.
Local
Let
ground.
hold on. Let me get
a
in.
lot
Let me
of
get in here
their
real quick.
identities are sort of similar. I'm not saying they are the same people. I'm saying, or the same type of social class. There's slightly different types of social classes that are on the outskirts, outer margins of major society.
All right, really fast, if I may, and somebody can go right next. Hey, I want y'all to, if I may, I'm just speaking. Hey, man, I want to answer some questions up here based off this topic. that me and Brother Kazak got going on. I would love for y'all to ask us some questions about what our stances is on a debate topic. I know y'all was diving into what y'all was diving into, but that took sort of a wide left. Y'all started getting to something totally different. It's so interesting because it is sort of on the same track of what our debate's about. That's why I was able to answer Brother God Energy. But I would most definitely love if y'all asked us some questions. I land my plane with that.
I'm gonna ask you some questions too. Matter of fact, let me read this real fast because I want y'all to understand just how closely knit this is with the Israelite culture in the Bible that my brother Chaasad continues to tell me was so off direction. This is from H.A. Hoffner, and it's talking about the Hittite god and Baal, who, if you ask me, is usurped by Yah, which is why they have a lot of the same features. But let's just read real quick and see if this sounds like any biblical text you hear about when you usually listen on other channels. It says, he came to the source of the Euphrates. He came to El Kunursa, the husband of Asherah. Remember our brother wanted us to see another god in the text with them. Here's Asherah in the Hittite text, dealing with El, which we know and showed on that jar, El and Asherah getting married. But he said that wasn't now. But here we go again. El Kunirsa getting married to messing with Asherah. Let's see what it says. It says he entered the tent. El Kunirsa. El Kunirsa saw Baal and asked him, "Why have you come?" Baal replied, "When I came to you into your house, Asherah sent her maidens to me, saying, 'Come sleep with me.' And when I refused, she threatened me. Thus she said, 'Get behind me, and I'll get behind you with my word, and I will press you.'" Y'all know what press mean in the Bible. That means a sexual situation. "With my spindle, and I will pierce you. This is why I have come, my father." And he's talking to El Kunisra, by the way. Baal is one of the sons of El. It says, "I did not come to you, but now I have come to you in person, for Asherah is impugning your fertility." She's disrespecting the fact that he can't get it up anymore. "And although she is your wife, she keeps on sending to me." El Kunirsa began to say to Baal, "Go sleep with her, lie with my wife, and humble her." And you always hear Israelites talking about humble her in the biblical text. So we can see the unison of the culture in even the old Hittite text of who's who and what is what and why these connections are made. Things like humble her, the fact that Asherah, a totally different god, which was a wife here in the Hittite culture and also was a wife there in the Israelite culture when it came to El, and eventually when it came to Yah, because Yah usurps him and we see him holding hands with her on the jar. We
Mhm.
see everything going on.
Took his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Assimilation.
Can I
Mhm.
respond now? Thank you. Hey, I want to know. Hey, y'all already know I got I got audio for everything. You should know me by now. Listen.
The chapel. This is Meshel 3 points.
So he keep referring to about this Yahweh and this Asherah thing. He already got smoked on. Listen. This is from the debate footage. Listen.
6. This dude is what he's doing is reading a scholar's paper.
Listen. His response to the actual scholar breakdown on what the artifact and the inscription means and the drawing and all that. His response to an actual scholar is in a live debate is you're reading a scholar's paper. What? But you don't have what? That's what we do in a debate. You're reading a scholar, and you know what? He actually repeated this again. He said, "You're reading a fluff from a scholar's paper, bro. Your scholarship is terrible, bro. Because you know not to pull the scholarship on that artifact. You know not to pull the scholarship surrounding that whole inscription and everything because it don't agree with you. And now you said, don't it sound like something from the Bible? The only thing that sounded similar to the Bible was the wording of humbled her. That's the outside of that, none of that sounded like the Bible. None of it. None of that sounded like the Israelite culture. This is what I mean by these dudes make stuff up. They try to draw one connection to another that don't even make sense, and it don't even say what they're saying, and then turn around and try to make the connection, bro. That's not how that works. Two, he never addresses anything about Yahweh prior to the mention of, in his contemporary with other inscriptions where there is no Asherah being mentioned. Why he don't address this? This man keeps on trying to reconstruct history. If you're going to mention the Asherah in Yahweh inscription, why are you not mentioning the same contemporary inscriptions around with that inscription that's around there? And there is no mention of Asherah when it's talking about the God of Israel. And they literally say, this is the God, like these are the God that the Israelites are worshiping. They don't mention anyone else except for Yahweh. So what is you talking about? Put it in its proper context. All you have to do is read the Israelite history. They tell you that they go into idolatry. It's that simple. After the monarch period, it starts with Solomon. Solomon went and built some dumb groves, and the people went into idolatry. That's simple. This guy does not know anything what he's talking about.
So he just lied and said that is the only God that is associated with Asherah is Yah. When you can see Asherah,
that's not what I said.
and
You lying. I
you
said the
just
only
told
guy
us that.
associated with Israel. Stop lying. Stop lying.
We also see Yahweh with Anak.
And we just hold on. We just read Asherah in a Hittite text. You're lying. Not only that,
was that
but
with Yahweh? No, thank you.
No, exactly. So why would you say you only see it with Yahweh?
I didn't say you only see. This is how I know these niggas don't listen.
We just listened to you say that.
I clearly just said contemporary with the Quintilet of Drud. We see inscriptions with them talking about who Israel worship, and it's exclusively saying Yahweh. Stop lying and trying to make up a comment that I did not say. Do not
You
lie on me.
don't even mention it because we're looking at an Ugaritic text of Kurish, and it's H.A. Hoffner giving the explanation. We also see the word preshu, which you find in the Bible. He said wasn't associated with the Israelites. But when we go to the man and his concubine, Benjamites was pressing everybody in the damn town, from each other to men on doors. They was pressing ghosts, breaking doors down. They was pressing everything. And she tried to get behind him in this story and pierce him like her spindle. And she threatened him. So we know exactly what's going on. Asherah is also mentioned getting married on the jar. Now he claimed that the jar piece doesn't have anything to do with that, and the scholars don't agree with me. But during the debate, and you lucky I ain't made no sound bite to you, I'm trying to be nice. During the debate, he actually mentioned the gay portion of it just so he could be right. And he was wrong anyway. He said, it says they're both men on there. And anyone who does the scholarship on the jar, where they painted the other phallus on Asherah, and he's arm in arm, she's arm in arm with Yah, knows that gay people were trying to say, see, Yah is gay. He's with his boyfriend. He tried to use that during the debate. I didn't even attack him on the point because I knew at that point he was just being silly and didn't understand what he was reading. He just wanted to be right. But sometimes you can't be right. Sometimes you got to just sit down and take your whooping. That's why I told you, take this L. So now we've got El Kunirsa over here with Asherah chilling, and he's telling Baal to go humble her because his virility is low. And because his virility is low, Baal does what he does, and then he gets his virility up. It's almost like he's like Puff Daddy. And now he's ready to go holler at her right after that. That's how the story goes. So if you're not familiar with history, and it's a shame because we said this in the debate. I ain't even pulled a sound bite. I ain't pulled the sound bites up on you. He said, I thought Yah wasn't worshipped in the first temple, period. We said he wasn't the main God. We never said he wasn't worshipped. And then he said, where's El at? And he went right on, and in two of the letters, he said Elijah, as if we didn't tell him a lot. And you don't even realize you said that. I'm just not embarrassing you because the battle is over. That's all, brother. Sit down.
Hey, thank you. Please mute up.
He
Now,
learned
listen,
about he
look,
learned the word
hey,
theophoric that day.
thank
He
you. Hey,
never knew about it.
King J, you sound stupid. Thank you. Please mute up. Listen very closely.
Anything about Yahweh prior to the mention of in its contemporary with other inscriptions where there is no Asherah being mentioned.
I literally just said it's talking about the Kuntal Drill with the Yahweh and Asher inscription, right? I literally said there's other inscriptions that is contemporary with it, and there is no mention of Asherah. You see how this nigga just try to mix it up and lie? I told you
Didn't
this
y'all
guy's
hear
the king.
Asherah?
I told you this guy's the king of the flim flam flip flop. This guy will say anything, just like in a debate, and act like you just didn't hear what he just said. Listen.
Don't address this. This man keeps on trying to reconstruct history.
So he lied. Hold on, let's listen a little bit.
In Yahweh inscription, why are you not mentioning the same contemporary inscriptions around with that inscription that's around there? And there
Got
is no
Asherah right here.
He's talking about the God of Israel, and they literally say this is the God. Like these are the God that the Israelites are worshiping. They don't mention anyone else except for Yahweh.
So once again, this
Got
guy just
Asherah right
lied.
here.
Hey, shut up. Once again, this guy just lied, right? And he keep on talking about I lost, bro. Once again, every time you talk and open your mouth, you get stepped on, you get squashed. We catch you in a lie. Now he mentioned
what inscriptions
bro,
are you talking about?
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
I'm just asking what inscriptions you talking about.
Don't
That's
interrupt.
all. I'm sorry.
Please.
I apologize.
Please don't interrupt. Thank you. So I keep telling you, every time you step to me, he gets smushed. Every single time. So once again, and then he tried to talk about Yahweh and his Asherah. For one, he never addressed in the debate. The scholars say, not Chaasad, the scholars say the writing, the inscription has nothing to do with the drawing. Did he address that? No. His response was, you're reading from a scholar's paper because you don't have any scholarship. Notice, he didn't respond in the debate, but yet he's trying to sit here and respond after the debate. This is why I know you so corny and you so hurt, my guy. Who don't respond in the debate and choose to respond after the debate? It's how you know you suck and your scholarship is terrible. You didn't even notice. If you did, you wouldn't have presented that information. Then you talking about some, oh, Yahweh is gay. This is how I know you don't listen, bro. You don't pay attention. The article, it tells you the different scholars are literally saying that they don't know who the drawing is supposed to be. Some say this person is Yahweh, and this person is this person is that. If you ask the different scholar, they give you different people. They say different, the same person is different characters. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Chaasad.
Two, no, stop talking. Two, you never address, because I know you can't read Hebrew. You never address in the debate, once again, the Hebrew inscription itself does not say it's Yahweh and his wife Asherah. You're trying to argue with me after the debate when you already got smoked. Like, shut up. Like, stop talking, my guy.
Chaasad, I asked you in my second round.
You ain't asking none. Grab the footage.
Hold up, listen.
We grabbing footage.
Get the footage. Get the footage in the second round. I said, listen. I said,
I'm not arguing.
You got the video right there. You got the video right there.
I'm playing footage. You running your mouth. Go grab the footage.
I ain't gotta play the footage because everybody knew and saw the debate and disagreed with you. You lost 90-10. But
you're lying.
When we
grab the footage,
you lost 90-10.
You are no liar.
But let's be clear.
What's your response? I'm waiting.
I'm about to tell you so you can dig it up. Why?
No, you're not finna give me a new response in the debate.
No, this is the same response. This what you didn't recognize when it was up.
Hey, listen.
All you gotta do is pull it up. Now listen.
This is his response in the debate.
I'm about to tell you my response.
This is his response.
What he's doing is reading a scholar's paper.
You're reading a scholar's paper, but you're not actually grabbing a source.
But what did I say about the scholar?
No. Be quiet.
Keep going. Keep playing it.
You're reading a scholar's paper, but you don't actually have a source. You sound stupid. Stupid.
Your scholar.
You're not going to grab no debate.
We said this in the debate. And your
twice.
scholar,
You didn't
no,
say
we
nothing
said it.
in the debate. You sat there
We
and
did.
said you
I'm in the
reading a
truck right
scholar's
now, so it's
paper.
not possible
You're
for me to
reading a
go grab the
scholar's
piece.
paper. I'm not trying to hear that, Asar.
He,
You the
honey, he
king
about
of
to make me hang
unfair.
up just so
You
I
the
could play
king
this
of
part to
making
embarrass
stuff up.
me.
You the king
Hold
of
on,
making
baby.
stuff up. Your response literally
This
was
was
to read
clear.
a scholar's
I
paper.
said
You don't
your
have these
scholar
scholar's.
claimed that the
I'm
Asherah was in the
listening.
picture,
Grab
and
the
there
debate
is
footage.
no Asherah in the
Grab
picture. I
the
also
debate
said that
footage.
Asherah,
You didn't
the,
say
the
nothing
Asherah
except for
stick
you're
is the
reading from a
same
scholar's paper.
Come on, man, we
as the
supposed to be
Heru Ur.
brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
Is in the
We
debate.
already see
And I
you the
said,
king
if
of
your
Islam.
scholar is
Your
telling the
title is no
truth,
longer a Saram It's
show
the
us
king of Clemson. Grab
the
the footage.
One
Asherah
mic,
in the
gentlemen. One
picture.
mic. One mic. This sound
Grab the
crazy.
debate footage. We not
Right.
listening to nothing you
So
talking about.
so
Grab the
he
debate.
want to try to stop me. But all you gotta do is
Thank
do
you.
what I
Grab
told
the
you in the
debate footage.
debate. I
Grab
told
the
you to
debate
go.
footage.
I told you
Grab
to
the
go.
debate footage.
Look at him. He
Grab the
hurt.
debate
You in your
footage.
feelings. I told Sado. I said,
Grab
don't
the
let this
debate
be his
footage.
first debate. He gonna
All
be in
I'm
his
showing
feelings.
is footage upon footage upon footage.
So
Now, do you want a part
Chaasad,
two? And let's just
this
try to answer this. Do you want a part two?
so
Do you want to look? Do you want a part two?
you want a part two, and if you want
Do
a
you
part two,
want
it's
a
gonna be
part
even
two? Let's
worse.
get into this. Do you want a part two?
So like I said,
Yes or no?
said,
Do you want a part two?
if you want part two, you can get it again. That's not a problem.
What
Now,
day set for a
when
part two?
so
We done. We cutting this. We cutting this short. What day you want to
cut,
set for a part two? You want to
we'll
do it
get to that.
HOK or you want to set it up over here on A1 channel? Which one? What you want to do?
We'll get to that.
No, ain't
We'll
no we
do it
gonna get.
over
We
here just
answering
so
that
you
right
feel
now.
like
We
it's
shutting
fair.
all of it down right
We
now
we can
for
do it
the
over
part
here so you
two.
can feel
Do
like
you
it's
want it on the
fair.
Titan Debate League or do you want it on HOK? Which one do you want it on?
It's up to you. You lost 90-10
A1. Do
over
you want it?
there.
You want to do it
You
over
can
here?
do it
A1.
wherever you like. You're gonna get the same whooping, but it's gonna be worse.
It's not like we're gonna do it over here on A1. Let's get a date because we're not finna sit here and keep talking and
We'll get
playing.
to the
You
date,
didn't
but we
respond
need
in
to
the debate, but you want to
we
respond
need to cut
after. You
you up
sound
some
like a
more.
clown. So
Come
A1,
on,
let's
B.
set up this debate. Like I said, I'm good
If
for
that's
Hey,
the
you
Saturday.
case,
gotta
you got
lose this
makeup on
debate
every
first,
day because
Kazad.
every time you go on a joint, you
Hey,
talk
you
about
gotta
this
lose this
same
debate
debate.
first, Kazad.
I'm
Yeah,
good
he's
for
talking
Saturday.
about
We
the
can do the
same
Saturday
debate.
after me and Humble.
No, because I'm in my truck. I gotta pick up. I gotta make
That
sure I'm
sounds like
off.
a personal problem, brother.
Ain't
You
y'all
run your
tired of
mouth.
this title?
Just step in the ring.
He gonna keep arguing until he win it one time. He ain't won yet. He couldn't win with me. Couldn't win with you. He about to lose the humble.
That's
He losing
crazy.
his mind.
Yep,
so
running your mouth.
so
Like I said,
listen.
says the guy that didn't respond to nothing in the
So
debate. The
this is
only
what
person
we
that responded
responded to
is
everything you said.
so
When it came to
we can
question
move
and
on to
answer
the
time,
next
you
person
had
on
no
the panel.
answers
We're
at
gonna
all.
move on to the next person on the panel, and I'm
So
going live tomorrow, so
so
I hope
let
you
let
tune in so I can embarrass you again.
no. We need a question. We
Yeah,
need
so
him
we
to
can
answer
move
this
on to
question.
the next brother.
So
I think
you
it's
talked about
in here.
you're
It's a
not running. You're not running because he keep
somebody.
bringing up this scholar when
Yeah,
I said call this
yeah,
paper
yeah.
fluff, right?
Embarrassed.
So when I called the scholar's paper
Yeah, we can
fluff,
go ahead
and
and
I
move on
asked
to
you
either Kyle
to
Plain,
produce
Andrew, GDN Capone, one of
when I asked you to produce the
nobody
Asherah, which is a
One mic,
tool.
Chaasad. Let him land his plane, Chaasad.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and let him land. I'm gonna let him
Mute
land.
him real quick. Yeah. So real quick, when I asked you about your scholar after I crushed his argument, because it's clear on the vase that Asherah and Yah are arm in arm, and it was clear on the other one that there was a wedding procession going on, and we read the scripture off of there. You couldn't refute any of that. When your scholar said that it could be an Asherah, the tool, which is similar to the opening of the mouth tool in Egypt, that they would use in the Hebrew ritual, I asked you to show us where this tool was on that artifact. You couldn't do it. Can you show us that tool on the art? Can you show us the Asherah on the artifact that's not the female goddess now? Go.
You gotta come off mute. I muted you, Chaasad. It was some feedback coming from somewhere. I think it was.
And don't run.
Now
I need
listen,
you to answer. Can you show it to us?
You done? Yes or no? If you're done, you can put yourself on mute.
Yeah, if you can show it to us, go.
Is you done? Is you gonna go on mute or no? Thank you. So once again, this dude is up here trying to debate me after the fact, after he already got challenged in the debate on this topic, and his response
Deflecting
was,
again. Show us the joint, man.
Hey, why is he
Show
talking?
us.
Sorry, let
Why
him
is he
land this
talking?
plane. Sorry,
Why is he
let
talking?
him
All
land
right,
this plane.
Why
let
is
it.
he talking? Hey, I stopped
And then
so you
we
can
gotta
land this
pass it
plane, right?
around. We got some new
What
people up
happened when
here.
you fly Delta?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
stopped so you can land this plane, right?
Land this plane. Then we gotta pass it to Ben and GDA Capone.
Yeah, he think he flying Delta. They spray painted Delta on there. He flying Spirit. So I don't know what that man talking about. So hey, this the crazy part. This the crazy part. Hey, he tried to debate me after the debate when he already got crushed. So I literally play his response to in the debate. All this I asked you this in the debate, he's lying. We already should just tell him pull up the footage. So if he actually go and read the inscription, which I know he didn't read the scholar's paper, because if he did, he wouldn't say nothing right now. The literal inscription, the Hebrew inscription, the wording itself literally lets you know that it's not talking about Yahweh and his wife Asherah. Every time we see an inscription when it's talking about someone in their wife, we literally have that wording in there that it says their wife. It is missing from the Hebrew inscription. That is literally what the scholars say. You did not respond to that. You didn't pull up a scholar to refute that. And you got the article up. Why you didn't read that part in the article? If you read it, liar. So once again, bro, nobody's listening to you because you already lost. You're trying to argue with me after the fact that you already lost. Now, once again, you didn't address anything I mentioned. Contemporary inscriptions that's at the same time of the Kuntal Dre was 8th century BCE. Why you didn't talk about the Moabite stela? Where in that Moabite stela is there Asherah with Yahweh? 2, 3, you didn't mention anything about the text. How you keep on talking about it's the El whatever the heck in the Hittite thing. Where is Yahweh in that? You said that sounds very similar to the Bible. Where is in the Bible can Yahweh not get an erection and da? That sounds like more like Egypt to me. That sounds a lot like Egypt to me, that freaky stuff. Show me that in the scriptures. Thank you. Like I said, this guy's the king of flim flam and making it up. And I keep seeing the brother Cosmon Cal. He in there, he always typing. I was just on the panel with him, was that yesterday? When I called him out and that man jumped off and ran? Bro, stay in the chat. You a chat rat. Step up here and get this smoke real quick.
Sorry, can I give you a contemporary source
You
with the
can shut up.
Kunal Ajar?
You can
You
shut up.
don't have to be disrespectful.
Nigga,
No, I
did you
can't.
just call me Sai?
No, I said Kasai. I'm talking to
Oh,
Kasai.
I thought you said, "Hey, Sai, can I show a thing real quick?" I was gonna say, man, you forgot where you at. Go ahead, yeah, do your thing.
Well, I'm trying to show a contemporary source. So the brother, when we mentioned,
Share your
hold on,
screen.
Philip Brunson Kasai down.
You
So
share
when
your
the
You
brother,
screen.
just literally just
no,
interrupt.
I don't want to share. I just want to get a source real quick.
You
But
can
when the
stop
brother's mentioning,
interrupting.
hold on, Kasai, you put
Ain't
Philip,
no
you asking for scholarship, and you
Oh,
not, you
I
screaming,
ain't know
brother.
Kasai wasn't finished. My bad. Let Kasai
Yeah.
let us play. Let Kasai let us play. I know we want
Like
to
you
pass it
literally just said,
around,
"Hey,
man.
Kasad, can I die?" No, you interrupted. Like nigga, is you stupid? You interrupted me and said I'm interrupting you.
Yeah, he threw me when I heard the. I ain't hear the chat. So I heard just heard the
Like,
end.
bro, be quiet. Like this is what happens to everyone that debate me. They debate me. They disagree with me in the debate. After they turn around, once we play the footage, they agree with me, and then turn around and still try to argue with me. King J is the prime example of that. And King J want to debate me again. Once again, he ain't bring up nothing in the debate. He got squashed. Like it's funny. These guys keep talking about they won, and the footage is saying something different. Like that's crazy. And I don't even know why King J talking. The polls in the chat say he lost. Asaram Kai, the poll said he won. I ain't gonna lie about that. King J, the poll said you lost. I don't even know why you talking.
The post said you lost because I saw I was in one of the ones who voted that you lost. But so the question that is had is the primary source real quick. So when we're talking about the Kunalet Ajar, right, you said that was the only inscription that mentions Asherah. Are there any contemporary? So I'll give you the Kerbet El Kham. I will give you the Kerbet El Kham, which is the 8th century BC burial inscription near Hebron that invokes the blessing. It actually says Yahweh and his Asherah.
Stole my
Right. So
stuff.
that would be contemporary. That would be contemporary with the Kunalet Ajar, which says Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah, and Yahweh of Timon and his Asherah. Contemporary, and just to give you just these are the first mentions of Yahweh, and they're with a consort. I would challenge you to say that there anytime you see Yahweh, he always has been with a consort. And even when you see Yahweh in Elephantine, you see Yahweh with Anat, a consort. So you always see Yahweh with the consort. The consort just depends on the actual different local culture. So you may see him with Asherah, and you may see him with Anat in the Elephantine, but you always see him with the a consort.
Yo, audio a little
Yep.
choppy. I don't know if you can work on that. And real quick, let's pass it to Ben Eaton before Chaasad responds. Because most of these comments are probably towards you, Chaasad. So let's pass it around the room real quick and then let you play clean it. Go ahead,
No,
man.
I'm just saying peace.
All right.
Yeah, no. I think everybody's on the right path. So I'm just still listening there.
You still listening?
King J took my point. God damn it.
Oh, you took it out the chat.
But
You had posted it,
real
Faith?
quick, can you share my screen real quick, A1? I just want
Yes,
to show
sir.
a resource for some of us.
Go ahead, throw something up there. Got you.
Can you see?
Yep.
Okay. For anyone that's interested in this point about the Contilla El Drude, this is a great resource that you can read. So one thing I had to get used to with Chaasad, you can't talk to him. You just gotta post the work because he be flippy with the scholarship. One minute he like it, next minute he don't. You know, I'm starting to get used to this. But
You want to throw that back
once
up
y'all
there
have,
real quick? That was you took
oh
it
yeah,
down kind of fast.
my bad.
Just a little screenshot it real quick.
Yep.
So we can get back to that. Yeah, let me throw it back up there. Okay.
Yeah, and down here it gives the translation. He was right about a few things, but he was also quite mistaken about a few things as well. But yeah, that's a good resource for everyone.
Millie Jones.
All right.
GD and
I'm just
Capone.
listening now.
Hey, put that in the back chat. Hey, shalom, peace, everybody. You done, bro? Oh yeah. Shalom, peace to the panel.
Peace.
Good
Peace.
topic, great topic as always. Great topics as always. I wanted to ask, y'all at Issa and God Energy run off the panel.
Yeah.
But I asked Asar and Kai. So on the Kutula drug, I probably said that wrong, but that inscription, right? The figures that's on the inscription on the vase. Question is, how can you say that's even though the later caption says Yahweh in his Asherah or
Asherah,
Yahweh Asherah, right? But the figures on the actual vase, it doesn't resemble Asherah at all, because Asherah was resembled as a tree pole or a grove or some type of like plant, right? Or even a woman figure. But on that inscription, it shows like a calf deity or something like that, like a hybrid, like anamorphic. You don't see Asherah portrayed that way, unless you have another source where you do see it portrayed that way.
Yeah, they actually show her as a female on there with breast out. And you see the difference because Yah has his phallus hanging and she doesn't. And somebody went on there and painted another phallus on her. And that's when they were saying that Yah is okay with gay marriages and all that stuff. But they later found out that that was clearly somebody just tampering with the artifact. So when you see her, there's two pictures, right? There's two females in there, as the scholars will tell you. One is arm in arm with Yahweh. The other one is sitting in her chair, a rocking chair, like she's knitting something. So they're definitely female. And then on the Meshel 36 jar, you see or on the other artifact over there, you see a gentleman portraying Yah and a female portraying Asherah, and you have a little committee behind them, about 4 different people, and they're talking to each other. You're like, oh man, my brother, this, that, you get married, basically. And I read that inscription. So you see 2 females there. You don't see anything anthropomorphic on those 2 artifacts.
Well,
On the other Yeah.
What makes you think that they are men and like two that they are anthropomorphic? They are deities. So
That they're
they don't
gods?
look like regular humans. That's one thing. They look like the anamorphic. Far as the depiction of them, they look kind of anamorphic. But what I'm asking is, if they are human, right? Do you have anything to compare it? Do we have anything to compare them to say, oh yeah, this is definitely that deity? Because
Can I?
I would
Yeah,
say
I'm
yes.
gonna
Asherah is because Asherah is portrayed. Her depictions, her figurines, is very specific on how she looked and how she's depicted.
Can I please
I'm
jump
gonna
in?
show you this picture here.
We also got to remember that we don't really know the context of
Can I? No. We
who
finna. I'm
developed
finna.
this text, by the
Let me
way.
get in here after.
Thank you.
I'm
Let me
gonna
So
get in
show
here
you
Sorry,
this
after.
friend.
picture
we,
These
here.
we
are
have to
all
Look,
read them
assumptions.
with the text, with
this
the
is
document.
clear. This is not
So these
like
are all
anything
assumptions.
anthropomorphic. Let me know if y'all can see. That's them at the altar, B. There's no feet, there's no animal, anything
I
at
gotta see
all.
what's that. What's that you got up so I can look at it.
Yeah.
That's
Maybe A1 can
that's
pull it up.
Mesh 3.6. So go to Mesh 3.6. That's them at the altar, B. There's no animal anything going on there. So
So
in
so
fact,
what's
I'm
the
gonna
so
I'm gonna ask you what I asked Chaasad because he said there was an Asherah tool, the instrument that they used to open the mouth. There's no Asherah tool there. There's only Asherah female. Now here goes the other one that you was talking about on the jar, right?
Let me please
This
get.
is
Let me
when
get.
they're arm in arm. And when they're arm in arm, you shouldn't be confused at all with this one.
but the
So right
stance
here, look,
is not a human stance, even
look
though
at
they
them.
are bipedal.
No, D. There's where's the
Yep.
tool at that
That
Kassad
now that
All
scholar
look
Is
right.
claims?
Thank you.
that
Now,
look
please get in
completely
here, please.
different from the
They
other
right there, B.
but
They arming
Kassad
up.
is
And
right.
who's
We
that in the
don't
back?
know. It's not.
Who's
We
in the
don't know if
back?
they're related to the
So
text.
what they saying? Children scribbled that? Like
Now they
Hey,
now they trying to pretend like they not related
No,
to
do
the
they
you
text,
know?
can. Come on,
but
man.
they
that
Do you
do
don't
know?
look
want
like
to
Do you
change
know?
up.
it look feminine, but it don't look like it don't I wouldn't
They
say
can
that
work
it's
it
an
out.
actual woman. I would
But
say
Well,
you
that it's an entity.
now
sorry.
the
It's anthropomorphic.
Sorry.
the
Do you know who
bull.
I know? Sorry, real quick. Do you know who I see depicted like that a lot?
Who?
Best.
Best. That's what I thought it
Yeah,
was. Probably
and
best.
that's who Kassad thought it was in the debate. Then I had to go show you Best, and guess what Best don't have? Or guess what y'all don't have? He don't got the panther
Beard.
on his chest showing that he's a priest
Right.
like Best
Right.
was. So when I made that distinction, breaking it down, he had nowhere else to run because Best is
I
gonna
remember
appear
that.
Wait,
with
hold
that
on, hold
I
panther.
on. But
remember
they
that.
do
Yeah.
got panthers on them.
Stop.
Hold on,
Hey,
Kasai.
this
But
is
they do got like spots and stuff on them, like in the Kuta drug, they do got like
Yeah,
some type of fabric on them
and
to
that's why some
symbolize
scholars
that.
He
don't
ain't got
think
no
that those are
panther on
fallacies.
his
They think
chest.
that's why some scholars don't think that those things are fallacies. They think that is a part of that.
It's a
The
tail.
pant.
The
now. Can
garment,
I? Come
yeah.
on. Let me actually go because y'all keep on saying stuff and letting Asarim kind of filibuster. And he keep on lying. Now let's get into
He
something.
talking about filibustering. You out your mind.
You
So
let
let's
y'all letting
read
this
this
man.
real
No,
quick.
no. You're not finna keep talking.
Who
Y'all just
who
had to
did,
pour for like 10 minutes. Nope, it's over with. It's my turn.
we ain't got no for for no
This
10 minutes. You in your
this how you
feelings.
get these dudes,
So
bro.
who I need you
No,
guys
it's
to
not
tell
your
me
turn.
who
No,
this
no,
female is
you're
in the
done. Hey,
background
I'm sharing my
that's knitting
screen. You should be sharing my screen right now.
with her
Asherah.
breast out.
You should
I
be
would
sharing
say
my
that's the
screen.
Asherah in
Appreciate
the
you.
back.
So
That's
now
Asherah in the back.
we always
Hello.
let dude talk.
Yeah.
Let's
No.
listen to some scholars.
And what you have is two figures. And then you have way off in sort of disconnected to that, the inscription Yahweh and his Asherah. Now, several.
Are y'all able to hear the video playing?
We heard
Yes.
him and it's right here on the jar
Yeah. Now
connected
be
to it.
quiet.
So how is
Hey,
this way
Scholars
off
have
in
basically
the back?
said
Notice.
that
It's
He
right
trying to
above.
talk. Hey, he just had to go. He just went back and forth with GDN Capone. He's trying to talk over the fact that he's wrong. Ben Eaton already just told. Well, no,
No.
Chaasad is kind of right, man. He's we really don't know. We can't associate the drawing with the bro.
Call him.
He's trying to talk over him being wrong, so y'all don't get the point. He asking
Call him.
where
Tell
the
him come
actual
debate me.
shut up. He's asking where the Asherah tool. For one, they actually telling you that the word itself, Asherah, in the inscription is referring to the actual tool, not the deity. This how you know this nigga don't read, bro. This is why he keep talking over people instead of just shutting his mouth.
No. You the one who talking over people. And I asked you three. Didn't I ask him 3 times? Everybody on this panel. Didn't we ask him to show us the tool of Asherah on this jar? Where's it
The
at?
first problem with that interpretation is that, first of all, we don't know.
Why is he talking?
Because we know he's lying. And we know you lying with him.
So once
let him play it from the top. Play it from the top. Just
thank you. Control the panel, please, because every time he's wrong, he tried to talk over him being wrong. Nobody's listening to you, Asarm Ka. You are the king of flim flam bull BS scholarship. You have no respect no more, my guy. So let's listen.
Fragmentary ostraca. And what you have is 2 figures, and then you have way off in sort of disconnected to that the inscription Yahweh and his Asherah. Now, several liberal scholars have basically said that this is a portrayal of Yahweh and his wife Asherah. Well, there are some problems with that interpretation. The first problem with that interpretation is that, first of all, we don't know if Yahweh and his Asherah is actually connected to the figures that are shown, say, extremely offset to.
He's literally telling you the scholars themselves, which he's an Egyptologist. He's a scholar himself.
Said the scholars agree with me. We heard him.
Bro. Why is this man opening his mouth? Why is he opening his mouth? Because he's been sitting here lying and trying to tell you that no, we know for sure this is a picture of them getting married. He's literally telling you we don't know if the inscription in the drawing is even connected. They're most likely they're not even related. That's what the scholars say. The scholars will tell you if you ask them, identify which one is Yahweh.
He just said the scholars say that they think it's Yah and his wife.
I told you
that's what the scholars say.
Every time he's wrong, he tried to talk over being wrong. I'm sick of this man. So once again, if you
see me in his nightmare,
if you ask the scholars which one is Asherah which one is Yahweh in the drawing, they're going to give you a different interpretation on the scholar that you give. One is going to say this one over here is Yahweh.
Play what he said again.
Why? Can
I share my screen next?
A1.
Play what he said again.
A1. Let's let Chaasad land his plane.
If you interrupt me again, I'm actually putting him back. He's trying to talk over him being wrong. So they're going to tell you based on if you ask different scholars, they don't know who's who. But he keep on trying to put it up here as if he knows, oh man, yeah, this is supposed to be Howard and his wife. Shit, dude, your scholarship is bad. And King J up here just agreeing and nodding his head and, bro, stop it. He gonna lead you off a cliff to hell, into dumbness. That's what he's gonna lead you to. Now let's finish listening.
The inscription. The second is a grammatical problem.
If this is what I mentioned earlier, not only to Humble, and I mentioned it earlier, the inscription itself, the wording is not correct in Hebrew. If you want to say this is talking about his wife Asherah, this is the point that I keep talking to, and they acting like I'm making this stuff up. No, and instead of actually going into the Hebrew and show that this is talking about the deity, he's running his mouth because he can't read Hebrew. Listen to this.
This is if Asherah is supposed to be the name of Yahweh's wife. We wouldn't say, you wouldn't find it written his Asherah. You would find it Yahweh and Asherah. My sense is that what's being shown here is Yahweh and an Asherah pole. It's a very...
He literally saying, and this is not just him, multiple scholars are saying, based off of the actual inscription, the primary text, the text is telling you most likely is in reference to Yahweh and the object. The Asherah pole, which the Israelites isn't. Bro, shut up. He literally just said that.
Don't do it. Let him play himself. Let him do his thing.
They are worshiping the pole Asherah. It's not talking about the actual deity. And I actually got the scholarship from the person that found the artifact himself. He literally translate the inscription that is not supposed to be a proper name. So now this brother just keep opening his mouth like bro, you literally trying to talk over the fact that you're wrong. Now, secondly, King J try to bring out like the burial inscriptions and stuff. Like let's talk about this. Let's get into this real quick. So it should share this screen instead, right? So it's saying I know he want to screenshot stuff because I told you this man ain't got no real scholarship. So let's go down here. It says where we at. It says the context of these texts is religious, but they demonstrate no relationship to the burials in the tomb. Neither the names or any of the standard burial formulae are contained in these texts. All the inscriptions are very difficult to decipher because of the relatively rough original preparation of the stone surface, subsequent surface deterioration, and competing scratches on the wall. So when we actually get down here, they actually have these inscriptions from tombs, right? They're not actual burial inscriptions though. They're written on these places where people and stuff was buried. Literally right here, the different two translations that they give. Yahweh is the God of the whole earth. The mountains of Judah belong to him, the God of Jerusalem. Yahweh, my God, bear his hand. A terror he led for his own sake to Jerusalem. Like, bro, they keep on trying to misrepresent Israelite history and everything. I literally asked him, I said, why don't you mention the contemporary inscriptions and stuff that's going around at the same time as the Kuntal Drud, such as the Moabite stone? The Moabite stone do not associate Asherah with the Israelites and the Yahweh whatsoever, and it's at the exact same time frame. Stop trying to repaint and remix history with the Israelites. You know what? I'm really getting sick and tired of the flim flam. This guy is garbage. And Cosmo, I'm sick of you talking. I'm sick of you talking in the chat. Get that old waspy crash up, that old waspy trash up here, and come get beat, my guy. You running your mouth. I ain't beat nobody. I bet I beat you. I bet I destroy you. What is he talking about?
Shots fired. Shots fired from Chaasad. He's in the clock tower sniping right now. Let's pass it around. OTK, we haven't heard from you. How you feeling today?
Yo, man, you know, man, I'm learning all of these different belief systems, because that's all it sounds like, a bunch of the belief systems to me. And I'm just trying to decipher what everybody talking about. From what I'm understanding, the metaneta or words of metaneta has not been deciphered from all of the scholastic people. So they're giving their thoughts on what it could be from what it's saying. And that goes with Hebrew too, because how can things be deciphered in Hebrew when Hebrew is a later language? So that causes a little confusion with me, and I'm just learning. I'm learning y'all history over there, because this shit don't got nothing to do with us in America. But I'm learning that to wonder, to see if it's any correlation with over here. So that's why I be in tune with this shit, and it's good to me. It's good to me. When the brother say Amaru earlier, I was like, shit, Amarucan over here. The Amaru in Peru. But he was saying the Amu. So, you know what I mean? I had to keep on listening in order to get that correct understanding. But y'all brothers fire over here, man. That's why I share this out to my channel. So,
Appreciate
you know what I mean?
Yep. Appreciate you.
Word. And peace to my big brother, Asa. He said,
can I say my script real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Asa, you always something to me, bro.
Go ahead,
you one of my top scholars, Asa. I
Salute,
ain't even gonna
family.
lie to you, bro.
Salute, family. My brother OTK. I'm gonna shout you out if one of these cats would take the debate. They don't ever want to debate.
Phoenician, dating to the 8th century BCE. The inscriptions come in a number of forms. Some were incised into pottery before it was fired. Some were carved into the rims of bowls. Some were written on plastered walls, while others were written on pottery. The inscriptions are largely religious in nature and include references to Yahweh, El, Baal, and Asherah, and what some scholars identify as a depiction of Bes. Among the inscriptions found, the most debated comes from one of the pottery fragments and bears both a drawing and an inscription, and reads in part, May you be blessed by Yahweh of Shamron and his Asherah, written over the heads of the figures. The motifs seen in the imagery are common for the region and period, as is the association of a deity with a consort, indicating that for the hand responsible for this inscription, Yahweh did in fact have a consort, Asherah. For all of us at Bible and Archaeology, I'm Jordan Daniels.
I'm Jordan Daniels. I'm Jordan
So
Daniels.
the reason
What?
I played that, hold on 1 second. Hold on, I'm gonna land my plane with this. The reason I played that is because hey, listen, man, we gotta do better with this, man. Anybody can go grab a YouTube clip and it can say anything.
I'm Jordan Daniels. Tell him, humble.
I don't know if he's telling the truth or not, man. Anybody can make a clip and say anything. So you know what I'm saying? So that's the only reason why I pulled that clip up like that. You know, we got people on the internet saying this is what it is. We got people on the internet saying this is what it is. So we gotta come better with that when we trying to get credible people telling us what this is.
Humble Mystic, bro. I'm gonna let you know that you shouldn't have did that. So what I pulled up, that is Dr. David A. Falk, a PhD in Egyptology. He also have degrees in archaeology, biblical studies, and theology. So you went and pulled some random dude and you didn't even check their credentials. That's very, 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 very that's sad, bro.
I did the same thing you did. I pulled somebody up on YouTube.
Can I make a comment? Go ahead, Court. My brief comment
and Jordan
is simple.
Daniels is chiming in. Go ahead, Jordan.
Okay. Yeah, so the guy that Humble showed is, I don't know if he earned his PhD yet, but if I'm not mistaken, he was a student at University of Iowa in their ancient Near Eastern archaeological department, ancient Palestinian, Syro-Palestinian archaeological department. So the one big difference between these two videos is one of them actually addressed the different proposals, while the other one just articulated one main proposal as the proposal. So, I mean, the David Falk is a PhD from Liverpool, yes, and he also did graduate magna cum laude in ancient Near Eastern studies from when he had his master's, and he has 2 masters in ancient Near Eastern studies, one from Trinity Evangelical Theological Seminary, and also from University of Toronto. But yeah, David Falk, not quite.
Theological Seminary, that's church.
Yeah, have you ever heard of I don't know, this one major archaeologist by the name of Bill Deaver?
No, I was just about to say. Go ahead on in. You cooking.
I mean, because Bill Deaver, if it wasn't for Bill Deaver, you wouldn't have the majority of the evangelical scholars at major universities doing archaeology. And he says very clearly, ignore William Deaver. He says of his students that evangelical scholars can produce sound and great scholarship in the field. In fact, he has promoted and gotten most of his students tenured positions in the field. Like in the field.
And he has an awesome book about reconstructing the history of ancient Israel solely through archaeology. I'm sorry, Courtney.
Correct. He does. He definitely does.
Don't let him distract you from your point.
Yeah, he debunks Finkelstein, right? Because I seen they had
they've been fighting for decades.
Okay. Israel. I'm asking.
All right, so I wanted to say this though.
Hold on. Barbarian, he was finishing that point. Don't let him distract you from that point. Finish up, brother.
I mean, yeah, I was just saying that at least with David Falk's minute clip, his excerpt, you actually did get more than one perspective. So that now you're able to go to the information and consider all of the data and arguments as presented a little more fairly. If you took the Bible and Archaeology YouTube page clip regarding the very same artifact, you would get a very, very tight-knit, closed-minded perspective regarding the actual critical assessments of the data. And yes, what David Falk says is not, strictly speaking, an evangelical position. You have liberal, non-believing archaeologists that hold to the very same position that he's arguing for.
And
He's not.
My only thing I want to say behind you is only reason I played the video is because I'm getting sick of sitting here and arguing and providing sources and giving you the scholar's work and the scholar's statement. So I'd rather just let you hear it because I'm sick of this guy sitting up here, as you said, presenting his information as if he's just 100% fact and correct, as if his scholarship didn't get crushed, as if this guy didn't get challenged in the debate and didn't respond to anything. Like, that's ridiculous. We just played the audio. I'm talking to Sar. You hear me talking. You can mute and then we'll talk when I'm done. Thank you, bro. So we sitting up here and I only played the audio because he's sitting up here acting as if he's right and exact. And then when the audio coming out from the scholars that's telling you, like, they're not only explaining where his position come from and where his position is not exactly correct and telling you why it's not correct, he's sitting up here still trying to talk over it as if he's not wrong. Nobody's you have no credibility in this. You're not a Hebrew expert. You're not a Hebrew scholar. I put some Hebrew up there. You couldn't read it. Like like your scholarship is suckish, and you just love to run your mouth. You just want to be heard. I understand, bro. Nobody wanna hear you no more. Yeah, I understand. You just want to be heard. So very clearly, as we can see, as I stated multiple times, no one should ever bring up the Kuntala of the Drud and start talking about Yahweh and his wife. You don't know, and you don't have the scholarship to back that up. And all of this could be put to rest with a simple reading of the Hebrew. Asaram Khan, next time you talk, please read the Hebrew and show us where it says his wife Asherah. Thank you.
Well,
After that, outside of that, you making stuff up.
This is my last real quick.
A1,
Real
hold
quick.
up. They hogging the mic though. Hold up.
I'm not
A1,
trying to hog
if
the
you
mic. I'm just trying to make one last caveat. And my last caveat is
go
the
ahead, brother.
artifact in question is fragmentary. The
So
artifact in
so let
question is
do this. Okay.
fragmentary.
So do this.
And
A1, do this for me real quick. Can you pull up El Mishnah 3.6? Just pull up the Wikipedia because it's gonna show the picture for us. Because this is all I'm gonna do to his
Hey, you
scholar.
better grab a better
Who I'm
source than Wikipedia.
no, it just
it's
shows
gonna
the
show
picture
the
clearly. Yeah, it's okay to
Y'all
use
know
the
I don't
Wikipedia
know
because
about
it shows the
Wikipedia,
picture.
It's
bro.
gonna show the image, man. Come on, Wikipedia got
Listen,
sources on
I'll
that, bro.
show. I'll pull it up.
Y'all gotta tighten
listen.
up.
It has the primary on there, so it's okay to use it in this instance. If it didn't have the primary, there'd be no reason to use it because we're not going to look at any of the words. We want to make sure his scholar is sound. We're going to crush his scholar.
Man, I
So
told that man read that Hebrew. He can't do it.
will you pull it up for us, brother? A1 or Humble, either one of y'all.
And when he pull it up, make sure he read the
Pull
Hebrew.
it up real quick. Watch this, because this is what we asked him to do during the debate,
Make
and it's
sure he
very
read that
simple.
Hebrew.
All right, what is called, Asa?
The El Mishnah, Mishnel 3.6 or 3.2, whichever.
Now let's see if he gonna do anything that I asked him to do.
Watch how simple this is, right?
All right, this right here. No, what the hell? Did I put it in right? I don't even think I put it in right.
Do this. Put Yah and his wife on a jar. Put that in there. That should bring it up. That should bring up the Wikipedia. Yeah. Because usually I can go right through my computer, but I'm in my truck right now. I have no tools right now.
What are you using? Yahoo Bing? You using Bing?
Hold up, B. Yeah.
This is crazy.
Scroll down.
Listen, that's why I don't like this stuff.
I feel you. Scroll down.
All right.
Hey man, this is getting sad, man. This is sad.
It was sad when your scholar said your scholar starts the statement that most scholars think is Yah and his consort, his wife. That's what he started with.
But then
I
his
want to just
scholar
go to the
addressed.
artifact
I
itself
think
Well,
because
he
it's
we need
two
to do
words in
something
the
real
Hebrew
quick.
for
Hey,
wife,
bro,
and
you
there's
didn't write.
one is
Hey, you didn't type
Isha,
in a jar. You didn't
another
type
one
in a
is
jar, right, bro? You got to be
Nabasha.
specific with that. It say
we're
on a
not talking
jar.
Nabata.
about biblical Hebrew. I think y'all
It say
confusing it.
videos. You asking for videos.
A1, can you pull it up
That's
for
why
him
it took you
real
there.
quick?
Hey, humble. You asked for
Yeah.
videos. That's why it took you there, bro. Don't ask for videos.
Don't ask for videos. Good
Yeah,
looking.
type in all. Yeah, click the
Yeah,
all
yeah,
button.
yeah,
The all button
yeah,
should
yeah.
have
You
everything.
type in videos,
Because
bro.
this
That's
ain't the
why it took you
video,
to
this is the
videos.
artifact itself we want to look at.
So look up the artifact. Artifact of Yah and his wife on the jar.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for him to read.
He said I'm still waiting for him to read.
He want me to read. I'm gonna pull up some metal netcher and I'm gonna need you to read. See? See how that works? But can you pull up
Hey,
that
hey,
if you pull up
Shad.
the artifact, we want to do this
If
right
we can
now.
read Hebrew, we can read Metal Netta.
Hey, Shad, let me ask you this.
Not quite.
Not
It
necessarily.
kind of go the other
Was
way
it
around.
Yah
Right.
Is
Was
it
it
on
Yah
the British Columbia joint?
I don't know. Pull it up. Let's see. We can't
Oh
see
my
it.
God. Can we on this shit is sad, bro. This
Hey,
is
Shad. Hey,
sad.
Shad, I got a question for you,
Hey,
my
Y'all
King
brother.
making
J, can you
Kasai
pull
look
it up
too
real
good.
quick?
Sad.
Hey, Shad.
You said the
Let
miss.
Let
You
King.
me
said
ask
the
you a
miss
question,
now.
brother.
Yeah, just pull up
When
the
we looking,
Wikipedia joint with the jar and
This is
the
sad.
pics on there, so we can look at the artifact real quick. Because this is going to be real simple, and
hey,
I want
Shad,
him,
when they
and if he
had
can call his
Metanetta
scholar
out,
at any time, I want his scholar to do it too. Once,
My bad,
if
brother.
anybody
My
can
bad,
pull
brother.
it
I'm
up,
on my phone. I wouldn't be able to show it off my phone.
yeah, I'm on my phone too. A1,
hey,
you got the
Shad,
ability to share real quick?
Yes.
yeah, he
Yeah,
does.
they get it.
Hold on one
They couldn't
second.
get it figured out for you.
Bro, this is
Nah,
sad, man. Like we
Oh
like this
man.
is sad.
Yeah,
Can we
he
move
he
on?
Hey,
went through
Shad,
everybody
everything
on
is
the
Shad,
sad
can
subject.
to
I ask you a
Kassad.
question? Can
It's
I ask you,
sad you
brother
still
Shad,
Yo,
stuck
a
on this
question
scholarship
real
feeling.
quick?
sad. Yo,
Humble can
your
pull it
brothers
up.
are sad.
Let
You
Humble
Your
got
pull it up for you
apostles
real
punishment.
are
quick.
sad.
Okay.
Your scholarship is sad. Your sources are sad. You just a
Hey,
sad
Shad,
brother.
It's
Shad,
messed
can I
up.
ask you a
I'm
question real
searching.
It's
quick,
gonna
bro?
look up
Hey, I just
the
want to
It's
say
not
artifact
the
the
of
fact
same
that
Yah
they
and
description.
his
both
wife.
won rematches with Kassad shows that he really destroyed them in both debates.
I think it's the same inscription y'all talking about.
I don't think so.
Hey,
You was talking about
Kassad,
an
can
animal on
I ask
there, and
you
it
a
wasn't even
question,
no
bro?
animal represent. The bull represented Yah in that artifact. That was about it. That's how we know for sure that it was Yah, because Yah is associated with the bull. But
Yeah, he
the
making it
scholar
work.
said we
So
don't
then
even know
who's
if
the
it's
people
talking
then?
about Yah. But
So if
no. Your
if
scholar ran
Yah is
away from that
associated with
and
the
said he didn't
bull,
even think it was
who is the
Yah on
people
there,
then?
even though Yah
Yeah, he
was
Who is
making it
on
work.
the
the inscription. The
bipedal
other female
being?
was Ashtoreth, and her name appears in the Hebrew. And he said, we don't know if she's
We
Yeah.
definitely don't.
affiliated with it. Then
That's
he
not
tried to
So
what
how
it
act
we
as if
know?
the
stated.
So
inscriptions
Asad,
were far
Asad,
away from the people, but they weren't. They were right over the top of their heads. This is why I know your scholar don't want to debate nobody on that. But
Bro, this
since you
guy just
talking
What?
making stuff
for
up,
him,
just rambling.
since you
He just
talking
rambling.
for him, it ain't no ramble. It's whooping. So
Um,
A1, if you
real,
could pull up the artifact real quick, pull up Yah and Asherah on a jar.
Oh my
If you could do that.
here's another side comment. You should not say that David Falk isn't willing to debate nobody because apparently Jabari Osaze has ran from his challenge on debating him regarding the Exodus.
well,
He did it, but I didn't. And when I
I'm just
talked to
saying.
David Roll, when what's his name called him, and we was on the show together, I said if you'd like to debate that with
David
your
Rowe doesn't
what was
debate
the name of
anymore.
his movie? Yeah,
Yeah,
and
Dave
that's your
Rose.
favorite scholar, Kassan.
nigga,
When
you
Wait,
ain't never
what you
talked
want
to
me to
David
type in
Rose.
he's
Stop
again?
lying,
flipping
bro.
it,
You
boy.
ain't never talked to
You
no
better know
You
who
David
said
you
Yah
on here
on a
with.
jar?
Yeah, Yah on the jar. Yah and
Yah on the
Asherah on
job.
the jar. Yeah.
Like,
Right,
how
but they're
long do we let this
artifacts.
man just lie? We caught him lying
Ain't no
against
lie. You
hey,
already
we
got
caught
tore
him lying
down
on
3 times.
here.
You told us
We
your
caught him
scholar was
lying
going to tell
on
us something
here.
different. Your
He
scholar started
lying
off
right now.
stating,
Like, bro, how many
scholars
times do we
say
gotta catch
that
Sar
Yah and
contradicting
Asherah
himself
are a
in
couple
lying
on on this
as if
jar.
he's
That's the
right.
first thing he said, money. That's the first
How
thing he
many
said
times
was,
do
Right.
we have
I'm
to?
right.
Sir. Hold on,
How many
Chaasad,
times?
Chaasad,
Was
Chaasad, you don't
there
need to
Hebrew
respond.
language out during this
Hold
time?
on.
Hold on,
Hold
I
on,
got a
Chaasad.
question, Shahar. Is
Real
there is
briefly.
there
Here we go.
Is there a written Hebrew language
Oh,
during this
buddy.
time?
There.
No,
So
no, time out.
so
Y'all
do
bet
this.
not say
Hold
here
up.
we
Do this
go.
for.
I
Hold up.
just
Hold
had
up.
this
Here we
on the
go.
screen.
I told y'all
I
y'all was
asked you
talking
to
about
pull
the
it
Talking
up.
about the
same
same
Click that
I
artifact.
jar
just had
right
this
there
on the
on the
screen. Y'all
side,
say y'all
A1.
didn't want this.
I just said that. Y'all was talking
Y'all
about
are
the same
talking about the
artifact.
same artifact.
Click the jar on the screen,
Well,
A1.
he said the Mishnah or something. He said something else.
He don't
Everybody
even know
told
what this is. This is
This is the
click the jar on
Kutala
the
drug
screen, brother
description. You
A1.
said pull up the Mishnah 3.6 something, 6.1 or something
There
like
it
that.
is right there. Now, Chaasad, you and your scholar said there is a pole called an Asherah on this jar. Show us where it's at right now. Point to it.
That's not what he said.
Hey, now, no, hold on. Thank you.
That
Thank
is
you,
what
cut 'em
he
up.
said.
Thank you, cut 'em
Show
up,
it to us
barbarian.
right
Everyone,
That
now.
is not what the scholar said, but because you are
That is
man,
what he
so,
said.
man,
so
Show it to us
slow,
right
because you
now.
are so, so slow.
Show us the Asherah on this jar right now.
I'm gonna talk
He
after you
can't
done.
do it,
Go ahead.
and you
Let me know when
can't
I got
do
the
it.
floor. Let me know when I
Now,
got the floor.
now, you ain't got
It's
the
a
floor
vase.
now, so you can
Hold
stop
on. It's
talking
a
and mute
vase, ain't
yourself
it?
now.
It's a vase,
No, this
ain't
is
it?
the,
So
yeah,
you
this
will
the
plant
base.
an Asherah
Show us
in a
the
vase
Asherah.
when you plant an
Show us the
Asherah
Asherah.
in the vase.
Show,
Once you put an Asherah in a vase.
it's a jar.
no,
It wasn't
it's,
That's
used.
the
it's on
that's
the
the
Everybody's
jar.
talking
octagon.
about the
Now,
same
Man,
artifact.
that's a vase, man.
Look,
That ain't no
they trying to
damn
It's
change
the
it
jar. It's a
up.
it's the
vase.
Look, he
Talking
tried
octagon.
to
about the
lie.
same thing.
Hey,
He
hey,
tried to
hey!
lie.
Can
We
we
can't even
please
trust
get?
your man.
Let's get order.
It's not
It's
your
starting
turn
with
yet,
our turn.
Kassad. Sit back.
Bro,
Sit
I'm
back,
trying to give
brother.
you the
One
floor. I'm
mic,
It
trying to tell
ain't
him
gentlemen.
to
your
One
shut up.
mic.
turn yet.
Bro, I'm trying
Now,
to
Tighten
tell
up,
him to
go.
stop
gentlemen.
interrupting you. I'm literally
It's
telling him to
not
stop
your
interrupting you.
turn yet, brother.
I'm literally
Now,
telling GD and Capone
it's
to stop
not
interrupting
your
you.
turn yet, brother. Hold tight. Now, we just pulled up this jar.
Let's tighten
They
up.
can't show it on this jar. There's another artifact on here that I pulled up in the debate where it looks like people. Brother A1, if you will scroll, if you will, matter of fact, if you hit that arrow, it'll probably take us to it. Because here's another picture. Yes, sir. Keep going. One more. One
Oh
more. Yep.
no! Oh,
Keep
that's a
going. Keep
cut.
going. Keep going. Ain't
I
no
gotta
cut.
pull it up.
Keep going. There it is. There it is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So now they say in the text, which I read, it says that this is Yah and his wife at the altar. And at the altar, it is him getting married. And in the background is their clique. And they say one of their
Now,
names in there.
now,
And
how
he
could you
says,
make
oh,
that out of this?
brother. So now it's your man's is here, your other man's is here, and your scholar said that there was some type of Asherah pole in this picture. Show it to us right now, Kassad. Show it to us.
So the scholar was not
Can I have the
addressing this
floor now?
artifact. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
he
sorry,
was, because this
Cassandra.
is the one I showed in the debate, and this is the
He's
one
still
Kassad
talking.
keeps harping on.
He keeps
The first
he
one he was
asked the
talking
question.
about
He's
was the
trying to talk
jar,
over the
which
question.
is Meshnel 3.6, and he couldn't show a pole in that. Here go the
You
second
done?
artifact. And he don't want, no, I'm not, so quit trying to talk over me. Now, here go the second one. And you still can't show no Asherah pole in the picture. The only thing you see is marriage. And your man said there was some type of animal running through this picture. You only see people in this picture. That's Yah and his wife getting booed up at the
Wait,
altar.
hold
Knock
on. But
it off. If you
how could
don't
you
put
make that
your
out?
$5 heinies down, I will continue to make more change than Obama, and I will continue to hit you in the head like Osama. Now,
Thank you for
So,
now. Please let me get the floor. Please, please. Now we just sat here and watched this man lie
it's
for a
dark.
full time. Why?
It's
Don't let
dark.
him interrupt. Do not let him interrupt. Do not let him interrupt. I literally, hey, and this is how you know he's scared. When I was telling GD and Capone, don't interrupt the Sarm Khan, let him finish so we can murder this guy. He was still talking about it's not your turn, Kassar. I'm sitting here telling them to stop talking so you can finish, and you telling me it's not my turn. So please don't unmute your mic not one single time because you're a liar. Just as cut him up, Barbarian was finna say. I want to because I want y'all to see how well this man's comprehension is. I thought
he just like making stuff up. But I see he just don't comprehend. He challenged.
Which one
He
is
used the rod-
best in
he
the
used the
picture?
rod to- Hey, why is he talking? I don't let. Hey, if he unmute his mic, put that man in the back. I see he used to ride the short bus to
You're
school.
doing a bunch of
So,
gish galloping. Get to the point.
nope, I can gish gallop just like how he gish gallop. Thank you. So I see he used to ride the short bus to school. I won't cut him up, Barbarian, to come off mute for a second. Did the scholar
That's
ever
right.
say that there was an Asherah pole in the drawing? Go ahead.
No.
Say that one more time. Cut him up,
David
Barbarian.
Falk. David Falk did not say that there was an Asherah pole depicted in the script or in the iconography on the. Oh my goodness!
Why is somebody interrupting during our time?
Damn.
Play the video again. Let's see.
Why is somebody interrupting during
We'll
our
get
time?
back to that, but they Courtney go cut him up. Courtney, go ahead.
Yeah, David Falk stated that the inscription was disassociated to the actual iconography or pictograph in the go back like 4 or 5 pictures, A1, because that was the scholar was not addressing what's currently on screen. The scholar was addressing another artifact, the very first artifact. And yes, this one. And this is the one where people are saying, oh, it looks like it could be a bull. That was the one that they're suggesting has equally as much interpretive framework to overlay it when it comes to understanding what's going on in the narrative or in the text. But at least from the picture you went to after you went here, A1, I didn't see any literature. And maybe that's a
He wanted me
isolated
to read it
picture.
though.
Sarim Ka, stop talking, bro.
Maybe
It's
that
not
was an
your turn.
isolated, maybe because at least here you see words in the top left corner, and you also see words slightly above the images. But we also see from this depiction that the artifact is fragmentary. It's not complete. Thank you. That demonstrates the artifact is fragmentary right there. The fact you got a big old gap in the upper section of it, and again, we don't have the totality of the vase. The jar, however you prefer to identify it. We don't have the totality of it.
That's
Where the pole
subjective
at?
that say something is missing,
So,
bro. That's
so very
subjective.
clearly,
You can't
The
say
pole
nothing
could
was
be the
missing
missing part.
because
That's what
you
he's
never get a
saying.
complete
It's
jar.
Where the
fragmented.
Asherah pole at?
very clearly,
It's fragmented.
we
No,
just
they're talking about.
as cut him
Let
up,
him play your
Barbarian
scholar
said,
again. Play your
as cut
scholar
him up,
again. Let's hear
Barbarian.
your
Hey,
scholar say it again. Let's hear it.
A1, I'm asking if this man interrupts again. We all had to sit here and be quiet. We let this man talk. Now he's interrupting because he can't admit that he's wrong, bro. Like, I'm sick of dealing with dude. So once again, as cut him up, Barbarian just said, I don't even need to respond. We played the debate footage. You got caught lying. You're contradicting yourself. We played. You literally challenged. You got challenged in the debate on this. You did not respond. We played the audio. Your only response to the actual scholars in the research on this was you're reading a scholar's paper, bro. Your scholarship sucks. You're not on nothing. You keep on, and then we just heard the third thing. We just heard you make something up about the scholar saying something he did not say, bro. Your understanding sucks. Your scholarship sucks. Your credibility sucks. The only thing that you probably might be good at is reading the meta netter. Even in Egyptian literature and history, you suck. You was just on side netter the other time, and I just schooled you. You talking about some to continue to set the horse. That means to go run, and then guess what? We read that text and we see they both getting freaky. Like, bro, stop it. You not ready, Asar. You get up here and you chase me because you know I beat you. I got the best of you. Your scholarship is not on my level. You not ready. You wish you had the sources that I had, and you keep on chasing. Last time we was live, what do you say? I got up here just so you can fill me up here. You are a goofy. You are a goofy. You love me. You love watching me. You're obsessed with me. You want to beat me and you can't because your scholarship on Israelite history or on history and anything in general is garbage. Thank you.
I just
No, why is he not addressing the point? He said Asar lied. How did Asar lie with this pictogram, and with the other pictogram? The other brother at least explaining it, say, yo, we got words on this one, but we don't got words on the other one. And then he's saying that it's a whole piece missing, like he know how the whole vase look, So he's already saying that it's a piece missing because they shouldn't have that gap in between. I call that cap, because if you
Yes.
never seen the full page, how could you say something is missing? All right.
Easy
So
by
now,
recognizing the
you put,
Okay,
hey,
primary
I'm
bro,
gonna
by
have five. You
recognizing
got
the
but bro,
primary
you doing a
nature.
I
bunch of
didn't even ask him
extra.
to
Right.
Hey,
read it.
This is
can
just
you
That's
a
an
tell me
drawing.
easy
how Asar
answer.
lied?
Tell him,
Can you tell
OTK.
me how
Tell him.
Asar lied? Because I'm trying to get this info. How did
Yeah,
You
Asar
know, this is just
lie?
a
Can you
drawing,
point
though.
out
This
where
is
did
just
he
a
lie
drawing
at,
of
bro?
the actual
It
of the
wasn't
fact.
yeah.
one lie. And not only is
So
it not a lie, we asked
We
them to
asked the
do what his
question. We're going to
scholar
let him
claim was
explain how
in the
Azar
picture.
lied.
And he still won't, they won't even address the picture and show us the Asherah in the picture, because the only Asherah that's in these pictures is that female deity. And they don't
no.
want to recognize that.
What about
So
So
that's
Barbarian?
going to
so the
make
Please
word
me a
explain how
Asher is
liar.
in this
Azar
text.
Humble,
lied.
that's going to make you a
Right.
liar.
We
It
can
made King J
evaluate
a
the
liar. It'll make anyone who goes against that is going to be a liar. But what's going to happen is you're going to put his feet to the fire. And when it burns him, we need you to get call your scholar on the phone. Tell him Asar Ka want to talk to him. Tell him I got a G on it. We need to talk because I need to see the Asherah in one of these pictures. If it ain't this
it's the
female,
inscription that
I need to
matters,
That
see
though.
what he
hold
talking
on,
about.
but
Put him on
Asar, if you
Barbarian.
need to
Please
hold on,
explain how he
hold
lied.
on, real quick, Asar, if you
Hold
need to
on,
see.
gentlemen, real quick. Let me let Ben Eaton get in here.
If
Okay,
Ben.
my
y'all
bad.
read
I
the
just wanted
Hold
Wikipedia
on, GD and
thing,
Capone. Ben,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to
okay.
throw I just wanted to throw a point in. It's the inscription that really matters. And as far as the text goes for Ashura, I mean, Kassad is right. We don't know. I mean, he's pushing it towards the Ashura pole a little bit more than scholars do, but we don't know whether it's referring to the deity or a pole, because in other inscriptions it is more clear, right? That is not, so we know that it's not always, when you see the word, it's not always talking about a deity, right?
Can I
So
ask a question on that? When you see
yeah,
somebody wearing a cross, is that sometimes referring to Christianity, or is that always referring to Christianity?
but that's why I said
It's
the
not
text is
always
so
referring.
important,
It's
because
sometimes referring to
scholars
Christianity.
are not associate scholars aren't associate, we're
Antichrist
moving
got a cross
apart from,
too.
Right, they got an
listen,
upside
we're
down
moving
cross. We
apart
ain't talking about that.
from the inscription being associated with the picture, because I said that and he's right. So when you, I
So
understand what you're saying,
So
humble, but it doesn't work here because
no, listen.
scholars are not sure if this image is even representing the text. That's what I'm
So
saying.
here's what I'm saying,
right,
right?
Hold on.
Because they keep saying no, because Khazad's strong argument is if this does represent Asherah, this represent an object that represent a pole, right? If
No,
idolatry
Right, he
worship
would
is
be
not
just
a
as
thing.
wrong.
no. So an
That's
astral
So
pole is not
hold on one
necessarily a
second.
pole. It's a
Hold
grove.
on.
Nah, B, there's too
He's
much
saying
popping,
that,
man.
hold
Humble
on one
finish.
second. He's saying that as if idolatry was not a thing, as if Asherah poles or Asherah groves does not represent Asherah herself.
You're
So
right, humble. I
by
agree.
saying, oh, well, this is just the grove of Asherah, or this is just the poles of Asherah, bro, there's no distinction between the poles of Asherah and Asherah herself.
well,
Well,
that's
it is
one
a
of the
distinction.
objections that was made by David Falk, because grammatically we have a common syntax whenever Asherah is attached to another deity, and that language is not present, even though her name is present. The name is present in this particular inscription. So is Ashura present in the inscription in this artifact that's on the screen? Yes. Is it a depiction by means of pictograph? No. It's a word. Nobody's debating if the word is there or not. The word is there. And honestly, Asar, if your point is to be taken seriously, you have no grounds to argue now. If you want to say, oh, I need to see, you said I need to see the Ashura pole, and yet you're still identifying something that's not the Ashura pole or the Ashura goddess in the iconography in this artifact directly. Like
That's
you're
because
arguing
the
from an
Asherah
assumption.
pole doesn't exist in this artifact, which is
That's
my
because it's
point,
broken.
which means
Well,
that
that
the
aspect,
scholar that you use would be saying something pseudo, which is why when I said it in the discussion that me and Kassad had in the debate, when I called his scholar's paper fluff concerning this, it would be true because you don't see an Asherah pole, nor does anyone in here see an Asherah pole. So for
But
him to
where's
bring up
Asherah?
That's
something
not
that's
what the
not an
scholar is
element
saying,
on the
though.
Hold
artifact
on, but
is
where is
silly.
Asherah? You're saying that this is an
She's
Asherah
the
depiction,
female
right?
right there next to him, and he's
Okay,
arm in
so
arm.
pay
So when
attention.
he
You're
started to
begging the
say,
question.
no, 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 no,
Go ahead,
no,
Corey.
I'm
You're
not
begging the
begging anything.
question for
He
evidence of
told
what
you
you
when he
identified.
started, he said most scholars see Asherah and Yah.
And his
He said
wife.
he says Yah and his wife. That means
Yes.
For
his
other
wife is
reasons,
Asherah.
other
So
reasons.
if
Not
most scholars say that, it's over. And he said that
No,
when
it's
he
not.
first started
It's
the
not
video,
over.
brother.
So if it's
Play it
over,
again, Chaasad,
hold on, hold on,
in
hold on.
case he
I'm gonna
didn't hear
demonstrate. I'm going to
me.
demonstrate why it's not over, and this is going to demonstrate what you're not doing well as it relates to the 1 minute clip
Well, show
that
the Asherah
Chaasad
pole because
shared.
you're not
What
doing
you're
that, bro.
not
Show us the
doing well,
Asherah pole.
sir. This
That's
is
the
a very
challenge.
quick example. Listen to me. It's not even going to be a historical example. It's going to be a personal example from everybody's childhood. Okay. When we were children, we would want to go outside because
He
we would
wants
look
you to
out.
show it
Hear
from
the
the
example,
artifact,
Hey,
please.
why
brother.
is
Hear
this
the
hard not
example.
talking over
Hear
people?
the example,
Because
please.
you talking
When we
about
were
children's
children,
stories. You want to see the
yes,
pole
because you
right
need to
now.
listen to the example. And when we were
Please
children,
let Courtney finish.
we would want to go outside, right? Because we might have looked out the window or we knew our friends was outside playing ball or riding, whatever activity outside it was. We wanted to be there when we was locked up in the house. So we would approach our parent, our guardian, whatever it is. Hey, can I go outside? And the guardian would say, yes, after you clean up your room. It seems as if by means of performance, Asar, you have been outside and this whole time while your room is filthy because you're not taking into consideration the totality of the statements of
I need you to
the
relate
scholar
that
in
to
this
the
sense.
Asherah pole right now. That's one of the worst examples I've ever heard. How
You're
does that
saying you
relate to
see
the
Ashura.
Asherah pole, brother?
Stop.
If
You're
you
saying
can't
you see
show it,
Ashura there.
stop trying to
You're saying
see.
you
Your
see
faith
Ashura
is on
there.
the line. So you
You're
in your
seeing
feelings.
you say you see Ashura
Take your
there.
faith off the
You
line,
don't.
brother. You
What?
hurt. Your faith is
Now,
on the line and
My
you're
faith,
thinking about it.
my
So now
faith is
you're
not on the line.
hold
The
giving
on.
fact that you've
examples
been outside and your house is filthy, your
about
room is dirty,
childhood rooms being
demonstrates what
unclean. None of
yes,
that relates to the Asherah
it
pole.
actually
We need you
does
to stay
because you
on
can't get
topic.
past one statement from the scholar.
All right,
We crushed the
let me get
scholar.
in
We
here.
need the scholar to bring his
60 seconds, you
imaginary
only
world
heard
to the
3
picture.
seconds.
All
And
right,
we
You
need
heard
you
3
to show
seconds
it
and
to
you're
us. And you can't
Gentlemen,
do it.
misaddressing what the
gentlemen, we got to
scholar
scale it
said.
back now. It's turning into like an argument fest. I want this to be somewhat educational, and it's not
let
that
me
right now.
let me get in here
Let's.
real quick, please. Cut him up court. Only that's the only person that needs to be talking because it seems like everyone that's anti-Bible, except God Energy, he hasn't made a statement, so that's not towards him. It seems like it's really just you're anti-Bible, so you don't want to accept scholarship. Cut him up, Courtney. I kept hearing someone ask me how did Asar Khan lie? Really quickly, cut him up, Courtney. Can you explain how he lied? So it's not coming from me and I'm making it up.
He's misrepresenting the totality of what David Falk was arguing. David Falk was arguing, yes, this is a common perspective, but this perspective has flaws. And throughout his articulation of his 2 problems, he only offered 2 criticisms to the consensus view, but his primary issues that he articulated actually were disconnected from his earlier comment that this is a fragmentary text, a fragmentary document. But we need to take the aspect of fragmentary into consideration, especially when the fact of the matter is the overwhelming majority of archaeological inscriptions and artifacts are fragmentary documents. They're not complete sets of data. So we have to take that in consideration. It's very few. Like, I mean, we could go to Egypt and find quite a few fairly well-preserved artifacts, but that's primarily due to their environmental climate and how they were able to preserve themselves in those means. But even in Egypt, it's a problem. Because again,
Work
in
is
Egypt,
subjective work and perspective. So a lot of this work is
well, let's take in
subjective and
consideration.
perspective.
Let's take in
Hold
consideration
on.
one.
Get back
Let's
crazy.
let's.
Finish that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, real quickly. Let's take in consideration one thing. Let's take in consideration one thing of the 3,000-year history of ancient Egypt. We only have basically a decade worth of semi-full correspondence to anybody with the Egyptians. And that's in the Armana letters. That's our fullest collection of administrative records found in Egypt. 3,000 years worth of history. And by the way, many of those are fragmented, but 3,000 years worth of history. We only have basically 10 years worth of succinct administrative records, and they're not even Egyptian records. They're primarily letters coming into Egypt, not the outward correspondence from Egypt. So, I mean, taking into consideration the reality of ancient artifacts, we have to take in consideration the fact of what the data speaks of in light of our assessment of the data. So when we're looking at fragmentary artifacts, we have to, you know what, maybe
It's not true, but go ahead.
This is
this is kind of like a
very true.
didactic assessment of a lie. They actually have
I just want to share my
the
screen
most.
next if I
No,
can.
we doing that. We
Oh,
doing
go
the
ahead,
cutoff
go ahead.
method again. We doing the. All right, so I'm.
You kind of hogging the
Thank you.
mic right now. Let's
Thank you.
land the plane. Go
I'm
ahead, brother.
holding
Land
the
the
mic, and he was just talking. I wasn't even just talking. So thank you, cut him up,
brother, you've been talking most of the night. Yeah, you've been hogging the mic.
Thank you. Yeah, it's my show. Yeah, you're supposed to be watching. Thank you, cut him up, court, for not being the only one exposing Asaram Khan as being a liar. We all heard him lie. We all heard him try to misrepresent the scholar, and then argue about something that the scholar did not say. So he's the king of that. He's the king of making stuff up and the king of flim flam. I'm not finna sit up here and keep arguing with this guy. We already produced the audio. We already played the footage. I told him to grab the debate footage. Oh, it's 100 excuses. I'm not doing that. So I already debated him. Like I said, he want to keep going back and forth. Just get in the ring. It's that simple. I'm not going back and forth no more. The next topic is whatever y'all want. I might drop off pretty soon, so I'm gonna see what we get into. Go ahead.
All right. Can I share my screen, A1? Let me share my screen real quick, buddy. All right. And I'm gonna read something.
I'm listening to the right show.
Yes, sir.
Right. So we talking about the Kuntalit of Druid, right? So I'm gonna read this. It say the plaster fragments from the Kuntalit of Druid, 8th century BCE, northern Sinai. The name Asherah is indeed written in early Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew, Canaanite script as this is her name right here. Translation Asherah. See, I was saying this earlier. Is nothing to actually go and figure out what this stuff is, right? It's just a simple AI search, right? Each letter corresponds exactly to its Phoenician Hebrew value. The Aleph is the A, the W is the Shin, the S, the Resh, the R. So it's letting you know that in this inscription, this name is there. This spelling aligns with later biblical Hebrew representation of the same name, Asherah. The phrase Yahweh and his Asherah, the two primary inscriptions, KA1.1 and KAJ2.1, preserve formulas like blessed be Yerahu by Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah. I bless you by Yahweh of Taman and his Asherah. Philologically, the expression Assyrio, his Asherah, is unambiguous. The third person masculine pronominal suffix his attaches to a what? Proper noun. Such morphology denotes association with a personal entity, not ownership of an object, right? So this is not showing, hold on, this name is not showing personal owner of an object, it's showing a proper noun, right? So it's this construction precisely, hold on 1 second. This construction precisely parallels with Baal, his Baal, or Anatu, his Anat, and other Northwest Semitic cultic inscriptions. So this is not unique. We see this on other inscriptions as well when referring to somebody in their counterpart, each referring to a deity's consort. So this, again, is not out of the usual that this inscription is written this way, talking about a deity's consort. Hence, in these texts, Asherah functions as a divine name, not a cultic implement, as if they're trying to say, right? Let's get into it. It's a comparative lexiconal and mythological background, cross-referencing with the Ugaritic 13th century BCE. The Ugaritic Arnat, the chief goddess consort of El. The phonological shift from Asher reflects a standard West Semitic development, producing the Hebrew Asherah. Thus, Kuntalit Ajur show Yahweh in a dynastic pattern analogous to El plus Asherat, a persistent Near Eastern divine pairing structure. So we know that this is not just some random roundabout thing, right? This is a persistent morphology around the Near Eastern divine parent structure. So this is consistent. Let's get into it. It's a modern scholastic consensus. This is what's important. We got some people saying, the scholars saying it is Asherah and Yahweh, and some saying it's not Asherah and Yahweh. Here's what should end the debate: the scholastic consensus. Who got more support? What does the evidence lean towards more? Let's get into it. The Asherah as a pole hypothesis, mind you, this is a hypothesis. They're trying to read it off as its truth, but this is a hypothesis, is rooted in early 20th century biblical literalism. Whoa! Let me read that again for the people who didn't catch that. The Asherah pole hypothesis is rooted in early 20th century biblical literalism, which means the people who are saying that this represents a pole, an object of ownership, this is a new idea, is now largely abandoned. Wait a minute. Not only if this is a new idea, but this new idea is largely abandoned. For the Kuntalit Ajur, the goddess description is championed by Marquez Smith, William Denver, Judith Hanley, Amari Keel, Christopher your challenger, right? Zaviv Michelle, right? The site excavator, right? All of these scholars collectively, they affirm that Asherah here indicates a personal goddess consistent across Semitic epigraphy and iconography. Female furnace, inscriptions invoking both deities. So I'm gonna stop right there. Just just y'all to keep trying to come.
Humble. So when you read that, humble.
That
What
is
did
crazy.
you get out of what you read, bro? Humble. Was she a deity or was she a goddess? Was that Yahweh wife or not? When you read that,
or was she a stick?
This guy,
yeah.
Assad.
What did you get
Hey,
out of that?
Assad.
No, humble.
Do you hear how I got these guys sounding? Hey, was she a deity or was she a goddess? When we start separating the two,
Assad, question, bro. I'm understanding if you understand what you're reading right now.
Never. Yeah.
Understanding what you're reading. What is it saying right now, humble?
It's saying from Yahweh the God and Asherah his goddess. These things are deified on the Kuntalit Ajur. Once you deify a goddess,
so that's saying it's his wife, then, right? So that's his wife.
Yes,
then,
that's
correct?
his wife. Yes.
The conclusion is based on a circumstantial evidence. I agree, but the way to get to that conclusion is based on the surrounding evidence.
No. We were little kids in our room, and our room was dirty, brother.
So here's what should end these debates in the streets: the fact that the scholastic consensus, not one scholar, not two scholars, but the majority of scholars on this field that are experts in this field, say that this is Asherah and this is Yahweh and his Asherah. You might find one or two quote unquote scholars that say this is not that, but the majority most definitely agree that this is what this is.
So when I call the scholars paper fluff and I ask you to call them for a debate, know that I want that work.
Well, David Falk is available for debates every Friday on his YouTube channel, namely Egypt and the Bible.
Yeah, let's see if he pulls up. I bet he won't.
Again, he is available every Friday on his own YouTube platform, Egypt and the Bible, answering questions fielded by the audience.
And I bet
we can do it right here. We can do it right here on this one.
Hold on. Let me talk, please. Uninterrupted. And I'm gonna pass it. So he's talking about I debate this
question real quick. Go ahead, bro.
My bad. I'll pass it right to you, OTK. So all that. I debate David A. Falk. I had on. Man, stop it, dude. Go ahead. He just told you where to find him at. I bet you won't go do it this Friday. I bet you won't record it. Go out there and argue with him on the Kunta the drug. Don't talk, because you what you
Put
gonna
his
do is
link in the back.
don't
Put his
talk.
link in the back.
Don't talk. Because what he gonna do? Oh, I bet I do it. And you never gonna do it. So ain't nobody listening to him.
Put his link
So,
in the back.
so once again, hey, Humble, I hope you bring this up in a debate. I hope you try to use this as evidence, because, like I said, I'm not gonna keep arguing with it. We already showed y'all don't know what y'all talking about, and all y'all gotta do is read the Hebrew. It's that simple. You talking about one or two scholars?
Are you saying that?
Hold on.
Were you trying to say that Yahweh had a wife, bro, or because of what they was depicting, or Yahweh didn't have a wife?
So
Assad.
Yahweh's
Hold
early
on. How you
stages.
gonna act? You get to ask. You can
I got a
answer in a
question for
second.
you. I got a question
Go
for
You
you
can
ahead.
too,
answer in
bro.
a
I
second.
swear,
I
I
got you,
swear.
OTK. Let the brother finish real quick.
Yeah. You can answer in a second. My bad. So, like I said, I'm not gonna keep going back. I'm not gonna keep going back and forth. Hey, Humble, if you think that's what it is, pull it up in a debate and see what happened to you. It's that simple. Asaram Khan learned this lesson, and he's still learning this lesson right now. So I'm gonna see, man. If y'all got another topic or something to get into, like I said, I'm not gonna keep arguing on the Kutla drug.
So do you know why that's the consensus? I'm just asking.
Anyway,
Yeah, basically,
I'm not gonna keep arguing on Kutla drug. If we got any other topic or something we want to get on, I'm here
That's
for
a
it.
good question, A1. That's a good question, A1. Go ahead, Assad.
yeah,
That's a good question.
I know why it's a
you have
consensus as well.
you have a rush from the Hebrew faction, not particular these Hebrews, but you have the Orthodox Hebrews who do not want to be associated with idolatry. They don't want to be pagans. But it is nothing you can do about it, because the early stages of this religion coming into being is based on paganism. So even when you get to the Bible, where you start to see Yahweh connected to El, where they start to do it in the Bible, they still leave out some hints, like Deuteronomy 32, when I read it the other day, where they forget that the original text in the Dead Sea Scrolls shows that 70 sons of El existed. Baal was one of those 70 sons. We watch Baal be contentious with Yah, and we watch Baal and Yah start to become the same thing over time. And so they want everything to just be the one God, even though in the book they still leave you with 3 that bear record in heaven. So it they're still kind
Hey,
of
Assad,
confused,
didn't
but
they
this
have a
was a
council on that shit? Didn't they have a
yes,
council on that?
Council
Didn't
of
they have a
Nicaea.
what?
Was
Yes,
that the
sir.
council of Nicaea
Wow.
or Chaldor or whatever like that?
Y'all jumping a
Chaldor?
lot.
Y'all are
Yeah.
completely misinformed over early Christian history, doctrine formation, and the actual utilization of 1 John 5, 7, and 8 in the early first 3 centuries, because nobody used it in the first 3 centuries to justify the Trinity or anything else. It wasn't even utilized in these councils y'all are talking about.
You know he tried that in our debate.
This
Like he
brother
don't know what he's
out of
talking
pocket
about.
with
He
that.
this is what I
Out
mean.
of pocket with
He
that.
don't know what he's
How you
talking. Cut him up court.
you cut
He
me off,
tried to
So he
use
the
that
brother
First John
just
5 and 7 in our debate. I cut him on
let
that.
me
He don't know what he's talking about. He
let,
keep coming
let
over
me
here running his mouth.
let me propose another debate to you, right? So here's another debate. If one of y'all want to take this, I'm telling you that Jesus is not the the only begotten Son of God. Who
Can
want
you
to take that?
contextualize that, Asar? Can you kind of like break that down? What
I
you
don't.
mean?
Matter of fact, God doesn't even make
agree.
Jesus.
Mm.
He's
Okay.
only his
Man,
Stop.
spiritual son.
You
What?
gotta
He's
stop
not
challenging
Why?
begotten
this guy to
by
debates,
God.
bro. 'Cause when he loses
Asar,
to me, I don't want no
yeah.
excuses. I don't want his mind was tied up with you and him. But I don't want no excuses.
I
None
got a question
whatsoever.
for Asar on this only begotten language. I got a question
Yes,
for
sir.
you, Asar, on the only begotten
Yes, sir.
language. Are you
Yes,
familiar
sir.
with the term? Are you familiar with the Greek term behind only begotten in the King James?
Mm-hmm.
What's that term?
What you asking me to quote the term?
You said you were familiar with it. I'm just asking and trying to see how familiar you are with the Greek term behind the English translation of only begotten.
Oh, it won't matter because he doesn't make them.
It's
He doesn't
interesting.
make them.
Well,
Even when
I
you
think
go to your
it
earliest
definitely
text,
does matter. It definitely does
go
matter.
go to your Greek. I'm gonna
Are
go
you
to those Dead Sea Scrolls.
This text
The Dead
are
found
Sea
you
in the
Scrolls
Dead Sea
referencing
predate the
Scrolls.
Greek.
This text isn't found in the
Huh?
Dead Sea Scrolls, so that's an
talking about
interesting appeal to collection of literature.
He's
talking
wrong.
about
See,
talking about
Mike,
Clark?
Your
man.
Greek. No. His Greek comes from when Kronos begets his son. So I know that story. So as
Let
Yeah,
me
soon
but
as you
tell
what's
pull
the
it up, we're
term
going to
used
talk
there?
about Cronus begetting his son.
Yeah.
But
Jump
then I'm
in,
going to
son.
ask you, hold up. Then I'm going to ask you if, no, that's not Zeus. That's Seb. So that's Geb in ancient Egypt. And I'm going to show you how the correlation works. So if you're
Okay.
trying to say your God would be Geb or Kronos, which would be different than Yahweh, that would be something. But
If we're
Jesus
talking,
is not Yah's son begotten. He's spiritually his son.
I get
Anybody
it.
want to take that debate?
I get your compositional fallacy. If we're talking about basketball shoes and we're saying, oh, look at the Michael Jordan shoe line, it's essentially the same thing as a Converse. And I can show you the connection between the Jordan shoe line and the Converse All Star.
Dr.
But
J.
that's the nature of the argument you're making, sir.
Well, no, your pseudopigrapher and your pseudo duck puppet that you're hiding behind with the
If
Converse
I'm
instead of
hiding, why you
comparing
can't
it to a
identify the
Nike in the
term in
first
question?
place.
So
It's like
it's funny. I can articulate very clearly the ignorance you're spewing. Number one, monogenes is the term in the New Testament used for
Nigga
Jesus.
talking Jordan and Michael shit.
Yeah,
Exactly, because
he
because
tried
he
to use
made a compositional
terminology as an act
fallacy.
of
He made a
turpitude, and what he did
compositional
was ran
fallacy, so
himself
I
in a
articulated it.
conundrum in a circle, thinking that he
A
was,
compositional fallacy is not a
being
conundrum in a circle.
intellectual, but
A
you weren't.
compositional
At that
fallacy is
time,
exactly what I articulated. I'm
you
sorry, sir.
tried.
I can actually demonstrate my claim because everything you just said
Go ahead,
regarding
brother.
Chronos and his son, I guarantee you won't find that term for begotten or only begotten in the Greek that you find applied to Jesus. It's not the
Who
same
will it
term.
say is the daddy?
Are you talking
Who?
about
Hold
Greek
on.
mythology though?
I'm
Yeah,
talking about the
he
literature.
talking about
In
the
other
Greek
words,
text.
he's
Comparing Greek. Hold up.
conceptualizing literature outside of the
Hold up.
text.
Is mythology literal?
Depends on the people you're looking at.
No.
The ancient Greeks thought
Then
there's
that's
been quite a few
subjective.
books.
Then that would be your
I
perspective.
mean,
That would be a
no, it's not.
subjective
If we were
thought.
going to ancient Egypt, we would have to recognize what is the action. What is
What
Ramses?
is
What does
ancient Egypt,
Ramses'
bro?
name mean?
What is ancient
Ramses'
Egypt?
name in and of itself means Ra gave birth to
Many
No,
him.
it
verses.
was more
Ra
than one
begot him.
Ramses. What was ancient Egypt? Can you name an ancient Egypt? What was ancient Egypt, bro?
What? So it's
What
funny. Y'all want me to change
term,
topics
bro?
while I'm trying to address the flaw of the brother's perspective. So very
Trying to find
simply,
out these timelines, man, because y'all
monogenes is not
timelines
the
be
term.
off.
Exactly. You made a claim about Greek literature and mythology, ignorant of the Greek literature. So that's cool. You can claim that all you want, talking about let's go to the Dead Sea Scrolls. I guarantee you, you will not find anything in the Dead Sea Scrolls
Literature. Do you speak
relevant to
French?
Jesus in the
Do you
Dead Sea
speak
Scrolls.
Italian French, bro? Do you speak Italian and French?
Demonstrating a red
Hold
herring.
up. Do you speak
This is what you
Italian or
call
French? Since you
a
say I'm
distraction.
illiterate to Greek.
This is
Hold up.
evidence
You
of a
saying I'm illiterate to
distraction
Greek
from
and
the
you don't
actual
even know me.
conversation.
Do you speak Italian and French? Because if you don't, then you dealing with
I'm going to continue my
transliteration
statements once you're
and you
done
dealing with a
stating.
translation. Now, if you
Interesting.
need me to
So
Go ahead,
translate
Courtney.
it
the
for you,
brother's
I
ignorant of
can.
the words he's using apparently. Transliteration would simply be the duplication of phonetics in an alternative language, in another language. So shalom. In English, you can
Is that not
translate
what
that.
Greek did? Is that not what
No, it's
Hebrew
not.
did?
No, it's not.
Well,
I
I
got
believe
evidence of
that.
it. Have you ever read Genesis 1 in the Greek? Oh, yeah, that's right, because it don't read or sound like Greek phonetics derived from Hebrew.
Who wrote
Interesting.
Genesis? Who wrote Genesis?
Yeah, that is interesting, Courtney.
So we don't
Was
find a
he a Greek?
Transliteration of the Septuagint.
Hold
The
Genesis. Was he a
Septuagint is not a
Greek?
Septuagint.
Was he a
The
Greek or
Septuagint.
Phoenician? Hold on. Listen to my
This is
question.
what you call. This is
Who
what you call. This is what
who
you call
listen?
shotgunning
Was
red
he a
herring.
Greek, a Phoenician, a Israelite,
I'm
a
going to address
Hebrew,
the point that I was speaking on
Syrian?
beforehand,
Who
sir,
was it?
because I know you like to detract from the actual point at hand. Only begotten. That was a topic that you brought up, and I'm going to stick to it. You can try to detract
So yeah,
everybody,
let's
but
get
I'm
back
being
to
very
begotten, man.
aware of your
My
tactics.
bad. That's you, Asar. That's you, Asar.
It's all good. It's all good. So
Okay, I'm sorry
begotten.
I got the voices
Who does it
conflated.
say is the?
I'm sorry I
Yeah,
got the voices
you thought that was
conflated.
me. It's all
Nonetheless,
good. It's all good.
monogenes is applied to Jesus in the New Testament. That term is not applied to these Greek deities.
Yeah. Who's his daddy in the Greek?
Who are you referring to?
Who got Mary pregnant in the Greek?
Oh, in the Greek, it simply says he's the son of the Most High God.
So it
That
doesn't
was the
say he's
announcement
begotten,
given
does
to
it?
Mary.
Does
That's the
it say
announcement given to
begotten? Does
Mary.
it? Doesn't
No, it
doesn't get
doesn't.
to begotten, does it?
The word begotten is not in the text. And actually
Oh,
the term has been
and I'm
mistranslated
gonna
for a
say it
long
again
time.
because you made the conundrum.
Yes,
You've
your
already
conundrum,
admitted
the
that it's
conundrum
not in
you're
the
standing
text.
on based on the
But the
King James
question,
translation that's very
listen,
deficient in its
no,
rendering
no.
of the term in
The
question.
question is, well, if it's not in the Greek, that means you can't find it there either. But if you
Monogenes is in the
claim
text.
it's in the
You're the one
English and you
claiming
claim he's the
you're the
begotten
one
son
claiming
and not
Jesus
just
is
the
not the only
spiritual
begotten
son,
son.
But it's all monogenes
exactly.
doesn't mean begotten.
It
That's a
doesn't mean only
famous
begotten. That's my
mistranslation.
point.
It's a historical
That,
Exactly.
mistranslation.
That means you
so
have no
what's your
proof
point?
that he's the begotten son of God.
Interesting. I'm glad that we're able to get here because you're still talking over the answer.
Talk
Monogenes,
over the
So
determine
G-Force.
your King James.
now watch. I'm going to name one of the
Determine
begotten
the King
sons
James.
so that we're
Determine the
not
King James.
didactic and just filibustering
Determine the
about the
King James.
methodology of how we'll
Determine the
discuss
King
it.
James is monogenes.
No,
Monogenes
how does
means
he watch
one
this,
of a
bro? Hold up,
kind.
because you're gonna run around it. We
Mono,
don't need to do
one,
that. Let's go right to it.
genes,
How did he make
kind.
Adam?
It's where we
Hold up.
get
How did
gene
he make
from.
Adam? How did he make Adam?
Out of the dirt. And then he blew
Oh,
into his nose.
begotten directly, huh?
No, begotten
What?
directly would mean by means of sexual intercourse. Thank you for demonstrating your ignorance of
No,
the
it means he
language
made
and
him
the
physically.
application of the common vernacular.
Begotten doesn't just mean physical
Begotten means
intercourse. It
sexual
means that he
intercourse.
made.
Sexual.
No, it doesn't
Yes.
just mean sexual intercourse. It means that he made him, whether by hand, sexual intercourse, or thought. If you don't
What
know the
term
full
are you
term of
saying in
begotten, you need
Genesis?
to go study it. How did he make Jesus when it was the Holy Ghost who rose over Mary? Talk to me.
Thank you for demonstrating the fact you just gave your answer. I'm glad you like
Same way
rhetorical
how Zeus
questions.
made Hercules.
That's not how Zeus made Hercules. Thank you for demonstrating your
Yeah, he
ignorance.
did.
Zeus had sex.
Yeah,
I
he
thought I
did.
Zeus
thought
had
begotten
Yeah, he
did
sex.
did.
imply
Zeus
Yeah, he
had
did.
sex.
Greek
He had sex.
mythology, that's how he
He
made
had
He had
sex.
sex,
Hercules,
right?
He
bro.
had sex.
He,
He had
he had
sex.
sex with
Something that
Mary,
you don't
No,
see
right?
going on
And
with
is the
a
Mary.
Holy
spirit
Ghost the
had
Thank
same
you
as
for
sex.
God?
demonstrating the contrary.
A
Thank you for demonstrating the
ghost
contrary
had
that
sex.
you're ignorant about.
So,
Bro, a
so
ghost had sex.
right, and it's
The
A
and the
ghost
Holy
has
ghost.
Ghost
sex,
is
and
not
that's
the same
explicit
as
in
God.
that's interesting. Pull up the text and actually read it, even if it's in
The Holy
translation
Ghost is
as it
not the same
relates.
as God.
I'm just trying
What
to see
text,
how
dog?
y'all are getting all this sex
Are you
language
talking about
from
Greek
terms that do not
We
mythology?
ain't said
Don't
imply
sex.
you know
You
sex
said
that's what the
language.
sex.
Ptolemies
We
brought
said
into
begotten.
Egypt?
Yes,
I
And the
I'm
thought
same
glad
way
begotten
the
you're saying
implied
Ptolemies
sex.
brought
begotten.
Greek mythology
You're
I
into
told
limited
you.
to
Africa,
King
I
bro.
James wording.
listen. I told you that your God did not
This is
beget
crazy.
Jesus. You told me yes, he did, and it's in the Greek text. Now you're telling me it's not in the Greek text. I said I know.
I'm glad
And
you're
let me
demonstrating your
finish.
room is
Let me
filthy.
finish. Let me finish.
Every time you
Then
try to
let me
retell what
finish.
other people
Let
say, you
me
demonstrate
finish,
you went
brother.
outside the
You
house.
keep
Your
hopping up,
room was
and that
dirty.
I know you in your feelings right now. But after I said that, you turned around and admitted it's not in the Greek text. But I asked you to come back to the ink. I asked you to come back to the English text. And as you come back to the English text, now that I've helped you denote it, it's not even God who rises over Mary. It's the Holy Ghost.
Thank you for demonstrating your ignorance of the biblical theology.
And when
So
I ask you
biblical
this third
theology is
question,
something
because
you
I'm going to
taught.
ask you if the
Is that
Holy
something
Ghost,
that you taught,
if
bro?
hold up,
Is that
OTK,
something
hold
that
up,
you taught?
OTK, hold up, OTK, hold
Yeah,
up,
cause
family.
I'm an
When I
A&E
asked
nigga,
you,
dog, and I done been through these
right?
seminary schools and shit.
So when I
Word.
ask him if the Holy Ghost, Jesus, and God are the same thing, are you about to tell me yes?
As it relates to their substance, not as it relates to their existentienza
Let's get him on the
or their
record.
person.
So yes, right? You saying yes?
Again, I clarified my statement. You can do all you want with
I want to
conflating my
make sure you're
answer.
saying yes, because I don't want you to jump
Okay, well,
around. Are you
listen
saying
very
yes?
clearly and repeat and address what I'm saying. Stop playing dumb
I'm
like your ears
addressing it.
don't work.
I need you to say
My
yes.
answer is very succinct and clear. They're all God in the sense of related to substance. They are
So he's
distinguished
saying yes.
as a, oh my goodness. Thank you for demonstrating you are wrong. I did not
Now
say
he's
the
going, okay,
three-letter
now,
word you're
see, and that's
claiming
what
I
I'm talking
said.
about. Get off the fence and say yes or
Thank you
no.
for demonstrating you are deaf. If
I
I
am
said
pretty
that
deaf
three-letter
and dope.
word,
And dope.
Y-E-S, you would have heard me say it. I did not say it. You're trying to read into my answer something to alleviate yourself from actually dealing with your
No, I
interlocutor.
want clarity instead of you fence
I'm
sitting.
glad that's the
We need
case.
you to
So
get off
deal
the
with my
fence.
answer.
It's going to be hard to clean your underwear. There's much fence
That's
sitting
funny
as you're
because
doing
at least
tonight.
my
All right,
Yes or
underwear
let
no,
get
me get in
clean.
please,
here
my
really
brother.
fast, y'all.
That's
Okay,
great. That's
let me
great.
get in here really fast if I
At
can.
least my under. Go ahead.
I'm about to hop
Right.
off real quick, y'all. I'm about to get down, spend some time with my lady. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate everybody in the comments. Brother A1, I appreciate you. Hey, brother Chaasad, I can't wait till April 4th. I think it's April 4th, right? I can't wait. I'm gonna be there, y'all. I'm out, y'all.
Peace, humble.
Peace, humble, peace.
Hey, salute,
So,
good brother. Keep doing what you do, bro.
yeah. So I need you just to clarify, because here's what we're going to do. If you're saying they're one in purpose, but not in principle or anything like that, you're going to hop off
Somebody
the
gotta mute
fence
up their mic,
as
man.
soon as
Somebody
I
got a
say what I'm
bad
going to say.
echo.
Yeah, they got a
Somebody
super
got a
echo.
bad
So
echo. You gotta mute up.
it's
Go ahead,
very
Hassan.
clear.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes, sir. It's very clear. The Holy Ghost is not the same as Jesus. Jesus can't be God the Father because he can't impregnate his own mama. And it's clear that God the Father wasn't the one who did the act, but the Holy Ghost rolls over Mary. And we know the Holy Ghost can't be Jesus. And we know God can't be the Holy Ghost. And we know God and the Holy Ghost and Jesus are separate beings. Yet you say they're all one. And you say that God is the one who fathered, who sired Jesus into existence after I told you he could only be a spiritual son. The only one that you know of, which there's others, the only one that you know of is Adam, which he made directly. But you don't even call that begotten because you don't know the full formation of the term begotten. You think it's only by a sexual act. And so it's clear that the Holy Ghost would have to be the one who rolls over Mary. And that means that God is not the Father in a Maury test. And if he's not the Father, he's not the begotten Son, which is one of the reasons why I don't know why they call him the Son of Man. He's just a spiritual son. It's one of the reasons why the Jews prosecuted him, because they thought he was a liar. And apparently, from the act, he would be. In fact, in the Toledat Yeshua, we ain't gonna get into that. I ain't gonna go there. We ain't
I
gonna go
mean, we
there.
could get into polemics from Jews
We ain't
later
gotta go in
on. We definitely could if you wanted to, but if you don't let the audience know what you're alluding to, you'll muddy up the whole issue, making people think, oh, this is the same type of material as this other type of literature, demonstrating a conflation of the information and your point being made. I do find it funny that you said they called him Son of Man, and ironically, that's not a prominent title of the early Christians of Jesus. That's a title that begins, fixes, and proliferates off of the lips of Jesus throughout the New Testament text. You don't see Paul saying, oh, thank you, Son of Man, pray to the name of the Son of Man. No. You see Jesus self-identifying as the one like a Son of Man from Daniel 7, and he often included this allusion to Psalm 110, especially when it came to right before his death, according to the earliest gospel, if you accept scholarship on these dates, with the Gospel of Mark. Mark 14, I want to say 58 through
Why
62.
would Saul say Jesus is the Son of a Man when he was
Oh,
persecuted?
this is actually a great point because it wasn't a common title of Jesus by the early Christians. It was a title that initiated. This is why you don't see it fluctuating, and it probably was not utilized by a lot of the church fathers or Paul or the later New Testament authors because of the Greek interactions that they were dealing with. It makes
Saul was not a
more
church father.
sense.
Saul was a mercenary.
Irrelevant.
He was a
It makes
mercenary
more
working
sense.
for the Sadducees and the Pharisees. He was not no church father.
Beautiful.
He was a mercenary.
I'm glad we are in agreement. It's that point is irrelevant, but I'm glad we're in agreement because we can
No, that
trace the
means he never
language.
walked with Jesus. He never really encompassed Jesus' teachings.
That's debatable.
He's
That's
a
highly
pedophile.
debatable.
Oh, that
He
sounds like
didn't
a
adhere
debate for
to him.
me, Titan. A1.
How is that not highly
I got
debatable?
my
So,
first
according to
debate.
Philippians, hold on. According to Paul's own letters, Paul says that he was in Jerusalem and he learned in the temple. According to the Gospels, Jesus.
Are Paul letters true?
Mark,
Paul's
not according
letters.
to Marcion.
Not according to Mark.
What do you mean are Paul's letters true? That Paul's letters are true in as it relates to his narrative and as it relates to what he's articulating.
That's why we got this goddamn doctrine out now. When y'all go to college and theological school or seminary school, y'all
I
got to
haven't
go
been
through
to
this Paul
seminary.
doctrine. One of the
Haven't been to
non-followers
seminary.
of Jesus who changed his name from Saul to Paul, who got blinded and then somehow got his vision back and started being a follower of Jesus and went into the Romans, and who they call the Gentiles at that time, not only the Romans, but all the Gentiles, and preached the word of Jesus.
Didn't Josephus have two names?
And was hold on, and was persecuting this man. And then you know what he said once he got captured? He said, shit, what I know is right, I don't do. But what I know is wrong, I do. Because all I got to do is pray to Jesus and say, Jesus will forgive me and all my sins are forgiven. This is called original sin, and this is called
breaking of the law,
whatever they call it, sin. And these are doctrines inside the world today. If anybody know that's going for their thesis or they going for anything like that or they doctrine, they know they got to write a thesis or they got to write a
That's a myth.
Or whatever. But
they do not have to limit themselves to Pauline scholarship.
Original sin is at the top of thesis.
Actually, it's not. God is at the top of thesis.
Man,
and as it relates to theological subject matters, God is the top of the chain.
You don't even
there.
know if God had a wife or not. You don't even know what God's name is.
Hey, I mean, when you read texts that are not explicit about Ashur being his wife, and then you insert by means of divine fiat, it's his wife. You can do that all you want. Just pay attention to the distinctions of your own claims versus what the literature says.
Do you want to debate that about Paul? That Paul was a phony?
That Paul was a phony.
Yep,
as it relates to what?
like that.
As it relates to like this is a very bad debate topic. This is a very bad debate topic. It's so open-ended. It's so open-ended.
Prove that Paul is not phony. I'm going to show you that he is phony.
As it relates to what?
What's your biblical text?
Okay, I'm glad you're speaking about a collection instead of looking at the literature in its initial historical situation.
We can go non-canonical too.
But yeah, I'm glad you're still. I'm glad you're still not taking the literature in its historical context.
I'm not even gonna let you know who, but it's only one or two people that talk about Paul non-canonical. So if you want to stick in canonical with the Bible,
a lot of scholars speak about non-canonical Paul. What are you talking about? Most scholars think many of the works in the New Testament, like it's funny. I'll let you continue to spew off ignorance.
All of these things, bro.
Like, yeah, you're making claims. You're making claims as if you're actually acquainted with or in the field, and it doesn't seem like you're actually affiliated in the field.
Is Paul a Jew?
What do his text say?
How about that?
What do his text say? Okay, we could use comparative analysis. We could have that discussion right now. We could have that discussion right now. We can do a comparative analysis with Josephus. We can do a comparative analysis. Yeah, he don't talk about Jesus being begotten by God. So that's great. That's a great claim. Anyway,
okay. So there it
is. Nonetheless,
the leader of the
there
church?
it is.
Is he not the leader? No, Paul
does
doesn't
not
think he
call
was the leader
Jesus
of the
the
church
begotten
either.
Son.
Thank you for being ignorant of the man's literature.
Excuse me,
Paul
let
is
me
not
get
the
in here
leader
real
of the
quick. I'm
church.
gonna let y'all, continue to tear each other head off. I'm
Shai. Hey, you
I'm
did
gonna get
enough.
up
You
out of
don't
here,
need to
so I'm gonna
expose
just say
too much.
my deuces, and I'm gonna finish letting y'all take
Peace.
each other head off. So yeah,
Hey, peace, Shaheed, man. Yeah, bro. Peace to you, brother. Good luck.
brother
All is
Omar,
well.
I was able to get your email. I got it, so I'm gonna shoot you an email. Peace and blessings to everyone. Hope y'all have a great night. Hope y'all stay safe, man.
Likewise, brother.
Whether we disagree or agree, you know what I'm saying. We all black. I don't want nobody.
Yeah, it's all love. All
No,
love. All love. All
no
love.
damage outside of us slapping each other scholastically. So I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all get to it. I'm gonna continue to watch from the chat, but peace and blessings to everybody. Piece of advice: cut them up, barbarian. You know what the scriptures say. Talk not long with fools, man. You gonna eventually your head gonna start hurt, bro. You go.
Hey, but hold on though.
He tried to
So
quote
are
Unc
you calling me a
Shashank
fool
in
right
the
now?
Bible format.
Are you
Nah,
being
that was really a shot
sarcastic
at a
right
car in the
now?
car.
I know he
Oh,
tried.
okay.
Nah, he tried to shoot at me. But
I
he
just shot at
quoting Unc
Out of
Shashank at the
nowhere.
He tried to hit me. Go ahead, young brother. We go ahead.
Bro, threw a,
Nah, me and him do this.
bro threw a grenade and haul ass on us.
No, me and Asar can do this all the time, bro.
Yeah.
No lie. So no, that was a shot towards Asar. That one at you, OTK. You good, bro?
Nah, I know it's all love, bro.
But peace and
Y'all some
blessings to
good
y'all
brothers,
for real,
man.
man. Peace and blessings.
But
I
I'm
hope
about
y'all
to
have a
beat
good
up your
one.
boy real quick though.
I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch. We don't see.
Yeah. Oh, he ran? Damn,
Yeah,
he
he
ran?
go.
Yeah, he
Took off.
ran. He couldn't answer if Jesus was the begotten son or not. He ran to
And
the Greek
damn,
text
I
and
see I
then he
ain't
said
got
it ain't
no
in there. I
relationship
know
with
it
this shit,
ain't.
man. Hey, and then you was asking him about Adam. And let me ask you this, Asar. You asked a good question about Adam. See, a lot of people who don't read the book know it was an Adam before Adam.
Mm.
Now, are you talking about the Adamites who he blew breath in? Was those the Adamites? Because he made the second Adam through by the clay of the dirt, correct?
He did that too. That's why I told him there's other people that are actually begotten
Yeah.
by God, and and Jesus ain't one of them. Jesus is looked at by the Jews as a heretic, but even when you look at Jesus, the Holy Ghost rose over Mary. So how you claiming it's God's
Big
child
facts.
other than spiritually?
Big facts. Big facts. Just like Hercules' mama, the deity rose over her.
Yeah, and he was Ethiopian.
Big fact.
Would you
They don't
say,
read that
Asar,
anywhere.
Jesus had a physical body?
Did he exist? I don't think so. I think they made
I think of Jesus did exist. Now, all the characteristics that go along with it, I don't think all those characteristics went along with it. But did a person Jesus exist? Yes.
I
I would
think
say
based
yes, but not in the Bible. Not that
Okay,
person in
yeah,
the
and
Bible.
I could agree too, but what I was asking to start at because as I know, as some of the Christians believe, they think this dude, the way they present him to the public is that he was a physical dude walking, but then they'll say he didn't have an earthly father, and so I was
what?
talking about this the other day on here. We go back and forth about the I was asking kind of people. I won't say any names. I was asking a question like, well, when he was quote alive, or I don't think the guy was like actual real no, personally, but I'm talking about according to how it's taught on the world's globe, based in a Christian phenomena. This is a physical. They said, I said, was he seen and touched? Was he touching people? And could they hear him speak and all this other stuff? And they said, yeah. And I said, well, how can he exist physically without an earthly father? I said, he may have a heavenly father via the Spirit or Holy Ghost, but he also have to have an earthly body if he's going to have an earthly father. And if he has an earthly father to complement the earthly mother, right, then he has to have a physical body. And so I said, I didn't want to argue with the guys because I said, I don't really argue with religion. I said, if you tell me you just believe, then I'll just leave you alone. You can have that. You know, you know what I'm saying? But don't, you know. So I just want to
he,
put that to you. I'm sorry. See what you think,
yeah,
brother.
there's a couple things. Well, if you go to school, they're going to tell you there's about 12 Jesuses. There's 12
Facts.
different people
Big
that
facts.
had,
Big facts.
had his life, and each one of them lived a portion of it, and they eventually put the story together. Then there's Jesus Barpanapal, or however you say, I can't say his name. And he's supposedly an Egyptian priest, which is a whole nother situation. And then when you look at when they put it together, you go to the Apocrypha book, the Book of Paradise, which is supposedly written by Tacitus. And here comes the split between the newly growing Christians and the Egyptians, which are basically their fathers and mothers. And these are their children, such as children like Origen and different people who are in that first catechetical school, which is in Apocrypha. There you go. In uh, uh, in Egypt. That's where the first school is supposedly founded by Mark. So when you go there, what you start to see is that they had an issue with them not putting Asar as a part of the story, as everyone else did. That they taught the mythos, and the religious terms amongst the people, and that was the split. So they didn't put Asar. They like, you taking most of his story. You need to claim Asar as a part of that. They like, no, we're gonna totally get away from this. And as Firminicus would tell you, you got all the water rituals of the pagans from your baptism on down. We got born again also, right? You you get dipped in that water. You get your divination is by sun or by water or by.
Right.
So you have all the paganistic acts, you have all the paganistic methods, you got the paganistic story. When we watch our set walk on water, as Jehudi calls her, no different than Jesus calls Peter. So you have a lot of these similarities happening, but you don't want to put the one that you get it from in there, and that's where the split takes place. So I really don't think that he existed per se, so much as it was an idea that they wanted to push, even though Tacitus claims he saw him.
Right, yeah, that was like latching on to the so called at least as it's taught, and yeah, is that he was physically seen. I'm like, dude, yeah, how he's gonna have a half a DNA structure? It doesn't make a lot of sense from a logical standpoint. But you know, again, I don't really argue religion. Is one guy came on, I think it was Unc or somebody came on and said, look, get rid of the logic. We just believe, and I can give you that. If the person just believe, I said, well, go ahead, brother, you can have that, and have a nice day. But don't tell me that we got a guy walk around with half a damn DNA helix while we're sitting here with complete sets, to double helix arguing, even the proponent said he could have a earthly mother and no physical father. I said, man, you got a double helix while you saying this stuff, bro. What the hell are you talking about?
Right, right.
The
We
only
can hear
person
and
who
see
can
it.
do that
Yeah,
is
we
a
could,
snake.
And
right,
that's why I respect Shaheed and those
the
brothers,
hell,
man.
man.
They believe in it, man.
Yeah,
But
just
at
tell
the
me you
end of the
believe
day,
it and I'll leave
dog,
you alone.
we
Right.
still
I can,
grown.
right.
We still grown and we
And that's
respect each
fair.
other
Right,
and we still
right.
got
I
love.
get,
But yeah,
right.
so that's why I really don't deal with people belief systems
Right,
or
exactly.
they faith-based systems.
Right,
If
because they
y'all
can
want to
say
have a
anything. Yeah, you can
conversation
believe it,
with it,
man.
it's cool. Right.
Right.
Because
Anything
once
can
we
go.
get that out
Anything. And
there,
once you
once we
believe it,
get
yeah,
that
you
out
throw
there,
everything
bro,
out. Right, right.
right. Once we get that out there and I let you know what I believe in, now we can have a better conversation
Right.
because I know not to badger you for that. So we can
Right.
now have
Facts.
a
Facts.
conversation. You understand what I'm saying?
Facts.
But when you're
Facts.
trying to make your stuff absolute,
Right.
and that's one thing I can respect about Kemet. Kemet will let you know that they're talking about deities. The Bible
Yes.
don't let you know when they're talking about deities or they talking about real people or whatever like that. That's one thing. And then they'll let you know that in Cometicism, they'll let you know that these deities existed and they, you know what I mean? Then they led down to man, and now this is where man is at today. You understand what I'm saying? But they know how to separate them. So that's the only problem I have with the I ain't gonna say Bible thumpers. That's all I'm gonna say because I can't separate the groups. With Bible thumpers is because They don't know how to separate deity from reality. Like some things in the book
Yeah, I
is
got to definitely agree
reality.
with.
You know what I'm saying?
I
Some
mean, you're right.
things in
This
the book
dude's laying
is
hands on people. He's touching people, touching this, touching him
right,
and seeing him. He talking to. This dude
right,
got half about. He's a spiritual human hybrid, so
right.
some kind of
Yeah.
a zombie
And
hybrid
then
or
it's something, and then you got
a
some of the
spirit
real ones
hybrid.
that'll
Yeah,
tell you, like, yo, the book is allegory, bro, but yet we use it because it helps us out. So I don't
right.
got nothing wrong with you. If you got to cling on to that and that help you become a better man or woman, then so be it. I'm
Facts,
all
bro.
for it.
Facts,
Keep on using it, bro. I'm not here to take that away
facts,
from you.
facts. At the
But
end of the
don't
day,
point
facts.
that at
Right.
everybody and saying this is the way for everybody. Hermeticism
Well,
don't do that.
no. Being a Shimsu, guides you the proper way. And in the African ethics, which was the time when it was most peaceful on earth. With Christianity, it was forced upon us. And so when it was forced upon us and things like being an Ifa or being a Shemsu were not allowed to be done here in America, you eventually get, affiliated with what your master tells you to get affiliated with, to the point where even after he lets you go, you still stuck on it. You nervous that
Now,
something could
Saw, that's where we
happen if
got
you.
problems at right there, Saw. I knew if I talked to you long enough, we was gonna find some way, somehow to disagree. And that's why I disagree with you at. If Africa been indoctrinated for over 1,000 years, 1,500 years with Islam and Christianity, you mean to tell me if any slaves came from Africa, they didn't know the Bible or the Quran?
Yeah. In fact, most of them, when they got here, you had
Uh-huh.
very few Christians. The Christian who was
Uh-huh.
responsible for transforming a lot of the early African captives, he was African and Greek. And once he got a hold of the Bible and started teaching it, then he would convert some of them, and then they eventually started beating him up because they didn't want him teaching anything, and they didn't want
Okay.
us to
So
know
now,
anything. They just wanted us as property.
was that forced on them coming from their own people? They was already indoctrinated
Yeah,
before they left. Now you telling me about a Greek and an African who enforced it. Now,
yeah.
you know what I
If we
mean?
look at
Because when
what,
when when I
yeah.
hear when I hear you talk about that forced on us stuff, I'm thinking you
Hmm?
talking about the transatlantic slave trade,
Well,
correct?
there's that, but then let's go back further, right? Let's go to when it
Okay.
first starts to take place.
Okay,
First,
now you about to school me.
there's
Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, there's Christians coming in outside of ancient Egypt, and everyone stops trading with Ramech, the citizens of Egypt, the Egyptians, because they're not Christian. They do it to Ethiopia as well. And so in order to trade with the rest of the world, after most of them embrace Christianity from their Hellenistic stage of being Jews, that's what you had to do. It's one of the reasons why the Jews were getting persecuted in Spain as well, because you're not Christian, really. You're not, Muslims came around later, but at the time that happened, they would, which is so disrespectful. The Coptics would have stuff like this done to them because they weren't Christians. They would tie them to a bull, put them on the marble steps, and then the bull would run wild with that person tied to them until they met their demise. So these are the types of things that they would, this is how they would die. They would become martyrs. So when you read the book of martyrs and all that stuff, they'll tell you how they died in the end. So Christianity was forced upon you. You wouldn't be traded with, which meant a lot of stuff after Greece tore up most of the crops of ancient Egypt. Ran most of that food over to Greece, and then Rome came and did the same thing. And then you see the Egyptians move down south and move west, which is why you see Ifa, Akan, and different African systems look just like a lot of stuff you would see in ancient Kemet.
So now, was those Egyptians, was they also mixed with Persians? or
Some of them
Syrians
were.
or Babylonians, or let's say the Middle Eastern or Mesopotamia. Let's just say Mesopotamia people, or I'm just using that as a construct right now just to get a geological land frame. You understand what I'm saying, bro? Are they
Absolutely.
mixed with are they mixed with them at
Over
this time?
time,
What you're talking about when they start moving west or whatever like that?
some of them are. You know, a lot of them are still very Nehesi looking. Which is basically you still straight up and down African. But yeah, there
Now, I'm
was
not
definitely
talking about the
mixture.
look. I'm not talking about the look because you can be mixed and you can still take one trait more than the other, the mama or the daddy, and still look one way but be mixed.
Right, but they
Correct.
didn't really run
So we
DNA
can't do
tests at
looker
that
shit.
time. So
Yeah,
that's all they
we
did
can't
back
do
then was
looker
looker
shit.
shit.
Right, right. Looker
Yeah,
shit.
all they did back you said looker shit, yeah. All they
Yeah,
did back
yeah,
then
because there was
was
no
looker
scholarship
ship
behind that
because
shit,
yeah,
man.
there was just culture. So based off of your culture and how you were raised and where you were raised up, that's what made you this or made you that. And then also from your lineage, your family, like they trace who's Asiatic, and a lot of the Asiatics are like Paheka Amen, he black, but he's Asiatic. And his original name is Benny Yah, son of Yah. So you know he's a black Asiatic. You know he don't come from over here. He's one of the original people who left
Mm.
out of Africa and they settled over there and came back over to Egypt for whatever reason. So in
Oh,
their
so you believe in that
census,
whole out of Africa theory too?
yeah, I believe in out of Africa.
What about the inner Africa theory? You don't believe in that?
Concerning what part about it?
Could it be from the beginning?
Like people coming into Africa from outer locations?
Yeah, yeah. Rather than everybody
No,
leaving
I
out of
don't think there
Africa.
was a. Now I do believe in convergent evolution as opposed to most divergent evolution. Like divergent will
Hmm.
happen inside of a species. It won't happen with two
Uh-huh.
different species. So I don't believe that a monkey made us or that there was any common ancestor.
Okay,
That
okay,
happens at the
okay,
molecular
okay,
level.
okay,
Right?
okay,
That's
okay,
all
okay,
diverge.
okay.
That's all on the
Understood.
molecular level. So it had to be
Right, right.
convergent. But because of the nature of how we come into existence in the Cambrian explosion, where we get a bunch of
Mhm.
species at a real quick moment, not the long drawn out evolutionary explanation for it, I
Right, right,
believe
right.
that we come from the same gene pool, and eventually that gene pool initially starts in Africa because the conditions are right here in Africa. They don't appear to
But
be
the
the same.
conditions are right here in America too, correct? Do we have not the same
No,
conditions here in America, in North
we don't.
America?
No, we don't really have that
Are
tropical
you sure? Are
foundation
you
here.
sure? Are you sure?
Yeah,
If I'm not
we have
mistaken, we might have better, correct?
no, not concerning
I'm so,
no. And
well,
here
my,
I watch this. See, we
go
still
ahead, go
have
ahead, go
hints
ahead.
of black land in places like down south in Texas. I put this in my book and I didn't put the
Right.
book out. So in
Yeah.
Texas, some parts of
Uh-huh.
Louisiana, you see that black fertile
Uh-huh.
soil similar to Egypt,
Uh-huh.
but it
Uh-huh.
doesn't fully
Uh-huh.
develop. So you still get
I
a lot
don't
of
know,
barren land
bro.
out
I
there in
don't know.
Texas,
I
as
don't know,
opposed to
bro.
a full blown harvest area, which you have around the Happy River, the Nile Valley.
All
So
right,
the
well, let me ask
conditions
you
for
this, bro.
human,
What made y'all land? What made the lands over there so desolate? I heard you say the Egyptians came. I mean, the Greeks came and they ruined all the crops and stuff
yeah,
like
well,
that. They
it's
they were
extremely
shipping it
hot
all
over there.
back. So hold up. Listen to my question real quick. What stopped their lands from being fertile? Was it a cataclysm or was it just because they got raided? Why they didn't keep growing? Because if I'm raiding the area, I would want them to keep growing. I would not damage the growth if it's feeding our peoples too. So I wouldn't damage that. That's not logical. You know what I'm saying? And we know the Greeks was the Macedonians and the Greeks, they were some logical
Yeah,
thinkers. We from where they came
sometimes,
from. Yeah, yeah,
sometimes.
sometimes,
Greece,
sometimes, depending
Greece
on
and
who
Rome.
was in
Yeah,
rule. Correct, correct,
remember
correct.
Caligula.
Go ahead.
Caligula made his soldiers go fight the ocean.
Yeah, that was fucking
Yeah,
because they was
That dude
still
right.
was
believing in
insane.
those myths, bruh. Because they was still believing in myths, bruh.
Right.
It's because he worshipped Aset and they
Hey,
did not, and
believe
he
it or
got
not,
mad at them.
Alexander
And
took
he
him.
made the Gauls
Alexander
go
took
fight
him
the
out of that
ocean
mythos
in his
stage,
army.
bro. Alexander really saved them and took them out of the mythos stage. If he
Oh
was a
no,
real person, he would
he
say.
wanted to be a Netra
But
too. He made sure to get
right,
inaugurated just like a Netra. He wanted to be a priest and he died as a
right,
priest. But
right,
when it
right,
comes
right.
to um when it comes to the landscape, you'll see that down south, really humid, but not all the conditions are met. You know, with certain parts of Africa. It lacks certain I
I
think
think
it's
we better,
volcanic
bro.
something in the air.
I think we better,
I
bro. We
mean,
don't
it's
got no
nice, but
volcanoes down south, bro. We don't got no volcanoes
exactly. So
down
we don't
south.
have the ash in the air to create human beings from scratch. The different things that they're using in order to try to recreate the atmosphere at the time that humans and some of this Cambrian explosion came into existence. We don't
Okay,
have
so
those.
when you say that,
But
so the Cambrian explosion is also like the Big Bang theory per se.
no, it's when you start to see a bunch of species just pop up out of nowhere. So
So you saying
evolution
human
explains
species just
that,
popped up out of nowhere? So the
yeah,
human species that we are today, we just popped up out of nowhere.
yeah, we pop up pretty fast, right?
All right,
So
now, so did this experiment in this experiment or the Cambrian's explosion? Did this only happen in Africa or did it happen worldwide, bro?
just in Africa so far that they can see. So when it happens, what we
Why is
see
that?
is,
Why
well,
is
let me
that?
finish. That way you can get some of the details. So after that takes place, instead of seeing a bunch of these Cambrian explosions take place across the earth, we see migration patterns come out of Africa. And then we have things like I just call them Papua New Guinea people. My boy Stanley Nandex over there in Australia, people like that. The original Australians show a trek and a pattern and a path of how they get over there. And it looks like they originate around Papua New Guinea area.
Are you talking about the
The
Khoisan?
the Khoisan, the Khoi and the San people,
Isn't
because
that
they're two
Australia?
different
Isn't that
groups that are
Australian
Bantu.
DNA? I
No,
thought the Australian DNA
Papua
links
New
back to the
Guinea is the
Khoisan.
people
My bad.
in Australia. Yeah.
Okay.
Khoi and San are Southern Africans, and you see them start to emerge
Mhm.
in a lot of the Asiatic groups. They have the same eyes and some of the same tendencies. Somebody recently pointed out to me Nelson Mandela. I said, yeah, he looked just like
Right.
one of
Yeah, he
them
does, doesn't
too.
he?
Hey man, y'all crazy, man. Y'all
And
crazy as hell.
you see your original Asians are black.
Hey,
Um,
hey,
you
Cosmon, come up here real quick, Cosmon. Hit the link, man. Cause Cosmon telling me, aside, you trying to feed me a bunch of BS, man. I'm asking the
I'm
right
giving it to you
questions,
raw
but then
right
you
now.
not giving me the right answers, man.
I'm giving it to you raw right now. And
Yeah,
so,
hey, and that's what I respect about you, man. You gonna
yeah,
give me what you
what,
study and what you got, man, and that's it, man.
And that's what's up.
But
Yeah,
you
that's
always open.
in good
You
faith,
always
right?
open a new shit. My bad. Shut
what
up,
you,
bro. Go ahead, bro.
no,
Go
No,
no,
ahead.
go ahead,
what
Finish.
you
Quinn. I'm
see though,
agreeing with
you
you.
see the Khoi and the San, and you see them come from the south and they go west,
Right.
mix with the people west, which takes their LO and LO3 and all that gene stuff, mixed with the
A1,
western one.
Cosmon in the back.
And when they meet at the north of Africa, at the bottom of Africa, the north, you start to get that E1B1 mix. And then when you get that E1B1 mix, which you also find in the Hesse groups as well, you start to get the European coming from that E1B1 mix as Egyptians get lighter and over time even get whiter. You start to get your first white people and things of that nature from those genes. And
So they
so
come from
that's
the
when you're,
albino. A1
no,
Cosmon in the
not
back. Hey, got a
necessarily,
mic
not
check one
necessarily.
two. Cosmon,
So,
A1 if you still there, man. You know what I
right. So
mean?
let
I
me
know
finish the
you on
build
your.
real quick
Go
while
ahead,
you
bro.
asking them.
Go ahead, bro.
So you start to see the divergent evolution in the human species, and you start to see not evolution take place so much as devolution take place or de-evolution because they have traits that don't allow them to exist under the same conditions as the original human. Like we can deal with the sun.
Would that not be
And
adaptation per
yeah, I'm
se?
telling you the type of adaptation it is. It's devolution, meaning they're usually not as keen to handle some of the specifics that we can. Some things they can when it comes
Right,
to
right,
germs and what have you. But we
right.
saw clearly when they
Facts.
took us from the Atlantic slave trade that they had to come get us to till the land because they would die, the natives who were over here would die, and we could deal with it and we could overcome the sicknesses.
Would that not be a story though that was taught to us? Is that not indoctrination, Assad? So if I
No,
show you
because
something different than that, my brother, I'm saying
hmm?
now, when you be teaching this Kemetic and this African history and Hebrew history too now, because you very gifted now. You gifted on a bunch of levels, but
Thank you,
that's
my
all I
brother.
really hear you talk about. You know what I mean? Respect due. I love to give motherfuckers flowers while they're here now. You know what I mean? For real. Um, Now you said that the natives was dying. The people who was bringing the Africans over here was dying, and they had to bring the Africans over here to till the soil, but they wasn't
Yeah,
dying.
some of them would die, but not the same way. The genes were
Whoa,
different.
whoa.
Like we
So
were able to withstand what they could
what
not.
life expectancy rate do you think that the did you think that the African had coming over to South America? Let's just deal with the Caribbean and South America. Before we even get into North America, let's just deal with the Caribbean and South America. What do you think the
Well,
life expectancy was for any so-called African or any
well the life
sailor?
well the life expectancy for an African was short because you were in captivity, so you could die for several different reasons. But when it came to like if we take Haiti for instance, when Haiti first pops off, the Africans get really rich to the point where they're running that part of this the country. They're running it. The reason why they're in such a lowly state now is because after they beat up France and told France give us guns and we'll leave you alone. After they won their freedom, then sanctions were put on them to the point where that part of remember Dominicans are only separated because they wouldn't fight in the war. So the Haitians kicked them out of that part of their
Yeah, they
land and
beat
sent them over
Napoleon.
to the
Yeah, they beat
Dominican
Napoleon
Republic.
the first time. Yeah, they beat
Yeah,
Napoleon the first time. Then Napoleon say, "I'm coming back," and that's when they made the treaty. That's when they came up with this whole thing that they was using witchcraft against Napoleon. I know that whole story.
yeah,
And
they ain't playing with
because
them.
the
So
Dominican, because the people on that side, on the west side of what they call the Dominican Republic today, or in Haiti, Hispaniola. How about that? That's what the first name was when they first got it. They named it Hispaniola because it said the whole thing. So when that's what split Hispaniola up is because the people on the Dominican side didn't want to help the Haitians protect it. So once they said that, that's when they had to go ahead and make a treaty. In
yeah,
fact,
they
that
kicked them
treaty
out. It was
just
like good
not
for
too
Lord.
long was over when that president ended the treaty, but when he finally paid off the queen, they going in that castle, they going in his house and assassinated him.
Yeah, put his head in
Yeah,
that jar and all that good stuff.
paid them off, right after he paid them off, they going in there and they assassinated him. Yeah, so
Hmm.
I'm on all that. You know what I mean? I'm on that Napoleon thing. This before Napoleon became emperor too.
Yeah, and
You know what
so
I mean?
when you
Go
have
ahead,
that,
go ahead.
you those Africans over there live for they lived to quite an old age at times because they were living good and they had money and they were selling fabrics and clothes that they was making and they looked fly. They like so they was chilling. And
Not only that, man, they was making coins here.
mm,
They was making coins here to fund their wars over there. So now, see, Asad, boy, I'd love to have a bill with you with that, man, especially with this transatlantic slave trade thing, bro. Because I'm not saying that it didn't happen, bro. I'm just saying the way that they said it happened and the numbers, I don't agree with because of what I didn't research. That's all I want people to do is just respect my research from what I done been doing for the last couple of years, and I bring it forth to why I can bring it forth to you, and you can be like, you know what, I got to take this under consideration now. I got to look deeper into this.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Because I came up in the AME church, so I've been indoctrinated with this. My people's in winning as American Indian. They came out the AME church as African. I mean, let's be for real, bro. And it started from up north. That shit didn't start down south. That shit came down south. Richard Allen, them boys started up north. Him and your boys, them boy Paul Cuffey and all them, you know what I'm saying, and all of them. Richard
Oh, you
Absalom and
feel
them boys,
like you're
Absalom
monkey?
Jones and all them boys.
Okay.
And then they came down south with that, dog. And they took hold to the south because they say, you know what? In the south, but we don't got a bunch of schools of thought. Boy, we can boom down south. And damn near right now down south, dog, in South Carolina, where I'm from, bro, it's an AME church in every city, maybe 3 or 4 of them in every city. In downtown Charleston,
I
it's
just
3
left
churches
North
on every
Carolina.
street.
I
It's
just
3
left
churches
North
on every
Carolina
street
and
in
South
Charleston.
Carolina. Yeah, I just
Oh,
drove through
yeah,
there. I
yeah.
just drove through Dunn yesterday. I'm in Maryland right now. I'm about to drive.
Man,
I'll be
listen,
back
man.
over there by next
You
week.
come to Charleston area, man. A1 got my number. If you got A1 number, A1 got my number, bro. Hit me up and I'll take you through a tour to let you see how shit really is. You know what I mean? Through Charleston and all that, man, and take you through the sites and all of that shit, man. Because we still got some historical buildings that's still up, that been up. You know what I mean? And then, we got a bunch of changes now. Like what Charleston is now, downtown Charleston is now, it used to be 95% colored. Now Charleston is 95%. I'm shit. I can't even
Colorless.
just say European. I can't even say European, bro. Like word, these motherfuckers Russians, Iranians, you know what I mean? All of those countries now in Charleston. Charleston is a melting pot, bro. Like for real. Like you got
Yeah, I
a
just
Russian
drove through there.
restaurant, you got a German restaurant, you got a French restaurant. You know what I'm saying? All down Charleston now, man. But you only see the real people still out there weaving baskets. And then if you ask them like, yo, is this Gullah African? They be like, shit, how the hell we learn how to weave baskets from Africa when we was already weaving baskets in Charleston? And then all the Africans lost their culture. And I know you don't believe that they brought okra and rice in their hair, Asad. Please don't tell me you believe that, bro.
You said
Please don't
okra and
tell me
rice in
that,
their hair.
Asad.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
I have to look into it. I don't think I looked into the okra before. Rice is not difficult to bring. I'm
Well,
sure they
long as you
brought
know
some
the
of that
okra
on a
that we
boat or
got over
two.
here, the okra that we got over here comes from the cotton family.
From what you mean, like the cotton gin and all that, or
Yeah, the cotton family. Yeah, the cotton gin was the mechanics to
You
turn
talking about I think you're talking
the
about the
plant
plant,
into
cotton
cotton.
plant.
Yeah.
Yeah, the plant. They come from that same family. So now did Africa have cotton?
So now I'm looking forward to your presentation. I want to see your presentation on the show, Dad. Look,
No problem,
got to see
bro.
you
You
get
know what I
busy.
mean? Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, me A1, we setting up something. We gonna get something going, man. I'm gonna set up something. And I respect that y'all brothers respect me, knowing that I say I'm American Indian because of my bloodline, saying that we always been here, we been
Yeah.
here. I
My
still
boy Don
respect y'all
Cheeto
brothers
got
too,
some
now.
American Indian in him, without question. Even my boy
You do
Apache.
too.
No, I
You
don't
do
have any.
too.
I don't. I'm
Oh,
I'm
so
straight.
you know
I'm
you,
yeah. I'm
you straight
Congolese.
African.
Yeah, I'm Congolese.
That's what your DNA test said.
Yeah, Congolese, Mandinka,
Okay.
and
What did your
Cote d'Ivoire.
grandmama say? What did your grandmama
Grandmama
say?
said the same thing, and then the white side of our family who
Oh.
are mixed with us, I know them, but I only got
Uh-huh.
0.003% of that in me. So, and I
Okay.
know my
Okay.
white
Okay.
cousins. Yeah, I know them from
Okay.
Wyoming. They in Cheyenne. But
So grandma. So yo, boy, you serious, dog?
yeah,
Yo, your
we all look
grandmama. I respect
Congolese,
grandmama.
and
I
they,
respect what grandmama say. If grandmama
hey,
say you African, bro,
yeah,
and she can prove that you African, that means you can prove you African, bro.
yeah, and they all 5 feet tall. Like my mom is
Yeah.
like 5 foot. All the sisters is 5.
Wow.
I'm the tall. I'm
That's
tall
more looker shit.
out of
Hey,
the family.
Assad,
Yo,
that's looker shit. That's looker shit. It could be
nah,
short people
that's
all
a
over the
height.
world, bro.
Not like
That's
that.
looker
Not where
shit.
your family come out small like that. Your
Yeah, that
family should
means
have
y'all only
tall
breeding
and
with other short people, motherfucker.
yeah. That mean you a twa. You probably a twa. Or you
Nah,
got
hell nah,
dwarfism,
hell
and
nah,
none of us
hell
is
nah,
dwarf.
hell
We
nah.
twa. We
Nah, a
little
I'm gonna
twi
fellas.
is a
say
midget,
twice,
dog. A
right?
Yeah,
twi is a midget,
I'm
bro.
5'6 3/4.
So that
I'm
twi
you know.
gene is strong in him.
Yeah, I'm like, God, I started
Hey.
looking, I was like, and all of us got the high cheekbones, and like my
Oh
partner from
shit.
Senegal, when he came over, he said, "You Senegalese?" I was like, "Nah, but we look like that, huh?" He like, "Yeah, or like you twice." I said, "Yeah, we Congolese."
Assad, what year your peoples them come here?
Uh, I can't remember. I know we came. They came through South Carolina, but my grandpa, he has he gave me the list of his parents and the people to the boat. So he knew all of them. His brother had her,
Could it
his
be that y'all
sisters.
came from the Caribbeans?
Nuh-uh. We didn't come from the
Hold
Caribbean.
up, no. Hold up. Listen to what I'm asking you. Could it be possible that y'all ain't come from Africa, but y'all that look African, but y'all
No,
came from the Caribbeans?
no. He didn't know the name of the boat,
Alright. So
but
do you know anything
he had
about
the
the
record
do
of
you
how
know
we got over
anything?
here.
Alright, so do you know anything about the inter uh 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 continental American Indian slave trade, bro?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that too. I'm familiar with the 5 civilized tribes that started to after they embraced Christianity.
No. Hey,
All of
one
that.
thing about me, dog, you very rarely hear me talk about the 5 civilized tribes, dog. I'm before that. No.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
talking
So
about the American Indian slave trade. You say you
yeah,
familiar with that?
Right.
yeah.
All right.
Where the
So
Europeans were
what
selling the
year?
Indians and all that. Yeah. The I
Where was
showed
they getting
one of the
shipped at?
No, they had
Where
some
was they getting
black
shipped at, bro?
slave. Right. That's
yeah.
a
Hold up.
five.
Where was they getting shipped at, though? Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
Assad, where was they getting shipped at?
They was getting shipped in South Carolina. Remember we talked about this last time. They was
Okay,
getting
all
shipped
right.
back and forth to Europe
Getting
and
shipped out
Africa.
of South Carolina, right? Getting shipped
Yeah,
out of South Carolina, correct?
yeah. Remember I
All right.
brought this up
So,
last time with our brother Cosmon.
all
And
right.
then
So where was they getting shipped at? Was they getting shipped to the Caribbeans,
you mean
Africa,
shipped to?
Spain?
A lot of them would get
Yeah.
shipped over there right next to IAT, which is why you
Mm-hmm.
have a heavy Taino
Barbados,
situation.
all of that.
Puerto
Mm-hmm.
Rico, all so when Africans come over there, was why it's called Port of the Rican, the African and the Taino mix, you
No,
get
bro. It's
you
called
get the
Puerto
Puerto Rican.
Riches. Stop it. Don't mix up that Spanish,
Puerto
dog, that
Riches
Latino. It's
ain't
Puerto
part of the
Riches,
port
bro.
of the Puerto Rican. They call it Puerto Rican because it was the port of the Africans. Port of the
No,
riches.
bro. No,
What were
bro.
the
No,
riches?
no, bro. No, bro.
What were the
No, bro.
riches?
Stop that.
Let's
What
pass
were
it
the riches?
around.
That shit that sound good,
My bro
boy.
said,
That shit that
"Stop it."
sound good.
What
That nigga
were
said
the
because it
riches?
was Puerto Riches. Yes, Puerto Riches. That's where a lot of the gold was getting shipped at. We was printing coins over here. In case y'all didn't know, to fund they wars over there. Huh?
Go on and
See,
speak
it's a
on it.
lot of
Speak on
history
it.
y'all don't know, which I'm
Speak on
not
it, brother.
mad because we wouldn't. And you know what was crazy though? People like Asah, who's up north, they did know a lot of this. Because when I talked to Unc, Sonetta, I talked to Dr. Reggie, Brother Reggie, and all of them, and
Mm-hmm.
and all them brothers, they was like, yo, we did know. We just knew we had some of it in us, but we didn't pay no attention to that because up here it was all you was
Sa
from
is
Africa. That's where the African
Sa got
narrative
a mix of
started
both.
from, dog. That started from up north, bro. That whole everybody that looked like us in America is from Africa. That started up north, bro. That shit
I know
didn't
about
start
that, but
down south.
I know Sa is now his family is he's part native, and there's a whole, like, if you ever been
Mhm.
to Long Island, there's a whole
His mama and his daddy native. His daddy
yeah,
native from
there's a
Puerto
whole
Rico,
reservation over there.
and his mama native from South Carolina. His uncle and
Which
all
he
them
they
came up from South Carolina to his mama's funeral. God bless the dead. You know what I
yeah.
mean? Long live Sonetta mama. And told him, and in the funeral, when he preached about the American Indian lineage.
Yeah, because they mostly he's Dominican and he's African. They know they
No,
African
that's his
side too.
daddy. That's his daddy. No, that's
Yeah,
his
they
daddy. But he
African.
don't know if his daddy got African in him. The
Yeah,
uncle,
they do.
the
They
uncle was
he
talking
said
from the
he said they
mama's
know they
point of
got
view,
African.
though. The uncle was telling him his mama lineage. And
No,
us
he was
over here,
telling them
dog, we don't roll off
his
that daddy lineage. We roll
he
off
was
you
telling
is
them
what
his
your
native
mama
side.
is. Yeah,
Well,
you are what
his
your
his
mama is over here.
his,
Yeah,
his
we mixed
dad
Bonico
is the
sisters, bro.
actual native of the clique, and that's what he was telling them, that his dad used to run over here with us, and he's been a native, and he was part of this, and he was telling them which particular clan he belonged to. Uh, so he's got
No, he
that in
didn't know
him.
the daddy. He didn't know where the daddy was. He told him
No,
the
I'm
daddy was
telling you,
Puerto Rican or he been from the islands. This is Sonetta's mama brother that preached at the funeral. That told
yeah,
him
but we
about
talking
their
about who was
family
talk when
lineage
they
on
talk
that
about his
side.
daddy, because I
No,
talked to
his
Sal on the
mom.
phone. Yeah, we
His
chop up.
mom.
So we
Yeah,
when he
she told
first
him about.
found out, and he was telling me
Yeah.
what's going on. His dad is a native,
Oh, okay.
and he's also, they got African in their family as well. But he embraced both sides, which is cool. You know, we
Yeah,
there's a huge,
definitely.
like I said, there's a huge reservation in Long Island in Hempstead. So you see natives all over the place,
Is Old Dirty
and you see the
Bastard
black
African
mixture.
or is he American Indian?
Oh, I don't know. I never asked Azon.
Didn't his daddy own what they got Central Park at now? Didn't his granddaddy own that? Wasn't his granddaddy the last chief of that chieftain or whatever like that?
Probably
Full blood
they
American
look
Indian,
mixed.
Old Dirty
They like
Bastard,
mixed with native.
granddaddy.
Yeah, they mixed with native.
No. He didn't say he was mixed. He didn't say
No,
he
he
was
mixed
mixed. He owned all of that. You can't be, bro. How can you be mixed owning all? Stop this now. Stop this
because
madness,
you
Assad. Stop this
when the
madness,
natives were
Assad.
enslaving the blacks over here
No,
during the war, and this is why
no.
I know, my brother, why you don't talk about the five civilized tribes. Some of that took place. So when that takes
Where did
place and they start to own some of us, to
was
show
the
their
American Indians
subservient to the
classified as
European who's
blacks?
taken over, huh?
Was the American Indians classified as Negroes or African American or colored?
Yeah, they had the colored,
All
they
right.
had
So
the
now, how do
they
you
never, I
tell the
don't think
difference?
they never had the African
So how do you
American
tell the
term.
difference? How do you tell the difference?
Well, you could tell the difference between the colored people because colored was a genre for the Mexican. It was a term for anything that
Anybody
wasn't
with color,
white
right?
and from Europe. Right. So you didn't make the full distinction, and color wasn't really used by blacks too heavily or like that. That was something that
Yeah,
was
that was actually on a census. So colored
like,
was on
that's
a
like, yeah, that's a
census, and
white
then you
term.
had Negro on a census. You know what I
Yeah, there
mean?
you go. Because they were like the
You know
American
what I
Negro.
mean?
That's what
So
you hear. Yeah, you don't hear colored You hear colored from white people. You didn't hear black
No,
folk throwing colored around
actually,
often like that.
my father's birth certificate, because he's from up top. His birth
Yeah, you
certificate
still
say
talking
color.
about governmental
But
documents though.
my mom from down south, her birth
Mhm.
certificate say Negro.
Yeah, you because when you
So
see
that lets you
colored,
know that the term was being applied in different places as different things, but it mean the same. So
no,
now,
it
was
means that
American
you see a
Indians
governmental
classified as
statement.
colored? All right, was American
No,
Indians classified as Negro to colored?
they was classified as colored.
Was they
So
classified as Negroes too?
Right.
some
At some
that were
point, they
black.
begin to
Yeah,
reclassify a lot of the
yeah.
Yeah,
Indians to Negro. That's well
as
documented.
Negro. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Hmm.
So now I'm asking y'all, how do y'all determine the difference when they're doing liquor shit? It wasn't no DNA testing. It wasn't no blood quantum. Even when they came up with the 1 drop rule with blood quantum, that was liquor shit. It was a liquor shit because they
That's
didn't have
how it
no
always
scholarship
has been.
behind it. All right then. So now,
That's
how
how it
can we
always
say
has
what
been. But Indians never
leave
called
room for
themselves
brothers like OTK? That's why y'all got to
no,
leave
because
room for
they
brothers
called
like
the Irish
OTK to come
niggers.
through.
They call the Irish
No,
niggers.
no, no,
Now,
no,
when they
no,
call
no.
the Irish
I agree
niggers,
with that. I
did you
agree with that.
consider them to be black? Because they didn't consider themselves to be part of us,
They was colored.
Right.
They was considered colored.
and they was
Them
called
and the
niggers,
Turkish. Yeah, they was called. Even the Spanish was
Right.
called
Right.
niggas at one time.
and they did not consider themselves part of us.
Eh, We didn't never consider ourselves Negro or colored neither. That was something that was
No, we
applied to
call
us.
ourselves Negro.
No,
We did,
because that was
yup.
indoctrination.
We didn't
That
have
was
a problem with
indoctrination.
Negro.
Our first peoples, dog, our first peoples did not call themselves colored or Negro. That's
Call
once
themselves
we
black,
that's once we
and they
started
would call
becoming
themselves
part of
by
the
their clan.
system, bro. No,
No, because
no, that's once
even
we
early
got
on,
yeah,
you
go
had the
ahead.
distinctions being made by us, what we would call ourselves Kim, and we would call them the Deshret. We call them the red people. So even in early terminology, we see that Kim, that Deshret, or we see them being called Shasu. And then when they get to calling them the terms of Asiatic and calling them different animal names to be
Mhm.
disrespectful in Africa, uh, that's how they would distinguish themselves. Even in the
So
old
was they
Maasai
all the
literature
same
and Congo
people?
literature, they was, huh?
Was they all the same people, or was they calling a whole different
If
group of
you
people
if you were
a
white,
different name,
they
bro?
called you.
Because now
Well,
they grouping them.
if you were white, they would call you red. If you were
Mm,
Persian or Arab, they call you
mm.
brother. Remember, the Persian issue happens when Cambyses gives his sister over to be married, and the Nasubiri, the king, cuts her throat in front of them, and they describe the war and how it hops off. And we didn't win that war. And not only did Africa not win that war, uh, the Persians start to come in, but they still like family to a degree. And some of them look just like us at that time.
See, that's where the problem comes in at, bro. So now how you can tell who is who?
It's hard to tell some
That's just
Arabs
like I was saying.
from black folk,
That's why
just
it's
like it's
room
hard to
for
tell some
brother.
some natives from black
Right.
folk out here, and that's because of the
Right.
mixture. But we don't
Right.
say per
Not
se
just
like
no, not just because of the mixture, not just because of the mixture, because we already had looked this complexion too, depending on what area you in, correct?
uh,
So let me ask
well
you this. Hold on. So does the sun dictate people's complexion in Africa? The climate.
initially, yes,
All right then. So why does that not apply in North America or America, period?
it's not as hot in America, so the complexions
No,
are
bro.
different.
No, you cannot say that, bro. You cannot
And the
say that.
population, the way how
Bro,
was America populated?
do you believe we was already populated?
No, it don't start populating.
You cannot prove that wrong.
Um,
You cannot prove me
Am-
wrong that it wasn't
America
already
is
populated, bro.
The DNA test showed that you come from an Asian
Going
source.
out of that Africa theory. You cannot
Well,
prove me wrong no other kind of way. No DNA can prove me wrong because that ain't
well,
right.
we not doing looker shit.
Matter of fact, you
We
want to
do.
look at DNA, dog. You gotta pull up. Matter of fact, let's just go up into your science field. We could pull up Luzia and Luzio. Now, whether they was humanoids or what you would call them full humanoids,
You looking at the
you know what
monkeys?
I
We don't
mean?
look
We
at
can
no
question
monkeys.
that.
Yeah,
Hold
we
on
not
now.
doing no
No, they
monkeys.
wasn't monkeys. They wasn't monkeys. No, stop it. No, you talk about Lucy,
I need
not
more proof that they're
Luzio
human.
and
Hold on, I'll be
Luzia.
right back.
They was found in South America and
I'm about
shit
to
like
say,
that.
yeah, you're
Yeah.
talking about the South American counter. Yeah. No problem.
Yeah. Now, how about let's bring up Albert Perry.
Hold up, fellas. I'll be right back.
Okay, Asa. Okay. Because now I can bring up Albert Perry out of South Carolina, whose DNA they tested. They haven't found nothing like it. They had to make a group up in Africa in order to correlate with his DNA, the AOO. So now I'm just saying, I'm the one that I truly think and believe. This is my belief, y'all. This is my belief that life started everywhere as far as this human species, like what we is today. I think it started everywhere, maybe not at the same time, at different times, but who gives a fuck who's older or not? But I believe it started in multiple places. I don't think that everybody came from one place.
Interesting.
I just don't agree with that, man. I don't agree with that. Now, was we all interacting with people maybe in a time in history? Yes, it could have been. Even though they say people didn't exist during the time of Pangea, Pangea might have been, you know what I mean, a couple of hundred or a couple of thousand years ago. It might not have been as far as way ago as they say. And maybe we was like really walking across from different lands to this land. It could be. We just don't know when it comes down to that.
All right.
Just
Yeah.
like we just don't know that all life started out of Africa. All they going about is the bones. And why everything starts over there in that world first is because they just started excavating over here and finding things. And when they did excavate early on and they was finding things, they put it in their fucking museums and brushed it off.
Language.
Oh, my bad.
Start messing up the cast.
Hey,
Now look.
I owe $5. I owe $5 to the Titan Cash App, man. Damn, I
All
owe
right.
$5 for the curse. I was
$5.
doing good too, A1. I was doing good too.
She was cooking.
A1, that would be a smooth little. That
Yeah.
would be a smooth little regulator on the platform.
Yeah, I got to
$5.
shoot that $5, man. I'm gonna send that $5
They
Cash
get
App.
y'all the penalty
A1,
box.
my bad, man.
Let me step
Appreciate
off,
you,
my
big dog.
brother.
Appreciate it.
Let
Back
me
to you,
step.
General.
Appreciate you, A1, and appreciate my brothers on the set and my sisters
A1.
that
Oh
was
yeah,
on the
for
set
sure, brother.
earlier.
For the brother outside and open the knowledge to everybody, brother Courtney, everybody. A1. My dude from day one.
Yo,
Yeah, man. I appreciate y'all, brother,
Peace,
man.
Asar.
For
Peace.
real. Yeah. I
Appreciate
just
you,
like to
Asar.
ask questions, especially about things I don't know, man. But shit.
So hold
When
on,
it come
opening
down to
knowledge.
things that I know, go ahead.
I ain't trying to cut off your line
My
of
dog
thought.
done
Go ahead.
reboot. My dog Barbarian come back. Nah, we thought you left. You know, your phone must be going dead. You just dropped off. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, my phone died earlier. I was wondering, were you the one I was talking about Paul being a pseudo or whatever way you was putting it?
Yeah, he is a pseudo. Yeah, that too.
Do
Yeah.
you adhere to consensus scholarship as well?
I would have to respect consensus scholarship, but I don't have to respect it because in that whole construct is only people who's dealing in that framework that they're giving their overall theory of. That's why you got to look at people who's going against their theory in their whole construct. You know what I mean? A consensus ain't no different than a peer review of us, like being judged amongst your peers. That means we all in that same field. You understand what I'm saying? So somebody who don't agree with somebody that's in that field, they're gonna say something against that. So yeah, I can go with it, but you know what I mean? I can also go with the people that's going against them too.
When you say go against, you're speaking, or in that field, you're speaking of like theological adherence.
Nah, it's hard to find theological things that's going against the Bible, bro.
No. I'm saying like believers that are Bible scholars or what have you.
Would they go against the Bible?
I'm
Now,
saying like, are you
I'm gonna
suggesting
tell
that
you this though. Yes,
Bible scholars are primarily believers?
Yeah, it has been believers going against each other when it deals with Paul, also with Jesus.
Okay,
With the
that's
Immaculate
all
Conception
right.
thing, and they also been going against Paul too. Yes, it has been debates with that.
What Immaculate Conception's irrelevant here again. Um, yeah, the like these are different issues completely. Why are you bringing up Immaculate Conception now?
Nah, I would just let you know about Bible believers, what they've been going against in the Bible. Those are two main things that hand out to me. They went
Do
against
you
Paul,
think?
some of
Do you
them,
think?
and some
Do
of
you,
them also went against the Jesus Immaculate Conception theory. That actually
yeah.
would
So
helps
the
lead the
Immaculate
church up.
Conception
But
doesn't
anyway,
even relate to Jesus. I would suggest a better understanding of at least that doctrine. And also those that adhere to that doctrine do not affirm that it's relevant
stop,
to
bro,
the New
stop.
Testament
You
thing.
say that the Immaculate Conception don't relate to Jesus?
It's not at all. No, it's about Mary. It's a major misconception amongst many people. It's not just believers or people that are
Who did
affiliated with
Mary conceive?
Christianity. It's a major
Who did
misconception.
Mary conceive, bro?
It's, Immaculate Conception has nothing to do about how or when or what Mary conceived. It has nothing to do with that. It
Hold
has to
on.
do
So
with
hold on. If it's not dealing with Mary conceiving, then it's not Immaculate Conception.
it's concerning Mary's
It's
birth
concerning
being
how she got
immaculate. It's
oh my
concerning Mary's birth being disconnected from Adam or separated from Adam and that penalty of the fall.
meaning whether or not he's Joseph's child or not, dog. Just break it down in
Absolutely
layman terms,
incorrect.
bro.
Absolutely incorrect. It has nothing to
What?
do with Jesus. It's all related to Mary. You could do a simple Wikipedia search on the Immaculate Conception. You will notice that it's not about Jesus, it's about Mary.
Okay, man. I love your wordplay, and I can't say that you're wrong. Yeah. Okay. All right. I agree with you with that. I like how you put that. You worded that real good. Yeah, the Immaculate Conception is dealing with Mary, but it's also dealing with her child, correct?
It's primarily dealing with Mary, and it's a
No,
doctrine
bro.
that's
Is it
formulated
dealing? No,
outside
I'm
of the
not
New
talking about
Testament literature.
primary. I'm not talking about primarily because that can only be the beginning of it. Now, in the secondary or the trinary, with however you want to pull it, the beginning of it or the middle or the end, was it also talking about Jesus, sir? Yes or no?
No, it's focusing on Mary. It's all about Mary, related to the Immaculate Conception of Mary, how she was absolved
How
from
Mary
the
was
touch of the
conceived?
fall of sin,
Hold on. How Mary was conceived?
how Mary
Is
was
that what you saying,
preserved
bro?
from being sinful.
No, bro. No, bro. No, bro. Hold on.
You
Hold
can
on.
you can Google Wikipedia and just read off what
No.
Wikipedia's list
Hold
as a
on. I just
summary.
want to make sure I'm asking. So are you saying that the Immaculate Conception is dealing with Mary coming into this world? Or is
Yes,
it dealing with Mary? Huh?
option A. It's
You
concerning
say
Mary. It's not relevant to Jesus.
so you saying that Immaculate Conception of the Bible is dealing with Mary coming into the world
I'm
and
saying the
it don't
Immaculate
have nothing to
Conception.
do with Jesus. It
I'm
don't got
saying the
nothing to do
Immaculate
with Jesus.
Conception. I'm saying the Immaculate Conception theology and that doctrine is not a biblical doctrine. It's not relevant to Jesus. It's not even in the Bible. It is a post-biblical conception related to Mary and how Mary
Oh,
was
it is
able to
in the
give
Bible.
birth.
It just don't say immaculate conception, bro. It is in the
It's
Bible.
not in the Bible, so
It talk about a spirit coming over
that's not
Mary.
again. That's not the Immaculate
Whoa,
Conception.
stop, bro. Yes, that is. What do you call immaculate, bro?
I'll just go ahead and do what you said you were unwilling to do and Google it real quick. Give me 1 second.
Damn, Google it, bro.
I mean, I said go to
Yeah, you
Wikipedia
cool.
for it.
You cool.
Matter of fact,
Yeah, I
hey
don't got no
Google,
problem with that. I don't got no problem with Wikipedia,
well,
none of that. Them shit leads you to more sources if you know how to do your
what
digging.
is
I
the
don't got no
Immaculate
problem with that.
Conception?
No, what is
The Immaculate
immaculate
Conception
first?
is a Roman Catholic doctrine that states the Virgin Mary was preserved from all stain of original sin from the very first moment of her conception. Many
Did you
mistakenly think it refers to Jesus' conception, but it specifically concerns Mary as Jesus' mother.
hold on? Did you hear what I'm gonna put my phone
I think
closer
I
to the
heard that.
speaker
It said it. I
very
think I
briefly.
heard that.
Hold on,
It
hold on.
said
Let
it
me.
specifically talked about Mary and her deliverance or something like that. Yeah. I think I heard it.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
there's a
explain again.
common misconception thinking that it's relevant to Jesus, but it's technically not. It's a doctrine relevant to Mary and how Mary was removed from the tainting of original sin to give birth to Jesus, aka a pure, sinless child. It's again a post biblical doctrine and it's not in the Bible.
Let me ask you this, bro. Why would Mary have to get delivered from sin?
Again, this is derived the
No. Stay right there, bro. You done wiggle long enough.
she gets
Why does
delivered
Mary
from
have to
sin
get
because she
delivered from
herself was
sin?
a sinner
Is it
and hence her
because
own life was based
is it
upon
because she
Jesus'
got
sacrificial
pregnant
death.
and Joseph wasn't the daddy? Or is it because
That's
she got pregnant
irrelevant.
by immaculate conception, bro? Why did she
Yeah,
have to
you're
get delivered
still
and exonerated from sin? Go ahead.
I'll
Wait.
do it again because my phone was not near the speaker. Okay. Hey Google, what is Immaculate Conception?
The Immaculate Conception is a Catholic belief that the Virgin Mary was completely free from original sin from the moment she was conceived. It's often confused with the conception of Jesus, but it's specifically about Mary. Do you have any other questions about it?
No.
That's all right. Is there anything else I can help
So
you with
now I'm
tonight?
asking you, what original sin did Mary have to get free from?
The fall, the sinful nature that's inherited through Adam, the federal headship of Adam.
Pregnant and
You're asking
Joseph
a
said he
Christian
wasn't
to
the daddy.
delineate. That's
Stop, bro.
incorrect.
Stop. I love all this mind fucking. I mean, this
I know,
mind
right?
game. I
Because you're still
understand now.
trying to force your understanding into a theological conception and doctrine that's it's not pertaining to.
No. Hey, listen. This is the reason why I debate pastors right now. And you know why they bring them up against me? Because I help them better. I help them better to be a better preacher. Because there's some books y'all can't even teach when you become pastors. Y'all can't even deal with. So now I'm asking, you said now you brought up that the Immaculate Conception was dealing about Mary. I agree with that. You right. But now I'm asking you, what sin did she have to get free from? What did she do? What sin did she do or she committed?
The
Was it
inherited sin
immaculate
through the federal
conception by
headship
getting
of
pregnant? Hold
Adam.
on. Was it that she got pregnant by Joseph before they got
Irrelevant.
married? Or was it she got pregnant by immaculate conception? No, it's not
Yes, that
irrelevant
answer is
because that
neither.
deals with
As it relates to the
her
options
whole
you
sin.
give, it is irrelevant and it's neither. The answer is neither of the two options. You gave a false a false binary.
All right, so what sin did she
It's
need to get
neither.
blessed from the time she
Again,
was born?
the sin
What did
of
she get blessed from?
fallen man that is inherited through Adam.
What?
Adam fell.
What Adam?
After Adam
What
fell,
Adam? What Adam? The
this
first
is the
Adam or the
biblical
second Adam?
story. The
What
biblical
Adam?
story.
The first one, Adam and Eve, or the Adamites? What Adam did she come from?
Okay, Genesis 3, sir. Does that give you a better reference point?
I'm just asking with Adam, bro.
Genesis 3.
That's first Adam. That's first Adam,
Then
ain't
there's
it?
your answer.
Okay, so she came from the Adamites.
According to the biblical narrative, all humans come from the Adamite lineage.
Not Adam and Eve.
Again, this is the Adamic lineage of all humans according to the biblical tradition.
Hold on, isn't it 2 lineages in the Bible?
You have more than 2 lineages in the Bible. You
I
have
mean, at the very
lineages.
beginning, you got the Adamites, and then you got you got Adam and Eve, correct? Well, Adam and Lilith first, and then Eve.
Fine, show me where Lilith is in the Bible.
Man, come on, man. We
Exactly.
talking
So you're asking me
non-canonical
about
and
the Bible,
canonical.
and you're
So,
going
all right,
to Enoch and other works.
everything good. Everything good, bro. Everything good. Was Lilith not made just like the first man
Lilith's not
in
mentioned
non-canonical
in the
books?
narrative.
Yes or no? So
Lilith's not
Lilith
mentioned
would
in
be an
Genesis.
Adamite, correct? Will Lilith be
Lilith's
an
not
Adamite
mentioned in
or no?
Genesis.
Yeah. How many books got taken out the Bible, bro?
Oh, how many books get taken out the Bible? Well,
Yeah.
being the fact of the matter that canon, in a very strict sense, wasn't determined until the Council of Trent, you can begin there and look
What
at the
year was
Council of
that? Was
Trent.
that before the
But
Council
as it
of
relates,
Nicaea or
to the Tanakh, as it relates to the Old Testament collection, we have no evidence that any of the books that are talking about Lilith were considered scripture during the days of Jesus. And this just so happens to be around the time we have the earliest Old Testament collections or canonical
But
lists
it's not a part
in
of it. So that
Josephus.
means people made it non-canonical, right?
No,
It was man, let's debate rather not. Fuck all this gish. I mean, forget all this gish gab. Nah, oh, for $20. Nah. Forget all of this gish gab. Man, do you want to deal with a Paul is fake or not? That
fake
he's a
regarding what?
that he's a fake prophet or whatever the hell he thought he was.
So according to his own testimony, he thought that he was a worker of the
Now,
other
I'm not asking
apostles
you
that
that,
were
bro. Save
apostles
that for the
before him.
debate. Save that for the debate. Do you want to debate whether or not Paul was true or not?
Like a true apostle or not?
Yeah, we can do that.
How do you justify what's a true apostle of Christ?
Yeah, I said we can debate that.
I'm asking you one question in order to determine if I'm going to have this debate. How do you determine what's a true apostle of
He was
Christ?
not a true all I'm saying, he was not a true
I'm just
apostle of
asking,
Christ.
how would you make this determination?
I'm just saying, no, he's not. We got to prove
I
that in the debate.
understand your conclusion. I'm not trying to argue with you in a circle. I'm asking you a clarification question. How do you make this determining decision, sir?
Listen, you've been hula hooping scripture all night.
By asking you one question, I'm hula hooping the scriptures. Interesting. How are you, what is the standard you're using to demonstrate true versus false apostle?
What do you mean? People who walk with him.
That's your standard?
That's just one standard. You asked me for something, so I just threw something out there.
Okay.
So now, what's up?
I mean, it's not the exclusive standard. So, and that's according to your own admission.
Man, quit bug dancing, dog. You tiptoeing.
This isn't bug dancing. This is me trying to figure out how informed you are over the issue.
Man, I'll take this one. I'll take that one. I don't want that one. That's how you sound right now, man.
That's fine. At least I'm able to identify an actual debate topic.
Paul was not a real apostle. He was not Jesus' apostle.
You do understand per your own justification. Okay, you don't understand the nature of your own claim. Cool.
Do you want to take the debate?
I was just going to make the statement that according to your own justification, the only requirement to be an apostle is to be there with Jesus during his earthly ministry.
No, that's not what I said.
You literally just said he wasn't with Jesus.
No, I just threw that out there. You asked me for one thing why I say that. So I gave you one thing. Quit putting words in my mouth, bro.
I'm
Chill
not
out.
you.
You good, but you ain't that good. Chill
I
out.
don't think
Chill
I
out,
am
bro.
either, but I
Chill out,
appreciate
bro.
the compliment.
Chill out. Chill out. Everything good. Do you want to debate that?
So yeah, I don't think I'm going to
Selectively.
take this topic because I don't think you
Selectively.
have a sound justification for even your own premise.
Man, it don't
You're the
matter
one
what
that
I
would have
got,
to
bro. It don't
argue
matter
and
what I
demonstrate
got,
your
dog.
claim.
Hey, you know
You would have
what?
to demonstrate your claim. It
For
actually
you to
would
come
matter.
over
Like
here and
this would
say
be the
that,
point
bro,
of the
and for you to
argument and the
have the
debate.
pronoun communications and for you to have all these specifications that you're saying that I don't got, for you to have them and not debate a person who don't have them, that shows your level of thinking
Yeah, I
and
mean,
your
tell me
level
about it. At
of
least I'm
that
able to
you
not
all
give
is
my pearls to,
subjective thought.
I don't
That there
cast
is
pearls to
subjective thought,
swines. You're
bro.
absolutely right.
Point
You
blank.
don't cast pearls to
Yeah.
swines because what frequently happens is people misrepresent the issues that
No,
you're articulating.
I
This
go
is
get pearls,
actually
bro.
where I'm
You hear
judging. I'm
me?
going to make a judgment
Bro,
statement. This is
I'm
how I'm
from the
judging
South,
you
bro. I go
understood
in the water
the
and get
doctrine of
pearls, bro.
Immaculate Conception by
I
means
go
of the way
get
you
clams and I
articulated it
find
and
pearls,
then tried to
literally, bro.
shoehorn a meaning on the Immaculate Conception doctrine that's completely foreign to the doctrine itself.
Hey, listen, bro. You doing a bunch of
I
Yahooing
understand
and a bunch
rationalizing of
of
the
you
articulations you're
done been
making for your own
Yahooing. You done
justifications.
did hula hooping. You done
Hey,
did
that's
wish
fine. If I'm
galloping.
hula hooping with me,
And now
if
you're
I'm gish
buck dancing
galloping, you're
and now
gish
you're
galloping with
tiptoeing
me.
through tulips.
I'm
Dog, do
tiptoeing
you
because
want to
I
roll
actually know
off
how to
Paul
stand on a
doctrine or
topic.
not? Dog,
Uh,
do you want to roll off Paul doctrine or not? Of
do I
original
want to
sin?
roll
Because
off Paul's doctrine or not?
if I discredit Paul, then that means Mary original sin. Because in order for them to say Mary is getting rid of her original sin, that had to be New Age because that came after Paul. Original sin came after Paul. So now if I crush Paul, I will crush your immaculate conception thought you and that goddamn on AI just said.
I'm not a Roman Catholic. Thank you for
No,
demonstrating your
bro.
ignorance of
Dog,
attacking my
I
own
was
theological
surgical, dog.
positions.
I was about to be surgical with you. I was hoping
You're
you
going to
had
be
took that debate
surgical. You're
because I
going to
was
be
gonna kill your
surgical,
immaculate conception in that
sir.
debate too, bro.
Sir, it would be
Yeah.
good to be surgical on the operation table with a known apparatus, a known
Nah,
thing you're actually
it's
working
good to
on.
be
You're
surgical and just
functioning
let
as if
people
I'm a
lead
Roman Catholic,
operating on.
and I'm not a Roman
No,
Catholic.
no.
I've
I'm a dirty
corrected you on
surgeon, bro.
misrepresentations of Roman
Bruh,
Catholic doctrine,
I'm a
and you're
dirty
still trying to
surgeon,
shoehorn a
bro. I will
misrepresentation
literally
on
let
top of
you
the
die
actual
on that
reality
operating
over
table
the
knowing I
doctrine at
can save
hand.
you, bro. I will let you
Right. So,
die on
so
your
why do you
sauces
think the
and on
doctrine
your
of
belief.
Immaculate Conception is relevant to Paul?
Dog, I would have showed you the correlation if you take the debate.
That it's not relevant to the debate topic you've
Take the
posed. I'm
debate,
glad you
bro.
paid
It don't
attention.
matter whether or not what you think, bro. It's what
Hey,
I
that's
do
fine.
during my
If you want to
debate.
debate how
I
much
can do
is tea in
whatever I
China
want to
and then
do
tell
during my
everybody how
debate,
much
dog,
your
long as I
TV
stay
costs
on
at
topic.
Walmart, you can in America or on Amazon, you can do that all you want. I'm going to be talking about the price of tea in China. So I want it to be very clear. You can suggest a topic of debate. And even if we had it, I'm saying right now, I don't think it's going to be a profitable debate. And I'm bowing out of this opportunity to debate you for that reason. But the way you seem to argue, at least in this brief conversation I've had with you, is as if you want to debate the price of tea in China while only telling everybody how much Vizio and Roku TVs cost at Walmart. And this is an analog. It might be a very crude and bad analog. I actually think it's a good analog, though. It's an analog over how you're trying to shoehorn, in this example with the TVs versus the price of tea in China. You mention the price of tea in China, but you only inform us of how much Roku and Vizio TVs cost at Walmart. Like, and you think talking about the price is relevant to talking about the price of tea in China. The price of TVs is relevant to the price of the rice in China, or tea in China, excuse me. But yeah, I don't think it will be a profitable conversation, sir, honestly. Just because I'm really trying to get clarification on some of your perspectives so that we might be able to at least try to hash this out in the debate.
Okay.
But I don't
How
think
about
I'm
that?
able to
The
get some
Bible
clarity
fake.
here.
Now you know my perspective. The Bible fake.
Okay.
Now that I tell you the Bible fake, that means I don't believe none of it.
Beautiful.
Now
So
what?
you were just going to
Now
argue
what?
your
Now
personal
you know my perspective. Now you
Yeah.
know my perspective.
So would
I don't
you?
need. So
Great. So
now
since I've already
what else is
denied the
your excuse
opportunity to
now, bro?
debate you on Paul,
What is your next excuse, dog? You just went on for a whole 2-minute diatribe, a whole rant,
nothing's
and
wrong with
said
that.
nothing.
Okay. You can
And
keep
said nothing, bro.
you can keep telling yourself I'm saying
I
nothing,
don't believe the Bible.
even though
Do you
you've
believe the
already
Bible?
acknowledged I've said enough to
Do you
correct your
believe the Bible is
misunderstandings
real,
on the
bro?
doctrine of
Do
Immaculate
you believe the
Conception.
Bible is real? Do you believe the Bible is real?
I believe the Bible is true and what it teaches.
All right. So now, there we go. I don't believe it's true in what it's teaching.
Good. So how would you ever be able to prove that Paul? I'm glad you made that claim. So how would you be able to prove that something about Paul?
Only for Israel? Do you believe the Bible is only for Israel?
I'm not able to ask you questions.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, cool. So since you don't believe in the Bible, you think everything in it's fake and whatnot, how would you actually argue in the debate that I've already denied we would have that Paul was fake? Since in all reality, you're going to be justifying how you don't trust the Bible, you don't believe in it, and it's a book of fictitious narratives. Because that seems more or less like an attempt to just express your bias instead of actually dealing with the literature and its historical framework.
It's a bunch of fictitious narrative. That's why I told you I was going to prove to you that Saul or Paul is fake too.
Even though we have literature from him, and this is widely accepted by scholars.
Them letters is not proof, bro. Are they written by Paul?
Actually, at least 7 of them in the canonical text, according to mainstream scholarship, are authentically Pauline literature. And I don't know how familiar you are with how first century literature.
Paul, bro.
Say that again.
Theological field, that's not by worldwide.
This is in the historical field, and I can use non-Christian scholars.
So how can this be in the historical field?
Oh, because scholars deal with history, even if it's relevant to theology.
It's not historical. Those are
Okay, you're making a large claim.
Those are theological scholars.
Richard Carrier would disagree with you saying that the Bible's not historical. Richard Carrier affirms that there are some historical aspects in the Bible, even if he affirms that it's derived from later literature in certain bits and pieces.
People that could be historical in the Bible don't mean the whole book is historical, bro. That's bullshit.
Okay, well, I'm glad you were able to make that delineation.
Is it in the fiction aisle? Is it in the fiction or the nonfiction?
Actually, that's a good question, because usually it's in the religious aisle. People frequently go into bookstores and misplace books, take pictures, and then it becomes a meme. It's common.
Where's this book, bro? Is it
in the religious section? In the religious
nonfiction?
It's in the religious department. And then a lot of the books that are related to it, like the scholarly works, they're going to be in the peer review, historical, critical.
Is religion fiction or nonfiction, bro? Religious text. Can they be classified as nonfiction or fiction?
Yes.
Can they be classified as both?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, then. What is
they can be classified as fiction in part or in total. They can be classified as nonfiction in part or in total. It all depends upon the text or the issues that are being discussed and assessed.
When we're dealing with the Bible, is it nonfiction or fiction?
I would say the Bible is nonfiction, sir.
Bro. Overall,
it's a collection of literature that includes not strictly fictional.
I'm going, man.
I know,
Amen.
right?
Peace to
Because
you,
there's more
man.
than one literary genre in the Bible. It's not the
Peace to
Quran.
you.
It's
Peace
not
to
one
you,
literary
bro.
genre.
Hey, when you
It's
ready
not
for the
just pure
debate, bro,
dictation.
when you ready
It's
for the debate,
multiple
just let
literary
A1
genres
know,
in
man.
one text.
Yeah, let's
It's
debate
multiple
if Paul,
literary genres.
if Paul was an apostle or not. If Paul was a real apostle, or
I
was he a
told you we're
follower?
not going to have that debate, sir. I think you have a very disingenuous attitude when it comes to possibly having that debate.
So, bro, I don't think so, bro. Man, come on, bro. I've been listening to you, man. Don't think I ain't been listening to you now. Just because we having our little shootout or whatever like that. Don't think I ain't been paying you no attention, bro. I've been even what you said, even when you brought up that about the doctrine about Mary. I said, well, okay, I understand what he's saying when he's saying immaculate conception is about Mary. But when you said it's about Mary being from original sin, being exonerated from original sin don't come into the play until Paul.
No, sir. I would disagree with that. Original sin begins its actions in Genesis 3.
Not with
And
Adam,
you even have,
not with Cain and thing, is it? Oh, you talking about with them eating the fruit?
I'm talking about when sin enters the human plight. This is in
When they ate the
Genesis
fruit.
3. This is
So when
before
they ate
Cain
the
and
fruit.
Abel.
So when they ate the fruit.
Yes.
Okay, all right. That's what I'm trying to get to, bro. See, it's simple questions like that, and you've been dodging them motherfuckers all night, bro. Simple questions like
I've
that.
been answering your questions directly, but when I ask
No,
you
you
questions, you
haven't,
want to
bro.
say, oh, come on, come on, come
Bro.
on. That's the
You
reality of
haven't
this conversation.
You've been using your big Christian words, your big theological and
I didn't even bring
ecclesiastic
up
words.
Immaculate Conception, which are two of the biggest words used in tonight's conversation for the last 5 hours, 5.5 hours almost.
Man, immaculate conception really ain't no big word, bro.
Well, I guarantee you, if you were to write it
I'm the one who
down,
brought it up.
tally out the number of characters used to spell that phrase, and then think about some of the terms we've been Egypt, Assyrian's been mentioned. That was a pretty big word earlier. Outside of that, we haven't been utilizing inscription. That was another big word that was used. Immaculate Conception is the biggest phrase that's sort of been used in tonight's conversation, from what I can
Well,
observe.
I brought that up. Yeah, I brought that up with that immaculate conception because I said that's what the whole Mary thing was, about the immaculate conception. Like that was one of the causes of the split of the church, and I still stand on that because they couldn't come into agreements whether Jesus pregnant her or whether she was pregnant by a spirit, by Holy Spirit. That's when the Trinity comes into play, and when they really put the woman out of the Trinity. Would you agree or no?
The Trinity includes a feminine aspect if you want to say a female is removed from the Trinity, because last I checked, the grammatical language of pneuma is feminine. Pneuma is the term used for spirit. So, I mean, I'm not taking this strict biological relationship as it relates to the understanding of these terms. Because, for example, God, i.e., the Father, the monarchia of the Trinity, he is, God is masculine, but there's attributive relations that are not exclusively masculine that are attributed to him. So,
So in other
it
words, at
functions
some point,
primarily as a,
God can be a he, she in some aspects.
oh yeah, if you want to be strict with your grammar, sure, but and your gender identifications, but this is a misusage of language.
So in other words, God is a hermaphrodite.
In other words, you're misusing the language.
I'm just saying, it got to be a
Grammatical,
man and a female.
grammatical gender doesn't necessitate biological gender, especially when we're talking about
Well,
God.
we're talking about a deity and an entity and a spirit. So it ain't nothing living about this, correct?
Actually, that's a misconception as well, at least biblically. The author of life did things, and the author of life is a epithet for Yahweh or the God of the Bible in the Bible. You'll
I
find
was
similar phraseology for non-biblical deities, but as an epithet. But yes, the author of life, this is an epithet for the God of the Bible.
Hey, bro, you do a bunch of running, man.
By
I
being very
swear, bro.
clear and using my words precisely. I'm glad you recognize I'm
I
not
know you
running, but
being very,
answering
you
directly
being
your
very
inquiry.
careful. Yeah, you being very careful. You being very careful. You
very
straddling the fence.
careful.
I have to
Yeah,
be,
you
sir. I
straddling the
mean,
fence.
if I'm not careful, then everything I can say could be understood in a univocal sense. And now you
No, but
actually
you
don't have
also
distinctions
straddling the
in what
fence
you're
though.
articulating,
You
and
playing
everything's the
both
same.
sides though. You playing both sides though.
I'm playing the side of articulation. I'm sorry that I grew up in a household of educators and I went to a
What
university.
happened? Whoa.
Hey, we gotta do closing remarks, gentlemen. I'm about to go ahead and fall back asleep. I done woke back up.
I was hearing someone snoring. I thought that was you, A1.
That probably was, I don't know which time, but yeah, I've been in and out for the last few hours.
Hey, A1, this brother here don't want to debate me that Paul was phony. But anyway, though, but I like that little slick shit, Barbarian, just now. But I'm gonna close off. You know what I mean? Talking about, I'm sorry if I was born in an educated household or a household or what. Man, please, dog. You don't even know nothing about me, bro. Straight up.
I wasn't claiming that I did
Dog,
know
just
anything
because you
about you. I
call
only spoke
Papa
about
and you're
myself.
around, dog, listen, dog, don't get me twisted, dog. You don't know who I am. So for you to even say you sorry that you was brought up in that type of household, dog, you're throwing shots and you don't even know me, bro.
That's fine. You've been throwing shots too, where if I'm not
Yeah, but
mistaken, because
I ain't
before
never
my
talk
phone
about you
died, you were
personally,
throwing
dog.
shots
I've been
about
throwing
people
shots
with
about
One
your
mic, it's a
motherfucking
theological
closeout.
situation.
education.
It's a closeout. One mic.
I'm out, man.
The OTA could. The
Appreciate you.
OTA could.
Appreciate you, A1, man. Hey, Sadat Ra, you know what I mean? Asar, humble, you know what I mean? This a queen and the chiefness is over here, the Titan family. Hey man, shout out to Barbarian too, man. Oh, tiptoeing through the tulip ass dude. You know what I mean? Running, buck dancing, got so much confidence in the Bible, but don't want to debate it.
Closing remarks. Courtney the Barbarian. Go ahead.
Yeah, as always, shouts out to the platform, shouts out to the panel, everybody that's here now, everybody that was here. We always over here at Titan Debate League appreciate y'all supporting the platform. Shouts out to the bar.
The Cash App works.
The Cash App works, y'all.
Cash
Like,
App.
comment, share, subscribe. Peace, love, and success to the multitude. And I'm going to bow out there.
Peace. Have a good night. Sadiq, you still there? Sadiq Rod. In the building. Okay, Sadiq might have passed out. You know, I do my closing remarks. I keep it short and simple. You know my motto: treat your smile like your money, and never let them steal it. Peace. We're gonna end with a song by Connie Sun, Same Heart. I usually play him on Spotify, but you can check him out on all platforms. Head over to his Facebook. Tell him A1 sent you. And this is Connie Sun, Same Heart. Get with y'all tomorrow. We got not an award show. We got a results show tomorrow night. And I think I'll have an open panel during the day. We got a lot going on, man. Check us out. Don't miss nothing. Make sure you subscribe. If you didn't hit that thumbs up, make sure you hit it on the way out. And y'all have a good night. Peace.
Yeah. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned it level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and they the one taking the aim for it, and I'm the one taking the blame for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. Karma gon' come your way, young nigga. It can be any day, young nigga. The way that you played your hand, I forgive you, but back in that sandbox, can't forget you. Killing my mental, tell your little brother the issue. How did we go to them pistols? Know I'm official, know that I try to uplift you. Kinda knowing that I miss her. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned it level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and I'm the one taking the blame for it, and they the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. One more hit, it really ain't gon' matter. More pale lips, just me, more chat. Can't hold hands going up no ladder. I fall from up here, then my shit gon' shatter. I'm putting on for my whole family, but we on a different road, family. You told folk that I told family, but I never did fold when the folks had me 100. I never been fake in front. I told younger nigga make him something, you told younger nigga take him something, and he the one that took that from his cousin, and that there got the whole family fussing. Got big sis beefing with her brother, even through it all still know that I love you, but every second I think I trust you. I'm dead, I'm smart in the game, you made it hard in the game. I'm loving, I started the lane, I'm hard. Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your face should be your gun, you can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, just when they out it. Your own blood, ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be, so what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be, so what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Yeah. Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding 'cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. And have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, been always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. 'Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, 'cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah, yeah. I won't come to last place in life, no. 'Cause I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
This is not a conversation. This is not a discussion.
Today,
this is a war of ideas. Welcome to Coliseum of Arguments, presented by Titans Debate League. Two minds enter. One leads with intellectual dominance. In one corner, Chaasad, the Hebrew scholar, armed with scripture, history, and a fire from the ancient text. In the opposing corner, humble mystic, the naturalist, challenging tradition, questioning everything, bringing raw, unfiltered logic to the battlefield. The question, was the Canaanite god El and the biblical god Yahweh the same? Faith, history, mythology collide. No ducking, no dodging, no mercy, just pure intellectual combat. Who's got the facts? Who's got the pressure? Who's gonna break under the spotlight? You decide. Where beliefs are tested and only the strongest arguments survive. Pull up or get left behind.
Yes, y'all know why we are here, and y'all know what we came to do. Welcome back to the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Tonight, we're diving into one of the most controversial, history-shaking questions of all time. Were the Canaanite god El and the biblical god Yahweh the same? This is deep today. One side, we have Chaasad. Let me turn my camera on. Okay, there we go. Okay, on one side, we have Chaasad stepping in with fire, ready to challenge the narrative and break down the origins of the biblical God. On the other, humble mystic coming in with precision, scripture, and scholarship. This is more than a debate. This is a clash of history, faith, and identity tonight. Get ready, everybody. Y'all know what we came to do. How y'all feeling today? Let's start with Chaasad. Go ahead, give your introduction. Let them know who you are, where you're from, where they can find you, and all that.
Is this just a personal introduction or is this debate intro? Ooh.
Personal introduction. Okay. The debate has not started yet.
Yeah, I'm Chaasad, man.
He ready, TTG.
I'm Chaasad, man. I'm an Israelite, obviously, man. Standing on the Bible, standing on the biblical text, the biblical history. God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Uh, this would be my third time putting BTA on somebody that has stepped to me with this nonsense and foolishness. So I want y'all to know, like, I'm well versed in this topic in his argument. So it should be. It's gonna be something crazy. You want to check me out, man? I do got a YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is literally my name, Chaasad. You can type it in. I think the @ handle is at Nasha Chaasad. So I'll show that real quick if y'all want to ever come subscribe, man. Like I said, I gotta get all these debates and stuff, man. I'm eventually upload and get some content, on my channel, but stay tuned. But yeah, if y'all want to support me and
Yeah, you can add your destination if you want, so you can just save it right now. Go ahead. I ain't sure.
I got it. If you want to just share my screen real quick, it's up there for them. They can see it right there.
Okay.
Yeah, if y'all want to check me out, literally my name. I'll zoom in a little bit. For the people. So yeah, man, that's my @ handle. If you want to check me out, on YouTube and stuff, or support me, subscribe. I'll be, like I said, getting some videos up soon and uploading some content. But yeah, man, I hope y'all ready. I'm ready to get to it, man. Let's get it popping.
Let's go. Humble Mystic. Let them know who you are, where you're from, where they can find you, and all that.
What up, y'all? Y'all already know it's your boy Humble in the house, Hey, normally y'all see me hosting, but not tonight. Tonight I'm here snatching crowns, man. You already know we getting our hands dirty. We getting in the mud. We here, shorty. Listen, we here to set the bar. We here to let them know, man, there's levels to this, right? We ain't no rookies here. Let's get it. Oh, y'all already know. Y'all can catch me on the Titans Debate League. If y'all don't know, I got my own little YouTube channel going on. I don't post over there much. I post what I do here over there. So if you do, if you miss whatever over here and you want to go and see whatever I got over there, go ahead. And that's just, Humble Mystic of the Soul Tribe. That's what I got over there. But anything else, catch me over on Bigo and the home of the brave. Let's get it.
Let's go. Salute both of you gentlemen for stepping into the Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. And let's get these formalities out of the way real quick. We'll go over the rules of engagement for you and the people at home, just so we're all on the same page.
All right, warriors. Listen up. Clash of the Titans official debate format. Rule number 1, order of speaking. The affirmative, the side advocating for the resolution, always presents first. Rule number 2, opening statements. Each debater delivers a 3-minute opening address. Rule number 3, argument rounds. There are 2 rounds per participant. Round 1, presentation of their primary case. Round 2, rebuttal of the opponent's arguments and or further development of their own position. Each round lasts 12 minutes. Rule number 4, turn order. The debater who speaks first will also close second in the rebuttal rounds, Q&A period, and final summations. Rule number 5, cross-examination. Each participant has 10 minutes to interrogate their opponent. This time belongs to the questioner. Pauses or hesitations are counted against their allotted time. If progress stalls, the moderator may intervene only to keep the exchange moving, not to address the judges or the audience. Rule number 6, closing statements. Following Q&A, each debater is granted 3 minutes for a final summation of their case. May the odds be forever in your favor.
Yeah, so pretty much, so we all on the same page. What's going on is 3-minute intro, 2 12-minute rounds. Your second round will be your rebuttal round or to further present your case. 3-minute, I'm tripping. Third round is a 10-minute question and answer round. Each participant gets 10 minutes. Then we have a 3-minute outro. Do you gentlemen understand? Have any questions? You got to verbally agree on the record. Chaasad.
Yeah, I agree. I get it.
I get it. No questions.
You sure? Okay, I believe so. Yeah, his comprehension is up there. Okay, so who's taking the affirmative? You go first. 3-minute intro. Hold on, let me
As
get
I
the
said
timer.
before,
Hold on. Don't start yet. Don't start yet. While I
is
pull up
that a
this timer.
wireless mouse
Say that
on
again.
your lap? Is that a wireless mouse on your lap?
Yes, sir.
That's
You can see that.
crazy.
Yeah, I'm doing my thing right now. Yeah, real quick. Next, this week coming up on Wednesday. I think we're moving it from Thursday to Wednesday. I have to talk to Gideon, but be on the lookout for this.
This is not a conversation. This is not a discussion. This is a war of ideas. Welcome to Coliseum of Arguments, presented by Titans Debate League. Two minds enter. One leads with intellectual dominance. In one corner, Chaasad, the Hebrew scholar, armed with scripture, history, and a fire from the ancient text. In the opposing corner, humble mystic, the naturalist, challenging tradition, questioning everything, bringing raw, unfiltered logic to the battlefield. The question, was the Canaanite god El and the biblical god?
Played the wrong commercial, but anyway, here we go. I got the timer up. You ready? Time starts
Yeah,
when you
hold on
start.
a second. Hold on. Let me get my screen up here real quick.
Okay,
All
yeah, you
right.
need a screen share for your intro. Gotcha.
Yeah. All right, let me know when it's
Can you
sharing.
make that a full screen?
Not a full screen. I could put it in viewer mode like that.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And time starts when you start.
All right. What up, fam? Like I said before, it's your brother Humble in the house. You know, again, I know y'all used to me hosting, but tonight I'm bringing facts supported by the academic consensus. I will be taking the affirmative tonight. I'm standing on the ground that the Canaanite god El and the biblical god Yahweh are the same through political and cultural merging. This merging was to ensure the survival of their lineage. Their very text, the Bible, is the birth certificate of this preserved lineage. Judges, tonight, may I suggest you keep your pens ready because you're going to be taking a lot of notes. I'm giving the meat and potatoes of the information, not the bones. In tonight's debate, Chaasad, you have no chance, Brody. And I'm not even saying that to be cocky. I'm saying that because the academic consensus is already on my side, walking in the door. I don't know what you're going to do with that. But that's my time, y'all. This humble mystic. I'm out.
You have 1 minute and 50 seconds left. Do you yield the rest of your time?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. 3-minute intro. Let me reset this clock. Chaasad, do you need a screen share? You're muted too, so we can't hear you.
My apologies. Can you hear me?
Yep. Time starts when you start.
Calm. All right, I want to start off by giving all praise to the Most High God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Most High Yahweh. This debate finna be very easy. Already done beat 2 people on it. He finna be the third. So I want y'all to understand what the actual debate topic is. Let's listen to this.
Way I could put it in the chat and send it to myself.
Y'all can hear the audio, correct?
Canaanite El
Is the Canaanite God?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the Canaanite God.
The same deity as Yahweh in the Bible.
So we all heard it. Is the Canaanite God El the same deity as Yahweh in the Bible? This here is a biblical debate. This isn't about going into Ugarit, none of that stuff. This here is based on the biblical text. Here's just straightforward. My opponent already lost. Let's listen to something else really quickly. Let's listen to something else.
They're not the same God.
All right, bet. I take that they are the same. I like that debate right there.
So you're gonna pull up actually primaries, right?
Of course I am.
You're gonna pull up primaries.
Of course I am.
How was the son of El?
Of course I am.
You heard what he said. Of course he is. He has to pull up some primary texts that back his stance. This is not going to be about hypothesis, none of that stuff. This here is based on the Bible, and the Bible takes my stance. There is no God named El in the biblical text, as there is no God named El in several other cultures, and other cultures that speak the Semitic language. This guy's going to go and try to merge two different cultures, two different languages that are contemporary with each other, battling against each other, and say that they're talking about the same God. This is going to be a complete slaughter. So I want y'all to understand complete stance. He has to show that there is a Canaanite God named El in the biblical text, and there is none. We finna kill him. And remember, he said he's showing if he's not there, automatic lost. He's done. How much is that time? He's automatically done.
No, you got 23 seconds left.
Bet. Tell him bring these primaries. And he don't even know what he just first he said he is merged with El. Then he said he's a son of El. Which one is it? He don't know what he's talking about off bat. This is gonna be slaughter. I'm ready to get into my first round. You can kill it. Let's go.
That is time. OTK, I see you backstage. We got an official debate going on. Okay. Round one. The affirmative, humble. Are you ready?
I was born ready, brother. You know this. Let me share my screen again. Hold on 1 second. All right. Let me know when you're ready.
Time starts when you start.
All right. So, family, our journey begins with the Bronze Age collapse, 1250 to 1150 BCE. This is one of the most important civilizational resets in history. According to Frank Moore Cross, the godfather of biblical religious studies, between 1250 BCE and 1150 BCE, every major superpower fell, from the Hittite Empire collapse to the Ugarit.
Hold on. 1 second. My bad. Let me pause your time. My apologies, humble. It's not clicking back. Okay, let me remove that. Let me restart you, bro. Let me restart you so that way you can have your flow. My bad. You was only 30 seconds in. Let's start you back at the top. You ready?
Yep.
My apologies. Time starts when you start.
No problem. Hey, family. So our journey begins with the Bronze Age collapse, one of the most important civilizational resets in history. According to Frank Moore Cross, the godfather of biblical religious studies, between 1250 BCE and 1150 BCE, every major superpower fell. From the Hittite Empire collapse to the fall of Ugarit, the home of the El text, which was destroyed practically overnight. This collapse created a power void, a culture void, and most importantly, for the sake of this debate, a theological void. See, family, when Ugarit fell, the worship of El didn't just simply disappear. Instead, it migrated to the inlands, to the highlands with the rest of the surviving Canaanite population. Judges note this. This is the moment that El tradition become portable. Academic credible scholars like Ernst Klein says the collapse was caused by many stresses hitting simultaneously. Between climate change and the system collapse, the villagers had no choice. The villagers had no choice but to migrate to the hill country, and they took El with them. Now, when we get here, right, we see that they took El with them, and we see these were Canaanite people that migrated. How do we know they were Canaanite people? Well, when we listen to the expertise of William G. Denver, we see because of the pottery is Canaanite, the houses, the agriculture is Canaanite, even the language is Canaanite. It's a variant of a sister language of the Ugaritic, right? The Northwest Semitic language. So we know these people who first migrated up took the god El with them. How else do we know that? It's in their name. Their name wasn't Israel. Their name was Israel. And not only did they take the name, but they took their bull, right? The very symbol and statue for that god. Interestingly enough, family, hold on, let me switch back. I don't know what's going on with this. All right, let's get it. Interestingly enough, family, this very same event, the Bronze Age collapse, from the climate change to the collapse of power, is what led the Shashu from the south north to meet the people we know as the Proto-Israelites. Judges. Now it makes sense why the black Hebrew Israelites always say that the Shashu were Israelites. However, they are mistaken because during this time, they were still simply known as the Shashu. They wasn't merged fully yet with the Israelites. These were a group of desert nomads from the south who carried the name Yahweh with them, according to Israel Finkelstein. Let's get into it. So, when they first got up here, right, what we seeing here is these two groups in the same place, right, bringing their tradition. So first, in the early 1200s BCE, right, you have two distinct gods, you have two distinct religions, and you have two distinct identities. You have the El tradition, you have the Yahweh tradition, right? They simply coexisted in the same region, not because they wanted to, but because they was forced to because of the Bronze Age collapse. Now, family, this is what's interesting. Here we're seeing two things happen at the same time. We're seeing an internal emergence, the Canaanite villages fleeing the collapse in lowlands city-states. These are your El worshipers. Your external migration, the Yahweh side, the Shashu, were nomads from the south fleeing from drought, political pressure. They moved north into the same highlands. They brought Yahweh with them. This is where you get your external migration. Judges, this is what I call a refugee squeeze, right? So keep note, family, when these two groups meet, 1000 BC to 900 BCE, they don't go to war. They couldn't afford to. They had to share the land. They didn't only share the land, they merged into one group to survive the Palestines and the collapsing world around them. They didn't only share the land, they shared rituals, shrine, and oh yes, family, they shared gods. That's right. From 900 BCE to 700 BCE, the Canaanite god El and the Shashu Yahweh had officially become one. We see this in a very birth certificate, Chaasad, called the Bible. We first see this. We see this in the scenes of the two creation stories in Genesis. While Genesis 1, 2, and 3, El created the animals first, and then he created man after. In Genesis 2 and 4 shows Yahweh takes this same action in reverse. He created the man first and then the animal later.
6 minutes.
And Judges, I don't know about you, but Richard Elian Freeman of Oxford University identifies this as two ancient cultures stitched together. Oh, and it gets better, much better, family. We see Rebecca in Genesis 16 and 13 call God El Roy. El who? What she called El? She didn't call him Yahroy. She called God El Roy, which means El who sees me. Finkelstein quote, this early tradition previews memory of God of the Canaanite ways before Yahweh was even introduced. We can't forget about Jacob in Genesis 12 and 26. What did he name that altar again? Oh yeah, El Elohai Yisrael. Hey Chaasad, can you tell us what that means in English? And of course, we can't leave out the hammer on the nail. Exodus 6 and 3. What was it God told Moses? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob knew him as El Shaddai, but by his name Yahweh he was not known. Now there it is, Judges. There it is, family. Straight from the bull's mouth, right? I would say horses, but you know El is a bull. So straight from the bull's mouth, we got the confession that not only did Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob not know God by the name of Yahweh, but they knew him as El Shaddai. And this also shows that El Shaddai, which is the Canaanite god El, and Yahweh, which is the Chaasad God, have been merged. Last but not least, family, in Exodus 12 and 28, you in trouble, Chaasad. Jeroboam set up two calves. Two, not one, but two calves. And said, behold your gods who brought you out of Egypt. What did he say? Let me say that again. He said, behold your gods who brought you up out of Egypt. The prominent scholar Zaire Soviet examined the text, and in his analysis was that Jeroboam was clearly showing a mixture in cultures. He built the bulls, signifying the culture of the north, El, and he told the migration tradition from the south. This is the dagger in the heart right here, Chaasad. Ain't no coming back from this. That's my time, y'all. I'm out.
You got 2 minutes and 37 seconds left. Do you yield the rest of your time?
Yeah, most definitely. Go ahead. I'm out.
Let's go. Chaasad, round 1. Ready to share your screen?
My screen should be sharing.
Time starts when you start.
Calm. So like I said, hey man, I want to start off by giving all praises to the Most High. And I told y'all, this is supposed to be a biblical debate. He brought you in this theory of Frankham cross and da. Look, listen. He's not even historically accurate, right? So I want y'all to pay attention to something he said. He gave you a date. First, he gave you the late Bronze Age theory that, oh, this spread El around. False. 2, he also said between 900 BCE to like 700 BCE, El is the god of these people up north. And wait, listen to this guy. Listen to this guy.
They didn't only share the land, they merged into one group to survive the Palestines and the collapsing world around them. They didn't only share the land, they shared rituals, shrine, and oh yes, family, they shared gods. That's right. From 900 BCE to 700 BCE, the Canaanite god El and the Shashu Yahweh had officially become one.
Now, this is how you cook him in 30 seconds, man. So he don't know what he's talking about. For one, right, the time frame he just tried to give you, first of all, you talking about the Shashu of Yahweh. Israel had already been established as a nation and been split up into two. This is the Meshe Stele we have right here on the screen. Notice he gave you a 900 BCE time frame. Notice this is exactly the exact time frame that he gave you. It says this is from an actual artifact, a primary document, which he said he was going to bring. It says this. I want y'all to pay very close attention. It says Omri in line 4. I hope y'all can see where it's highlighted red. This is where it starts off. It says Omri, king of Israel, oppressed Moab for a long time because Chemosh was angry with his country. So this is a different country. This is a whole nother group of people talking about Israel. Omri is the king of the northern kingdom of Israel. What he just tried to posit to you. Notice he gave you 900 BCE. That's the literally right after Solomon is around 925 is where you get the raiding of the temple. So the split is literally around 930-ish, right? BCE. So you have the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. This is talking about the northern kingdom. It says this. Let's see who his God is. Let's see who the northern kingdom and the God of Israel is. Line 14, it says, Chemosh said to me, go take Nebo from Israel. I went in night and fought there from dawn until noon. I took it and killed everyone, 7,000 men, boys and women, daughters and pregnant women, because I devoted to Ashtar Chemosh. I took from there the hearth, which is the vessels, from the altars of Yahweh. Who's the God of the Israelites and who's the God of the northern kingdom of Israel? Yahweh. He didn't say Baal. He didn't say El. He didn't associate no other God with them whatsoever. The best you can do is just speak about when the Israelites went into idolatry, and that's biblical history. You're not going to remix biblical history tonight. This is how you lose every single time. Right? I told y'all that's what he's finna do. He's finna remix biblical history. Now let's get into some actual sources because he tried to talk about the spread of El. Let me show y'all something. And I told y'all this is what he's going to do. He's going to completely misuse the word outside of its cultural context. All of these Semitic cultures have the word El, whether you want to go into Akkad, Ebla, Amorite, Hebrew, Ammonite, all these cultures have the word El. None of them have the God El in their cultures. He has to go into the biblical text and show it in the culture. Let's get into this. Y'all see my screen still sharing, right? It says right here. It says the God El did not exist in the earliest Semitic pantheons, those of Ebla and Akkad. This is actually a citation. This is actually a source. So when we go down, we can actually see it. Alfonso Archie and ill and personal names. OLZ 91, 1996, 132 through 151. This is actually how you deal with sources and scholarship. He's making you up and giving you a theory that's not founded in the actual text and the actual cultures. Right? Let's get into something else. He actually mentioned the Canaanites. He keep mentioning the Canaanites. The Amorites themselves are Canaanites. They don't have a God named El. So you're not going to insert El into these different cultures. Let's read right here. It says examination of the Theophorus element in the Amorite onomasticon shows that the element El cannot represent the God El even in that tradition. What he talked about when he said Israel, he's talking about a theophoric element, meaning that the word God itself is literally referring to an entity. It's not used as the actual deity's name, right? And we're gonna go into Israel and break that down a little bit. But let me finish daggering you, because Amorites are a group of Canaanites. They don't have El in their culture. What are you talking about? But they have the word. So let's read down a little bit more. It says this: El, however, does not appear in any Amorite pantheon. He brought up Frank M. Cross. He doesn't know that Frank M. Cross, these are rebuttals to his argument. Frank M. Cross published these books in 1973. Like, we don't know the Canaanite myth and we know these books. We read them. These people refuted his argument.
6 minutes.
How much time? How much time?
5 minutes, 52 seconds.
Cool, calm. So he has to go into all these cultures and show that El is actually in their text. You can't keep a certain El into these pantheons. It doesn't work that way. It says this, and this is going expounding on what some on other sources I already show. It says it has generally been held that Ilu was, which is the word for El in like Akkadian, right? It says originally an appellative. Ed Meyer, this is a source, asserted that in Akkadian Ilu is purely an appellative. It's literally telling you it has the word there, and it's only a designation for God. And designates nearly always an individual concrete object of worship, a definite daemon, but that it is no real proper name. Hein, another source, concluded that the notion of a proto-Semitic Ilu El is literally telling you these are the same. It's the same words, just pronounced different. God, in the absolute sense, one who stood at least at the head of the pantheon and subsumed all other gods, is a reversal of the actual historical development and projects the later Old Testament concept back into ancient times. I told you, man, he wants to reverse biblical history and reverse history itself, and it's not going to be founded in any actual foundation of the text. Now, let me show y'all something else, because he don't know who I am. Let's get into this. The word, let me show this first. The word God itself, so we can actually get the definition of the word God. Let's see if it actually is actually referring to the Canaanite god El. It says here, God like one, mighty man of rank. This is all the ways that is used in the Bible, right? Let's go down to the actual definition. It means strength as an adjective, mighty, especially the Almighty, but used of any deity. God, goodly, great, an idol, a mighty one, a power, strong, names El. Not one time did it ever say it was the Canaanite god El. The almighty power in the biblical text is the Most High Yahweh, right? Let's get into this. Genesis 14 and 22. He said that they didn't know the name Yahweh. He can't even read Hebrew, so I know he can't read the text. It literally says this right here. I'm going to show you the definition. It literally says Abram. This is Abram. It literally tells you Abraham spoke. This is what he says. And he said to Malach Saddam, the king of Sodom, I have lifted up. This is what this word means. My hand to Yahweh. I thought Abraham didn't know the name. Wait till we get into that Exodus 6 and 3. I'm going to rebut that in my other round, but I'm laying down the premise. Yeah, they definitely knew the name. And then he told multiple times in the Bible, I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So what do you do with that text? Please explain. Please explain. We have Abraham saying the name of God by name in the biblical text before Exodus. So what are you talking about? You don't know the biblical text, and just wait till Exodus 6 and 3. But I wanted to get to something else while I was on these other cultures and this usage of it and the usage of El. I told you he's going to misuse it. How much time do I have left, brother?
2 minutes, 20 seconds. I'm about to give you a 2-minute warning.
Okay, bet. I want y'all to understand something, because he don't understand actually these Semitic languages and these words. Humble, I have a question. Is the words Yam referring to the god Yam in the Bible? It's a question. Right?
2 minutes.
There's a reason I asked you that. Because Yam, the word Yam is literally the word sea across all these Semitic languages. across all these Semitic languages. It literally tells you Yam, Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, the Dead Sea, the Sea of Galilee, the sea, the river Nile. It's literally telling you all of this is talking about a body of water. Do y'all not know that in the Ugaritic text that there's a God named Yam? Not one time in the Bible does it ever mentions that this guy Yam, right here in this word usage, just like we didn't see it in the usage of El, is the Canaanite god Yam or the Canaanite god El. You can't assert that. These words predate Ugarit. The word El predates Ugarit. You do not get to then define the word El by how Ugarit use it. Ugarit changes the definition of the word. Let's get into this. It should be sharing this. Running out of time. Here we get to this. It says this.
You can also see your time next to my screen at the bottom. Like a.
Okay.
I don't know if you see it down there next to me.
I can't because I'm sharing my screen, so I can't see.
Okay.
I can't see the time at all. Yeah.
You got 30 seconds left.
Okay, it says this. It says, equally erroneous would be the assumption that the pantheon at Ugarit reflected the primitive religion of the Semites. El was the name used by all Semitic people with the exception of the Ethiopians for God, and therefore would appear to go back to the time before the Semites split into their various nations and tribes, i.e. to at least the 4th millennium. What is this guy talking about? Ugarit, as he admitted, and Israel are contemporary. They're fighting each other.
That's time. That's the end of round 1. Round 2, humble. Are you ready to share your screen? Time starts when you start.
All right. Can you see that? Yep. We can see that. All right. So I'm ready. A1, Brody. Cause I listened to your argument. It was passionate. It was emotional. But passion does not rewrite history. In fact, you didn't even deal with any history. And emotion does not change archaeology. That you didn't even bring any of that either. But you came up here to give us a Sunday school lesson. I'm here to give you an academic correction. It's so interesting because you're so predictable, bro. I told you don't bring this stuff, and you brought it anyway. I told you don't bring this stuff, bro, and you brought it anyway. Let's get into it, man. So you stand before the judges and the people and really sit here and claim that El is just a generic word for God, like Theos or Allah or Hashem or Yam, or you said it was Yam, because you have the history completely backwards. According to Dr. Mark Smith, which he misquoted earlier, see, this is the difference between the real researchers and brothers like him, right? See, we get the books. In the early history of God, El was a proper name for the Canaanite high god El, long before it ever became a generic title. I even pointed to that in my first round. It became a generic title to what, 900 to 500 BCE? And so when we dealing with Rebecca, when we dealing with Jacob, pardon me if I don't know, but I'm pretty sure they lived way before that. And so when we got Rebecca calling on a name of Elroy, not Yahroy, not Yamroy, but Elroy, we know that El is the proper name and Roy is the title. Come on now. Come on now. Conversely, the name Yahweh is grammatically a causative verb. Dr. Frank Moore Cross, the godfather of this field, demonstrates that Yahweh originally functioned as a title. See, y'all, he gotta keep this lie up because his God that he want to cling to functioned as a title first. Not El. His God functioned as a title first. And this is why listen, for the family out there, please go and do your research on a Bronze Age collapse. Humble ain't making this stuff up. It's academically supported by the academic consensus. If El was just a generic title, why did the Israelites keep using the bull, which is iconography for El? The bull is the specific documented altar of the Canaanite high god El. When Jacob arrives in the land in Genesis 33 and 20, note he ain't want to deal with that. He named his altar El Elohe Yisrael. El, not Yah, El. So if Jacob always knew the word, knew the term Yahweh, why he named his altar El? Listen. He just dismissed the golden calves in Exodus 32. He ain't even want to deal with them because he know it's embarrassing to him. He don't want to deal with his own culture. He don't like the fact that they merge. But hey, you can't change history, right? Now, he talking about, oh, you see, he don't know the language. The linguistic receipt is right here. Canaanite god El, the biblical god El. The proof, the cognate, exact same word. The cognate, the Ugarit root, 1300 BCE. You see, he said, oh, well, he don't even know. He talk about 1,000 and 900 and 1,200. We know it go back further than that. But we also know that the biblical language is a sister language to the Canaanite Ugarit. And so it also uses the root word El. The same root word. Hebrew is the daughter dialect of the Canaanite, and the high god El name is the same root grammar. The second proof is stolen title to epithets. Elion, El Quadash, El Avil. Oh, the bull right here. El Yasov. Come on now, the Bible uses poetic titles already associated with El. He said I wouldn't be able to use any primaries. What's that? That's linguistical primary. And then the other correction, Exodus 6 and 3, he ain't even deal with it, but I already know how he gonna try to form it as a question, and it ain't no question, it's a statement. Cause stop it. If I tell you my name is Robert today, but I've been your father for 40 years and you've never known my name was Robert, we got a problem. The text explicitly says he was not known by the name of Yahweh to the patriarchs. So now are you saying that either you see a contradiction in the book or you don't understand your own text? Dr. Thomas Rama and the Invention of God makes it clear that this isn't a nickname reveal. This is a retroactive editorial patch by later scribes admitting a historical fact. The omonistic evidence proves it looks like the name before Moses. Excuse me. There's not a single person in the Bible with the Yah name. They all have El names. Israel, Ishmael, Samuel. Take this El. The names changed because the gods changed. Moses didn't even find Yahweh in Egypt. He found them in Midian, the south. At the burning bush, Yahweh was an outsider brought into a family of El worshipers. We see this in a passage. We see it, the knowledge gap. The correction 3, the archaeological reality. He said, I ain't bring no archaeology. I don't know what he talking about. You say you want to talk about a divine revelation. You say the Bible was inspired by God but built by refugees. You can't have faith in a miracle, Chaasad, but the dirt doesn't lie. Dr. William Jimver and Beyond the Text, along with Dr. Israel Frankenstein, proved that the highland Israelites were just local Canaanites moving up from the valleys. 2 million people leaving Egypt will leave a footprint, but they don't find any. Israel Finkelstein said he didn't find anything except for the small amount of Shashu that migrated north. The Exodus Israelites in the sand, we found the Shashu nomads of Soled. The pottery didn't change. That's another thing. The pottery didn't change. See, he can't tell you about the pottery because the early Israelite pottery would have been Canaanite. He can't tell you about the DNA because the early DNA would have been Canaanite. Only the politics changed. Even as late as the 5th century BCE, the Elephantine papyri showed Jews worshiping Yahweh alongside other deities. The one God idea was a slow, agonizing, poetical cook, not a sudden, lightweight bolt from Sinai. The biblical Elijah trap, Chaasad, you want to tell these judges that Yahweh was the undisputed solitary God, known to Abraham and his entire household from the very beginning. If that is true, then we have a massive historical and textual problem. And her name is Hagar. Raise one index finger up. Listen. Let's go to Genesis 16. Hagar, the Egyptian servant in Abraham's own camp, flees to the wilderness. She has a direct, undeniable encounter with the divine. And in Genesis 16:13, she gave God a name based on her revelation. Chaasad. What do she call God? I said it in my first round. Do she call him Yahweh? No. She called him El Roy, just as I mentioned. Because according to the great biblical scholars, Albert and his foundational work, The God and the Fathers, the religion of the patriarchs was strictly defined by the local manifestations of the Canaanite god El. Every divine encounter in Genesis is stamped with El's epithet. El Shaddai, El Olam, El Bethel, El Roy. Again, what Assam Khan say? Chaasad, take this L. Listen, man. So let me see. Chaasad, if they were always the same, the Bible wouldn't spend hundreds of pages trying to convince. That's crazy because I was moving my screen and I don't know if it was moving over there. It was frozen over there. That's why I was chilling. Chaasad, if they was always the same, the Bible wouldn't spend hundreds of pages trying to convince
2 minutes
that they were. You don't write 1,000-page book to prove something that is obvious. You write it to prove something that is contested. That's not my opinion. That's scholarship. That's the record. I yield my time. How much time I got left?
1 minute and 30.
Oh, yeah. I yield my time.
He yields his time with 1 minute and 23 seconds left. Chaasad, are you ready? Restart this timer. Time starts when you start, sir. Do you need a screen share?
Yeah, I'm share my screen, please. I'm gonna zoom in.
Everybody at home, do me a favor before he starts. Right now, share this live out so everybody can get some of this knowledge that we dropping. Appreciate everybody who tuned in today. Y'all the real MVP. And appreciate both of these gentlemen for stepping up the scholarship tonight. Time starts when you start your side.
I don't know why I keep zooming back out every time I zoom in. Here, I gotta.
Yeah, take your time. Ain't no rush. We on divine time.
All right, that's good. Y'all can see that nice and clear.
I can read that, but I'm on a 70 inch, so
let me see.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, y'all should be able. I look back at my laptop. Y'all should be able to see it. So look, this is very simple and easy. This man just went on a ramble all the time about El, the word El, and once again, he never showed the God El in the biblical text. So once again, he just completely, and he did not rebut anything that I said about the word El in these Semitic languages, especially with any source. Look, listen to this. He brought up Mark Smith. It's crazy. Ain't this Mark Smith right here, 1990? It says this. Has pointed out that in the Ammonite personal names, once again, this is another group in Canaan. The Ammonite personal names in the theophoretic element, El, predominates. However, these names do not prove that El was worshipped in Ammon. He keep on trying to assert El from Ugarit into these cultures because they use the word El. As I just read in several other sources, El predates Ugarit. Ugarit don't predate Akkad and Ebla. You reversing history. Then you trying to argue about Amorite and you Amorites are a group of Canaanites. They're contemporary with Ugarit. They don't have the god El. You can't keep just saying because the word El show in the biblical text. Once again, now you mentioned also Yahweh wasn't a personal name. What are you talking about? Let's get into this because and that was from Mark Smith himself. You've seen the citation. You don't know what your scholars are actually talking about. Let's get into this. It says this. The cult of Yahweh is not originally at home in Palestine. Outside Israel, Yahweh was not worshipped in the West Semitic world. Despite affirmations to the contrary, right? You see the sources. Before 1200 BCE, the name Yahweh is not found in any Semitic text. He trying to assert that Yahweh was a son of El. He was in a Ugaritic text. They merged him and out. Show me in one text where in the Ugarit where Yahweh is there. Please, I'll wait. I will wait. It says this. Who would claim to found in a shortened form of the name Yah as a divine element in the theophoric names in Elbla is unfounded. As the final element, hold on, we gotta go to the next page. As the final element of personal names, Yah is often a hyperistic ending, not a theonym. A. Archie, the epigraphic evidence from Ebla in the Old Testament. Notice I quoted Alfonso Archie. I'm quoting these scholars that's rebutting Frank M. Cross and and Mark M. Smith and Mark S. Smith. I'm bringing that. Let's get into something else. Right here, we're gonna go down because I wanted to point out the Ugarit text. It says this: Yahweh was not known at Ugarit either. The singular name Yahweh, vocalized unknown in a damaged passage of the Baal cycle, cannot convincingly be interpreted as an abbreviation for Yahweh. As D. Moore, as he tried to quote, has stated. Your own scholars is telling you making it up. They telling you that they only have a theory. None of this is founded in any documentation. This is why you didn't rebut anything with a source about El and all these other cultures. They're telling you we find the word El there. But we don't have the God El in any of these pantheons. When are you going to get that part through your thick skull? Now let's get into this part. They keep telling you that El is referring to that culture's God. What didn't you understand? Right? That's why when it brought up to the Amorites, let me get this. It should be showing this. It says this. El, however, does not appear in any Amorite onomasticon or any Amorite pantheon. They telling you he's never there. You have to actually go there and show it there. But let's get into something else because I wanted to get into something. Can you pause my time real quick? Because I need to pull up the Baal cycle. Because he keep mentioning it and he talking about what he do. I need to reshare my screen.
Time pause at 7 minutes and 54 seconds. Yeah, do your thing. Take all the time you need, brother.
All right, my screen should be sharing.
Okay, now it's sharing.
So as you can see,
Hold on,
right?
wait. I still didn't share it. Now it's sharing, but let me start your time. Time starts when you start. Go ahead.
As you can see, right? We see right here. This is the actual Baal cycle. This is actually the Ugaritic.
Wait, stop again.
All right.
I just messed up and hit reset, but you was at 7 minutes and 54 seconds. Let me just reset this for an 8-minute timer. Hit the wrong button. Moving too fast. Okay, go ahead.
All right, you can start me now, right? So we actually already gave him the biblical definition of these words, El and Yam. I gave him two definitions. Here in the Ugaritic text, they're actually the name of deities. He did not go into the Bible one time and actually show that these two names are actually a deity in the Bible. We see right here, Yam, the god Yam. We see a god named El. Show that in the biblical text. We're not listening to your hypothesis, none of that. Now, you mentioned Elyon, right? I want you to show in the Ugaritic text. You keep talking about these epithets. Show me in the Ugaritic text where El is called Elyon, right? Your own scholars, Frank M. Cross and Mark S. Smith, admits that El is never called Elyon. So you keep talking about El and taking all these epithets. You don't know what you're talking about. Can y'all share my screen here? Let me stop sharing this.
Let me pause your time again. I'm pausing your time at 6 minutes and 49 seconds.
Share my screen, please.
Mm-hmm.
So this is exactly on what he's mentioning, the epithets and all this, right? Let's look at something. Let's look at something. All right, let's see if the scholars agree with you that Yahweh is that El is Elyon and that Yahweh took that from El. He don't know what he's talking about. I want to zoom in on this real quick. It says this. Y'all see this right here where it says third. Ugaritic scholars have noted that the title Most High, Elyon, right? Or the shorter El or El, right, is never used of El in the Ugaritic corpus. He keep telling you that Yahweh is still in El's epithets. El is never called Elyon once in the Ugaritic text. Show that in the Ugaritic text. Every source that you keep quoting, you're dying at. Everything that you're referring to try to support your claim, you're dying at, bro. Pull up the Ugaritic text and show it. Because if you want to say that the Ugaritic, you want to stand with Ugaritic, Baal is supposed to be Elyon and Ugaritic. Now you got to add Baal into it. So which one is it? Is he the son of El? Is he El? Is he Baal? Who do you want to make him? Can you please stick to one character? Please. I told y'all he don't know what he's talking about. Now let's go into this a little bit more, right? It says this. It says this. Last but not least in importance, the idea of Yahweh receiving Israel as his allotted nation from his father El is internally inconsistent in Deuteronomy. In Deuteronomy 4:19, verses 19 through 20, a passage recognized by all who comment on these issues as an explicit parallel to 32:8 and 9. The text informs us that it is Yahweh who allotted the nations to the hosts of heavens and who took Israel as his own inheritance. Neither the verb forms nor the ideas are passive. Israel was not given to Yahweh by El, which is the picture that scholars who separate El and Yahweh in Deuteronomy 32 want to fashion. He wants to tell you that Elyon and all these other people is somebody else that's mentioning Ugaritic in the text. No, all of this in the biblical text refers to the supreme deity is Yahweh. Now I want to show some on this Exodus thing because you guys a nigga got smoked with this last night. It says this, Exodus 6:3. Oh, I zoomed out. Exodus 6:3. The most likely translation of Exodus 6:3 is not that of the NIV, but by my name of the Lord did I not make myself known to them, but rather a question. And by my name Yahweh did I might not make myself known to them. Now let's get specifically into this. The Hebrew interrogators are only sometimes marked by the so-called interrogative particles. The construction used here is common enough for interrogators beginning with "is it not" or "did he not." You got to go into all these verses where it's translated as a rhetorical negative and dispute these translations. But you can't do that because you can't read the text. Numbers 23:19, you're dead. 2 Samuel 23:5, you're dead. 2 Kings 5:26. And notice this is also done by a linguist. This is done by a linguist. Jeremiah 18:6, you're dead. Jonah 4:11, you're dead. Job 11:11, you're dead. Job 30:25, all of this is supposed to be translated as a rhetorical negative. But yet you think that you can override the linguistic scholarship behind Exodus 6:3? Make it make sense. Oh, wait, that's because you can't read Hebrew, which is why when I showed Abraham said the name of the Lord, you didn't have no comeback for that. Point blank, period. All right, let's get into some more text. I want to run these texts down real quick. It says this. Who is the supreme God, right? Yahweh. Yahweh is the God of gods. Deuteronomy 10:17, Joshua 22:22. Why am I thinking? Yahweh gives inheritance to the nations, as I stated earlier. Deuteronomy 4:19. Yahweh is the Most High. Psalms 83 and 18. Psalms 47. Psalms 7:17. Psalms 92:8. Yahweh alone is the supreme deity. Isaiah 44:6. Of lines through 8 and 24. Isaiah 45:5. Also in line 18. Deuteronomy 6:4. Y'all notice Shemayim, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one, not two. This ain't Canaan. This ain't Egypt. We're not merging gods, right? Who is God but Yahweh? That's what it literally says in 2 Samuel 22:32, Psalms 18:31. There is no God but the Most High. Literally, this is the question to my opponent. The Israelites are commanded to destroy all of the Canaanite gods' property, images, everything. If Yahweh is merged with these gods, why are the Israelites cursed for following these deities and going into idolatry? I'll wait. Deuteronomy 12:29, Exodus 23:23, Exodus 23:31 through line 33, Exodus 34:12 and through 16. Come on now. You are not to follow the gods of Canaan, but yet you keep saying they merged them. How does that make sense? Right? So as I said, once again, this is easy work. Once again, it says Exodus 3:15. Yahweh is the name forever. The Lord does not change, but you try and make him mad.
2 minutes.
Oh, I got 2 more. I thought that was time. Oh, that's crazy. Let's get into these biblical texts once again. Yahweh told Abraham who he was. Genesis 15:7. I told you you weren't ready. Let's get into this. Genesis 15:7. Ooh wee, boy, you done. Let's get into this. Genesis 15:7. It literally tells you, Anaya, I is who? Yahweh. Who did he speak this and say this to? Who did he turn around and say this to? Abraham. Let's get into the context of this. Genesis 15:3. And Abraham said, behold, to me, thou hast given me no seed, and lo, one born in my house is my heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, this shall not be thine heir, but he that come forth out of thy own bowels shall be thine heir. And he brought him forth the bow and said, look now. This is literally the Lord is talking to this man. Look now towards heaven, towards the stars, if thou art able to number them. And he said unto them, so shall thy seed be. And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees. You're finished, bro. You're finished. If you really want to learn this Bible, come get with me in this biblical text, man. You're finished. Now let's get back into some more of these scriptures. Hey, dang, why I move? Let's get back into some more of these scriptures. Abraham builds an altar and calls upon Yahweh. Genesis 12:8, Genesis 13:4, and also on line 18. Abraham says the name of Yahweh, as I already brought out. Genesis 14:2, Genesis 14:22, also in Genesis 24, verse 3 and 7. Sarah said the name of Yahweh. Oh, okay.
Where my sound effect at? There we go. That's time. Okay, get ready for your question and answer round, folks. Everybody share this live out. Let them know the question and answer round is about to get started. This is where both debaters get to interrogate each other for 10 minutes. And this is where the fire starts. Real quick, a word from our sponsors.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
You muted A1.
Back to you, gentlemen. You ready?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm ready for Chaasad to keep agreeing with me, man.
Oh yeah, Chaasad starts the Q&A.
He start the Q&A. Let's get it.
Mm-hmm. It switches for the Q&A. You ready? Chaasad?
Yeah. First question.
Hold on, let me actually move y'all real quick. Okay. Wait. How am I humble mystic spot? Let me fix that. Humble mystic right there. Sorry about that. All right. Say that. And time starts when you start.
First question. Can you show in the Ugaritic text where El is called Elyon?
I never made that statement.
You said several times that he has taken El epithets. Epithets such as El Shaddai. Epithets is El Shaddai, El Elyon. You stated that multiple times. Can you show where in the Ugaritic text where El is called El Elyon?
I said Yahweh had.
Yes or no?
Yahweh took his epithets.
And what epithets is that?
L's epithets.
Yeah, we see you playing games. Yep, you just got caught. I just told you to go into that and show that you can't do it. Okay, so next question. Can you show in the other cultures that I show sources for, Ammon, Amorite, Ebla, Akkad, can you show in their documents where they have a god named El as the name of the god?
No, but I could show you.
No, you're done. That's it. Yep, you just said no. So you just gave it up already. So he just told you, he just tried to rewrite history. You done. Next thing, are you familiar with Israel Finkelstein incorrect dating of the entry of Israel?
No, not from my knowledge. From my knowledge, that's academic consensus.
Okay. Here, I'm finna share something.
This a Q&A. He's sharing stuff.
Yeah, I can't share stuff.
We can do that.
No screen share on the Q&A.
Oh, my bad. Okay, can you pause my time real quick then? Yeah. I can't share on the Q&A. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, typically it's just questions. Yes.
Look, you supposed to be interviewing me, and you messing up my flow.
Yeah, next time, just make your opponent agree to that beforehand, and then you can get it off. Go ahead.
My bad. I didn't know. Okay, my bad. Anyway, Okay. Does the scriptures not tell the Israelites not to build any idols or to go into worship the Canaanite gods or the gods of Egypt or anything of that nature?
That's your Bible. You should know.
Is that a yes or no? Answer my question, please.
If the Bible say that.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is sad. This is sad. Okay. Okay.
That's your Bible. You should know.
No. This is sad. This is sad, man. All right. So let's get into something else. Do you have any document, a primary text, as you said you was going to provide, that shows that Yahweh was merged with El or that Yahweh is a son of El?
Yes, I do.
Give me the primary document.
The Bible.
Incorrect. The Bible does not say that, as I showed multiple sources. So tell me what line in the Bible says that.
Genesis 6:3.
You did not. Okay, now I need you to provide me. No, linguistically, can you break down Exodus 6:3 as I just showed that that's supposed to be a rhetorical negative? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do it. I'll wait.
You'll let me. Well, you telling me to share my screen?
No, what's the Hebrew words? I'll wait.
You asked me for the Hebrew words. You asked me to break it down.
Hebrew linguistically, I asked you to linguistically break it down. Can you linguistically break down Exodus 6:3? Yes or no?
Yep.
Okay, break it down. Hebrew.
The topic of our debate.
No, that's not the question. Nope. That was you was told to break down Exodus 6:3 linguistically. You did not. Okay, let's move on to the next question. I showed multiple verses that said Abraham knew the name of the Lord. Correct or incorrect?
Yeah.
Okay, you just lost. You just said he didn't know the name of God. Does not Genesis 14:22 says that he calls upon Yahweh?
Is that not a editorial update?
No.
But
now, do you have a primary? Do you have a primary for the documentary hypothesis?
Yeah.
Show me a prime. Name the primary for the documentary hypothesis.
The documentary ain't talking about no documentary hypothesis.
Name the primary that Yahweh was inserted into the text.
Genesis 2:1.
Incorrect.
Genesis 2.
Incorrect.
Are you saying the creation story? Are you saying the
what's the text? Name me the text.
You is terrible, boy.
Name me the text. You running from every single question. This is crazy.
2.
This is crazy.
2.
Genesis 2.
Yahweh made Adam and Eve.
Once again, show me a text, that a primary text for the documentary hypothesis. Do you know what a primary text is?
Documentary hypothesis.
So how is Yahweh inserted? How is Yahweh inserted to the text?
And the biblical God Yahweh the same.
Humble. No, this is my turn to talk. How is Yahweh inserted to the text? I'll wait.
Because his people, the people who worshiped him, and the people who worship Yahweh merged together. So they stitched together both of their traditions.
You just made that up. Once again, show me a text. Hey, Humble. Show me a text. Actually, name a text. A actual text. Go to a text, the Dead Sea Scrolls or wherever, where Yahweh is inserted to a text, where he's an editorial update. That's what you just said he was.
The Bible.
So give me a text. Call a text.
Bible.
Bro, what biblical text? I'll wait.
Genesis.
Give me the archaeological text.
Genesis.
Where in Genesis? In the archaeological text.
Genesis 2. When Yahweh made Adam and Eve.
Show me in the original text he's not there. I'll wait.
You just told me show you he was.
Oh my God.
Genesis
the
1,
whole time. Humble. Stop. Hey, mute him now. Mute him now. This is my time to talk. Mute him now. Nope. He keeps saying Yahweh is an editorial insert. It's an update. He has to show an old text where there's no Yahweh, and then show the text now where there is a Yahweh. That's how an editorial update works. You keep saying no. Stop talking, humble. Stop talking, humble. This is not your time to run. This you running. Just be quiet now. An editorial update means that I changed something. Show in the text where it is changed. I don't want your hypothesis, none. Pull a document. Name the documents where the text was changed.
By the 500 BCE was the completion of what you call the Bible.
Incorrect. Name the text.
He's terrible. He's terrible.
Name the text.
The Bible.
That is, oh my goodness. This guy. Name the two texts in which the edits was done.
Genesis and Exodus.
Oh my God. Show in the biblical, in the archaeological record where it's edited. Go ahead.
Easy. Genesis 2, when Yahweh was making man, and Genesis 1, when El was making man.
Oh my God. So once again, can you show the Canaanite god El in the biblical text? I don't want to see the word. I want to see where the word is literally defined, the Canaanite god El. I'll wait.
All throughout.
No. Literally pull up. Give me the dictionary reference from a Hebrew scholar or a Hebrew dictionary as I showed. There is no reference to the Canaanite god El, just like there is no reference to the Canaanite god Yam. Show me in the dictionary, in the biblical dictionary, the definition where they're saying this is the Canaanite god El. I'll wait.
In the biblical dictionary, the Canaanite god El and the biblical god Yahweh are the same.
You just made that up once again. Where did it say anywhere that it said that this is the Canaanite god El?
Is El Shaddai not from Canaan?
No.
Bro. He terrible, y'all. He terrible.
Oh my
God.
So once again, hey, humble. Once again, dude. Now this is the funny part. Does the word Elyon, El, Yam, Dagon, are these words limited or do they start off in Ugarit?
You said, do they start off in Ugarit?
Yeah.
No.
So you just said it starts. Oh my goodness. He literally just said it's not Canaan. It's not Ugaritic. Bro, these words predate that culture. What are you talking about? Elyon predates that culture. El predates that culture. No, stop interrupting. Humble, be quiet. This is my turn to leave. Why is he talking right now?
That's time. Woo. Are you ready for your chance to interrogate Chaasad, humble?
Hold on 1 second.
The clock is reset.
Hold on 1 second. Where my stuff at, bro? Cause you be playing a lot of word salad.
Time starts when you start, sir.
Expose it right now. Come on, A1. I'm ready, Brody. Cause yes or no? Does Exodus 6:3 explicitly states that God did not make his name Yahweh known to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
It does not say that.
So you going against your own faith?
Nope. Because we understand the Hebrew language, unlike you.
We
don't have to say no. I'm gonna finish my answer because you talked over me. Because you don't understand the Hebrew language, that is not our fault. Hebrew scholars have notated that it is a rhetorical question. It's a rhetorical negative. And I also have another scholar, Ken the Kitchen, that also states this.
If we go into the Bible, can we find Abraham worshiping a God by the name of El Shaddai?
El Shaddai is a title for Yahweh.
I ain't asking you none of that. Yes or no?
El Shaddai is a title for Yahweh. The name of the God that Abraham
under the God El Shaddai.
The name of the God is Yahweh. El Shaddai is a title. So you're incorrect. Your question is incorrect. No.
Academically recognized as the Canaanite high God El.
In what text?
We academically, we ain't talking about a text.
Like I said, in academic, it's notated that El does not refer to the Canaanite god El in the biblical text.
Hold on. Let me rephrase my question. Does the academic consensus support that El was a proper name before it was a title?
No.
Yes.
I just showed several sources. Does Ebla in the you just admitted Ebla and the Cad don't got the god El. Bro, Ebla and the Cad predates Ugarit. He admitted in the debate in my question round. He admitted in my question round El is not in Ebla or Cad. Ebla and the Cad predate Ugarit. You just lost.
Yes or no? Is the primary historical documented symbol the Canaanite high god a bull?
What?
Is the primary historical documented symbol of the high god Canaanite high god El a bull?
Multiple deities use a bull.
I ain't asking about multiple deities. I'm talking about the symbol of the Canaanite high god El. Is it a bull?
Multiple deities use a bull.
Multiple deities, yes or no?
Multiple deities
use a bull. He trying to use this word salad, man. Multiple deities. We talk. The title of the debate is El, the Canaanite god El, and Yahweh, the biblical Yahweh, the same.
The bull symbol does not automatically refer to El. The bull symbol does not automatically refer to El. Hathor uses a bull symbol.
He tried to avoid
El as in Exodus. Go ahead.
Now he trying to be disingenuous, as if he don't know that the Canaanites worshiped the golden calf, which was a bull.
So once again, the Egyptians worship a golden calf as Hathor, which is a female, which is what Exodus was built for. It has nothing to do with the Canaanite god El. So once again,
yes or no? Did Jeroboam call the bulls Yahweh?
So once again, the golden bull has also reference to other deities outside of. Once again, the bull has reference outside of the Canaanite god El. Point blank. Period. No,
but we know he was talking about. How do we know he was talking about the Israelites during that time? Because he said
you said the Israelites. Where is it talking about the Canaanite god El?
Is it historically a fact?
No.
You can't say that. He's terrible, bro.
Oh my God, you're terrible. You finna say that now. You finna mix history. Go ahead.
Hold on, I got you. Does the Egyptian records at the Temple of Celeb date back to the 14th century BCE?
Temples of Soleb.
Yeah.
That would be modern chronology. I don't use that chronology, no.
Now we don't use the chronology, family. So first he dancing around the biblical questions. Now he don't use the chronology. Yes and no. Excuse me. Yes and no. Is it the academic consensus that the early Israelites merged from the indigenous Canaanite population in the highlands?
No.
No? You see, hey, family, I want y'all to go research this. This is why I said this in the beginning of my debate. Have y'all pens ready. Listen to the disingenuousness. As we having this conversation, do y'all due diligence and do this research. Because then y'all going to be able to come back and be like, boy, Chaasad, I don't know why you was up there doing that, bro.
You sound crazy.
I don't know why you was doing that.
You sound crazy.
If the bull is the symbol of the L and the excellence belong to Yahweh, is Jeroboam officially stamping two traditions together?
This is what I just try to explain to you, dummy. The bull in Exodus has no reference to El. That is in reference to Hathor. What are you talking about?
Okay, now
what are you talking about?
Answer this question. If the bull in Exodus have no reference, hold on. If the bull in Exodus have no reference to El, then who did Jacob build the altar to?
Jacob built the altar to Yahweh. What are you talking about?
Thank you. What was the altar's name?
Oh my God.
What was the altar's name?
He called it El Elohe.
Thank you. Thank you. It was built to Yahweh.
Now show me where El is the Canaanite God. Now show me where El is the Canaanite God.
And why are they the same God? Through a cultural.
Now show me where El is the Canaanite God El. I'll wait.
He done froze.
Pause this time. Time pause at 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right, I'm here, y'all. My bad. My internet went out. Can y'all hear me?
Yep, take your time. Pause your time.
All right. Where I leave off at? Oh yeah, you ain't get into that cultural merger, bro. Is that a cultural merger that we see?
Once again, no. The word El predates the usage as Ugarit. The word El, literally in the Bible, is defined as the common Semitic noun. It literally means God. I asked you several times, show me the Canaanite God El. Don't say the word El. Show me it is the Canaanite God El.
Does the Bible states that Moses first encountered the name Yahweh in Egypt or in Midian?
Pull the text up.
No, I ain't no pull a text up. You know your own text. When Moses found Yahweh, did he find Yahweh in Egypt or did he find Yahweh in Midian?
He already knew Yahweh from birth. What are you talking about?
He knew Yahweh from birth? Hey, yo, listen, man. Hey, he be trying to let this that flim flam salad.
Who raised Moses? Did his mama raise him?
Do the names Israel, Ishmael, and Samuel all contain a Canaanite divine name El?
No.
Listen, go do your research.
Once again, several cultures have the theophoric element El in their culture. Several cultures. Can you show one culture that I named that had the God El in it? I'll wait. We gave you Ebla, we gave you Akkad, we gave you Amorite, we gave you Ammonite. You keep saying El.
I gave you El.
And all that means is God.
So
God.
So here's another question for you. Why didn't Rebecca call on the name of Yahroy? Why she called on the name of Elroy?
Are you slow? The word word El is literally the word God.
so y'all see how he doing this. So now, family,
my God.
Judges, what I want you to do, judges, is I want you to go look up Elroy and see if the name El is a proper name in the name Elroy, and see if Roy is not the title. So I'm gonna ask you again. Why didn't she say Yahroy instead of saying Elroy? Why did she say Elroy instead of Yahroy? If Yahweh was there from the beginning.
Once again, because you are slow, the word El in Hebrew is literally the word God.
In fact, I got another question for you.
Did you just hear the answer? Did you just hear the answer?
Is there a doublet in Genesis?
Did you just hear the answer?
Why is there a
Did you just hear the answer?
That utilize both of these deities in separate pages? Why do Genesis 1 use El and Genesis 2 use Yah?
Once again, the word El is the word God. Yahweh is the word. Bro, are you dumb? Are you dumb? Are you dumb?
Look that up, judges.
Are you stupid?
Why do Genesis 1 use El and Genesis 2 use Yah?
I just answered you once again. The word El is literally the word God. So is Yahweh God? Yes or no?
Is El God? Yes or no?
El is not God in the biblical text.
El is not God?
No.
So who is El Shaddai?
Dumbass, it's a title for Yahweh. I just said that.
El Shaddai. We don't want to hear none of that.
That's time. Q&A is over, gentlemen. Get ready for your 3-minute question and answer round. And real quick, we'll go to a word from our sponsors.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat.
Let's go. Make sure you hit that Cash App up, folks. And 3-minute outro. Hold on. Another word from our sponsors real quick. Why not? Since we here.
Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy.
Back to you, gentlemen. Let me get this timer reset for the closing arguments. Chaasad, you will have 3 minutes to close out, and you are going first. Time starts when you start, sir. I'm muted. Don't take your time, though.
Khan, I want to, you can start my time. I want to give all praise to the Most High God. Yeah, he killed himself. Listen to this very clearly.
Show in the other cultures that I show sources for, Ammon, Amorite, Ebla, Akkad. Can you show in their documents where they have a god named El as the name of the god? No, but I could.
You're done. You're done. He didn't refute any of my sources. You know what he did the whole time? Was twist the biblical text and twist history. He keeps talking about El and Ugarit. I literally showed documents, and he admitted that we just heard him admit it. Ebla predates Ugarit. Akkad predates Ugarit. All these cultures and stuff, they're either contemporary or they predate Ugarit, and they don't have a god named El. So why, when we get to the biblical text, now you want to try to insert Ugarit and their tradition into the biblical text? As we read from your own scholar, Mark Smith, El cannot even represent the god El in those other traditions. So why, when we get to the Bible, you want to insert that into that tradition? Makes absolutely no sense. You refuse to go into the actual biblical definition of El and show how it's referenced in the Canaanite God. The literal definition itself tells you that it is the common noun. Can you share my screen real quick, A1? You can pause my time just for 1 second.
Screen sharing.
Con, you can resume my time. Con, I just wanted to show this because I read the definition of the word God earlier. Notice, I want you to notice that it matches directly with the Hebrew definition. It says this: the name El Ilu is with the exception of Ethiopic. Notice this was in another source earlier. Common Semitic and originally means God. You're done. You're done. So all these cultures don't have the word El. I mean, don't have the God El. But yeah, when we get to the biblical text, you want to insert El in there. I told y'all once again, and he didn't show no primary text. He can't even read Hebrew, but yet he's trying to make an assertion on the Hebrew text. We went linguistically to the text and showed that they already knew the name. So let's get into some more text while I'm closing out. Matter of fact, let's get into some more text.
You got 30 seconds left.
All right, just share my screen for me, Op. Did they know the name? It says this: Rebecca and Isaac acknowledged Yahweh, Genesis 27:7. Isaac built an altar and worshiped Yahweh, Genesis 26:25. Isaac says the name Yahweh, Genesis 26:22. Genesis 27:27. He said that they didn't know the name. That's ridiculous. When all these texts keep telling you that he knew the name. Yahweh tells Jacob he is the God of his fathers, Genesis 28:13. Jacob says the name of Yahweh, Genesis 28:16. Jacob's son Judah is named after praising Yahweh, Genesis 29:35. Judah, the name Judah literally means praise the Lord, praise Yahweh. What is he talking about? But they didn't know the name.
Dang, I wasn't even looking. That's time. I'm sure. My bad. He probably ran over a second or two. Humble, it's on you. Let's get it.
It's on me.
Timer reset.
Second.
You need a screen share. You want the big screen or you want the timer?
I need a screen share. Hold on, let me see something real quick. Bottle. Let me see something real quick. Did this show my thing? Oh no. Ah man. So how do I start? You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? So ain't no way for me to see this. Anyway, I'm gonna stop sharing because ain't no way for me to see this. Let me know when you're ready to share my screen. Let me know when you're ready for me to what's it called. I don't need to share my screen for that. Easy work. All right, go ahead, A1. So I was over here doing some research. Number one, before I get into all of that, everybody, I want y'all to know that the brother completely dismissed the collapse, the major point of my argument. 1 second, A1, I don't know if you can hear me. My thing messing up real fast, Brody. Hold on. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. My internet went out once again. All right. So all right, what I got? 238. All right, let's get it. So what's up, family? Number one, I want y'all to take note that my brother Chaasad completely ignored the Bronze Age collapse, which if you ask any academic scholar out here, is the very heartbeat, the very foundation of what we're talking about here. Is that literally the very reason these two groups meet. And it's also the very death of my brother's whole argument. This is why he stayed away from it. Now, point number two. I was over here doing some research. I'm upset I can't share my screen. But so I looked up. Is the name El, because I was asking my family to do it. I was asking a judge to do it. So now Brother Humble got to come over here and do it. Is the name Elroy, is the name El in Elroy the Canaanite god El? Yes. El in Elroy refers to the same ancient Semitic term for God, which is also the name of the supreme deity in the Canaanite religion. Elroy means God who sees me. And while it's used the word El, it reflects a personal monotheistic understanding. Personal, not theophoric, personal. Let's get into some more stuff he said, right? Let's show it linguistically, right? So we know the word L, the Semitic root, show up in Akkadian as L-I-U. It show up in the Ugaritic as L-I. It show up in the Hebrew as E-L. It show up in the Aramaic as E-L. It show up in the Arabic as I-L-A-H. In Canaan religion, El was just not a generic term, but the proper name of the chief god, the father god of the humans. Let's get into it, right? Now, show the inserts. Now, I went here and I said, show the inserts of Yahweh that's not the original. Linguistic and historical insights in Yahweh's early appearance, Yahweh's name and origins. The name Yahweh is unique in Hebrew, unlikely the riven verb, Hayah, meaning to be, suggest, meaning like he caused, he is. Unlike El, which is a common Semitic word for God, Yahweh is not originally a generic title, but the specific divine name, as I said earlier. Early insertions to the Israelite religion, scholars like Frank Moore Cross say that Yahweh have originated functions as the manifestations of El.
This time.
Let's get it.
That's time. That's time. Good debate, gentlemen. Gonna keep it tight.
Great debate, great debate, bro. Great energy, bro. I love it. I love it. My man Kazan came out swinging, Brody. I love it. I love it.
Real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat.
And this week, you can definitely expect to see this.
This Saturday. Power. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible give it to? Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments presented by Titans Debate League. This is not for the weak-minded. This is not for the easily offended. This is a battle for truth. In one corner, it's a queen, bold, unapologetic, challenging the system, arguing that the Bible strips power from women. In the opposing corner, Gideon Yisrael, firm, disciplined, standing on scripture, defending the Bible as order, structure, and divine design. The question, does the Bible take power from women? Belief versus resistance, tradition versus challenge, scripture versus interpretation. No dodging, no soft takes, just raw intellectual combat. Who stands strong and who gets exposed? Step into the arena and witness it live. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes, yes, yes. Appreciate both of you gentlemen, and everybody give these two a round of applause for stepping into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Go ahead and give your closing shout outs, and I'm about to drop the link to the War Room. We're about to interview both of these two gentlemen on their performance. Get the blow by blow. Let's go.
All this yelling make me hungry.
We'll start with you. I think Chaasad dropped off for a second.
Nah, man, my man Chaasad put up an amazing fight. He didn't back down off the square. He didn't waver in his energy. He put up a good debate. Do I think it was enough to win? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You know, Y'all already know the big Titan here. Already, you already know I'm taking home that dub. But nonetheless, it was fun. He reciprocated that energy. He didn't back down in the question and answer round. Oh man, he was pressing certain issues. He was moving strategically. The way he was refraining certain parts of his arguments, where he was going and things of that nature. Good stuff, brother. Cause good stuff. This was really fun. And of course, always shout out to you, brother A1. Gotta shout out to Boss Man for at least giving us this platform, to be up here and allowing us to do what we do. Let me see if I got any. Make sure I ain't got no food on my face. Hold on, y'all. Let me calm down.
Closing shout outs, Chaasad, while I drop this link.
Shout out to everyone that tuned in. My bad. I was trying to pull something up. I accidentally pulled it up on the StreamYard tab. That's what made me drop out for a second. But yeah, man, shout out to everyone that tuned in. Make sure y'all over at the next war room. I'm pretty sure it's gonna get heated over there too. So come on, tune in. Make sure y'all come up, hit the link, man. Come. Y'all can come get some smoke. Y'all finna watch Humble get smoked some more. Come tune in. Appreciate everybody that tuned in. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate A1 for setting this up, making this possible. Appreciate all the scholars that helped me smack up Humble. Appreciate you for taking this beating.
Shoot me your Cash App so you can get paid, gentlemen. And I ain't getting no donations, but I got y'all. Don't worry about it. Donations light today. I got you. Come on, shoot me your Cash App real quick. I already got Humbles. You ain't got to do nothing, Humble. I'm about to shoot you through right now. Get y'all out the way. And I'll see y'all over at the War Room. We about to end with a song by Connie's Son, Family All Around Me. I usually listen to him on Spotify. You can check him out on all platforms, though. Head on over to his Facebook. Tell him A1 sent you. Peace. Oh, yeah. Remember my motto, man. Treat your smile like your money. Never let them steal it. Church, we out.
Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. They talking, you listen, that's family. They don't tell your business, that's family. They calling your phone, coming looking for you. They say that you missing, that's family. They don't need permission, that's family. When you hurt, they can feel it, that's family. Let them come while you're cheering, that's family. Let them come when you living, that's family. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. Hey, ain't nobody fighting around here. Ain't nobody shooting around here. Everybody that's around here, family. All love, no hate, be clear. No shade, all love, be real. You love them, you should know how it feel. Tired of all these badass kids. Tired of paying all these bills. Family going through the same thing, so they know exactly how you feel. They supply a shoulder I can cry. I provide a place where they can heal. Leave my money out, they don't steal. Let them have it if it's for a bill. Soldier for me when they in the field. Only way I live, family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family.
Battle. This was close. I know I said some of these battles have been close, but this might have been the closest one I've had to judge. Right off the bat, Humble was using Genesis scriptures to show the inverse of the two different gods, which was his angle, and how the two different cultures mirrored each other, merging and sharing the land, how they carried on the bull tradition, He even pulled out some scriptures, I believe Exodus 12 and 28. Behold your gods that brought you out of Egypt. So, plural gods. He did a good job his first round. I think he showed all the names like Elroy, Israel. Then Chaasad came right back with his own evidence. He had the artifact from 900 BC showing Israel already having the god mentioned was Yahweh. The Amorites not having the god El. Abraham saying the name of God in the Bible. So his second round was just rebutting all his points. I believe he rebutted a Mark Smith take that Humble used, and then Humble came right back and rebutted that, showing the different names of El in the Bible, Elroy, Rebecca using it, and then in Genesis, Hagar giving God the name Elroy. But I believe he yielded too much time in this round. You got to keep going. And Chaasad did a good job of that, like making sure he utilized all his time to get some points scored at the end of the buzzer, if you will, to beat the buzzer. So his different sources, mostly scriptures. He said a lot of different scriptures. Deuteronomy, I believe, contains Yahweh. Abraham having a name for the Lord. So this was a great battle. This was close. I know I said some of these battles have been close, but this might have been the closest one I've had to judge. Right off the bat, Humble was using Genesis scriptures to show the inverse of the two different gods. Which then in Genesis, Hagar giving God the name Elroy. But I believe he yielded too much time in this round. You got to keep going. And Chaasad did sources, mostly scriptures. He said a lot of different scriptures. Deuteronomy, I believe, contains Yahweh. Abraham having a name for the Lord. So this was a great. So multiple verses confirming one God and not two merged. I believe one was you are not to follow the gods of Canaan. Genesis 15, I am Yahweh. So he had a lot of sources. Yeah, so Humble had a lot of different sources for El and the different titles and names for El and when it was used. El Shaddai used as a name for Yahweh. El Yon. But Chaasad came back in the question round and got him with the El Yon. If he could linguistically break it down in Exodus 6 and 3, I believe. And he got him to say no, which I think was a good score. He talked his way out of a lot of stuff, though. They both did. They did a good job of talking their way through the questioning round. Could he prove the editorial update on Yahweh? I believe was a good question for Chaasad. All in all, I said all that to say they just had a lot of sources and a lot of rebuttals for each other. They did a good job, and their presentations were smooth. They were taking notes on each other in real time and rebutting each other in real time. Humble anticipated what Chaasad was gonna say. They did good. The decorum on Chaasad could have been a little bit better. He seemed frustrated or serious, but it might have just been him being fiery. But he called Humble out of his name a couple times, and he didn't need to do that. I think he called him an idiot or a dummy, which was, it ain't that deep, but he ain't have to go there. Humble should have used his time wisely. I think he could have used more of his time. And in the question round, he shouldn't have conceded at all. Just fight it.
Humble Mystic, you there?
Yep. What up, brother? What up, brother?
What's up, bro? Drop that link. So,
Gosh.
congratulations. I think you won by 1 point. Am I correct?
I'm not sure. Hold on 1 second. I just got back to.
I think you did. Rewind it and add the scores up. So, congratulations. And drop that link if anybody wants to come up and give their comments on
Abraham
the debate
having
or
a
the
name
result.
for the Lord.
Let's say do it. Hold on, points. All right, let's say 5, 5, 5. So me is 5, 5. That's 15, 19, 5, 10, 15, 20, 29. Cause I 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I won by 1 point. All right.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Give
Thank you.
yourself a round of applause.
Thank
Hit that
you.
round of applause sound effect on me, man.
Hold on 1 second. I got you. Let me set myself up here. Oh, shit, man. That's crazy. Normally it's right here, yo. How you
Yeah, stuff getting moved around with all the different ads, man. But we're going to figure
where
it out.
matter of fact, I like this one. No, where the war cry at? You still got the war cry up here? Here it go.
Yeah. We're going to decide that third.
I got the zone up here.
Let's start with the side. How do you feel about peace? Peace. Shalom. How you
Shalom, Mark.
feeling?
How y'all feeling?
Amazing, amazing. How do you feel about the
What up,
result?
brother Kazad?
You know they was tied, right? We counted it in the chat. It was tied, 28-28.
Add it up again. I thought it was tied the first time,
It was
and
tied,
then I thought
28-28.
and
Because
then I thought he
Abraham
was up by
having
one.
a name for the Lord.
I would have had a perfect score if he said for the conduct. He dropped me down 2 points on the conduct, but everything else was a perfect score. He dropped Humble down in 1 point and 1 point in two categories. So we really even at
Oh, hey,
28-28.
go to the other scorecard, Humble. I'm tripping.
Other one.
My apologies, Chaasad. Good eyes, brother. No, that's Chaasad. Go to Humble. Go to your scorecard, Humble.
Hold on. Where
That's how
my
you know I really don't be knowing stuff. I keep it pure, man. I like to reveal the
all
sealed
right.
envelope, you know?
So,
damn.
but according to points, it's tied 28-28. So did he
It
like?
is tied 28-28, brother. You
Did
are
he say
absolutely
who
right.
he think won?
I spoke too soon. Shit.
It said bonus points because I won. It looked like I won.
No, it ain't no bonus points on
No,
there.
just
He said bonus points with my man
Hey,
Chaasad. My man Chaasad be tripping.
I
here
mean,
what we
when you
gonna do
played the
then?
whole
Because
thing out, it looked like it said I won.
here what we gonna have to do, man. We gonna have to have a rematch, brother. Y'all gonna have to find another topic. We gonna have to get y'all back in the ring on something.
Hey, listen, I'm always down for that. Y'all know. Hey, look, y'all know I don't duck no smoke. I live the game. That's what
Hey,
I
this
do.
debate was fire. I'm glad I got to rewatch this and really appreciate y'all scholarship, man. Because the first time I was working and I didn't get to really listen to y'all the way I wanted to. Man,
Hey,
y'all was
humble
on there
man.
cooking, brother.
Hey, humble. I shouldn't have called you a dumbass, but if
Hey,
I ain't call you a
listen, we all
dumbass,
in the heat of competition, bro. I get you.
if I ain't call you a dumbass, you'd have lost.
Hey, listen, no.
Hey.
So you can say, hey, that jealousy saved you. The jealousy for God saved you, bro.
No. I like the judging. I like the judging. Um, I feel like
Shout
we
out
ain't
Chef Darius for the
fire enough.
detailed results on that.
Mm-hmm.
My bad, y'all. I'm up here doing laundry and shit.
All in all, it was most definitely fun. It was most definitely fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna
So
hop
what's
right
the
back
rematch
on.
gonna be about?
Let me finish getting this laundry together. I'm gonna hop right back on.
Any ideas for the rematch topic?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. He said he gonna hop back on. But yeah, I got a couple topics, we can go back and forth with. Um Outside of that, I can most definitely take him out of his element a little bit. Um Knowingly, he don't know any, that's my guy, but he don't know chronology. So it's most definitely a couple topics that we can get into.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for this one, man. That's one of my favorite debates right now. That was exciting. I'm super happy I got to rewatch that back. I don't know how many people in here watching. What the numbers looking like, man? I'll check it out in a second.
You said how many people
How,
watch? Oh, 10.
how do you how do you feel about them results though?
Oh yeah. I like the results. I feel like even like on my little 2 points, um, I feel like I had a lot of good engagement. That if you wasn't,
Somebody hit the link. Add them up.
yep, Sapphire. If you were somebody that was watching, then and you actually went back and did your research as somebody that was there, then you already know. You know what I'm saying? Let the information speak for itself.
Mhm. Yeah, I was happy with that judgment. He gave a real detailed explanation. He was going over the scriptures you guys got, quoting your rebuttals. That's how it's supposed to be done for real.
I'm gonna drop down real quick. Come back on.
Yep, Sapphire, I got you scheduled for a face-off, so pull back up. Thank you. Gracias.
Hey,
Not a
peace and
rookie
blessings,
move.
family.
I didn't make a mistake yet, but I don't think there are any more boxes out here.
What's up? What's up, Sapphire?
Hey, man. Hey, definitely a fire debate, but Humble, this makes the debate exciting because
You muffled, bro. I can't hear you. Oh shit. You muffled, Brody. You got to speak up to your mic.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, man. It was a good debate. Even though man, you took an L on this one, bro. You took an L on this one, bro.
No, I take an L. Why you think I took an L, Brody? Why you think I took an L?
No. Seriously, because a lot of your points. See, I'm judged off the fact that I know biblical Hebrew. So, I mean, that's where I'm really gauging from. It's not that
So you
the
don't gauge
information
it
that
from
you
a.
was.
So you gauge it from the fact that you're a Hebrew. You don't gauge it from an academic or the anthropology of it.
No, I'm engaging it from an actual biblical, as an academic, biblical Hebrew scholar. See what I'm saying? It's not on no bias. It's not on no bias or anything like that. Like, case in point, when you was bringing out Elroy, right?
Sorry.
It literally says in the text that she said this to Yahweh. You see what I'm saying? She called Yahweh Elroy, okay?
She don't
Because
call
Yahweh,
Yahweh. Hagar don't call Yahweh Elroy. Because
when you go,
Hagar during that time had to go and make up a name for God. She had to make up something to call him, and that's what she chose to call him. So she did.
no,
They didn't know Yahweh name. It was like, okay, well now let's go call him Elroy. That was the name that she personally chose to call him.
okay, or rather, if that's the case or not, when we go to the passage, it
No, wait,
literally
time
says,
out. You can't just fly past that sapphire. Whether that's the case or not, that's important because that shows right there the culture during that time. They understood that El was their high god. That's why they chose that name. They didn't choose the
no,
name because it was a generic title. They chose the name because during that time, El was worshipped.
no, brother. There's no
Hold
such
on one
thing as
second.
El was worship. See, what you're doing is conflating Ugaritic text, which
I
is
know. I
northern
always know you're
Canaan.
fucking with
First
me,
of
man. I don't even take you serious.
first and foremost, the Ugaritic is in the northern region. We're talking about in Canaan, down here in Canaan. This whole terminology of Ilu or El, okay, is not a deity. This simply means God or power. You see what I'm saying? So it has nothing to do with
Right. So
the
that's
Ugaritic
why when
culture.
Right. So that's why when Kazar was saying all of that, I never addressed that because we wasn't dealing with what all of these regions see. We're dealing with the inland. That's why I brought up the Bronze Age collapse, right? So we can zero info. So we not talking general here. We're dealing with a specific group of people, and we know this is what they use or this is who they were worshiping during that
Bruh,
time.
okay, humble. That
Mhm.
sounds real good. That sounds real good. And you are the one who's tossing up a word salad because the debate or the subject matter at hand is the Bible. It
Yeah,
has nothing. It has nothing to do about no cultures, no
but
Bronze
it does
Age,
because
no none of that. We're talking about the Bible in the
right.
biblical text. In the biblical text, what is it referencing? And so
But
that
that's
was
the
just
point
one of
right
the
there,
one
right?
of the one of the cases. Uh-huh.
Right, but that's the point right there. So the Bible, that's why I said the Bible is the basically the birth certificate of what's going on here, right? Because those
What do you mean by
traditions
birth
are the
certificate?
traditions that are in the Bible. That's why when he kept asking me, well, can you give me and this was exposing him. Can you give me a text where we can see Yahweh inserted yeah, in the Bible? That is a biblical text, literally quote unquote the Bible.
Right. So that's why I said you lost because when we're talking about the biblical, and like I said in the chat, if you had it, I would have gave it to you. Like I'd be like, yeah, man, Humble did that, man. Humble brought his A game. But me
like I said, it's not being biased. It's just the fact that I read the biblical text. I mean, the quote unquote biblical Hebrew. You know what
Now,
I'm saying?
that's my thing. Really fast, when you say it's not about you being biased, but you read the biblical Hebrew. Do you read
Mhm.
it as a Hebrew, or do you read it as a scholar that's studying the Hebrew culture?
I read it as a scholar because before I had to fully embrace it, I had to put it through the.
Sapphire, you
I
are
had
a
hold on,
Hebrew
brother,
sitting
hold
on
on,
this
brother. You
panel.
don't know. You
Go
don't
ahead,
know
go
the
ahead, go ahead, go
trials
ahead.
I
I
went
want to go
through.
ahead.
You don't know the trials I went through just to fully to take on and say, yes, this is the truth. See, I had to put it through the. I had to put it through the ringer. You see what I'm saying? I had a lot of time to actually sit down and really scrutinize the text a lot what y'all brothers do, y'all, I done read all the other books, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, of skeptics on the Bible. But when I go back and I look and I read for myself, it's not saying what they saying. You know what I'm saying? And it's proven to be truth in its own right. So I went through I put the Bible through its scrutiny, even when it comes even down to the Hebrew itself. So I could say as a scholar, you see, not just a believer, quote unquote believer. You know what I'm saying? It's because the belief comes into what I can prove, what I can put through the fire, what's gonna come out, burnt, and what's gonna come out pure and shiny. You know what I'm saying? So again, it's not being biased. It's not because I'm a quote unquote believer, but it's the fact that when we actually go into the text and we understand what the words is conveying, what you're saying is something totally different.
All right, really fast. I want you to understand the moment you say as a believer, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're now putting yourself in a worldview. So now, when you read this book from this worldview as a believer, you're not thinking about how an anthropologist now reads this book. Y'all are not looking at it the same way. You're not looking at this the same way as um a textologist is reading this book. You're not looking at it that way. These people who's reading this text, they're looking for doublets. They're looking for certain things that match with certain histories. They're looking for these things. When you're reading it, you're already coming with the presumption that what's in the book is true. So you're not looking for what's not true. So when these people are reading, it's easy to point out what's true and what's not true because this is literally what they get paid to do. By
Humble.
you coming
Can
at
I
it as a
hold on? Can
religious
I say
person,
something to you, humble? After,
go ahead.
No,
yeah,
wait. Just let me
this
say this real quick. Because you totally up here misrepresenting everything I just said. I
That's
told y'all to
literally what
put
you
the
just said.
no, I'm telling you that when what I'm saying about what you put forth in the debate,
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you as a biblical Hebrew scholar.
Oh.
I'm a I'm a believer, true enough, but this is scholarly. I have the ancient Near East in my library right now that I got from
Okay,
the
really. So
community
let me
college.
ask you a
Hold on,
question.
I went to
Go ahead.
school for anthropology, bro.
Okay,
I
so
was
let me
going
ask
to
you a
school for
question,
that.
Brody. According
hmm
to your scholarship, Hebrew,
hmm
being a Hebrew scholar, when is the
hmm
first time we see the testament of Israel in history?
In history,
Yes.
the
What time period?
well, they dated in what's that, the 12th century, Ramesses, what's that, the Meneptah stele, where you
Okay.
see Israel.
Okay. Now, if you say that, then there's no way you can disagree with what I was bringing forth because that exactly lines up with what I'm saying. How can, if that's the first time we see a testament to Israel, to the Hebrew people, like you're saying, in history, then how could
But
they have been back
that's
toward
not a
20 something, 30 something BCE?
but
Where's
that's
their
can
not
I
a
history?
That's not a testament that's not the first attestation. That just gives validity to the scriptures.
No,
You see what
no,
I'm
no. But
saying?
you see how they try to flip it, bro? This is crazy.
Try to say
What?
something to you though, humble.
See, that's
Because
where your religion won't allow you to accept the truth. And what you had it. At one moment you said, yeah, the first time we see him is 1208 BC. Yeah. Okay, that's what it said. Yes, you're right. But then your religion kicked in. You're like, well, wait a minute. Just because that's the first time it's written down don't mean no. This is the first time we see these people. Now,
That's not the
look,
first time you see the people.
watch
That
this.
shows that
Watch
they're in
this.
the
Hold on
land,
one second.
as the
Now,
can
Bible
I
what's so
say?
says.
interesting, real fast, if I'm
Go
gonna turn
ahead,
it right back over to
Kasai.
you. What's so interesting about this time period? What's so interesting about this time period is this is the Bronze Age collapse.
Can I
That's
say
why
something
this
real quick?
time period is so interesting. So now to understand who these people were was called Israel, who was laid to waste, you now have to understand the Bronze Age collapse. Do you understand the Bronze Age collapse, Sapphire?
Yes.
From a from a
I'm
from
aware,
a
bro.
from a Hebrew historical standpoint.
Mhm.
No, can I say something? Can I please say something?
Oh, go ahead, cause I go
Hey,
ahead. Let's
hey,
get
Oli,
to
before you go,
it.
Chaasad, Oli, if you
Sapphire, we're
can
gonna
hear
get
me,
to
pull
it
up
short.
that flyer for me, Oli, with Sapphire. If you can pull up Sapphire's
Oh
flyer.
yeah, I seen that too. A1. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
for the
got you in there.
27th, right? Okay, for
I
sure.
believe that's the date. I'm about to have Oli confirm it in a second here
Okay.
shortly. I appreciate you. Yeah, I got you in there.
Mm, mm, mm.
Kind of. I think it's.
Oh, go ahead, Chaasad. You ain't got to wait on me
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
I
yep,
just
yep,
wanted to see if Oli heard me.
yep. I'm pulling it up right now.
Yep, just pop it up whenever they take a break on the talking or whenever. Yeah, go
I
ahead,
was just
Chaasad. You got the floor.
quantum.
But yeah, humble. See, and this is why,
Go ahead.
like, and this is why your entire stance and premise, bro, is completely it's completely wrong. Like you keep on saying, okay, so these people don't come into the Bronze Age collapse. And I don't know why you keep saying this because you got beat up on this on another live stream. Like when it was me and GD and Capone, we put up the Moabite stele on you and the Meripatah stele. So they and in both reference is the Israel being mentioned is not in the context in which you're trying to say it. So
Was
the
in
Meshe
both of
stele.
those
Hold on,
references
hold
that
on,
before or after the
hold on,
Bronze Age
hold
collapse?
hold on, hold on. The Meshe stele says they've been there since ancient times. We fought you for damn near 2 hours, and you never gave us a time on when this ancient time that these people got there. You keep on mentioning when Egypt mentions about fighting them. When Egypt mentions fighting them has no reference on when they actually got there. The
The
Meshe
Mishnah's
stele. Hold
like the
on,
Mishnah.
hold on.
Go
Let
ahead.
me finish, brother, please.
Go ahead.
And then when we brought up the Mer and Patastele, I brought scholarship behind the Mer and Patastele, and the scholar said the reference in what the Mer and Patastele is not talking about a group that just arrived there. You don't remember me pulling up the scholarship and you didn't have no response on that?
No.
Oh, you don't?
So
So let me hold on. I'm not done. Humble, I'm gonna pass you the floor. You gonna know when I'm done. You gonna know
all
when I
right, I
pass you the
got you.
floor. So if you to jog your memory, you can go up to pull up the old live stream. We was talking about the Maribatas LA and his connections with the Karnak Temple and stuff like that. And we was talking about what's his name? I think his name is Frank Yerko. And we was quoting the scholars and the PhDs. Yeah. And I showed you the scholarship behind it, how that for one wasn't actually Maripatas campaigns. And then two, the Israel in that context isn't it's a group of people that's already been there and established. They're not just some group of tribal herdsmen that's driving there in this group. No, it's the nation of Israel. They have chariot horses and stuff when they're fighting. That only occurs during the monarch period. So your Bronze Age collapse, that's the monarch period. They're already there. You didn't miss the judges. You didn't mix
Oh my
the
gosh.
conquest, all of that. And you continue to ignore that point, and you don't bring any scholarship. It's basically, bro.
Anything that defeats your argument or that rebuts the source that you bring, you just ignore that, bro. So when you kept talking about the late Bronze Age collapse, they didn't give you the point on that because I kept telling you you're remixing history. That's not when the Israelites say they got there. You only mentioned the Bronze Age collapse because that's when Egypt said they fought against Israel. When did they actually get there?
So, it's my time?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So the reason the Bronze Age collapse is so important, I'm gonna say this again for y'all. I want y'all to go do your research. Is that they can't do the research because they're religious. So their religion won't allow them to accept what anthropology has to say because it goes against their belief system. I want y'all to literally go and look and see when Israel became a people. They didn't become a people until after, from 1000 BCE to 1200 BCE.
According to who? According to what, bro?
What?
According to what?
Everything we've
According
been
to who?
saying.
No.
According to the tablets, according to the pottery, according to the houses, according to the scripts, according to all of these things.
And it's the messed up part because you got cooked on your own source. You mentioned Israel Frankenstein.
So can you
hold
show me
on.
Israel?
I'm gonna give it right back to you. You mentioned Israel Finkelstein. You know he says the people from the Iron Age that you're calling Israelites. You know they said that they was there in the late Bronze Age. You know that, right?
The late Bronze Age is the Bronze Age collapse.
The late Bronze Age is not the entire. The late Bronze Age collapse is not the entire late Bronze Age, bro.
No, it's not. But it's the late Bronze Age. The Bronze Age collapse is the people. That's the event that birthed the Israelites.
No, it's
who
not.
We call the
Bro.
Israelites.
Oh my God.
They
So once
wasn't
again,
a people
if you
before
can
that.
please answer my question then that I asked you, when did they get there? Give me a date when they got there.
Around 11, around I'll say
How would you say 1100 when
1000
Merenptah is
BCE.
1208?
Hold on 1 second. From 1000 BCE, and they formed around what? 11,000 to 1,000.
Now, how can you say 11,000 to 1,000, which will be around the time of King David and King Saul? How would you say that they just got?
Keep going back to this religion.
Bro,
Go ahead,
stop with the religion BS because King David is a testified character in history, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. So once again, you're in the time frame of what would be King Saul and King David when you would say, according to modern chronology, 11th to 10th century will be the time of King David and King Saul. That's not them just getting there. When did those people get there? And you just shot your own self because you said Merenptah. Merenptah is 1208 BC. That will be the time for the Merenptah stele. So when did they get there? They can't be getting there in 1100 when you just gave me Merenptah at 1208. When did they get there?
First off. See, look, this is where. So you're talking like Merenptah. When we're dealing with David, right?
When did they get there?
Tell Dan Staley 840, right? That's the only thing y'all have to go on from this quote unquote King David's period. There is no King David's period. So this is why I say, they keep mixing in this religion. That history is not there.
Bro, so
that's a logical fallacy. I don't know why you keep saying that.
So there's a King David, but there's no King David, period. We're not even finna listen to that dumbness. When
there's not a
the
King
Israelites,
David, period.
You just said to tell Dan State, all right, bro. When did the Israelites get there?
I just told you.
And you was just incorrect.
No, I was not.
Bro, okay.
Anybody
so
when did the Israelites? Okay, I'm incorrect. I'm gonna ask you, when did the Israelites get there? When did the Israelites get there to you?
They arrived in Atlanta, came around 1406 BCE.
1406
and that's not. Hold on,
BCE.
and let me say this. That is not in what you would call alignment with what you would call modern Egyptology dates. Go ahead.
Look, he's talking. It wouldn't align. He already shot himself in the foot. Okay, so what were they called in 14? How do we know they were there in 1400 BCE?
Okay, so you asked me how will we know. So we have what we have is the destruction layers. For one, we have Jericho that is destroyed exactly how the Bible says it's destroyed. Crazy, right? On top of that, we have documentation, like I said, of people saying these people came in and took our land, such as the Mesha Stele. So
The Mishnah
once
Stele
again,
can't use that.
huh?
Can't use that
How can I? If they're
because
saying that they came in and
that's
took their
not
land,
1400 BCE.
it does not have to be from the time frame of 1400 BCE.
But
They are
that's like
attesting.
200-300 years later, is what I'm
They
saying.
they are attesting that someone came in and took their land. So when did they come in and take that land? It doesn't matter. Hold on. Let me say something. Let me say something. It doesn't matter if someone came in and broke into my house and I wrote a book 10, 15 years later about somebody breaking into my house. The breaking in happened 10, 15 years ago. When I write the shit down and when I attest to it does not matter. When did those people come in to take that land?
No, time out. We can't slide. That do matter because that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about when did these people who we classify as Israel become a people? So now we can't just scramble up their time period and say, okay, well, their time period don't matter because it do matter. There's a certain period in history where we don't see any attestation to these people. And then there's a period of history where we do. And so we know during a period of history where we don't see no attestation of these people, they were not there.
That's not what that means, bro. What are you talking about?
Bro, what?
So you telling me, listen to this. So you telling me before 1208 BCE, Israel is not in Israel when Mer Patah says they come and fight them. Before then, they never was in Israel. How the hell is, so you telling me the moment they walked into Israel, Mer Patah came and fought them? How does that make any sense?
What?
For me, bro, for me to go and campaign against a group of people and say I beat them, they
So you
already
don't
have to be in
understand.
that
So
land.
it's the issue. So
Humble. Listen very closely, bro, because
go ahead.
you keep giving dumb dates and you're not even listening to what you're saying. If
Oh my
if I write something that says I campaigned against somebody in this date, right? So you telling me Israel just arrived there in 1208 BC when Mer Patah said he went and campaigned against them. That's when they got there. That's what you're telling me.
No.
So
What
once
I'm telling,
again, hold
hold
on.
on
You
a
listen. You
second.
answer. No, because I've been asking the same question over and over again. When did they get there? If they're being attested in
I told you
1208
when they
B,
got there.
no, stop, because your date was incorrect. You said 11. You said 11 to 10th century BCE. If
Yes.
1208, bro, listen. If they already are there at 1208 BCE, how the hell can you give me an 11th century, 10th century date? That don't even make sense. I just asked you once
What
again
the?
when humble. So I
You
didn't
do
ask
know
you the same question.
1208. You do know 1208 is further in history than 1000 BCE, right?
Humble, you
You
all
know,
right, bro?
you
It's
know,
like talking to a
1000
brick wall right
BCE
now.
Humble, man.
is
Stop flam
younger than
flamming. You know you
1208.
just got caught, bro.
It's like talking to a brick wall,
You
my
do
guy.
know that,
Listen,
right?
humble. Please, brother, please. You are saying out your own mouth. I don't even want to start playing the footages and stuff, bro. You said I asked you when did they get there? You said Israel don't become a people until 11th century, 10th century BCE. I said, bro, make that make sense. You out your mouth before that said 1208 BCE, Meron Patastele, he fights against Israel. So I asked you, when did he get there? They can't be getting there 11th century, 10th century, or 12th century if he's fighting against the people that's already there. The Messe Stele
Okay,
also attests.
I
Hold
see what
on, hold
you're.
on, hold
I
on,
see. I
hold on,
see
hold
why
on.
you messing
Hold
everything up.
on, hold on. I'm not
Go
messing
ahead.
nothing up. I'm not
You
messing nothing
most
up because I've been
definitely is.
asking the
Go ahead.
same question. When did they get there? The Messe Stele attests to ancient times. So if I'm writing in 800
What's
BCE,
ancient times?
bro, don't interrupt me because I asked you that and you can never answer. If I'm right in 8th century BCE, and now you attest that these people have been here since ancient times, when the hell did they get there? If I'm writing in 8th century BCE, or technically I'm writing 9th century BCE. 850 is considered 9th century BCE. So
Okay,
I'm
if
writing 9th century.
850, hold on one second. If 850 is considered 9th century BCE, right? Now we go back. Let's go further back in history. What century is the 1200 BCE? What century is that?
13th century.
It's not like what is we doing? It's not.
Okay, thank you. So when we say, okay, when was they first attested to?
We didn't ask you when they was first
Hold on
attested
one
to.
second. But now when we look at this time period, we now see why they were first attested to here. Because these people did not exist before this time period.
Oh my fucking God.
Why didn't they exist before this time period? Because it was the Bronze Age collapse that even birthed these people in the first place. This is what you're missing.
Humble. So I'm gonna ask you once again, bro, because you're not answering a single question. And this is why, literally, if you didn't frustrate me with the dumb questions you was asking, you would have lost. I wouldn't have got a 3 in the conduct thing. So, brother, once again, when did they get there? If you want to say, okay, they're first attested there 12, even though I would give a different date because I got some information, but I'm not even finna. I'm waiting on the Exodus debate. If you would say 1208 BCE is when they're first attested by Egypt, let alone by Egypt being there. So let's get this straight. This is an outside source talking about another people's land, right?
Yes.
1208 BCE. If an outside source is saying 1208 BCE, we're fighting against a group of people that are already established there. When did they get there? Don't sit here and talk about, oh, that mean they wasn't here before the late Bronze Age collapse. No. That's not what that means. That's what you're trying to insinuate. Give me a date and a time period of when they arrived. Whether you want to say late Bronze Age, 1A, whatever you want to say.
1269, 1257 BCE.
And that's according to what?
That's according to the time. That's according to the Bronze Age.
No, it's not.
Hold on one second. Hold on. When we actually
just made some shit up.
Hold on. When we actually start to see settlement in this area, that's what that is according to. Now, why do we start to see? Now, listen. This is why he keep trying. This is because his religion can't handle this part. The reason he keeps trying to get away from the Bronze Age collapse is because why are these people popping up right here in the high hills of Canaan? Because of the economic disruption, because of what happened with the global disasters, with the earthquakes and things of that nature. This is because of the economic failure. This is what brought these people up in the highlands. But when you say when did they get there, why would they get there at 1257 BCE? Because this is what brought them there.
All right, humble, hold on, bro, because I'm finna have to smack you real quick, man, with something. Because you keep talking about this.
How long did the Bronze Age collapse last?
No, you don't.
How long did the Bronze Age collapse last?
You just said, oh, it's according to the Bronze Age. It's according to what in the Bronze Age? What in the Bronze Age, bro? What is it according to in the Bronze Age, humble?
It's according to the settlements there, the housing, as I brought up in my my presentation, the houses, the settlements, the actual writings, right? What were the actual writings in during that time in the Bronze Age, right? Phoenician Canaanite. There was no Hebrew during that time. Can you find Hebrew? Can you find Hebrew anywhere before, right? 1237?
You can.
No, you can't.
You sure?
I'm positive. Now you can find Phoenician Canaanite.
No, nigga. You
can't find Hebrew. You only get Hebrew after a certain period.
Okay, bro. Hold on. I'm just gonna pull up this on the thing because you keep talking about this time period, and I know you don't know what you're talking about.
Let's
Because you
get
keep
it.
talking about
You see,
they
this is why he
appear.
keep trying to dance around his time period, bro. He
No,
turned.
no, because I know you just don't know what you're talking about. You keep talking
No,
about
I
they
know
appear
exactly
here.
what I'm talking
They
about.
appear here at this time. So I told you, Israel Finkelstein himself even said that these people during the Iron Age, they're not a new group of people. They was already there in the Bronze Age. But here, let me get into this, bro.
Of course, they was there during
No,
the
no, ain't
Bronze
no of course
Age.
nothing, man. Because you
Of
don't know
course,
none you
so
talking
you're
about.
just gonna say the same thing I'm saying. You say these group of people who were dead on the Iron Age. Of course, we know the Iron Age came after the Bronze Age collapsed, so they're in the Iron Age, right? They was already there during the Bronze Age. Of course, they was there during the Bronze at the end of the Bronze Age collapse. They wasn't there in the middle Bronze Age. They wasn't there in the early Bronze Age.
You sure?
I'm positive they wasn't there during the early Bronze Age. Positive.
I'm glad you said that. I know, no. You said positive on the early Bronze Age. What about the middle Bronze Age, though? That's what I'm talking about.
The middle Bronze Age, no, they wasn't there.
Okay, you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. So what about Jericho and its destruction? What about that? What time is that? What time is that dated to?
You said what time was Jericho and its destruction? What is it? 8,000 BCE.
8,000. Man, get the fuck out of here. You
8,
just
10, 10
said
to
stuff.
8,000 BCE.
Oh, bro, I'm done with you, bro. After this man just said
Oh,
Jericho
hold on.
destruction, 8,000
So
BCE.
wait, where you
8,000
placing that at?
BCE would literally be at the end of the Stone Age, bro. What is you
Where you
talking about?
placing that at? Hold on, where are you placing that
He
at,
said,
Kazan? Where are you placing it?
Hey, bro, you just said 8,000 BCE for the destruction of Jericho. I'm done, bro. I
Wait,
can't.
you said the destruction of Jericho? I thought you said when was it there? When was the destruction? Let's see. Let's pull up when was the destruction.
I can't with you, bro. I cannot with you, dog. Hold on, man. Let me. I'm pulling up this because you keep on talking about this with
So the destruction, 550 BCE. That was the destruction. That's the destruction of the day of Jericho.
Did you just say 550?
he said 550, bro.
1550. 1550.
Oh,
1550.
1550.
Man, I should just get on my laptop. But yeah, bro. I can't even take
Now,
this
do
serious.
you agree with that? Do you agree with that, Kazan? 1550?
I would give it a slight different date, but
Not a slight. You see, yo, he turned. Yo, he is crazy. And
Yo,
listen, he
Kasai,
gotta give a slightly different
it
date
sound like
because
he
of his
want that
religion.
debate with Egypt.
yeah, it sounds like you want a chronology debate. Would you want? Do you wanted the chronology debate, bro? Because I'm just gonna fuck you up now, because it sounds like you
We
want a
can get it.
chronology
Yo,
debate.
listen, we can have any. Yo, listen, you can't
Hey,
tell
yeah,
me
y'all got to do a rematch, bro.
religions.
Y'all got to do a rematch. So figure something out.
You said a chronology debate. Okay. What
Hold
chronology?
on. You said what?
What chronology? Matter of fact, okay, a chronology. Who built Jerusalem? Kazad.
Hold on, man. Hold on. You don't man. Look, I'm finna pull something else up because I'm still grabbing this Israel Finkelstein stuff, bro.
All
I'm
right,
pulling it up,
who built Jerusalem though, Kazad?
bro. Jerusalem is an ancient city, bro. That was existed a long time, bro.
But who built it?
What are you talking about?
Would you say the Israelites built it?
Why would I say the Israelites built Jerusalem, bro?
Yo, this is how you maybe trying to play on your top, boy. Y'all gotta watch him, man. Y'all gotta watch him, bro.
Bro, when does the Israelites say they built Jerusalem or no?
Nope.
So why would I say the Israelites built Jerusalem?
So why didn't the Israelites change the name of Jerusalem?
What?
Huh?
Hey,
What is the
hey,
name?
humble.
What does the
Hey,
name
humble.
Jerusalem mean? Listen, this is why y'all
Hey,
gotta catch
Bro,
these
you just
religious
need to
people, bro.
stop, bro. You just
What
need
is
to
the name?
stop, man.
What does
This
the
shit is
name
sad.
Jerusalem mean? What does the name Jerusalem mean?
You need to stop, bro. You just is
What does
sad.
the name Jerusalem mean? Cause
You just need to stop, bro. This is
what
sad.
does the name Jerusalem mean? Cause see, he know what it mean. That's why he don't want to tell y'all what it mean, because it ain't got nothing to do with his Yahweh.
Bro, what is you talking about,
It
bro?
ain't
You
got
just
nothing to
be
do with his
saying stuff.
Yahweh.
You just be saying stuff, bro. You really need to
hey, he
stop, bro.
said anything.
You need to stop, bro.
This guy,
And you still you're like, oh my god, hold on, bro. Cause hold on. Let me figure out what page this on.
matter of fact, cause you believe Abraham was a real person, right?
Man, you're not finna keep asking me a million questions and you
No,
didn't answer one
no,
single question. Let me grab what I'm
this could be
grabbing.
a setup for a debate right here. I'm asking you
Man,
because I
let
want
me
to get an
grab what I'm
understanding.
grabbing.
All right, go ahead, grab what you grabbing, but I wanna get this understanding because this could be a start of a debate, right? Because I'm asking you this because what time period would you date Abraham?
Well, our answer would say between 2000 and 1900 BC.
I want to hear his answer because that could be a time that right there. That's a topic.
That's a chronological debate right there. I mean, that's
That's a debate topic
all
right there. That's why I
incorporated.
wanted to hear his answer. That's a debate topic.
What y'all say the topic was?
I say because I asked them about what time period, a chronology debate, what time period is Abraham dated to? So I asked him that. So if he give me a certain answer, then we can try to work a debate around that, or we could try something else for chronology, like the Exodus or something. Or was the Exodus a historical event? Something like that. Like I say, man, I got a couple topics we can do this with.
As I said, so Jabari did just offer me an Exodus debate, so I probably want to do an Exodus debate with you. But we can do a chronology debate because you seen it keep on talking about this Bronze Age collapse and when Israel get into the land. So I mean, without going too deep into the Exodus, we can get a chronology debate for
Wait,
sure.
time out. Well, wait. All right, so if we're gonna do chronology based off of history, that's easy.
You don't think I'm going to be pulling up Egyptian history? You don't think I'm going to go into Egyptian cemeteries and Egyptian dates? You don't think I'm going to do that? You think I'm going to be sitting there arguing with you about
So a
from
debate. Listen,
biblical
that's why I
verses?
said that type of debate is easy. Did Israel exist as a people, as a solidified people before the 13th century BCE? That's easy. That's an easy debate.
Bro, you already lost. You already just admitted they're there during the 13th century BCE.
Before.
Hold on. Give me 1 second real quick. I'm pulling this up.
Hey, I'm still laughing at Chaasad over here. Like, if I didn't call you a dummy, you would have lost. That shit is
Bro,
the
that's what he
funniest shit
don't
to
get.
me.
I don't understand why he's still trying to argue with me, bro.
He said, if I didn't call you a dummy, you would have lost. Hey, and he gonna ride that. He gonna take that as a win, and I
So
can't
like,
be
if he
mad
don't
at
get
that
it, I
though.
don't
Look,
understand.
that's all he listen. Oh, listen, that's all he can do. That's all he can do.
Hey, but and to respond to Sapphire, who said
he had to give it to Chaasad. You can't, because you ain't going off a scorecard. Like, conduct matters. All of that stuff matters. That's why we use the Lincoln Douglas debate scorecard. It's more than just your argumentation. It's more than just being right. All of this stuff matters when it
That's
comes
the
to
point
debate.
right
And
there, though.
I
Hey, one.
appreciate both of you gentlemen for pulling up, showing up, never complaining, never whining. Y'all just show up like true soldiers, man.
Oh yeah, all the
Back to
time.
y'all.
Always in the front of the competition, man. But that's the point, though, right? When we get to the nitty gritty, y'all know I like to say, man, let's let the information have the last word. And that's why I kept saying all in the debate. Yo, go research this. There is a right and a wrong here, and I promise y'all, Chaasad is wrong. I promise y'all that. Go do y'all research on that.
Yeah, see, that sound good until I research on what you said there.
But that's the thing. Like right now, man. Like, see, I don't like to do. See, this is the type of stuff I don't be wanting to be a part. Because now I actually, because I share my screen right now, and we can literally right now walk through it, and then y'all will see it. But because it's coming from me, y'all will say, "No, man, he using ChatGPT, he using Copilot, he using Google, he using this, that, and the third." But then we gotta let somebody like Sapphire pull it up and say, "Okay, well, when is the first attestation of this? How did we get here? All right, how did they even get this? How did we get the Bible?" And then when we walk it down, everybody gonna look back and say, "Well, dang, Humble was right." See, they don't want to do that once again because it exposes their religion. Once you get past this religion and you actually look at this from a place of archaeology, from a place of anthropology, from a place of culture, then you'll clearly see what happened. You'll clearly see, okay, well, out of this disastrous event, new groups started to pop up because there were power exchanges. New groups started to form together because there were power exchanges. It only makes sense. But then no. They want to say that these people existed all the way back to the 2000 BCE, 1800 BCE. There is no attestation in history nowhere where these people are attested, are mentioned, or even got any work where they are attested this far back in history. We know when they pop up in history. These people just don't want to deal with when they pop up in history because
So when do Israel pop up in history?
Huh?
So when does Israel pop up in history?
When does Israel pop up in history?
Yeah, nation
Israel,
of Israel.
they pop up in history around 1257.
And so where's your proof?
You said, what is my proof? The small
Yes, where
villages that starts to pop up after the decline or after the Bronze Age collapse, right? The small
okay,
villages
so what archaeologists attest to that?
William Denver. That's easy off the break.
William Denver and who else?
William Denver. There's a couple of them right off the bat. Frank Cross. There's a couple of them right off the bat. Whereas though linguists, matter of fact, dang, I think the dude name is Polinsky. There's a dude by the name of Polinsky who actually did an excavation with Smith. He actually did an excavation with the Smith dude.
All right, so since I'm on my phone, let me do a quick. You said William Denver.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm gonna jump off real quick and check out these. You said William Denver and who else?
William G. Denver. Frank Moore Cross. Who else? There's a couple of them, man. Just ask. Listen, if you really want to know, you ain't even gotta go that deep. Like, just ask certain questions. Okay, when is the first time? Matter of fact, I don't want to do it, man. Screw this.
Okay. Hey, here, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, so I finally found. I'm on my phone still, but I finally found what I was trying to read to you. So look, man, you keep talking about this. I know you don't know nothing about chronology, and I know you don't know nothing about this late Bronze Age history argument. None of this. So when we actually get into this, bro, the late Bronze Age dates are messed up. Not only that, the periods before that, when you get into the third
Now I'm gonna
intermediate.
ask you
Hold
according to
on,
who.
hold on. Damn, man, I just finished talking. Y'all was just rambling the whole time you was
Go
talking.
ahead, cause I go ahead.
Let me get into it, man. And the dates before that, when you get into the third intermediate period, are not correct. Which is why I don't know if you remember this. I asked you in our last conversation. Tell me the anchor point in chronology for Egyptian chronology after the date of Assyrian sacking Thebes, which is 664 BCE. Right? You don't remember me asking you that?
Mm-mm.
Oh, yeah, I know you're not ready because
Go
see,
ahead, go ahead.
I know you. He played. He A1 played it earlier. It was in the audio on the whole footage, no, in the video when we had a back and forth. I literally listened to it. I asked you for anchor points in chronology. You couldn't give me an answer. You start talking about Akhenaten and stuff. Those aren't anchor points in chronology. I don't even think you know what anchor points are. But anyway, when we get into this, right, there's actual gaps in the archaeological record in the timeline of Egypt caused other civilizations and other surrounding cultures to have a dark age that's not attested to those specific cultures, like including Greece, which has been well written on. How people, literal multiple scholars written on the Greek Dark Ages are been overexpanded and whatever. So let's get into a couple things though when we talk about the late Bronze Age and Middle Bronze Age and all this stuff. It says this. As you will shortly see, I and others have proposed that the Middle Bronze Age in the Hill Country continue in parallel with the early Late Bronze Age. I mean, Salakia. With the early Late Bronze Age of the lowland cities. When we get into this here, I'm finna get to reading some scholars in their work, right? It says this. Hold on. We get to this right one. It says this. This is from Budnimovitz, right? It says it will appear that the dozen of very small Middle Bronze Age, some yielding only a scatter of sherds and lacking architectural remains in the circa 20 Middle Bronze Age cemeteries distant from permeable sediments, testify to an existable of a sizable pastoral element in the population of the Central Hill Country, mainly in its central and southern sections at this time period. Just so happens at the exact same time frame that the Israelites say that they come in, right? So when we read this, it says, yet in despite of the lack of the urban settlements in the late Bronze Age, the region is not empty of people. There is an almost archaeologically invisible population which is only revealed through cemeteries that were not attached to any city communities, which is what the scholar made a comment on later. That these cemeteries are not only continuing with the late Bronze Age settlements of the Canaanites, but they're connected to pastoral elements. These
Because the
people,
Canaanites sent
stop,
their Canaanites.
bro, stop talking
Yo,
because
he's literally
you ain't even
breaking down.
listen,
He's
bro.
literally
You ain't
agreeing
even
with me right now, y'all.
if you would stop interrupting, you ain't even let me finish reading because you know what? I don't even got to finish reading. Set up the debate because you interrupting. You don't even know these are two different fucking cultures, bro. They're producing two whole separate groups of pottery. One is doing imported pottery and all this. The other one is dealing with domestic. The other ones are pastoral sheep herders and shepherds. The other ones are city folks, and you don't know nothing about what you're talking about. And these people
That's exactly what we was
shut up.
getting into with the Yahweh's group and the Elohim's group moving
Bro,
forward. You said that didn't happen.
if you would stop talking, this says this happens during the early late Bronze Age, not during the late Bronze Age collapse. But you keep on fucking
Duh.
interrupting and not listening. All right, you just lost. All right, did you not just hear yourself? Duh. They're telling you that these pastoral people, what you will say are the Israelites, aren't the Israelites, but these are the Israelites. These pastoral people come in not even during the late Bronze Age. They come in during the Middle Bronze Age, and their culture is continuing simultaneously with the Canaanite late Bronze Age culture. They're two different groups of people, and you're not even listening. You're just running your mouth, and you don't even know that the scholars is punching you in your face. So set up
No,
the
they
debate, bro.
agreeing with me,
Set,
and
set, set up the
Mickey,
debate,
you
man.
agree with me. They are two different groups of people. That's literally what I've been talking about this whole time.
Bro, you've been saying this whole time. For one, you said the Israelites emerged from indigenous Canaanite population. That's just not what I was reading.
Mixed with the Shashu that came from the south. That's literally what you just read. That's literally what I said in my
That's not
debate.
what I read. That's not what I read. That's not
Hey,
what
yo,
I read.
what?
These bro, if you would stop interrupting, these pastoral people during the Middle Bronze Age, the end of the Middle Bronze Age, not the Late Bronze Age, they come in and start taking over and settling in these people's territory. There's a depopulation of these areas because these whole group of people aren't settling in cities and stuff. They're coming in, taking over. I've been asking you this whole time, when did these people get here? You keep saying, oh, they get here around the Late Bronze Age collapse. This is not the Late Bronze Age collapse, bro. This is the beginning of the Bronze Age. Salaki, this is the beginning of the Late Bronze Age and the ending of the Middle Bronze Age. Stop talking to me, man. This is ridiculous.
So this right here is how we know he don't know chronology, right? So first off, he's being disingenuous because he's not giving y'all the names of the people that he's talking. We know the names of the people that he's talking about. He's talking about the Shashu and the inland Canaanites, right? This again, why this is so important. Number two, he keeps saying the early late Bronze Age, the early late Bronze Age. Bro, the Bronze Age collapse is not just one little thing in history. That's why I said in my debate, this is something that spanned from 1250 to 1100. From 1250 to 1100.
So when is the early late Bronze Age, bro? Do you not know what the early late Bronze Age is? How many years is it from the start of the late Bronze Age to the late Bronze Age collapse?
First off,
how many hundreds of years
early
apart is
late
that, bro?
Bronze Age.
Huh?
There is no early late Bronze Age. In that time period, they're talking about the Bronze Age collapse.
No, they're not. They're talking about the start of the late. When someone says the early late Bronze Age, they're talking about the beginning of the late Bronze Age. They're not talking about the ending though. Bro, are you serious, my guy? Like, and this is how I know you don't pay attention. How could they be talking about the late Bronze Age? Stop, humble. Let me finish my statement. Let me finish my statement. How could they be talking about the late Bronze Age collapse when they're just talking about Middle Bronze Age 2B? Hold on, I'm gonna read it to you again because you didn't listen. It says Middle Bronze sites. These are the bro. This is what's ridiculous, bro. They're talking about Middle Bronze 2B, or what some people will call 2C. Some people don't distinguish between those two, right? They're talking about Middle Bronze 2B continuing at the same time as the Late Bronze Age, the beginning of it. The Middle Bronze Age anywhere is nowhere near the Late Bronze Age collapse. They cannot be overlapping. What are you talking about, bro?
What?
Bro, what? The Middle Bronze Age is nowhere near the Late Bronze Age collapse.
So what started to indicate the Late Bronze Age, bro?
No. The Middle Bronze Age, you said what as if you disagreed. The Middle Bronze Age is nowhere near the Late Bronze Age collapse.
No.
Now disagree with that. Go ahead. Disagree with that. No what?
Hence why it's called the Late Bronze Age collapse.
Hey, humble.
Come on, man. We gotta understand, like, we know English here now too, man. The Late Bronze Age collapse, which means there was a collapse in the Bronze Age.
Bro, okay, humble. For me, I'm trying to help you, bro. The Late Bronze Age collapse has nothing to do with the change from the Middle Bronze Age to the Late Bronze Age.
Nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that.
So why am I talking about the Late Bronze Age and shifting to the? Why when I'm talking about the Middle Bronze Age shifting to the Late Bronze Age, you keep talking about the Late Bronze Age collapse? Did you not just hear me say during the late?
What you said.
No. Did you not just hear me say during the early phases of the Late Bronze Age, these Middle Bronze Age these Middle Bronze Age cemeteries and stuff are continuing contemporary at that same time? What are you talking about the Late Bronze Age still for?
But those middle Bronze Age people were Canaanites.
No, they're not, bro.
Yes,
All
they
right, bro.
were.
All right, whatever, bro. Whatever.
Do you want to debate on that? The people that the Shashu came down and found were Canaanites that were already there, who was getting away from what was happening in Canaan, and they were already settling on the high hills of Canaan. The Shashu
You
met
said
them there.
I got a question. Show me a text that says the Shashu is specifically the Canaanites. I'll wait.
They are not the Canaanites. The Shashu are
You
not
just
the
said the
Canaanites.
Shashu were Canaanites,
I
bro.
said the Shashu met the Canaanites there.
Oh my fucking god! So who are the Shashu, bro?
See, listen, this is how you gotta
Who are
edit.
the
I gotta
Shashu, bro?
cam up for this, because
Hey,
this is
you
why
just said they
this
Shashu.
is where this
Humble,
religion.
humble.
Hold on one second. I
You
got
said
some
they're
land my
Shashu.
plane right here.
What is a
I gotta
Shashu?
cam up for this, because this is where this religion be rotting their brain and they be getting away from history, right? The Israelites, the inland Canaanites, right, that was getting away from their situation, moving to the high hills. They brought a Canaanite tradition with them. Right now, when they settled, they brought the tradition of El with them. They brought the Phoenician Canaanite script with them. They brought the pottery with them. They brought the style of housing with them. They brought these things there. The Shashu came from the south and met these people. When they first met, they didn't automatically merge. No, they lived their separate lives for a while. Eventually, they merged. Why did they merge? They merged for their survival. They had the Egyptians coming down from the south, and they had the Palestinians taking over Canaan in the north. And so they had to create this identity, to merge and create this identity to survive in this changing of the age. This is, and he keep hearing me say this is why he keep talking about the 900s and 950. I keep saying, bro, they were already assimilated then. This is what brought about what we know now as the Israelites and the Israelite culture. There was no Israelite culture anywhere before then, because before then, we see that these were two different cultures. We see that the Shashu had their own culture and the Canaanites had their own culture.
Bro, all right, here. I'm finna read this to you one more time, and we finna see how you gonna make something up again. It says this.
Now I'm
look, stop, listen to this. It says this. Of the late Bronze Age seems to be snuffed out in the hill country as the major population centers were destroyed and abandoned. Yet, in spite of the lack of urban settlements in the late Bronze Age, the region is not empty of people. There's an almost archaeologically invisible population, which is only revealed through their cemeteries that were not attached to any city communities. So he keep on talking about, I don't know what history he talking about. He talking about they went up into the highlands incorrect. During the late Bronze Age, where we're talking about the shift from the middle Bronze Age to the late Bronze Age, he just completely remixed history. The Canaanites are going into the lowlands. It's a whole other group of people that's occupying and taking over the highlands. What is he talking about? Bro, yeah, I know, bro,
this
my
guy
ass.
is terrible.
Bro, my ass. I know, I know
this
it
guy
hurts.
is terrible.
So once again, it says this. It says it would appear that the dozen of very small middle bronze sites, some yielding only a scatter of sherds and lacking architectural remains, and the circa 20 middle bronze cemeteries distant from permanent settlements testify to the existence of a sizable pastoral element in the population of the central hill country, mainly in its central and southern sections at this period. We're not talking about the late Bronze Age collapse. This is all before then. I kept asking them when the Israelites arrived. We're talking about all the way before then. We all know the Israelites are pastoral and they're shepherds. We all know this.
They're not.
Stop, bro.
So now you're inserting a name on a group of people that's not there. Here he keeps saying they're burial sites and this, that, and the third, and that they're Israelites.
Can
They
you
not
please be
Israelites.
quiet?
No, you can't get
Can
away
you
with that flim
please
flam,
be
Kazad.
quiet?
You
You
can't
don't
get
know
away
what you're
from that
talking
flim
about,
flam,
bro.
Kazad.
We
These
literally
are
finna
not
let you
Israelite
interrupt.
people. Are you
You
saying they
hold
Israelite
on.
people?
Stop interrupting me. Stop
Are you
interrupting me.
saying those people
Stop
that they found
interrupting me.
dead are Israelite
Stop
people?
interrupting me. Because we just sat here and literally listened to you talk about the late Bronze Age collapse, and we ain't even talking about the late Bronze Age collapse no more. We
Are
didn't move
you
past that.
saying, you
Bro,
see
no,
how you
ain't
try
no
to dance around this
stop
question?
interrupting me. You know
Are
what?
you saying those people who they
Hey,
found
humble. Hey,
buried in those
humble. Hey,
graves are
humble.
Israelite
Hey,
people?
humble. Hey, humble. Hey, humble. Hey, humble. I ain't even finna keep going back and forth with you. I only got the patience right now for that shit.
Go ahead, go. I'm
With
gonna
the,
let you finish,
no,
but I
no,
want
no,
my
no.
question
I
answered.
don't even want to finish no more because I'm talking to a brick effing wall. Like seriously, bro. I asked you several times when did they get there. The date that you try to give me for them being there, we keep on debunking. Even the scholar that you want to go to, Israel Finkelstein, he says that the Iron Age and all this stuff, they was there in the late Bronze Age. Now I'm giving you more sources that shows that these people who you even claim that they're Israelites later. You said that they were Israelites later in the Iron Age and all that stuff. But that people was already there in the late Bronze Age and they got there in the middle Bronze Age. That's what I'm showing you. That's what I'm telling you. And you keep on trying to argue and fight with me. And you're not even bringing me a source. You're interrupting and talking over me. And you don't even have a source, bro. And this is what I keep
All
talking
right.
about. I didn't move past that whole late Bronze Age and everything. And I didn't move past to a whole new
So,
time period. And I'm introducing when do the Israelites get there. I
all
ain't even
right.
completely finished reading the source because you keep on interrupting. And if you keep saying, oh, are these Israelites? Of course these are Israelites. I'm
A
bringing it up
million.
because I'm saying they're Israelites. I'm
That
showing
could
the
be a
evidence that
debate
the
right
Israelites
there.
move in
That could be a
and that
debate
we
right
had
there.
the evidence prior to the late Bronze Age.
There is
But you want to keep interrupting and ask me a dumb
Israelites in the
question
middle
like,
bronze
oh,
age.
are they
Is there
Israelites?
any
No,
Israelites in the
these
middle bronze
Moabites.
age?
No, these Edomites. Who you think I'm gonna say?
Who time
Like
out?
this is
So
stupid,
you're
bro. Like
saying that
honestly.
there are
So you want a
Israelites in
chronology
the middle
debate?
bronze age?
I'm done. I'm done going back and forth with you
Answer
on
the question,
chronology for the night.
Kazan. Are you
Set it
saying
up. Is Egypt
there's
chronology
Israelites
correct?
in the middle bronze
Point
age?
blank. Period.
Are
It
you
sounds
saying
like a
there's
debate to
Israelites in the
me.
middle bronze age? Kazan, are you saying that they are Israelites between 2000 and 550 BC, 1550 BCE? Yeah, I see he mute up, bro.
I don't know if you was talking to me. I didn't hear nothing. My phone,
Are
my
you
brother just called. Hold
saying?
on, my brother just called me. So the whole live cut out for a whole minute. I don't know what just happened. What
All right.
happened?
So I'm asking you a question based off of everything you just said. Let me come up when I say this. Based off of everything you just said, are you saying that they were Israelites in the Middle Bronze Age from 2000 to 1550 BCE?
So once again, do you want to have a debate with me on chronology? Yes or no?
Yes. If we
Okay.
dealing with this,
So
yeah.
we gonna debate, is Egypt chronology correct? Because guess
No,
what?
no,
The
no.
date stop. The date you giving me for the Middle Bronze Age ended in 1550 BCE is based off of what?
You said it's based off of what? It's based off of the late what? The
The
Egyptians
what?
destroying the Egyptians coming in and taking over. That's
Hold
that
on.
brings
Okay,
in the
okay.
late
So
Bronze
so
Age.
so listen to what you just said. You just said it's based on the Egyptians coming in and taking over. So it's
Yeah.
based on the Egyptian. Hold on. So it's based on Egyptian chronology. So if Egyptian chronology is correct, then guess what? The end of the Middle Bronze Age is not 1550 BCE as you just try to say. So debate me on, is Egyptian chronology correct? Is that simple?
You said you said the ending of the Middle Bronze Age is not 1550.
No, it's not.
I mean, where okay, so what you saying it is?
Do you want to debate me on it? Yes or
Yeah,
no,
I
man?
mean, yeah, but I want to know what
All
you
right,
saying
well,
it is. You can't just
thank
be
you.
saying no.
Thank you. So you want to debate? We're gonna set it up. Let's set the title up. Is
Got
Egyptian
you.
chronology correct? That's the debate.
No.
What is? Did you
First off,
mean
are you
no?
saying
That's
is
what
the
I want to
Egyptian
debate you on.
chronology correct? Hold time out. Is the Egyptian chronology correct compared to what though?
What are you talking about? And compared to what? These civilizations are based off Egyptian chronology. What are you talking about?
Okay, how about we do this? Right? We ask
I got a
when
question. Is specifically cultures like Canaan and other cultures surrounding the Mediterranean, not Assyria and stuff like that, but other cultures surrounding the Mediterranean, are they not dated by Egypt artifacts and stuff like that?
When Egypt get there, yeah, but they also have their own artifacts that corroborate. And before even Egypt gets there.
Oh my God, bro! Greece's late Bronze Age is dated based off of Egypt. What are you talking about?
What?
You
So are
don't
you
know that?
saying that? Time out.
You don't know that?
Chaasad got daggers and bones for y'all, man.
You
Hold on.
don't know that, bro?
So are you saying
Oh
that
my
to go?
God.
Hold on one second. Hold on. See, because this is the lack of knowing of these brothers, right? Jericho, which is a land, right? I'm looking for the word for a geographical
Jericho's a city,
place.
bro.
Okay,
Jericho is the city.
hold on one
Jericho is
second.
the
I got
city
you. I
in
got
late
y'all.
Stone
Hold on
Age.
one second. Hold on, Sapphire. So Jericho, which is a geographical place, right? He's saying the only way we can learn about that place is if we go to Egypt, as if there's not people who's excavated Jericho and got information from the people who stayed to Jericho themselves.
Bro, what?
That's how you making it seem.
Oh my God,
He
bro. You
talking
need help.
Egyptian chronology as
You
if
need
you
help.
can't go and excavate Jericho and see these things.
You need help, bro. You need help.
No.
You
You
need
need
help.
to help. It's okay, yo. You don't understand the history. It's okay though, bro. But we're gonna help you understand the history now. We're gonna
Hold
help
on,
you get
bro.
rid of that Hebrew Israelite doctrine, and you gonna learn the real history.
Hey, humble, bro. I'm gonna read something to you, and I'm gonna just let it be, bro. I'm gonna let it be, bro. Cause I see you don't know what you're talking about. Hold on, I'm gonna get
Hey, it's just real quick though. But based off the Hebrews tradition, their written tradition, which is what we got today in the Bible, your archaeologist agrees with it.
No,
Agrees with these people. All their findings, they found, and it agrees with the Bible. I just want to put that for the record.
no, that's not true. That's another false fallacy when we deal with these Bible things. No, that's not true. That's not true. There is no.
They didn't find. They
Oil.
didn't find Kemet. Did they find Kemet? Excuse me. Did they unearth Kemet?
No, they didn't unearth Kemet.
How they did? How do you think? What do you think excavations are, brother? That's called unearthing.
Bro, nobody rediscovered that Kemet was. Kemet has always. Everybody's always known Kemet was there. Nobody rediscovered where Kemet was.
Kemet or Egypt was unearthed in the 18th century. That gives credence to the Bible. They unearthed Babylon. That gives credence to the Bible. They unearthed
How does hold on,
Akkad.
come out? So because Spider-Man comics mention Spider-Man being in Manhattan, and
Man,
Manhattan is
miss
a
me with
real
that
place,
shocker
and that means
almost.
that Spider-Man is a
Miss,
real book. Is
miss me with
Spider-Man
that
based
shocker.
off of actual history? Because
Miss
it
me
talks
with the
about
shocker
Spider-Man being in
almost.
Manhattan.
Miss me with the shocker almost analogies. Okay, we
Because
that don't got nothing
it
to do with
don't make
nothing.
any sense. Like, just because the Bible mentioned Egypt, that means the Bible is true. No, what? There's
Are
a
there
lot of books
pharaohs?
out there that's not true that mention Egypt.
Were there kings in Egypt that the Bible mentioned that was unearthed?
No.
What?
No. There was no name a pharaoh in Egypt. Name a pharaoh in Egypt that was mentioned in the Bible. Ramses was not mentioned in the Bible.
What?
Ramses?
It literally says, even though this is what you call it, what they call it, uh, word missed me right now. Even though the children of Israel were not in the time period of Ramesses, they were earlier. But the city that was mentioned in the Bible,
It's
that's where they
Pi
came from.
Ramses.
That's what. Say it again.
It's Pi Ramses, yeah.
Okay, but even though the children of Israel were there earlier than Ramesses the second or third, whichever one, the city was mentioned or the place was mentioned. Ramesses is mentioned in the Bible.
Pi Ramses. Now, okay, now watch this. Now,
You
now
just
watch
hung
this. This is
yourself.
one
You
Bible
just
verse.
hung
Hold on
yourself.
one second. Hold on one second. This is one Bible verse that messed that whole thing up, right? So there's a verse in the Bible where it comes to pass. It talks about it coming to pass the first time we sojourned into Egypt, and it was the Assyrians that enslaved us without cause in those days. So now, unless
That
you're
is no
sitting here
passage in
telling
the
me that
Bible. That is
Ramses, hold
no.
on one second,
That is
hold
not
on.
no passage in the Bible, brother.
Unless you're sitting here telling me that Ramses was an Assyrian, that passage doesn't hold up.
Brother, you're lying. There is no passage, chapter and verse, brother. Chapter and verse, book, chapter and verse that says that. You're not going to find it. Don't even worry about Chat GPT. You're not going to find it. That is mentioned nowhere in the Bible.
We'll see. We will see. See, that's the problem, yo. Y'all don't research your own. Y'all don't even research your own text, bro. That's
Brother,
crazy.
you need to read the Bible first and then come holler at us. Go read the Bible. Read the Bible first. You know, you haven't even read the Bible talking about some. It was Assyrian. Assyrian did what? Oh man. Read the Bible, brother. I got to ask you the same question like I asked Asar. Did you actually read the Bible? Because you haven't. You just made up a whole. You just fathom up a whole thing about an Assyrian taking the children of Israel in captivity. Are you serious? Far as when
You
it
saying
comes
it's
to
not
the
there?
first five books, it's not mentioned and nowhere in the first five books. Where you gonna find that in the first five books? Nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. Ramesses is mentioned in the Pentateuch. We ain't talking about in the times of the prophets. We're talking about in the time of Moses. That's when Ramesses is mentioned. Toponym. That's the word I'm thinking about. Toponym. That's a toponym. Ramesses is a toponym. Obviously, we see that the children of Israel through the archaeological findings, okay, of the pieces that indirectly, uh, again, gives credence to the scriptures.
So I'm talking about. I don't know about you. I'm talking about when these quote unquote Israelites first sojourned in Egypt. Why my shit ain't working, bro? Isaiah 52 and 4.
Isaiah 50, hold on. Isaiah, that's like almost 600 years later, 700 years
Now
later.
that's 600 years later.
Yes, that's 600 years later. Assyrians, we already know that the Neo Babylonians, who are the Assyrians, came in and captured the northern kingdom. Okay, whoop de doo. That's not. You're not proving anything what we're just talking about, brother. We talking about when Egypt is first mentioned in the Bible. Says
When is
Pi
the first
Ramesses.
time? Hold on one second. When is the
Mm-hmm.
first time? If we go back when we go back to Exodus, when is the first
Mm-hmm.
time that the Israelites were enslaved without cause?
Actually, it's people say slave. It wasn't even slavery. It was hard taxation, and that's mentioned in the Genesis chapter 1. They was being heavily taxed or heavily put to work.
bro.
If you want to
So
call that
when they
enslavement, I
say,
mean,
hold
we
on
all
one
the
second,
same today. The
hold
same
on,
difference.
because see, this is how I be knowing these brothers don't be knowing that Bible. Number one, so during this time, it literally tells you in the Bible this new Pharaoh was a Pharaoh who, number one, knew not Joseph, and so he didn't know the relationship the Israelites, quote unquote, had with the Egyptians. That's number two. Number three, he had a fear that they would outgrow and overpopulate Egypt. That's three things, right? So now, when is the first time we see this happen? In Exodus. So, which lets us know that this must have been an Assyrian pharaoh, because this is the only, if we're going according to the Bible, this is the only time that a pharaoh enslaved Egypt without cause. I mean, enslaved the Israelites without, or oppressed the Israelites without cause.
Okay, so when it says that a Pharaoh rose that knew not Joseph, obviously this was not an Assyrian, because an Assyrian would be considered a Semitic person or Semitic people. So a person, one that knew not Joseph, that would have been someone from the north, or what we'll say the south today. Okay, it was someone from the south. It wasn't no Semitic king, no Semitic Egyptian king that knew not Joseph. They would have definitely known Joseph.
But see, that's another thing too. Also, this is how we know this is not a pharaoh who took the throne, so we know it couldn't have been Ramses. How do we know this? Because Ramses would have also known Joseph. How? Because he took the pharaoh as he took the throne as pharaoh after his father. And so, as a person or a prince that's coming up in those ways, of course, it's proper knowledge to teach the son all about things of that nature, because he got to take the throne next. So it couldn't have been Ramses.
Bro, High Ramesses is a toponym, meaning that was just a name place to give the children an idea of where the people were. That's not the same time period.
What I'm saying is,
It's not the same
by
time
linking
period.
it by linking it to Pi Ramses, and then by giving it a toponym to say where the place were, right? What the Bible do is it acknowledge that, okay, well, Ramses, because he was the architect, must have been there during this time. The very fact that in Isaiah 52:4 lets us know that when the Israelites first go down and sojourn into Egypt, it was the Assyrians who oppressed them.
Okay, can you quote the passage instead of just trying to give us some feel good, for lot?
I said Isaiah 52:4.
Can you quote the passage? I mean, quote it verbatim.
Now people went down for a full time into Egypt and sojourned there, and the Assyrians oppressed them without cause.
And that's Isaiah 53 and what? I mean 52 and what? Okay.
Hey, humble. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
And I just wanted to read this. This is from Robert Stephen Bianchi. It says this. It says, because the chronology of Egypt has become over the years the principal dating tool for many other ancient world civilizations. So, this is what I was talking to you about. You talking about some, they can't dig up this and see this. No, I didn't say that. But what you don't understand is these civilizations, they forced them to line up with the false Egyptian chronology that they have created. And not only does they it create dark ages in these cultures which the cultures themselves does not attest to, such as the Greeks, right? The Greek Dark Age is supposed to be this big 300 something or a long time span of or Dark Ages, right? But yet, right after their Dark Age, they come back, they're producing the same pottery, they're speaking the same language. That's not what a Dark Age looked like. And they come back the exact same people, right? But that's because they forcing it to line up with Egypt because they found some Egyptian artifacts, right? So in reality, you don't. I know you're not ready for this Egyptian chronology debate. So if you want this work, as I said, we're not just gonna pull up. We're not just because in reality, I'm gonna hit you with sources from all nations, Israel, Greece. Yeah, because you don't know that Egypt timeline affects all these other civilizations. So when you ready and stop trying to duck and try to hide and try to move away from the title, I'm ready to set it up. Is the Egyptian chronology debate? I mean, is the Egyptian chronology correct? Because I give you two sources right now, and I bet you still won't be able to defeat them. So whenever you want that smoke, you can come get it. You ready?
So listen, he trying to number one, he trying to again keep his religion alive by throwing out a piss poor topic. I got a better topic. Is there any Israelites in the Middle Bronze Age?
So you
That
don't want to
way,
debate.
that
You
way,
you keep talking about.
hold on 1 second, let me get it in.
Go
That
ahead.
way he can bring his Egyptian artifacts, right? That try to prove and reconstruct what history say that in the Middle Bronze Age the Israelites existed and they was already established as a people. I'm saying in the Middle Bronze Age the Israelites were not established and they did not exist as a people. Their culture didn't exist. Their language didn't exist. Their writing didn't exist. They did not exist as a people in the Middle Bronze Age. That's what I'm saying.
You done?
Yeah.
So you don't want to debate me then, all right? Because
Now,
you keep on talking about chronology and you don't know nothing about chronology, bro. Why would
now
I
see
keep
how
on
he
sitting
trying
here?
to duck
Hold
me,
on, hold
guys.
on,
Let me tell him
hold
what I
on,
said.
hold
Go
on.
ahead.
You want to keep on sit here and try to argue and make subtopics. See, this is a subtopic. Is the Israelites
Subtopic.
there? Let me finish. This is a subtopic because the main topic we're debating on is chronology. Whether or not the Israelites are there in the Middle Bronze Age is going to be determined on what? The chronology you use. It's a chronology argument.
Right.
You've been sitting up, hold on. You've been sitting up here talking about the late Bronze Age collapse. I would not give the late Bronze Age collapse the dates that you give it. Chronology argument. So we're not going to sit here and just try to focus on, oh, can we see a specific pastoral group in the Middle Bronze Age? That's stupid, bro. You know damn well pastoral groups, shepherds, aren't sitting around writing or they're moving around, bro. That's not how that works. And you know that's not how
Yeah.
archaeology works. You know pottery doesn't start getting made until they settle down. What do you need to make pottery in the ancient world? Wait. What is the object called
Listen,
that you hold on, but answer my question. What is the object called that you need to make pottery in the ancient world?
you need clay.
No, what is it called, bro? What is the object called that you need to make pottery in the ancient world?
What you
Of
mean?
course you need clay, but I'm talking about the main thing you need. Because you can have clay, but if you don't have this, you don't get pottery.
Water. Well, nigga, I
No.
don't know. I ain't about to travel on this goddamn road with you. Listen,
Okay, so
he doing
look,
all
hold on.
this.
Okay, so
Hold on.
let me finish that. Let me finish. I'm gonna park my car
Go
because
ahead.
you
Go
ain't
ahead.
want to answer the question. You need what's called a fucking kiln, right? Which is the big ass. I shouldn't cut. My bad. Which is the super hot oven thing that bakes the pottery that actually makes it into pottery. Yeah. So for all the people that didn't even take an art class, you know when you make the pottery and you mold it and stuff, you don't just get to sit it out and it hardens up and stuff like that. That's not how that works. You actually have to put it into a hot ass oven and it bakes it. You still do that in the ancient world. You don't have that until you get into cities. Pastoral groups aren't doing that. So the stuff that you're asking for is stupid. It's an illogical. You're asking for a fallacy that which people that know archaeology would not even ask for, especially in a pastoral group. That's not what you see in them. You see their
All right. So now let me ask you
hold
this
on.
question.
You start seeing their independent pottery and all that stuff and all their settlement stuff when they settle down. That's when you start to see that.
So let me ask you a question. Give me a time period on what you
Oh my
say
God!
the
I
Middle
look,
Bronze
look,
Age
look
is.
here. I'm gonna give you.
Give me a
you
time
multiple
period.
dates for Israelites. I'm gonna give you this: 1446 Exodus. Some people might say 1447, whatever. 1447, 1446 Exodus. 1406, 1407 Entering of the Promised Land. And that's when the conquering and all that stuff. From that time frame up until the 11th century BC, you have what's called the Judges period. The Bible tells you that. It tells you the Judges period happened from the time from when Solomon built the temple. From the Exodus is 400 and some years, right? So you have that time period from 400 all the way down to around the 11th century BC. That's the Judges period. Then you see the monarch period, which is where you see Saul, David, Solomon. That stuff we can have the time frame 11th century all the way to 10th century BCE, and I put them, David and Solomon, as a late Bronze Age character.
All right.
Any other questions that you have to ask me, you can ask me in a debate.
I got you. So number one, God, that shit was crazy. He said 1400 BCE. He started off at 14, just below, or just diving into the Middle Bronze Age. And even this is like crazy. Like, this is wild. And he's saying we see Israelites here in the 1400s. I bet. Listen, that right there. That right there. Is there any Israelites from what you say 1467?
Where did you get that from?
You said 14 something BCE. What date you
About
throw
what?
into the Exodus?
The Exodus date 1447 or 1446 BCE.
Okay. So for that Exodus date, 1447 BC, 46 BCE, I'm gonna give you an extra date, 47 BCE. We can't even find anything dealing with the Israelite.
You sound crazy, bro.
We can't even find
You
no
know we got
Israelite names during 1447 BCE.
Hey, okay, you want to know how I know you lying? So I said I'll give you two sources. So I'll give you one source right now. Brooklyn Papyrus 1446 got Israelite names on there, and they're slaves in Egypt. What are you talking about?
It got. You said what now? What'd you say?
You not
You
ready
giving him
for
too
me,
much,
bro.
Kassan. You giving him too much, Kassan.
You not
He
ready
said
for me,
Brooklyn
bro. I gotta
1446.
fall back. He said I'm giving you too much,
My
bro.
man said
He said
Brooklyn
I'm giving you too much.
1446.
He said I'm giving you too much, bro. I gotta chill.
Nah.
All right, bro. I gotta chill.
He terrible, bro.
All right, he said I gotta chill.
Hey,
He said I'm giving you too much. Man, do you want a chronology debate or not, bro? Damn,
Yes, I'm
man.
here with it.
So
Hey,
we
listen,
debate
but see,
is
when
the
we talking
Egyptians.
chronology debate, like I said before, and we sticking with this. One great thing about where we meet in the middle is these time periods, right? And so I say for our chronology, this is why I want to stick with the Middle Bronze Age, because it covers the large range, and then we can deal with in a debate if the chronology is off or not within the debate.
No, because my chronology don't stop. Bro. I'm telling you, all the way from the third intermediate period, all the way going back late Bronze Age, all that Middle Kingdom, late Kingdom. I'm Salakia, New Kingdom. All of that is those dates are not correct. That's what I'm telling you.
Right,
So
right.
hold
That's what
on. You want to try to put something to where I look, man. Look, I'm not finna keep on. I'm not finna keep playing with you, bro. You're
Listen,
not ready. You're not
he
ready.
is
Look,
trying to dance around. Let me cam up when I
look.
say this.
Do you want to debate
I
Egyptian
want the debate.
chronology?
Listen, this is why he keep dancing around this. You keep wanting to dance around the fact that we can't see your people anywhere before, not even, I can't even say before the Middle Bronze Age, but we can't see your people in the Bronze Age or before the Bronze Age.
With
And
the
he
right
want
chronology,
to
you do.
dance around that.
With the right chronology, you do.
And that's why even when it comes to chronology versus chronology, when we have, okay, is the Israelites in the Middle Bronze Age? That's a debate where we can both bring out chronologies, and then the person that's judging or watching could say, okay, well, this chronology or that chronology seem more reasonably right based off of my understanding.
What?
Yeah, that makes sense. A1, are you there? Let me see if A1 catch the drift. A1. That nigga probably sleep.
Bro,
I
it
am
seems like
here.
you just
I
don't
am
want
here.
to.
A1, listen
It
You
real
know
seems
I
like
quick.
you
ain't
don't
sleep.
want to
You know I'm
defend.
at
It
work,
seems
bro.
like,
I ain't going to sleep until
Yeah,
my
sunset
bad.
in. What's up?
Bro, it seems like you don't
he
want
at
to
work.
defend Egypt
Hold on one
chronology, bro.
second.
It seems
So
like you
listen.
don't want to defend Egypt chronology.
So hold on 1 second. 1 second. So, matter of fact, because A1 working right now. A Sapphire. Matter of fact, a Quantum. Quantum should be there.
You.
One of y'all there. All right, Sapphire there. So Sapphire, am I making sense when I say we should debate on the Israelites being in the Middle Bronze Age? That way we can both bring our chronologies. And now the judge can judge on which chronology best fit the chronology of the Middle Bronze Age.
I mean,
That don't even
I
make
don't know.
sense.
Because
What are you
because if
talking about?
he's saying, listen, if he's saying that the Israelites is in the Middle Bronze Age, I'm saying they're not. He's saying, well, according to my chronology, they are. Now you got to bring your chronology to the Middle Bronze Age, and you have to show me how they are. I have to then go
So,
off of my chronology or the chronology I'm gonna bring to show you that they're not.
so what's the time frame of the Middle Bronze Age?
I say the time frame for the Middle Bronze Age. He say he don't agree with it, but I say 2000 to 1550 BCE.
Okay, it could work. It depends on what y'all agree on. That could work. 2015, even though I really don't agree, but you know, Qatar says
Bro, this
if
is what
you
I mean, man. It's
Hey,
like you just
I don't
scared.
blame Humble though. I don't blame Humble for he just took the affirmative in the last debate, so he ain't trying to let Chaasad put his back against the wall again.
He's scared, man.
He trying to stand
Nah,
in he
Bro,
trying to get in the
listen.
he trying to make sure y'all both stand in the middle of the ring. He like, you ain't about to put me on the ropes round one.
Right. He's saying,
but
all right,
I
well,
feel you.
we're gonna
A1,
debate
I'm the
if
one fighting the uphill battle. He has
listen,
it
he's
easy.
saying, listen, time out. He's saying, okay, let's debate if the Egyptian chronology is correct. Okay, but is it correct compared to what is what I'm saying?
I ain't I'm gonna mind my business, but
Hold on.
I'm gonna mind my business. I
Let's
heard his response to what you just said, Humble, and I was like, wait, feeling his response more than your initial statement.
Right.
Humble.
Because
Okay, go
it's
ahead.
either right or
A1,
it's
clean it
wait,
up.
because
A1,
it's
hold on 1 second.
because
Go ahead,
look,
A1,
because it's
clean it
either
up.
right because he asked you, is the Egyptian chronology right? It ain't no compare to what. It's
Thank
either
you.
right or wrong. You don't compare. Like, what do you mean? Like, or we just going to compare? If you want to compare, it's which one is better. If it's about right or wrong, it ain't no comparison.
Thank
But
you.
that's just our point,
But
and
when
that
we
makes
say
sense.
is it right? No, because here's what I'm saying, right? If he's saying it's right, then that means that the Egyptian chronology goes with and it agrees with the academic anthropology chronology. If he's saying it's right in that sense, then we have no disagreements there. If he's saying it's right in that rightness is different than what we can compare it to already, that's really going to prove if it's right or wrong, then because he's saying that it's right in the academic chronology is wrong. But then if the academic chronology is wrong, then how do you know what you got is right or wrong or not? Because now what do you have to base that off of?
I ain't gonna lie. I don't know enough about the topic to even understand what you just said. So yeah, I'm lost in the sauce.
Humble. Cause
And this ain't my topic.
he rambling, man. He rambling.
Rambling,
Listen,
Yeah,
listen,
bro.
listen
You
to me.
don't take
Listen
the
to
that's
me.
the
route
Listen to
because
word
me.
now
Listen
salad.
to
you
me.
It's
understand
a
that,
word
Listen to
bro.
salad.
me.
Look,
Listen to me.
basically,
Humble. Go ahead, Sapphire. Go ahead, brother.
so what I was going to say is that you say academics is scholars that disagree with the time frame. So, like you said, you go with the middle Bronze Age. You say 2000 to 1550. I mean, it could work, but again, it just depends on if y'all agree on that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And that's why I say, okay, bang. If he say the Israelites was in the Middle Bronze Age, but the Middle Bronze Age don't consist of 2000 to 1550, it consists earlier or later, then it's like, okay, well, what's your evidence to back that up? Then I
And
say,
hold on.
okay,
And
go
humble,
ahead.
bro. Humble. And this is what I'm saying you running, bro.
Go ahead.
Because this is what I'm trying to put to the table. I'm telling you the dates that you keep trying to put out for the late Bronze Age collapse, the middle Bronze Age, all that's incorrect. It does
Oh,
not
that's what you try. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. The dates you want to give to your pharaohs, the dates where if you pull up Wikipedia, whatever, whether you want to say the date for Ramesses is 12 something to 12, whatever the hell, I'm telling you
Mm-hmm.
that's incorrect. Egyptian chronology is incorrect. There is no compare to what? I'm telling you the dates that they have assigned to the Egyptian chronology, because now not only is it assigned to Egyptian chronology, Egyptian chronology plays a part in biblical chronology. It plays a part in Greek chronology. This is what I keep expressing to you. So if I beat up Egyptian chronology, the dates that you give to the Bible and to Israel and all that stuff is incorrect too. So
So
you
what you
keep hold on,
so
hold
wait,
on.
you
You
said
keep, and this is
Egyptian
why I'm trying
chronology
to
is correct though.
hold on. This is why I keep trying to tell you. You trying to argue about Israel in the Middle Bronze Age. That's a subtopic. Because I'm telling you the whole time frame in what you're trying to put Israel in is incorrect. This is why in the debate you even asked me, you said, "What's the date? Is this the date for Solar Temple?" I said, "I mean, that's the date that they give you in modern chronology, but I don't agree with modern chronology." So
Right.
any
And
date that
so
you hold on, any date that
go
you're
ahead.
going to keep trying to propose, I'm going to keep telling you I don't agree with. So
So
debate me
that's
on
why then I
chronology.
always come back. Hold on. This is where you know you run. You see, he trying to say I'm running, but he running. This is why
Debate
I
me on
always come back.
chronology.
Hold on, cause I always come back and ask you this simple question. So then what is it that you do? Okay, if these things are wrong, and okay, if this is not the Middle Bronze Age, then what is your stance? What time period do you say these things fall in?
Humble, and this is what I listen. I gave you the dates for the Exodus and everything for Israel, right? All
Mm-hmm.
these questions of when you want to ask me when did this Pharaoh rule and stuff, I will answer in a chronology debate. That's me fixing the chronology in the debate. We're debating
Oh,
chronology.
you want to
Just
try to fix
accept
the
me.
chronology in a debate?
Just accept it's Egyptian chronology. I can't say Egyptian chronology is wrong and never give a proposal for the fixing of Egyptian chronology. I have to give also a proposal for the correct dates of the pharaohs. So you keep asking me when did this stuff happen, you're
But
going to
all
find
of
out in
this
the
time
debate.
period, hold on 1 second, because that I think that's where the misconception coming in. All of this stuff is coming strictly, you're saying, from the Egyptian chronology, when is not this stuff is not based on the Egyptian chronology solely, it's based on academic consensus. So it's not because of the Egyptian chronology, the late Bronze Age is 1550 to 1200 BCE. No, but
Bro,
it's based after everything that's been studied in that area.
time out. That's bro. First of all, bro,
That's some
you
word.
you don't
Hey,
you don't
somebody
you
pass me the
Do
ranch
you
dressing.
not know how the
hold
transition
on,
of ages work?
hold on. Stop. No. Characters are definitely tied to periods, bro. Ramesses is tied to the late Bronze Age. So it don't matter if I give Ramesses a 800 date, if I give Ramesses a 1000 date, if I give Ramesses a 1700 date. If I move Ramesses' date, the entire late Bronze Age moves with him. Don't play that game, bro. Yes, chronology and periods and civilizations are linked. If I move Egyptian chronology, I move the late Bronze Age. I move the Middle Bronze Age.
So don't play that game. Yes,
So
we're
then,
dealing with. Hold on, we're
go ahead.
dealing with chronology, and is Egyptian chronology. And this is what I keep saying, bro. The the late bronze. I mean, the Greeks Dark Age, right? The Greek Dark Age. You can look this up. It is tied to Egypt chronology.
We understand that. We
So
no
hold
no no.
on.
We
So if
getting that part.
Egyptians,
We understand
hold
that.
on, and that is incorrect. With the study, with the anthropology, whatever you want to try to argue about, the information on that they have agreed upon is incorrect. Multiple Greek scholars have noted it, Egyptologists have noted it, several scholars in all fields have noted it, but yet this chronology still stands. And you're going to get smacked up because you don't know nothing about these dates and what you're talking about.
Now, time out. That's the point I'm trying to ask about now. What chronology are you referring? Like, even when we talk about these dark ages, right? It's not incorrect that right after the dark ages, when we get Herodotus, he gives.
Herodotus?
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. He gives all
You
of
mean
his
Homer, I
credit
think.
for medicine to Kemet.
Bro,
Everybody
what's
that
dating
come out,
for
hold
Herodotus?
on.
What's the date for
Everybody that
Herodotus?
come out, hold on 1 second. Everybody that come out of the Dark Ages in Europe, when they do that magnificent works, as people like to call them, they give the credit in their own works to Kemet. So that's why I'm trying to get this understanding of chronology that you're talking about. That you say, okay, well Kemet chronology is wrong. I'm like, okay, like. What you say? Are you saying, for example, like you just gave an example of Ramses, and you say, okay, if he's dated in the Bronze Age, the late Bronze Age, right? And then you come back and you say, matter of fact, maybe he was dated a little later, or a little, based off this, then the whole age moves. That's not how that works.
Bro, what? Bro. You know what? Hold on. I'm finna say this, and because I see you're just running. That's definitely how it worked. If you move Ramesses the second, you move the entire late Bronze Age. You move
No.
bro. Stop. Yes, that is how that works. If you move the date for Ramesses, all his contemporaries, all the civilization, all of that time frame has to move. What are you talking about?
And
Second of all, hold on.
So why do you think that's the case, though?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I wish my freaking laptop would work, bro. It's not freaking working right now. I don't know why it's not working. Man, I hate when you do that. You messed up my thought. You talking about some freaking Herodotus. When does Herodotus live, bro?
Shit. The BC. Hold on.
Does he live before 6th century BCE? The answer is no, bro. It's pretty simple, bro. He didn't live that in that far back in ancient time, bro. So when is the day for Herodotus? Hello?
Hold on, I got you. 484 BCE.
Okay, so he didn't live before the 6th century BCE. So when is the Greek Dark Ages?
Oh, he lived. You said 5th century. He did live before. He lived in the 5th century BCE.
No, I said did he live before the 6th century? That's what I said, bro. Then I just asked you, when is the Greek Dark Ages? Since you looking stuff up, look up when the Greek Dark Ages. Because you brought up Herodotus and you're talking about the Greek Dark Ages. They are not in the same time frame, bro.
Why you talking about the Dark Ages?
When is the Greek Dark Ages? No,
you said when.
Look, tell us the date. So we know that you don't know what you're talking about.
I got you. My man over here making all kind of false claims, man. He said Herodotus didn't live before the 6th century BCE. Terrible.
Bro, you just gave him a date of 5th century BCE. So how
yeah,
did he
that's
live?
Before the 6th century.
Bro. Anyway, bro.
Early Dark Ages. 446 to 800 CE. Right? So
Say that
this is
again.
right around. Oh, time out. Foot in the
Say
mouth.
that again.
Bam. So this is right around. So now he trying to shoot me.
Humble,
Well,
don't
no,
try
they
to talk
wasn't
over
even.
my
No,
time when I'm
no, no,
asking you a
no, no.
question, bro.
He
I
trying to get
asked you
me. They
to
not
say
even
that again.
contemporaneous
What
with
did
one
you just
another, and
say?
they most definitely is
Oh my
contemporaneous with one
God.
another.
Humble, don't do that, man. Answer me. What did you just say? I couldn't even freaking hear you. When is the Greek
Okay.
Dark Ages?
So the Dark Ages is 446 to 800 CE.
Bro, that say that one more, please, say that one more time. When is the Greek Dark Ages?
476 to 800 CE.
No, the hell it ain't, man. See, this is what I keep
It
talking about
ain't
with
what
humble,
the early Dark
with
Ages.
humble BS, bro. This is what I keep talking about with humble
So
BS,
when
bro.
did Rome fall? Hold time out.
He
When did
keep talking
Rome
about
fall?
I just asked
When
him
did
for the
Rome
Greek Dark
fall?
Ages. The Greek
When did
Dark
Rome
Ages.
fall?
Hey, humble, stop. This is your turn to learn now. The Greek Dark Ages is
Bro.
from 1180 BCE. So 1180 BCE to 800 BCE. This Nick, man, I'm done, humble, bro. Stop, come on, bro.
You said
You
what?
terrible.
Greek
You're
Dark
terrible.
Ages.
Sapphire, who up here heard me ask for the Greek Dark Ages several times?
Yeah, so did.
I'm
So
I'm
did.
I'm talking to a brick wall here, bro. I'm talking to a brick
Yeah.
wall. I'm talking to a
Yeah.
brick
I
wall.
mean,
So you
So
said hold on,
go
humble.
ahead.
Hold on, humble. You said
Cause he
that
rambling, bro.
hold
He
on.
trying to get his way out of here, bro. He trying
There
to get
is
his way
no
out of here.
rambling,
It's
bro.
not
Everything that I'm
no,
saying,
that's
everything that I'm
it's
you,
not
humble. I mean,
saying,
I'm
happening,
just being
bro.
honest.
bro, everything that I'm
Go
saying
ahead.
is pure facts, and you just running from the debate topic.
Go
I
ahead.
brought up. You say, "Oh, we know about the Greek Dark Ages
All right, go
and
ahead.
how
The
it's in
Mycenaean
and how."
place
Hold
collapsed
on,
1200 to
hey,
1100 BCE.
bro, can you please stop interrupting? You say,
Go
"Oh,
ahead.
we know about the Greek Dark Ages and how it's influenced by how the time frame is influenced by Egypt." I said, "Okay, when the Greek Dark Ages is." He gave me a date of 400 and up. Like, bro, what is we talking about here?
You
He don't
said
know,
when is the European Dark
bro.
Ages, and I
No, I
gave you the
didn't say
Roman
that. We're
fall.
not, bro. Stop, cause this
He
how I know you
said
don't listen.
Greek Dark Ages.
I
Right. Then
asked
he
you.
tried to switch to the Greek Dark, and he
No,
terrible.
I
Bro.
didn't,
What?
man. I never switched
What?
nothing.
Hey man, humble. Hey, humble man. You a real slickster, man. I just want to let you know that, man. You real slick with the words. The brother, he straight up and down said Greek Dark Ages, and you said, yeah, he said European. You wrong. No, he said
Okay,
Greece.
I misheard. Okay, I misheard. Okay.
No,
Hey,
you just
bro. Hey,
slick, bro.
bro. Hey,
No,
bro.
no, 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 no. We
Hey,
was
no,
talking
no,
about
no.
the Dark
Hey,
Ages.
y'all
And how-
funny, bro.
No, we was talking about the Dark Ages and whatnot, and I went, hey, now he going to the Greek Dark. Y'all slick with it. He
Bro,
going to
ain't
the Greek
nobody,
Dark Ages.
everybody heard me except for the guy that keep interrupting. So, hey, humble, bro. I'm gonna just put it out there. You want the smoke on chronology, man. You keep putting out dates and stuff. I'm not finna keep on sitting here going back and forth with you because
Listen,
honestly, you don't know what you're talking about. And the deeper we keep going into this conversation, we see you don't know what you're talking about. You
none
said
of
there
this.
is no hold on.
Listen,
You
go
said
ahead.
there's not even Hebrew names during the Middle Bronze Age. Humble, I gave you I quoted a source. I'm not gonna quote it again because my brother Sapphire said I'm giving you too much. I ain't gonna do it again. Hey, bro.
Yeah, that's way too much. That
Now,
yeah,
now,
that's
I'm
y'all
that's
sorry.
see
way
Hey,
too
I'm
much.
how
sorry. I'm sorry. I should have did it. I should have did it. But hey,
now
bro.
y'all see
Hold
how he
on.
ran
Hold
around
on.
this whole thing with all of
Hold
this,
on.
right?
Hey, humble. You
And
finna
he's
keep recording?
still not trying.
Cause
Oh,
I
but
ain't
go ahead,
finna.
cause I.
Yeah, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't finna be on too much longer. I gotta get up at 6. I gotta be at work at 6 in the morning. This a work night for me. So, hey, brother. If you want this chronology debate, bro, just accept it, man. We ain't gotta keep beating around. I'm
Listen, we
telling
here
you
with
the,
it.
the
You the
dates,
one keep
whatever
beating
date
around the
you want
bush.
to give, unless you want to change your position, any dates you just keep trying to give, I'm gonna keep telling you is incorrect. So debate me on chronology. That simple. Is the chronology of the I'll let you say is the chronology of ancient time of the ancient world correct? I'll let you get out of just being Egypt. I'll let you say is the chronology of ancient world correct? So that means I get to go into Greece, Egypt, all these different civilizations and show that their chronology isn't correct. If that helps you and that makes you feel that more safe. So I can destroy the whole Iron Age concept. Well, I ain't gonna destroy the whole Iron Age concept, but I can destroy the whole late Bronze Age concept and middle Bronze Age concept that you have in your mind. Let's do that.
All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
So you want to
Say
do you want to
what? So
do
y'all
What
got one. So
analogy
y'all got
he
it
keep
locked
do
in.
you want to
he
do
bringing that yo he is
do you want
terrible,
to
bro.
do the ancient world, like the ancient Mediterranean world, like we talking about Greece, Egypt, Israel, Assyria, we talking about all those, or do you just want to do Egypt? Which one?
Um, we could do all of them. We could do all of them. We could do just Egypt. But we gotta tie it. See, he trying to get
Man, don't
away
try
from
to
this.
run. We almost
Time
got you
out.
there. We
He
almost
trying to
got
get
you there.
away
Come
from. He trying to
on.
get matter of fact. I ain't even going. Yo, I know it's scary.
You
I know it's scary.
almost there, man. I know you can do it. You
We
want the
gonna go
ancient
straight to
world?
eat. Hold on.
Straight
We
Egypt.
gonna go
Okay,
straight
straight
to
Egypt.
Egypt.
Straight Egypt. I like that. Yeah, I'm finna smoke you. You
We
dead.
gonna
You
go
dead.
straight to Egypt.
Hey, one man. You get that flyer ready. Hey. This one ain't gonna
And the
even be
reason,
close.
and I'm
This
telling
one not
y'all,
gonna even be close. The last one,
hold on,
I let it be too close because my decorum. This one ain't gonna even be close, bro. Watch this
hold
one.
on.
Watch this one.
And I'm letting y'all know right now. The only reason why I did it to Egypt because he keep trying to duck about these Israelites, bro. He think he's trying to hide behind pawns that he think gonna be safe and he could tuck. Oh well, I could say the Israelites was right here and we could be safe right here. Y'all ain't safe nowhere. We got all of this on lock, all of it.
You ain't got nothing. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I put my feet, my fists, and I jumped in the car, ran you over. I've been stumping you out for like every
Listen,
time I get on this platform, bro. It's not
cause
my guy. You get like
no,
this ain't
listen,
even
you're
it ain't
listen.
even fun beating you up no more.
Listen, you're just someone. You listen. You're the epitome right now. You know how to be saying the young blood's coming through. The young blood's coming through. You're the young blood of those trapped in a box Hebrew Israelite thinking brothers, bro. You only read the Bible. You think,
What?
okay, well, I gotta make everything line up with the Bible. So even when we talking about history, like this is why I'm gonna smoke them again, right? I gotta fit my worldview into the worldview of the Bible so that it makes sense to me. I can't go outside of that because now I'm going against my faith. And I'm letting him know this is where he falls short every single time. And last time in the debate, that's where he falls short at. Because he want to think, oh, well, we didn't have no concept of El. We only worship Yahweh. The Israelites only worship Yahweh. Listen, man. That Israelite doctrine ain't working, bro. It is not working.
Why you keep saying Israelite doctrine? Like when
Man,
you
what you
talk
mean? I
about
only read the Bible. What? All right, man. That's
right,
crazy, man. Like
that's
as
crazy.
much as I smack you up with sources, I only read the Bible. Me?
Your sources ain't
Exactly.
sources, bro. Hey, bro, pull up one of your sources right now. Let me show y'all something real fast. Yo, this is terrible. As much as I smack you up with source, my man have he have a article over. Now, it's not even an article overview. It's a paper, right? And it got different scholars in it, right?
The paper is better than the
Remember,
article overview. What are you talking about?
that is an article overview.
No, I said the actual paper is better than an article overview.
That's what I'm
Article
saying. You
overview is
got the
just a
actual paper
summary.
right. Hold on 1 second. I got you. But what the actual paper is about is literally giving you both sides of the argument. So the paper is not, but he's trying to give it to you as if the paper validates one argument over the other, but the paper literally validates both arguments.
No,
So
it
it's like,
don't. What
yo,
are you
how you
talking
coming up
about?
talking about you giving sources, and this the type of sources you giving?
Hey, humble, you need help, bro. You need
Come
some
on,
help.
bro.
You need
Nah,
Yeah,
help,
I
bro.
don't know. I don't know what you
Man, I
talking
ain't gonna
about.
lie. I ain't gonna lie. After this
hell no.
debate, you're gonna need an ambulance, bro. I ain't gonna lie
Hey,
to you,
yo,
bro.
nah, cause no.
They gonna
But
carry
you
you
right.
off.
This one ain't gonna be close. You right about that. When this one ain't gonna be
The
close.
other one wasn't close. What the fuck you talking about? The
Hey,
other
look,
one
it
wasn't
shouldn't
close.
have been.
The other one wasn't close. You
It
guys
shouldn't have
stumped
been.
out.
Hey
But hey,
man, this
man.
been fun. I gotta get up here in a few hours. Man, peace and
Uh,
blessings, man. Chaasad, you stay cutting and dropping daggers and bombs, man. You got daggers and bombs. Like I said, humble. Y'all two had a great debate. You know what I'm saying? I gave my unbiased opinion. You know what I'm saying? Just on a scholarly level. But nevertheless, man, fire debate. Shout outs to both of you brothers on that. Man, peace. I'm out of here. Shalom alaikum.
Most definitely, Brody. Most definitely. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Shalom. I gave peace and blessings, brother. Hey, humble. I'm finna do the same, man. I'm finna get off.
All
Hey,
right, Brody.
y'all.
Hey, listen, you gotta
check
keep
that
in touch,
flyer.
Brody. Listen, you gotta keep in touch because the A1 gonna be hitting you up. We gonna be in the back chats, refining and things of that nature, so we can get everything together.
Con, that sounds like a plan, man. A1 got my number. And you, if you want, you can grab it from A1 as well. But yeah, man, I gotta go ahead get to. Yeah, you can get my number from A1 if you want. You can shoot me a text, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Hey, you know you lost that other debate, but I'm gonna make it easy for the judges. I ain't gonna even have this one be close. This one ain't gonna even be close. I'm gonna show you don't know nothing about Egypt chronology. You don't know nothing about these dates. It's gonna be a slaughter. So hey, bro, I hope you go get in the lab, man. I hope you don't rely on ChatGPT, man. You the king of that shit. That's cold, bro.
You
I hope
sound like king of
they need to sponsor you, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You need a
Damn.
sponsorship with them. So yeah, man.
Listen,
Hey,
man, you know how to
I'm
work
gonna
it.
catch up with y'all, man. If y'all allowed tomorrow or something, I'll pop in. But I'm gonna get up off of here, man. Peace and
All
blessings.
right, Brody. Enjoy your night, Brody.
All right, now,
Appreciate you. I
Chaasad.
appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
What up? What up? What up? We got Prince Iman in the building. What it do, Prince Iman? Oh, we got Quantum in the building too. What up, Quantum?
Hold on, humble. I gotta leave. I can't hear you. I'm gonna leave and come back real
All
quick.
right, go ahead. Nah, man, good debate. I really had fun in that debate. And so one thing I could say, like even with this debate, the chronology, I really wanted to get to the meat and potatoes of it, but we know we dealing with the Egyptian chronology as a correct or incorrect. We're gonna deal with it. Now, one thing I will say is I am interested in the back chats because this is a little tricky one because we do have a thing called Egyptologists out here, and a lot of their work is incorrect, but that don't mean that it haven't been updated. You know what I'm saying? So then we'll be able to do certain things and they can graft and things of that nature.
Yeah, that was a wonderful.
Yeah, his
debate.
energy, bro. I like his energy, bro. His energy be up the charts. This shit make me go down like, yeah, come on, let's get in the ring.
Yeah, we got a lot of nice debates coming up. Tighten the debate league, lining it up. Man,
We was waiting on you, brother Connor.
Yeah, man. I'm here getting everything right. With the end of that show, man, I think we need a word from our sponsors first.
You good, Princey, man?
Hey, man, can you hear me? Is he I couldn't hear him if he was talking. We're gonna run this commercial.
Clash of the Titans 1.0. The finals are here. It all comes down to this. Out of 16 debaters, only 2 remain standing. Some fell because they couldn't defend their arguments. Some crashed out because their antics outweighed their intellect. Others simply weren't built for the pressure of the arena. But now, the the smoke is cleared. The finals face off. Pandemis, the African atheist versus Suave Boss. Before the final war of words, they meet face to face to choose the topic that will define the championship debate. $500 on the line. One winner, one name etched in Clash of the Titans history. Who has the sharper mind? Who can survive the pressure? Who will rise when the lights are brightest? This is bigger than debate. This is legacy. And for everyone who lost along the way, your chance at redemption comes when Tournament 1.2 launches. But right now, this moment belongs to the finalists. Clash of the Titans 1.0, the face-off. Saturday, May 23rd, prime time. Be there to witness history. Are you not entertained?
We got another one.
What happens when a Christian preacher's son starts asking questions nobody wants answered? What if faith and science were never supposed to be enemies? This isn't another religious book, and it's not another angry attack on belief. This is a wake-up call. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity by A1 Richardson takes you on a mind-bending journey through scripture, psychology, science, energy, cause and effect, vibration, polarity, rhythm, and the universal law shaping your everyday life. Why do people sabotage themselves and blame God? Why do we ignore patterns then act shocked by consequences? Why are so many trapped doing what we call crazy work? This book challenges everything you thought you knew about spirituality, reality, and yourself. No fake certainty, no church cliches, no blind obedience. Just raw honesty, deep reflection, and practical wisdom for people caught between the pulpit, the laboratory, and real life. Whether you're deconstructing your faith, spiritually curious, tired of shallow answers, or searching for sanity in a chaotic world, this book was written for you. Read it with an open mind, read it with courage, read it before life forces you to learn the hard way. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity. Stop doing crazy work and wake up to the patterns shaping your life now.
Yeah, we're here. Let me see if this other. Hey, one can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You about to end the stream?
Yeah. You want me to end this one and start another?
Yeah, end this one and start another one.
All right, bet. Thank y'all for coming out.
I'll tap in a little bit. I'll tap in on your other stream.
All right, bet. Thank all of y'all for coming out. Stay tuned. We're going live in a minute with a nice show that I think everybody should check in
Let them see
into.
the background of the next show while you play the outro songs.
Bet. We're going to find out on the next show what happens when you Google something that isn't on Google. We had this debacle the other day, man, and I think I found some gatekeepers in the community. We're going to find out, though. So y'all stay tuned, and we about to end this with a nice little old jam. You got something you want to hear, A1?
Go home when you in this game. Always use your blanket when you switching lanes. Grind and work at 9 to 5 to ease the pain. Chill and turn umbrella when your bills rain. bite your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit. No, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Hey, it ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get. You gotta get dirty if you're trying to get rich. It's back to the mud, cause you gotta show love to all of the ones who will never see this. To all the little kids with no Christmas list. No TV, no bed, and no food on they dish. No father around, now they malnourished. That hindering aid coming from the government. You gotta get filthy. Fuck a job, open up a business. Haters gon' watch when you kill shit. Every murder case got a witness. Whole block going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, do you feel it? Cause being broke leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. I say I came from the bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tea party, don't invite your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? It ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get. Questions. Can I ask what we hate each other for? See, I'm just asking. You got that passion to see your sister go. I wanna see that woman stand, you leave her on the floor. Let's try to gain some understanding before you go to war. Your spirit pour deja vu, I've seen this before. Time after time played in my mind, I can't take no more. I did the crime, I did the time, I only bruised my soul. I had to grind, I had to climb, I had to choose my role. Have you been told that I love you lately? Been around those who don't bug you lately. Go around those who don't drive you crazy. You need a hug, my sister. Better hell with that mean mug, my sister. Come on, receive it, don't you shove, don't push me. It might not be about your nookie. And again, it might be about your cooking. Give you some ends, trying to supply some cushion. Discipline without no whooping. Known to show and prove without no woofing. Open your eyes to what you overlooking. Baby, don't that feel nice? Yeah, to me show that don't that feel right? Ever felt what true love feel like? This ain't no pill high. With no shit they growing, no feel high. Keep you grounded, but yet you still fly. See, now I realize you epitomize everything a woman should be. And I pray to God that he working on my third eye, so I see that this world ain't all about you. It ain't all about me, but if you really giving out LOVE, so can I ask what we hate each other for? See, I'm just asking, you got that passion to see your brother go. I wanna see that man stand, you leave him on the floor. Let's try to gain some understanding before we go to war. Your spirit pour deja vu, I've seen this before. Young men are dying, young women dying, I can't take no more. You do the crime, you do the time, you only bruise your soul. You gotta grind, you gotta climb, you gotta choose your road. Have you been told that I love you lately? Go Go around those who don't bug you later. Been around those who don't drive you crazy. You need a hug, my brother. Better help with all that hate, my brother. I know you dealt with dudes that's fake, my brother. Understand I can relate, my brother. Only so much you can take, my brother. What I'm trying to say, don't let that hate become you. Don't never break, my brother. Let me carry some of that weight, my brother. Better cleanse your soul for it's too late, my brother. See, now I realize you epitomize everything a brother should be. And I understand that melanin inside you connect you to me. And that sun is where we gon' meet. Like God is how we gon' speak. With the same power to build and destroy, but yet unique. See, you get weak and I get weak. And we stay strong together. We keep each other inside that light, cause the darkness harms whoever. And you only create a diamond, keep applying that pressure. My crew knew better. Go faster by yourself, but we go farther when we go together. I ask what we hate each other for. See, I'm just asking, we got that passion to see each other go. I wanna see that person stand, you leave them on the floor. Let's try to gain some understanding before you go to war. Your spirit poor, deja vu, I've seen this before. Young men are dying, young women dying, I can't take no more. I did the crime, I did the time, I only bruised my soul. I had to grind, I had to climb, I had to choose my role. Have you been told that I love you lately? That I love you lately. Have somebody, I love you lately. Say, I love you lately. Have somebody told you. Yeah. See how that came out.
Stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look